Yo. Oh my gosh, we are live. We are live. Nice and early, man. Wait, is my title even correct? I don't even know, but we got EWC Group A taking place today, man. Group A is officially taking place today. Hold on, I gotta make sure I get my tweet out. I gotta make sure we get our tweet out, but so many big names playing today, including Peterbot and POLLO, Shxrk and Chino, Vico, Bugha. So many other names. What is good, chat? What is good? What's good, Fear? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, Cooley? What's good, bro? What's good, Ace? Chat, nice and early stream today, man. Nice and early stream. I'm trying to find one of what's good, chat? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? How are you guys doing, bro? How are you guys doing? Nice and early stream for EWC. What's it called? Walkouts will start in like 27 minutes, I think. And then there's like an hour till game one. You're up so early for this? Yeah, me too, bro. It is 6 a.m. for me right now. I mean, the finals are about to be even earlier, which is going to be insane. I'm live on Twitch. Yeah. I'm live on both. Chat, what time is it for you guys right now? What time is it for you guys? How are you guys doing, bro? Sorry, I literally just woke up. I just got out the shower, so you guys are gonna have to give me some time to like fully wake up here. But hey, I'll be up and bringing the energy soon. Let me make sure I tweet out that we're live. There we go. Nice, got that. 2 p.m. from France, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Okay, that's not too bad then. It's not too bad for a lot of you guys here then. Hey, I'm excited, bro. Chat, you guys excited, man? Are you guys excited? 7 a.m. is never too early for some Fortnite. I agree, bro. I completely agree with that. 5 a.m. from Pakistan. What's good, bro? What is good? Okay, chat, what do you guys think about my predictions right here? These are just my predictions for Group A. Group A is probably, what's it called? Group A is like probably the most stacked group. I think today and then finals would be the two most fun days to watch out of the whole 4-day tournament. It starts in 1 hour. Yeah, it starts in like game one starts in like 55 minutes. Walkouts start in like 25 minutes, something like that. Why do they do this when people got school now? I think we need to count EWC win more than an online win, but less than a globals or summit. I do kind of agree with that. Chat, would you guys say that winning EWC is worth more than winning an online FNCS? Yes or no? What would you guys say? Yes or no? Game one is in 55 minutes. I think the way that I kind of want to rank it is like this. Hold on, let me write this down. I think it's globals most important, and then it's globals, summit. I would still probably take a summit, EWC, and then online FNCS, and then like Div Cup. Do you agree with that, chat? Do you agree with that? Global is most important, then the summit, then EWC, online FNCS, Div Cup. Am I missing anything, or is that right? Yeah, okay, that's kind of how I'm ranking this right now. Like, obviously, chat, we can agree that this doesn't count for an FNCS win, right? This isn't an FNCS at all. Like, this is, it literally doesn't even have FNCS in the name. But are we counting this towards people's all-time rankings? Like, if you do good in this tournament, does that count towards your all-time rankings? Yes or no? What do you guys think? Yes. EWC over Summit? I could maybe be convinced into that, but I don't know. I'm just always probably going to value BR LAN tournaments more than EWC. We'll see how this EWC goes, though, you know? We'll see how this EWC goes. We'll see how it goes. It's also people are saying Fortnite comp just went live. Okay, let me check. Hold on. Let me check. I didn't even check to make sure I have the right title on YouTube. Okay, yeah, we do. We're good. Let's see. How long is their timer? Oh my goodness, that is loud. I'm sorry. Okay, starts in 27 minutes. Can you guys hear this, chat? Yes or no? Can you guys hear this? What's the prize pool? Hold on. Let me try to find the tweet of the prize pool. Let me look up the tweet. I'm pretty sure Comp Report tweeted it. Let me look. Bro, chat, the prize pool is actually crazy. I can't even lie. Here it is. This is the prize pool. This is the prize pool right here. The prize pool is fat. Like, this is a crazy prize pool. And Flexi with the gifted. Thank you, Flexi. For 19 gifted now total to the channel. Hello, streamers, you got gifted. Make sure you tell Flexi thank you. This is the prize pool right here, though, chat. 260 grand total. It's split. So 130 grand, and then MVP gets 25 grand as well. Chat, who's your guys' favorite to win MVP in this tournament right now? Who would you guys say is your current favorite to win MVP? I feel like, personally, to me, Peter, I said this in my video, I feel like Peter is probably the best reload player still. But like, I could be convinced I like a Shxrk and Teeny. It's going to be between Peter, POLLO, Shxrk, and Teeny probably. Like, one of those four is probably where I'm going with for this. Clicks. All right, bro. Peter or Shxrk? Yeah, I could definitely see that. Put doesn't fight random people as solos, so not POLLO. Yeah, Peter's definitely going to be making some like crazy plays. Dude, chat, okay, this is a good question to ask. Who's finishing with the most elims today? Most kills. Who's getting the most kills in this lobby? We have a lobby, a reload lobby, with both Peter and POLLO and Shxrk and Teeny, and Chino and Pablo and Vico. Like, we have some fraggy teams in this lobby right here. There are some fraggy teams. Yeah, Shxrk and Teeny, conned by Muzz and Sphinx. I don't know how much they're really going to fight this. What does the other map look like again? Can I like scroll up on this? There we go. What does the other map look like? Other map is where's Shxrk landing at here? Oh yeah, Shxrk has so much space on this map. I don't know. Peter's still uncon. Nothing's really changed. That's really changed. Which is the first map? First map is Stronghold, right? I'm pretty sure first map is Stronghold, right, chat? Yes or no? Am I wrong? I think it goes Stronghold for game 1 through 5, and then Slurp Rush 6 through 10. Or is it opposite? Is it the opposite of that? Yo, in Motor Sears, why is my audio so loud? With the tier 1 for 2 months, thank you, bro.
Motor Sears just subscribe.
Love vids every morning from me. It's the best one watching them for the. Thank you, Sears. Thank you, bro. Chat, how many of you guys are from EU? Is there just a lot of EU people up right now? Is there any NA people in here? If you're from NA, I want to see if you guys are from NA. Say NA or EU. Just say what region you guys are from. EU, NA. There's a couple of NA people. Asia, NA West. You're from West, bro. So it's like what, 5 a.m. for you? That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, dude. Chat, the finals is about to be so early. Chat, what time is the finals at for you guys? I think the finals for me, I'm probably going to start stream around like, I don't even know, like 3 a.m., something like that. Oh yeah, some of you guys got school today, don't you? You guys got school today? I forgot about that. It's what? It's only a Wednesday? It's a weird timing for EWC, but pre-show starts in 24 minutes. Walkout should be around there as well. And then, yeah. Oh, some of you guys still on summer break? Okay, that's fire. No, I skipped for this. Hey, valid, bro. Valid. I can't even blame you, to be honest. I actually can't even blame you. I just finished watching your video. What's good, bro? Thank you for showing up to the stream. Thank you, bro. No, thank you guys for the subs also. We are 69 out of 100 subs now. Nice. Nice. On K-Log's Life, Bugha's winning today. We can't already be starting with that. All right, chat, I can't lie. Like, I'm starting to get some energy now, man. I'm starting to get some energy. I'm excited, bro. I am excited. Skipping work to watch EWC. This is my work right here. But hey, wait, is there drops for this or no? Fortnite Twitch extension. Oh wait, hold on. Is there? Hold on, let me check if there's drops for this. I don't even know if there was. I still don't know if there is, to be honest. Skipping a funeral for EWC. You know what? You know what? That's, yeah, now you got it, bro. You got it. There's EWC drops? Okay. Wait, does it say anything? Oh wait, it does say that there's a drop. I don't know what that is though. I don't know what that is, but since we watched 28 minutes, and it is. All right, chat. Who do you guys got winning today for Group A? I got Peter and Pollo winning today, but I think overall, I think finals, I'm still leaning Shxrk and Teeny to win overall. Alex. You know what? We'll go over individual teams in a little bit, and then we'll see what you guys are feeling like for them. Peter's not winning? I mean, Peter has good drop spot situations on both, and he has experience playing. Like, these are like both his normal drop spots that he's landing at on both maps here, you know? So I got Peter winning today, but I'm still probably going to go Shxrk and Teeny overall. Probably. OATLEY win. OATLEY's not even playing today, bro. Oh, OATLEY's playing tomorrow. Peter wins both. That's possible. That definitely is possible. I feel like Peter's not winning. It's going to become a grief fest. I don't know. Like, how, dude, I don't know how many points it's going to be to qualify. I don't know how early people are about to qualify. Because, like, yeah, I guess if they early qual, then they can just start griefing people. But, like, chat, who would Peter even want to grief in this lobby? Peterbot's triple con Slurpee? Is there another team landing Slurpee now? No, he's only like splitting with Shadow and Virgo. Shxrk? I don't know if he's gonna grief Shxrk. I think Shxrk probably qualifies pretty early. One of the big four not qualifying today. Chat, who do you guys think out of like the big names has the highest chance not to qualify? I personally don't have Cammy qualifying and I don't have Muzz qualifying. So I do have two pretty big names missing out. Shxrk, Muzz, Cammy, Vico. You think Vico misses out? I mean, Vico, they haven't been like the craziest land team, but I don't know if I would say they miss out. Cammy Qual's not gonna lie. I don't know. Cammy only played one reload finals, and in that finals they won because of the cube rifle. So I don't think Cammy his play style is too much like set up for EWC, you know? What is match point? Match point is basically in the finals on Saturday. It is 15 matches, like it's capped at 15 total matches, and then you have to hit 350 points, and then once the team hits 350 points, they have to get a victory royale to win the tournament. So the tournament could go for 8 games, the tournament could go for 11 games, but it max could only go for 15 games. I'm watching 10k subs. Thank you, bro. It's good, man. What is good? When does it start? Starts in 19. Wait, are they
out here? Obviously, you've
is this right now?
Time again. It's a LAN event.
We got interviews right now.
Is there anyone you want to call out or anything in particular you want to talk about?
Is today match point? No, match point is on Saturday. There's no match point for qualifiers.
It's gonna be easier.
Dude, why does this seem so loud? Is my headset just loud?
What do you feel about that? I'm with them.
Is Group B tomorrow? Yes.
All right, guys, you heard it first. You'll see.
It's Group A today.
Best of luck to the boys.
Group B tomorrow.
Vivid here, joined with the Elite boys. I got Iamzo and I got Josh. You guys had one heck of a year in the Reload Elite Series. 8th, 4th, 2nd.
Chat, I'm not gonna lie. I'm believing in Josh and Iamzo heavy.
I gotta come to you first, Iamzo.
Like, I think Josh and Iamzo could top 5 finals.
I think
I'm really putting a lot of my faith in these guys right here.
The quickest, to be honest.
If you get 300 points in the same game, you win.
I mean,
do you win?
Year, so we have really
That's the thing that.
As the years go on, or not the years, the
Hold on, let me listen to Josh.
went on, we just kept doing better and better, hoping to get our first place here.
Look at Josh, man.
Well,
turn it up.
That confidence, right? What do you guys kind of expect for the week? I want predictions.
I need to like
of
turn
you
my
guys,
headset
right?
down.
Coming into the finals, let's go ahead and just guarantee the qualification.
Well, map changes or is it set? Oh no, maps change.
What's the prediction of you, Amzo? What do you think you guys are going to place?
If we stay uncontested in the finals, I honestly think we have a good shot at winning it all.
I agree, Iamzo.
I think we can still pull off a top 5.
I think Iamzo and Josh are a sneaky top 3.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but no, you don't win the tournament if you hit 350 points and win at the same time.
Uncontested, I think we can win.
You have to hit 350 points, and then you have to win another game.
Monster D-Face here, and I actually have the pleasure of catching up with JoJo Fishy and Ewc. Now, this is pretty exciting, guys. I've been casting over them for quite some time. They might even be some NA names you recognize. But Ewc, let's just start with you.
It's going to be hard to win.
This is your first major LAN. It's actually both of y'all's coming in
from
the East
Ewc
Coast.
and JoJo Fishy?
What has that pressure been like? What does it feel like?
Haven't felt anything. It's been all calm.
Yeah.
It's like I'm playing from home.
It's good. Luminous.
Hey,
It's good, bro.
I love that. That's a little bit of confidence. That's what you need for a LAN event.
Chat, is the Oxy and JoJo Fishy qualifying the finals? Yes or
meeting
no?
the players and just being here in the practice room is fun.
Okay, does it feel kind of surreal? Like you're going from this online world now to the LAN environment. Is that anything that has kind of set in on you yet, or are you just still processing the moment?
I think it's set in. At first,
Lol,
it was kind of scary.
I guess first time chatter.
And what about yourself, Ewc?
I just try to make it.
Has Oatley walked out or
point
talked yet? Nah, he plays tomorrow.
Home and just like
what's good, Ice?
The background noise. How to focus on it.
Yeah, love that. Well, guys, you guys are obviously playing out of your group stage. That is the first big hurdle.
What's good, Freds? What's good, bro?
Your opinions on just where you're trying to make it here as far as your goals as a competitor.
If you do not qualify, no.
Well, the whole goal is to win.
Vino didn't qual, Clicks didn't qual, Savage didn't qual, Marvel didn't qual.
All right, anyone you looking to target, or you know, as far as your draw spot, you guys uncontested?
Amount of big names in the
How's it looking?
We're conned on one of the maps, but I think we'll be fun.
Okay, do you know who you're con by yet?
Yeah, Inact and Salco, and then Sky and Scroll.
Whoa, you got some big dogs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they are cooked.
What is that pressure like?
I think it's fun. It's just everyone's on the same.
Wait, they're
team.
interviewing people that don't even play.
Well, guys, sounds like they're confident. They're representing for NA. Let's see how they play it out this week.
It's gonna be a grief fest for
Vivid,
Peter.
you're gonna be joined with Gon.
Like if Shxrk is on 30 points,
EWC.
Gon,
I want to come to you
on
first.
everyone. Probably,
You've
yeah.
been on the big stage before, right?
Probably.
Kind of leading up to the event here and this week in the preparations. You feeling any nerves, or
Good
is the
zero,
experience kind of
bro.
helping you out with that?
I'm not nervous at all. I think now they even know my first one because I always think that I'm prepared for it. So there's no reason to be nervous at all.
Cool, Gon. And Knight, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Who do I think's winning MVP? I think right now
because I played Summit.
I'm most confident in Peter to win MVP.
I'm thinking I'm chilling.
I feel like
Cool.
It's just gonna be based off whoever gets most
the
kills.
Format, guys. Like, how you guys feeling coming out of the group stages? Do you feel like you're gonna get top 7?
Of course, we play.
Let's get Gon. Let's get, bro.
For the win, so we need to get the top 7, and we're gonna do our best at the finals for Brazil. You know.
Sweet, yeah, for Brazil. And if you guys make it to the finals, I need a prediction out of you. What do you think you're gonna play?
I'm excited, bro. I'm just trying to stay a little quiet here so you guys can listen to the interviews.
I think
but
like top 8, we are good. We are looking for it.
Okay, cool.
You
and
gotta
then,
get
of course,
top
I wanna
7,
give
bro.
you
It's
guys
not
the
top 8.
opportunity. You mentioned
You get top 8, you
representing
don't
Brazil.
qualify.
Gotta go ahead and give you the floor here, man. Say whatever you want to the fans at home.
Can I say it in Portuguese?
Of course.
Muito obrigado por todo o apoio que vocês me dão. Eu tô muito feliz de estar aqui mais uma vez. E desse ano eu vou representar vocês e fazer o meu melhor e o Nice também.
Cool, thank you, Gon. And Knight, you as well.
É só agradecer.
Wait, Chat, is there a
pela
crowd
gente.
for this?
Pode ter certeza que a gente vai dar nosso máximo aqui. E a gente tá muito confiante. E vamos pra cima. É isso.
Cool. Gon and Knight representing Brazil. Good luck, guys.
What's up, guys? Monster D-Face here.
Oh my, Cold and Rapid.
This is actually a legendary duo
Cold and
we get
Rapid.
to catch up with right now. It's Cold, it's Rapid. I actually
Chat,
want
what
to
place is this duo getting right
Rapid.
here?
As someone who has quite literally captured the NA audience, now you have them on your back and they're cheering for you. How does that like really make you feel now as the next up-and-coming star of NA?
It feels great. I've been putting in the work, and me and Cole are gonna take it home for NA.
Yo, love that. And then, of course, Cold. Rumor is this guy hasn't played since 2024 when he won that championship. You know, it's kind of a fun thing you got going on right now. You only show up for grand finals. That's what they say, but you maintain that consistency. How do you do it?
Honestly, just what I do. You guys see it every time I play grands, I show up, so I'm planning on doing that again.
Yeah, for sure.
I believe
so,
it. Yo,
is the rumors
Arv
true,
with
like,
the
do you just sit back,
tier 1. Thank
kind
you,
of
bro.
only play against the best. I heard you have like this pretty interesting mentality.
Oh yeah, honestly, I think I put all the time I need to. Just play the tournaments against the best, and that's all I need.
For sure. Well, I want to start switching up and focus on the group stages. You guys are obviously in Group Stage B. Where are you guys laying in? What are you going to be doing to kind of
Cold
prepare
doesn't even
for
play today.
your
Why
match?
are they interviewing all the people that play tomorrow?
Slurpee, and on the other map, we're landing some split. We're just did some loot routes. Got a little game plan. We're gonna run some people down. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I can't lie. They're probably about to be playing so aggro.
Are you guys
Can you change my
uncontested for
title?
the
What do you mean?
weekend? Is there
What's wrong with my
rumors of
title?
teams possibly contesting?
We're uncontested on the elite map, but on the Slurpee map we are contested, and we do plan on running them down. So look forward to that.
Oh wow. Well, you know what, Rapid, I want to give this one to you right now. Who in particular is anybody you want to call out right now?
Oh yeah, he did say Slurpee. Oh, he's in a different group than Peter now.
Me and Cole are running you down.
Yo, wait, hey guys, he's calling out Bugha. I didn't see that one coming. That's crazy.
I don't think they'll win Slurpee in finals.
Fortnite World Champion Bugha is a name synonymous with
Cole doesn't
Fortnite.
even
The
know who's
inaugural
coming.
Fortnite World
Oh
Cup
my
champion
gosh, an
forever etched his
Arv
name in the record
with the
books. In
5
2000
gifted subs. All right, hold on. Thank you for the gifted Arv with the tier 1 earlier, and now the 5 gifted as well. If you guys got gifted a sub by Arv, make sure you tell him thank you. Wow, that's actually insane. All right, I think. Wait, is this another?
And I just really love playing the game.
Many players have risen
Oh,
through
there's
the ranks,
even,
but
dang, they got a
Bugha
lot of
proved
stuff in
once
this
again
pre-show.
that
Normally
he's
they
an
just show a
all-time
loading
great,
screen for
qualifying for EWC at
20
the
minutes.
11th hour.
There's actually some like interviews and stuff. I'll keep this on there.
Partner Braids.
Some people can
The
say,
Lion.
you know, they were like surprised we qualified. The people who can play their end games the best are usually the
cookie
ones who are
starts
going to
school
qualify.
today?
And
Chat, when do you guys
I'm one
start
of those
school again?
players.
Did some things have to
Start
break their
school on
way
a
for it to
Wednesday?
happen? Absolutely.
strange.
But the opportunity presented itself, and it's one Bugha and Braids will not squander.
I'm going to go in there. I'm going to play confident. I'm going to do my best.
What time is it for you? It is 6:23 a.m.
What's up, guys? Monster Deface here, and we get the pleasure to actually check things out.
Wow, there's a
behind
lot
the
of like
scenes,
content
because it's
beforehand.
media day going on right now. And actually, I might want to keep it down just a little bit because over here
24th
we
of
have
August, dang.
live commentary, footage, photography, everything happening right here. And also, as the players
Alright,
are
chat, what do we
starting to warm
notice
up,
here?
normally they just come in here early.
Is this
and,
live
you know,
right now,
we
or
get
is this
to chat with
pre-recorded?
someone. And it looks like we have my boy Leo here as well. Leo, what's up, bro?
I'm fine. What about you?
Dude,
Who do you think wins this group? I'll show my predictions in a little bit.
Everything perfect. This is my country, Paris. I'm hyped for this. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, the last time we saw each other was at the last event. Now you're at this event here. I mean, what are your expectations coming in?
I think I'm happy with what French doing.
I'm on
right
the
now.
bus, G. Is that to be pre-recorded? I don't know.
Maybe. I think they can do it.
I mean, he's doing live
Well,
interviews,
guys,
so
listen, this is
I feel like
behind the
this one
scenes,
might be
obviously.
live.
Again, we are lucky enough. And Leo, thank you so much, man, for your time, bro. Well, have a good luck and enjoy the show.
Yeah, because I mean, people are literally like on their
we
phones.
are
This one right here has to be live.
In the time of the century here
It
for
is
the
Leo's
Fortnite
library not
fans,
there? Oh,
obviously,
okay,
again,
gotcha.
You can even see here on the players wall. Take a look at this. People are getting to sign their names. Folks
Players
are having
only.
fun, drawing little fun pictures, and that's really all there is to it.
What is going
In case
on
you also
that?
want to see
Okay,
the
wait, no,
behind
this
the
is
scenes
not
of the
live. This is
set,
definitely
I got something
pre-recorded,
covered
okay.
for y'all. Take a look at this. Now, I don't know what goes into building
We'll
this
come
stuff,
back
but
8
trust
a.m.
me,
for
it looks
this.
pretty incredible.
Yeah, we'll go pretty
You're
early
gonna
for
see
this
tons
also.
of awesome shots of your favorite pros, players kind of hanging out,
All right,
taking
YouTube chat, yeah,
different
yeah.
types of videos here, and trust me,
10
it's
minutes
so
till the
freaking
pre-show
cool.
starts, chat.
All
10
right,
minutes.
now we're getting to my least favorite place, the quiet zone. But I'm still gonna give you guys a quick look. Let's go ahead.
Early wake up, but we're hyped. Oh yeah, we are hyped, bro. This is
So
about to be
here
fun.
in the quiet zone, well, this is where that high-level B-roll and interview stuff starts to happen. Now, I'm not going to venture too far in, but do know we're going to take a peek at one of the Fortnite sets. So let's go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, I haven't even seen like the setups. Like,
All
what
right,
is
and here's the
the
Fortnite
venue
set.
even
This
look
one looks
like?
pretty cool. Might even be familiar for some of y'all. Now check this out.
That's kind of cool.
Bunch of cameras set up here.
That is kinda cool.
Players usually sit down, get mic'd up. and
Does anyone have a
then
picture of, like,
go
the
through
venue?
fun interview
Yo,
process.
Zeddy
Now,
with
one
the
thing that's really
tier
cool
1.
about the way
Thank
we
you,
do
bro.
content here
W sub.
is
Thank
we don't tell the players what they're coming in for. We kind of keep it a surprise. So hopefully what you're going to see later feels nice and natural. And you're even going to check out the one that I did with Vico and Malibuca. And I hope you guys enjoyed the behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Peterbot and POLLO look like they just got here.
Wait,
but
Peter.
Time's up.
Oh my, Peter and Pollo. Oh my gosh. Yo, and Aqua with the tier 1 for 4 months also. Thank you, bro.
Its trophy system
Wait,
built to championship trophy.
Wait, why is my thing so
Awarded to the
delayed?
one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme
Is it
across
delayed?
all EWC games.
Wait, chat, where is the broadcast that's not delayed?
Every participant earns a key.
Why is my thing so
with their
delayed?
name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game
EWC channel? What is the
ultimate
EWC
prize
channel?
For every
Does anybody have the... Because, dude, look, I'm looking at Boop stream. He has 3 minutes.
Key is inserted.
How is Boop so much... Why is...
The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy. Etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are
Peter was playing Valorant. Hold on, I need to find
the
the...
champion claims 3.
Where is the...
A personal reminder of who they defeated.
Wait.
The rest
EWC...
are preserved beneath the totem.
What is this?
In resin. Every
That is
fallen
not right.
contender captured forever.
Yo, Nintendo with the tier 1 for 18 months. Oh my gosh.
Or forgotten beneath the totem.
Thank you, bro.
At
Thank you.
EWC,
Hold on, I'm trying to find
nothing
where...
is granted. Everything is earned.
where the thing is. Just search EWC. I did search EWC. Let me see.
He thinks he can come in here and play my
that's
game.
not it.
He knows nothing.
Oh wait, is it this? Oh my gosh, I found it. What is this broadcast? I did find it though. Hold on.
You can't climb it. It's better
Let me
than your
copy and
hard
paste
second
this.
masters. You're going too.
Dude, why is there a broadcast that's... Wait, is this going to be in English? Okay, it is.
I have faith in you.
Why is there a broadcast that's...
Are you done?
4 minutes less delay?
3.14.
Okay, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
First time. There we go.
Thank you.
Good job. Fantastic job. Yeah. You both crushed it on the drawing and the guessing. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh my, Shxrk. Sharkantini Aura.
Shxrk is one of half of Europe's deadliest duos heading into the Reload Championship, and one of the youngest players at the entire event.
This is about
Alongside
to be fun,
teammate
Chad.
Teeny,
This is
Shxrk
about to
won
be
3
fun.
of the 4 Reload Elite Series qualifiers. The best
What do you have,
performance
getting
of
eliminated
any duo
today?
across all
I don't
7
know.
regions.
I don't know if I have like I have some big names not qualifying, but fully eliminated. I don't really know. Probably some of the small regions. I can't lie.
Yeah, it wasn't that difficult, but that's okay. I think I played great in every final so far.
Dude, I'm surprised at how well Shxrk has
Arguably
performed in like
2026's
every
biggest
single
new
major
star.
tourney this year.
After a 2025 that saw
From
him rise
never
to the ranks
top
in
10ing a
competitive Fortnite
grands
in
to
Europe.
what? Top
In the
5 in
lead up to
grands
the
while
Reload
contested.
Championship, the 15-year-old
top
placed second at
3
FNCS
at
Major
LAN,
2 Grand Finals
and then top 2 in
third at the
grands.
offline FNCS Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf, Germany.
From never even top 10ing last year is crazy.
Shxrk's success is no fluke, and the soft-spoken Romanian is coming in hot to the Reload Championship.
It's gonna be fun, man.
In
This is gonna be fun.
2026, Shxrk arrived, but this event
When
will
does game one
decide
start?
if he is
30
here
minutes.
to stay.
30 minutes till
There are
game 1
some good
starts.
teams, but there are like smaller regions. So like the smaller regions are 10 times easier than Europe. Generally the best reload duo. It's kinda easy to play with him.
Smaller regions are 10 times easier than Europe. Is that fact or cap, chat? Is that fact or cap? Okay. Are we getting started here? Or what's happening? Nope. Okay. Think we're getting started? More than 10 times.
Where are you going to land in Paris? How did you get here?
Who are these people?
Oh,
How are your knees?
I don't want to talk about it.
Chat, who are these people? Am I a casual?
I need to find some cool POIs in Paris, though. Museum d'Orsay.
It ain't latte
Are
landing.
these the EWC people or what?
How about the Louvre? That's definitely a hot drop.
I thought it was a triangle.
Okay.
And of course, we couldn't forget the Eiffel Tower.
Think of the map.
Okay. Can we... Wow, this is a hard watch.
You've got enough
Dude, I'm about to close this. I can't even lie. This is actually a hard watch. What is happening? What is this angle also? What is happening on my screen?
We've reached the most important POI in Paris, the Esports World Cup.
40 teams, $1 million on the line.
Okay, let's go.
Welcome to
Let me see the
Fortnite
let me see the
Reload
walkouts.
Championship.
See you inside.
Let's go. I'm ready. Okay. Let's get it. When's game 1? Game 1 should be starting in 30 minutes. 30 minutes till game 1. Oh my, I'm good, bro. I am good. I don't know, but you need permission to watch the stream with no delay? Yeah, no, I signed up for, or no, I did the thing where, what's it called? I did get permission to watch this in general, but is there an extra thing I have to fill out for the no delay stream or what? I don't know how that works. But I did sign up for the thing though. Like I did do that. Yeah, I did get streaming rights. Yeah, I did. I did do that. Wait, this is the venue? Someone just sent me
Welcome
this.
to the Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26.
Huh.
My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined
Interesting
by
venue.
Kelly Link, everyone. So excited to be here. It has been a long journey. 4 qualifiers.
Oh, yeah,
here.
game 1
We have our
predictions?
40
Okay.
teams that are going to be duking it out over the next 4 days.
Yeah, let's see.
We do have 40 teams.
Let's do game 1 predictions here.
Groups of 20. Today, we're going to get a chance to see Group A. And at the end of the day, we're going to be crushing some keys.
That is right. 7 teams are going to automatically make their way into the grand finals. But of course, that means that 3 teams are going to be out. But 10 teams are going to have another chance in the survival round.
They will.
What do I
And
gotta
we're
write?
going to have 6 teams from survival join match point finals. And the match point finals threshold is set at 350.
Listen, in the past, a long time ago, we tried to do match point threshold. It didn't really work out too well. We set up points a little too high, but I think 350 points and a win is totally viable.
You know what? I'm going to do some predictions. I'm going to do my pick'ems. I'm going to go finish in like 7 games, maybe?
Is that because of your name?
It's exactly because of my name.
7 games.
I heard the possibility of a max of 15. The more Fortnite, the better, but maybe not 15, maybe 10 games. I don't know. Who knows?
Okay, that's not bad, but let's talk about some of the teams that are going to be playing today in Group A because we have some
All right, chat.
hitters.
We
Listen,
got
I'm from
the
North America.
prediction.
I gotta talk about
Who
them.
places
Peterbot
highest?
and POLLO
I got a lot of big
qualifiers.
names
They
and
win
then
3 of them, and then get second
non-EU
place in the fourth
/NA
one.
team.
Come on, these guys
Vote on
are
prediction,
clearly
chat. Vote
one
on
of
the
favorites
prediction.
to win the whole thing.
Especially for
Is there a
Team
prize pool in the
Falcons that's
group?
currently
I
in
don't
contention
think
for that
so,
club
no.
championship. They need the points. It's the first top 8, but I'm pretty sure that team is going to be pushing for that first place.
But if you're talking
Elliot's
about
tall, yeah,
contention
she's
and all
low-key
the
hype
teams, we
mogging
have to
this
talk
dude
about
right now. I can't lie.
AGAL, one of the only people that are contending with Falcons, and of course that's Sky and Scroll. And
What's
although
good,
they
fanboy?
might
What's
not
good,
have
bro?
the same performance
Yo,
as
and
Shxrk
Poppy
achieved
also
in
with the
Reload
51
Elite
bits.
Series,
Thank you.
they
Did I miss
are
any subs?
back-to-back
10-0
winners
with the
from
sub,
Major
Aqua
1
with the
and
sub,
Major 2 in the FNCS, so they are clearly
Zedekai with
on
the
a roll
sub,
right
and then
now.
Poppy with
Can't
the
wait to
bits.
see
Thank you
which
guys,
Dark
man.
Horse
Thank you.
is going to show up here, but enough talk from us. Let's take a look at the format.
Hold on, I'm 21.
Welcome to the EWC 2026 Reload Championship, a brand new take on
I need to
competitive
sneeze, man.
Fortnite. Embracing the carnage and brilliance of the Reload format. After months of competition, 40 duos from across the globe will fight
I'm
to
good.
become the first
I'm good.
ever Reload champions here in Paris, France,
I
and
guess,
claim their
potato,
share
I
of
guess.
the $1 million prize.
$1 million
The first duo
prize
from their
pool. Thank you,
organization
bro.
to qualify earn the right to represent their club.
Came
Meaning
in
their
hard.
points also
Sky and
contribute
Scroll,
towards the
Pollo.
EWC Club Championship. Here, every elimination, every placement, and every
On
victory
K-Dog's
out
live kid, our
could
clips is
decide
winning
history
EWC. Yeah,
in the
bro.
first ever
I
event of
guess
its
we
kind.
gotta start
The
that
event
already.
starts with the group stage. 40 teams.
All right,
are
chat, vote on the
split into
prediction.
2
Remember,
groups,
if you guys are on the
with each
YouTube
group
stream and
playing
you want to
10
vote on the
games.
prediction,
The
come
top
over
7
to the
teams
Twitch
from
stream.
each group
Who
will
places
advance
highest in
directly
game number
to the
1?
finals. Teams finishing 8th through 17th in both groups will have one final chance in the survival stage.
Yeah, here's the
3
format if you
lowest
guys don't
placing
know
teams in each
yet.
group will be eliminated. The survival stage will be merciless. Over 10 games,
Yeah, survival
10 teams
stage
will
is gonna
battle
be
to
crazy.
score maximum points. Yet only the 6 highest scoring teams will move forward to the
KHANADA
finals.
load in?
For the remaining
Wait,
14
isn't,
teams, their journey will come to an end.
KHANADA
The
playing
top
today?
6 from the survival stage
Or
will
is KHANADA
join the
playing
other
tomorrow?
14 finalist teams from the group stage to form the lobby for the ultimate
I don't know,
showdown.
I think
The
KHANADA
20
plays
teams
tomorrow.
will compete in a match point format for up to 15 games. The
Yeah,
first
KHANADA
team to
plays
hit
tomorrow.
350 points and then secure a victory royale in a subsequent match will be
Turn it
crowned
up.
the
I got you.
EWC 2026 Reload champions.
There we go.
The best players, the
Is
biggest
Peterbot playing? Yeah,
organizations,
Peterbot's playing.
and one chance to become
Shxrk is
the
playing.
first ever Reload champions. Prepare for a Fortnite event like nothing you've
Here,
ever
hold on.
seen before.
Everybody in Group A right here is the teams that are playing. So any name that you see right
And of
here,
course, one
this is
final
who's
piece
playing.
of the EWC puzzle is the club championships. Now that everybody understands how the tournament's going to be working, it's time for us to break down what's been going
It's about to be
on
entertaining.
for
Yeah,
the
today-
last
yo, what's good, Punk? What's good,
7
bro?
weeks as we head
Today's gonna be
into
fun.
this
I'm
final
really
one
excited for the
because we
finals,
have
though.
had an insane
I actually
competition here
can't
so
wait to
far.
watch a
Brian,
match point
walk us through what
format.
happened at the very beginning.
Yes, week 1 kicked us off with a bang. Of course, all eyes were on Team Falcons coming into the first week. We had Valorant, Apex Legends, Dota 2, and Fatal Fury.
Me and
3 out of
K-Dog
those 4
winning this,
games,
you're
Team
right.
Falcons were looking very, very strong.
What is this?
But the only game that they could muster some points from was an 8th
All the
place
EWC
in
stuff?
Apex Legends. So,
Chat, has anybody been keeping
keeping
up with EWC in general for like other games?
Bleak for the
Or do
remaining
you guys only watch
orgs. So
Fortnite?
it kind of set the
I can't lie,
scene.
I only
Charlotte
watch
looked
Fortnite.
pretty
I don't know
strong
what's
from
going
there.
on with
When
any
all
of
was
the
said
other
and done, they walked away with those points,
No, yeah,
leaving the
me
door
neither.
open for Na'Vi and Virtus Pro to walk away with first and second from Fatal Fury, and thus being at the top of that leaderboard. Week 2, we had League of Legends.
Peter wins
we had
this, he's
Free Fire,
automatically the
Dota
GOAT
2
and no one can take that
finals,
from him?
and of course
I mean, I think
MLBB
he's
Women's
already the GOAT.
Invitational. In League, all eyes are on
I
Faker.
mean, by the time he
T1
retires,
versus
it's gonna be
Gen G.
kinda hard, but-
It was an
I mean,
absolute
yeah, if he
epic
wins, it's
showdown,
definitely-
but they both fumbled. stumbled and
adds to his
unfortunately
go
couldn't
case.
quite make it through into those finals. It was Carmine Corp going up against D plus Kia. D plus Kia took the win, and those famous Great. Club Championship points. I don't know. Are they famous?
A little bit,
famous,
yeah.
aren't they? Free Fire, AGAL, and Twisted Minds were
Why are you
prepped to
talking about
get
League
some
of
points on the
Legends?
board.
Start to watch.
But the winner was, of course, Lion,
Chill, bro.
the South American sensations. Right, moving on. Then we had 2 weeks of Dota action leading up to this point.
Okay, they're actually
Dota
are
2,
just talking about.
those orgs,
They're just doing the whole
battling it out.
EWC
Falcons managed
recap
to
right
take
now. Like, I'm just here for the
5th to
Fortnite,
8th. So
man.
again, fumbling.
I'm here for
Week
the
1 and 2
Fortnite.
Falcons weren't looking so strong, Vivid.
Yeah, a little slow start for the Falcons there, Glitter, and weeks 3 and 4 for them. How did it end up going?
Anyone know when it starts?
This
Should
is
start
something
in
that's important to pay attention
23
to. As
minutes.
we got into week 3, we had
23
EAFC,
minutes.
MLBB, PUBG Battlegrounds, and Teamfight Tactics. And I think all eyes were on Falcons from the beginning as the
Turn my
two-time
mic.
defending
Hold
club
on. I'll turn this down a little
championship
bit since we're not talking about
champs.
anything right now.
Week 3 came through and they couldn't really get
Yo,
it done
and
yet.
Zoc
It
with the
came to
tier 1
AFC
for
side
5
things
months as
with
well.
Hyperspirit,
When are we gonna get to
non-CC
see
team
you out of
actually get a
land?
win, which
I
is
don't
big
know,
because
bro.
if
That's
the
actually a good
non-CC
question.
teams are winning, they're
I'm
taking
wondering that
points
myself.
away
Thank you for the
from
sub, though,
clubs
bro.
who are
Thank
looking
you.
to get themselves
I
on
appreciate
that
that.
leaderboard.
This
Then
first
for
game in 22
MLBB,
minutes?
it was a 2-week
I
long
would have to
competition, so this was
assume
just
so.
week 1 when they were getting through week 3.
I would have to
PUBG
assume
Battlegrounds,
so.
we actually had Virtus
But
Pro get a win, and that was
I
an
don't
interesting
know.
one because they actually had the highest points heading into our Smash Point finals, and they had such a high point lead. Nobody can catch up. And they just won because that's how much better they were than the entire
1
lobby.
hour
Then
and
we got
22
Teamfight
minutes? There's no way
Tactics.
it's 1
I'm not
hour,
even joking.
22 minutes.
Team Vision won, and this was actually really big
I
for Team
legit
Vision
thought the
because they were only
walkouts
in
were
2
supposed to start like 8 minutes
for
ago.
this event, and they got first place in TFT and second place in Apex. So they actually did really well for a club that was only in 2 titles, right?
What's good, Bren? Yeah, I'm gonna be
course, we move
streaming
into
every
week
single
4.
day. I'm gonna be
For
live
week 4, we had
today,
Overwatch 2,
tomorrow,
Street Fighter 6,
next day,
MLBB
and then
yet
super
again,
early
the
for
conclusion
finals.
of it, and then Call
Chat,
of
we
Duty
are
Warzone.
all
This
waking
is
up for
where they
finals, right?
started to pick
We
up
are
just
all
a
waking
little
up
bit.
for
In
finals.
Overwatch 2, we did have a win out of Zeta Division. They had Twisted Minds there in second place, teams that are both currently in our CC leaderboard, somewhere in the top 15. Then Street Fighter. We're talking about Falcons, Street Fighter 6. This is where they started to heat up, okay? Because Falcons do get the win. It was
Rocket
Crowdy who
League
was able to
Cinema,
take the
I
whole
didn't
thing
watch
home.
it, to be honest.
Actually, the
5 day
youngest
stream.
EWC champion
Not to
in
be
the
4 days.
history of
Because it's
EWC.
what, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Yeah, 4 days.
Years old. That is a life-changing amount of money, a life-changing opportunity, and brings it home for Falcons. Starts kind of giving them that momentum that they were looking for when it comes down to
It starts in an
MLBB.
hour and
Team
20 minutes
Spirit
now, say you
gets the
swear.
win against Yangon Galacticos, and then for Call of
Say
Duty
you swear it
Warzone,
starts in
we
an
got a
hour and 20
win
minutes
out of
now.
G2 Esports. So we're starting to see a little bit of club variety. But Vivid, what happened when we got to week 5?
Week number 5, Barney and Glitter teed it up perfectly, right? A little bit of a slow start. Finally, Team
Wait, how do you
Falcons,
guys
they
know it
started to
doesn't
pick it up,
start till
but
then?
Week 5 was a little bit interesting. Of course, we did have Call of Duty Black Ops 7 featured. We have PUBG Mobile. We had Honor of Kings.
Okay,
and
what are
we
they
had
like?
Tekken 8.
Wow, how
This
long
was
is this
kind of
recap?
like the
Look at Twitter. Wait,
first
what
out
Twitter?
moment, though, for AGAL,
What Twitter am I looking at?
Specifically in those club championship points, because Tekken 8 was all theirs. They went ahead a
I mean, Fortnite Competitive just
5-0
tweeted this
there
out.
in Tekken 8, and then in Honor of Kings as
Doesn't
well.
say any
they
time
got
there.
a second place there as well. So an incredible week number 5 from AGAL. For
I don't see
PUBG
anything
Mobile,
else.
though, it was just kind of like that group stage, so that led into
It says 20 minutes. Am I getting baited, bro? All
And
right.
then
Hopefully
we
it starts in
have to
20
talk
minutes.
about, of course,
But I mean, that means the walkouts are about to be what, like
defending their
30
EWC
seconds? Like 10 minutes?
championship
10-minute
title there
walkouts
against
total?
Team Heretics. It
I mean, I
was
guess
an
there's only
incredible
20
match. You
teams,
guys
so
at home did not get an
walkouts
opportunity
actually
to
can
watch
be
it.
faster.
Go back and watch that. But like I mentioned, we had 2 games that went the way of AGAL.
The website says it starts in 20 minutes? Okay, bet. Oh, yeah, that is true. They literally missed that whole website, huh? Hold on.
Week number 5,
Fortnite,
AGAL were in the lead
EWC.
by 450 points.
Let me see.
Dang. Barney, was that what we were expecting heading into that?
I mean, no, but
Yeah,
like
it says
you said,
match
there's a lot
1
of
starts at
variety
7
amongst
a.m.
these
for me,
teams,
which is
so
in
that's
20
what made
minutes.
it interesting. You know, at this point,
So I'm gonna trust the website,
that week 6 point, it kind of
and
last year seemed like it
hope
was
that
all
it starts
wrapped up
then.
and it looked like it was Falcons to take home. But now it's a bit more
Who
exciting.
do you think is going to be
this
the
year, isn't
MVP
it?
of this group stage?
Kind of recap
I don't know. I don't know how the group stages are about to go. Like, I don't know if group stages are about to be like these teams that are good are going to qualify so early that they can just grief everybody,
This was a week where
or if they're genuinely about to play out all 10 matches,
top of our leaderboard
like seriously every single game, you know? I don't know
pull down
yet.
some wins and kind of shake things up just a little bit.
Is Shadow
Now,
Virgo in this? Yes.
The second place team
If
from
Gold wins, he's the
last
back-to-back
year,
EWC winner.
Liquid, we
Yeah,
haven't
and then
even
also
mentioned them, right?
Muzz
That's
too, right?
because they were literally
Because
on
Muzz
0
won
points, I
the
think,
first
for
one?
almost 5
Or was he
weeks.
not on Xset
Yeah,
then?
absolutely insane.
I don't remember.
However, Chess shows up, Magnus Carlsen shows up, and
he was okay,
everything changes for Liquid with the win.
That shows the Paris MA fans about to go crazy for Virgo. How many fans are even here?
Second place was Dennis
like
Lazovic.
when I was looking at that picture someone sent me of the venue, it literally looked like
for AGL points
someone
on
is
the
just
board.
or it's just
put
like
them in
chairs.
a really strong spot. It actually had them in the lead for just a little bit. When
My
it got
fans
to
gonna go
PUBG
crazy for
Mobile,
POLLO?
we had S2G win.
I mean, he's not on. He's on Falcons now. Isn't that like their rival org or something?
A CC team, so that didn't really help anybody on that leaderboard. FaZe get a win against Furia on Rainbow Six Siege.
Did Virtual Qual? No. Virtual
Majors
did not
out of Rocket League, getting them more points on the board, and now putting them at the top. But now what does that mean?
Yeah, finals is on
Heading into
Saturday.
week
Finals
7,
on Saturday.
We're focusing specifically on Fortnite here, Vivid.
Yeah, Fortnite is going to be quite crazy. And the best way for me to kind of explain how this is going to break down, we've talked a lot about Team Falcons, and we've talked a lot
Remember
about
Globals, the MA fans were actually like, yeah, no, dude, at
Fortnite
Globals
throughout this week. And
last year, that was like the craziest environment we'll probably ever see in Fortnite.
Yeah. Let's just talk about it. If Team Falcons and AGL went into this week without anybody signed, they would look towards Peterbot and POLLO.
It was top 7 of all time. Make an argument for it. When does it start? Dude, there's just no way this starts in 17 minutes. Yo, what's good, Trevs? What's good, bro?
So I feel like
you're at Layin right now. Wait, that's fire, Trevs.
Spots coming into Fortnite this week.
I'm about to see you in the background or what?
Those teams perform.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun. Are you excited,
Not only are we going to have an EU-NA showdown potentially in the finals, but we have an AGAL Team Falcons showdown. I love it.
Which means it's going to be an insane.
Yeah, I forgot how much
competition.
EWC is like org-based.
To dive into all of it.
Like nothing in Fortnite is really this org-based, you know, but like they're talking so much about org teams.
Explosion, Barney Banks, and Vivid.
Doesn't Falcons always dominate EWC stuff though?
On the club championship, but
like in
ladies and
general,
gentlemen, welcome to Fortnite.
I mean, I guess they just showed that they're in first right now, right?
EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm gonna be your studio host. You might be wondering where I am. I decided to go and explore a little bit of Paris here before the action just picks up. And none
the solo FNCS count as FNCS one, of course, bro, of course.
11-2K, they were able to
oh my, 11
explore
aura. Wait, Kelly actually is tall.
Great. We got the breeze. There's a little bit of shade.
It's like Levin is obviously like massive, but Kelly doesn't look like.
We got some exciting Fortnite coming, though, Ray.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I want to go back inside. We might as well just do the whole show out here.
Careful what you wish for. We can definitely make it happen for you. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget while you're watching Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26, make sure you guys use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC 26. That way you guys don't miss out on any of the action. We want to see what you guys are posting too. We might be able to share it here. And don't forget to also check out the EWC Play app. Do your pick'ems, do your predictions, because I know a lot of people are going to be putting in predictions and talking about predictions. Kelly, who do you think is going to be doing better, EU or NA?
All right, listen.
Chat, which region does better, EU or NA?
We all know are going into the Reload Elite Series. We have Peterbot and POLLO, and you have Shxrk and Teeny. Now, if you look at their history, they both have 3 wins. However,
solo.
If you look to the 4th of that win, Peterbot and POLLO, they got 2nd place. Now, what did Shxrk and Teeny place?
They didn't make that final, actually. I think that one. I think they took the weekend off, you know, just didn't fancy it, I think.
All right. So I'm hearing NA out of you, Kelly.
Of course.
And Levin. You have to listen.
When is the first match? I wish I could tell you, bro.
Come through and absolutely rock the boat.
I don't know.
Off all these NA
apparently in 15 minutes, but
packing. You don't think Peterbot and them man are gonna come through, show what they can do?
Nobody's even walked out
it's
yet.
Gonna get real
I don't know.
spooky here in Paris. I think, of course, we got Shxrk and Teeny. We know what they can do. They've been the best reload team in EU all year. But I think there's so many other names I'm sure we'll touch on throughout today who really I think could come through and surprise people.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to break down a little bit more some of those players and some of those teams and talk even more about the club.
I think the walkouts are going to be so fast. I think the walkouts are legit going to be like 10 minutes.
EWC 26. And I'm going to hold you guys to it. Whoever ends up performing the best, whether it's NA, whether it's EU, you might end up getting a surprise. I'm not going to tell you what it is. So I'll just leave it to a speculation and you'll end up finding out on the actual finals. But today is going to be Group A. We're going to have 20 teams. At the end of the day, 7 teams are going to be moving over to match point finals. I don't know if that's a hot take. I mean, the only other things you can really argue is like Summit eliminated, and those teams in between.
It's like, what do you think is more important? Summit? Chat, what do you think is more important? Summit Land or EWC?
Possibly some of the groups, some of the teams here in Group A. You guys have been talking about Falcons. You guys have been talking about Aurora, but I want to take a pause from that. Let's talk about maybe some surprises that you're expecting here on day one.
Oh, some surprises. I mean, listen, we have a lot of players, a lot of teams that are coming through
we got
through the
10
smaller
matches
regions.
today.
And the smaller regions often get overlooked in the FNCS, but this is the Reload Elite Series. I think if we're going to see players from Asia, like we have Coyote, we have the 916 Gone from Brazil, there are a lot of heavy hitters coming from the smaller regions that might really surprise us today.
I think that's, you know,
this is so boring. It hasn't even started yet, bro.
Some of those smaller
what are you
regions
talking
can
about?
do in Battle Royale, and there's always the struggles of the surge mechanics and how they're able to handle that. You ain't got to worry about that this weekend. I want to see their talent shine through.
I'm hoping that talent is going to shine through. Nobody's going to be feeling the pressure of being here in Paris at EWC. But I know as players are arriving, Shxrk actually got a chance to interview some.
Oh my.
All right, guys. Day number 1.
The players are. Wait, the players are just
getting in here. We're gonna stop right here.
What are they carrying?
We're gonna keep walking.
Are they carrying their mouse pads? Oh my Bugha.
How is it feeling? You're here. You're walking in. You're starting to prepare. How are the vibes, Bugha?
The vibes are good. I mean, I'm here. I'm ready to play, and yeah.
Dude, obviously, we love seeing you on land.
The lion
Can't wait to see you
is
perform.
ready.
Braids, how are you feeling? Are you any nerves? Is it just like another day in the office for you?
I mean, it's my 4th land, so I mean, it's not my first, so I mean, I'm feeling good.
Is there anybody you guys looking to take out? You're thinking, all right, it's time. Got to get on land. Got to go ahead and put someone down.
In the background too.
Show them what's up. Maybe
why is Peter so
some
close
drama
to
along the way. Or you kind of just like, I'm just gonna do my own thing and win.
I mean, we're just gonna play Storm. I mean, try to pad in and just play 5-on-5 and just play our game.
Bugha, how's it been to kind of meet up with the fans? Obviously, everyone loves you. Everyone knows Mr. World Cup. Is it just more of the same for you? Does it feel any new? Is it more the same?
Not really. I mean, obviously, it's fans in different places of the world and stuff. But besides that, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
Well, guys, appreciate you. Good luck out there. I'm sure we'll see more of you guys a little bit later on. Okay, we're gonna catch up with more players here. We start to look out as more players are coming in. Okay, all right. Didn't realize we'd get to them right away.
Peter POLLO interview.
Representing Falcons, Peterbot, POLLO, guys, welcome.
Is this
EWC
the walkout
time.
chat?
We're walking in. We're getting ourselves ready.
There's
for the
no way
show.
this is the walkouts, right?
Pete, obviously, everyone knows you. Everyone loves you. How does it feel to be back on land?
I mean, it feels good. I mean, we're here to win.
I love that, POLLO. Obviously, Faxity's not here, so I'm going to call you POLLO because Faxity would do that. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I'm excited to play.
Is there any duo out there you guys are looking to compete against? You guys are thinking, it's land time. Might as well just go ahead and show you what's up.
Shxrk.
Still holding on the grudge back from the summit, I see.
Who is the 3rd best reload team here?
Sky and Scroll. I love that. Well, guys, good
is
luck
it Sky
out
and
there.
Scroll or
we'll
who?
see more
Or
of
is
you
it like
soon.
Chino Pablo?
Best of luck. We're going to try and catch one more duo super fast. They're all kind of walking in. They're kind of taking their time. Let's see if we can catch someone. Oh, Shxrk are good. Let's come over here. Shxrk really fast if you guys have a second.
Oh, my Shxrk
How do you feel? You're back here on land once again.
Yeah, it feels normal.
Yeah. That's good. Teeny, what do you think, man? How are you feeling? Are the nerves up there? Are you feeling like excited? You just ready to get into it?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, man, right now, my
thank
predictions,
you guys.
nah,
Best of
they're
luck
not.
out there.
I have them
Peterbot
just
and POLLO
outside.
are coming for you, so good luck. With that being said, day 1 is going to be a banger. Let's send it back, see what's else going on.
Are we ready or what? Oh, all right.
Thank you, Shxrk, for getting all those awesome answers, even though some players didn't really want to give that much of an answer. But it's time we do the Stony story of the day.
I'm going to grab a water real
Welcome
quick,
to
all right?
Group A. You already heard us
I'm going to
talk
grab a
about
water
some
real
of the
quick.
other teams, but we got to talk about AGAL.
That's right, Sky and Scroll, a big name because obviously everyone's talking about Falcons winning the club tournament that's going on right now, but AGAL is making them work for it. And Sky and Scroll, we heard it from our players there that they are one of the teams that everyone is looking to win the whole thing.
I think when you look at Fortnite as a whole this year, you'd have to say they have been the best duo in the world. The consistency has been unparalleled. They are just consistency embodied, and I think we will see that here today. If you're a Falcons fan, hoping you're going to have an easy weekend because you've got Peterbot and POLLO, these guys are not going to make it easy for you whatsoever.
And I actually got to do a fun game with them as well, this newlywed game where we got to ask them a bunch of questions of how well they knew their partner, and they got 9 out of 10 questions right. They are synergized and they are ready.
That synergy is on point, just like our synergy is going to be on point throughout this 4 days. But ladies and gentlemen, that's enough talking from us being out here. We're going to enjoy a bit of the view as we're about to get started with Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh, walkouts. Wait. Wait, how are people doing the co-streaming type of thing? Wait. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I need to do that. Walkouts. Let's get it. Let me lock in here. I don't even have the coach stream. That's what I'm saying. Why does my thing not say the coach stream? Oh my gosh. Bro, I thought these were the players for a second. I was like, why are they all dressed up? Hold on, this is actually kind of hype. Do they get the pickaxe if they win? I don't think so, no. Hold on, wait, the stage is actually kind of tough. It's definitely different, but it's kind of tough. Wait, the setups are like so split out from each other. They get a different type of money, yeah, they do. They click style spawn. Wait, how do I do the thing? Okay. Are you sure this is Fortnite EWC? Yeah, I would say it probably is. Yo, Shift with the Prime. Thank you, bro. W sub. W sub, bro. Thank you.
Shift 229 just subscribe.
I mean, we're about to have longer dances than the walkouts. Like, there is no way game 1 is starting in 7 minutes, by the way. Nobody is even at their setup. Who is that? Okay, let's get the walkouts going here. Come on. Give us the walkouts here. Let's go. Oh my, wait. Who is, oh, those are not players either. Are we about to see more gap?
Teams have fought tooth and nail for the opportunity to step foot onto the Gadia City grid. And now they are face to face with the best players in the world.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous y voici. Bienvenue à Paris pour 4 jours de compétition endiablée. Les meilleurs joueurs du monde sont prêts à s'affronter sur Fortnite Reload.
The reality is you only get one chance at a first impression, and day one is going to send shockwaves through Paris. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside the awesome Luti, and I'm really excited for this week, mate.
Je suis Luti et je serai avec Barney pour hoster toute cette semaine, mesdames et messieurs. Je pense que le public est prêt. Je pense que les joueurs sont prêts. Il est du coup l'heure de faire rentrer sur scène les joueurs, à commencer par Shxrk et Tini.
Oh my, Shxrk and Tini. First duo out, let's go. Let me lock in for the walkouts. Oh my, they look locked in, man. Oh, there is fans there. Wait, where did the fans come from? Oh, they're walking out like through the stands?
And Romero, they are Liberatan.
Watch out, we gotta listen for who gets the most,
Sea-Dog and Goofy.
The most cheers here. Not much hype for the OC boys, unfortunately.
Rue and Moda, they are RVL Esports.
Okay. Oh, we're like all standing in the middle over here.
Bugha and Brain.
Oh my, the lion, Bugha.
Epic Whale.
It's kind of tough.
And Pump.
Nope. Not much hype for the West teams, unfortunately.
Cringe and Volko.
Is there a lot of Falcons fans here? Are they booing?
Izzy and Nosith, they are Team Orchid.
Okay. A lot of Orchid fans.
Cherry and Kami, they're Rock Esports.
Nope. A lot of boos for them. Okay. Not very many Rock Esports fans.
Rainy and Nalu.
Shadow and Virgo.
How come you don't got the... Is Is M8 not anything with PWC?
Edson and PH Zin. They are Foot Esports.
Okay.
Vico and Malibuka. They're
Vico. Summit Land champions, man. Look at Vico, man.
Tomat and Mofu. They are Reject.
Reject. Oh, and he's 670.
Muzz and Sphinx.
Look at Muzz, man. Muzz is looking good. Good for Muzz. He just got the default EWC merch on.
Phoenix and Retro. They are Onyx.
West Boys. Holy, how old is Retro? He's so tiny. How old is
Peterbot
Retro?
and POLLO. They are your defending club champions from Team Falcon.
Oh my gosh. Peter and POLLO, man.
Alex and
Yo, why Peter leave the last guy hanging? Wait, chat, who at the...
Khaled and Mashara.
Yo, Trebs, who are the people most of the, like, fans of here? Like, what org do people like here?
And finally, Chino
and Pablo.
Wingu from Team Vitality.
Probably Falcons? I thought they were low-key cheering a little bit more for Falcons there.
4 days of competition, $1 million on the line,
Day number
and a
one.
chance to immortalize your names
Day
in the esports
number
World Cup
one.
Totem.
Nous y sommes, la compétition Fortnite Reload pour marquer l'histoire de l'OWC en direct de Paris. Public, faites du bruit!
Fortnite has returned to the Esports World Cup here in Paris. Now it's time to make history. 40-year-olds are here to make a name for themselves. With some of the most veteran Fortnite players of all time here, will their experience prove useful?
These rookies are just learning the game. I know this game like no one else.
Oh my.
However, Reload will require not just technical ability, but innovation.
I have to find the meta, and I'll do it again.
Is the veterans' time over? Is it now the time for newcomers to show themselves?
Now it's a 1v1. Josh versus POLLO.
Okay, wait, are we good now?
Superstar versus the future here. The game win, but POLLO
Oh my
takes a
gosh.
shot.
This is my moment to shine. Everyone needs to watch their back.
The new gen's got a lot to learn, and I'm gonna show them this weekend.
We've got all of the world's best ready to fight it out, including the greatest of all-time contenders.
Reload, no
I've been
strategies
unbeatable
needed.
for years. That isn't going to change here.
You can become a legend overnight.
Kinda
you
true.
have to put in the work for years.
But this
let's
event
go.
could throw new names to the
Let's
top.
get it.
Time for legends to go, and now it's my time.
Dang, Shxrk says
Overcoming
it's
the
time
pressure
for
is not
legends
easy.
to go.
One team will stand tall.
Okay.
And here, a big
I
result
like
could
the
make
confidence.
all the difference.
Your 2025 champions, Team Falcons.
It's time for the Fortnite Reload Championship
Zoki,
at
right?
EWC 26.
I mean, dude, on EU especially, it's been like nothing but the up-and-comers as of late, you know?
Welcome everybody to the Fortnite
right, when
Reload
does this game
Championship
start
at the Esports World Cup 2026. Taco, we have 40 of the greatest
Are they in the
teams
game?
from
I can't
around
tell.
the world, all battling out for $1
There's
million
no, like, timers
for
or
a club
anything anyway. I'm trying
championship.
to
And what's most important for these
run
guys,
the ad
bragging
before the
rights.
game starts, but I don't know when the game
It all boils
starts.
down to who's even going to make it through groups
If Alex
A
wins,
and
I will
B, and knowing
empty
that
my
we're kicking off
grandmother's
today's
retirement fund
competition
to give
with
you
so
subs.
many
Are they in the
loaded
game? Okay, wait, they are in the
duos,
game.
Jacob,
Chat, I'm
it's
gonna run the
going to
ad
be
right
a
now so we don't have any ads during the game, and
series
then
of
I
events
hope that
throughout
it
the course of today's
starts
matches,
after.
and everybody's of course keeping their eye
Do
out
I have
for some of
delay?
the
No,
lead
but
ringers,
why would I
but
have
at the
delay?
same
What do you
time,
mean?
you never know when
I
an
don't think I
upset
have
might
delay,
just
but let
take
me check
place.
other
Yeah, and honestly, I usually talk about the entirety of a tournament being more of a
No,
marathon
delay.
and not
We're
a
good,
race.
we're good.
This event is more so that same case because you have 10 games
right,
today
let's go. Chat,
in
2
the
minutes
group
left to vote on the
stages,
prediction
right?
as well.
And that's way more
Vote on the
than a
prediction,
lot of
chat.
these guys have played in a single day of Fortnite
ready.
in their life when it comes
We
to
are ready.
competition. I
Game Game
in the
1.
qualifiers, we had 8 games throughout each and every one of those days.
Oh, chat, we're
2
gonna
more
have
games
10
that
games
leads me to
today.
believe that it's going to be the ones that who are mentally tough, the ones that are composed, that are going to find their way into the top 7.
But kind of on the other note of that, you also have to remember, with the additional 2 games in comparison to what we've been accustomed to, players have much more opportunity to really find that bounce back option. And when you think about the fact that there
the
is still
setups are actually
technically
kind of fire.
that secondary lifeline, as long as you find yourself not within
got, like,
the
the
bottom
nameplates in the
3
background and
of
everything.
today, you will have the chance to ultimately run it back. But obviously, honing back into where we are at currently, I think that there is plenty of teams that are certainly going to want to sprint their way to the top regardless.
Yeah, especially, Shxrk, Teeny, Peterbot, POLLO. 3
We're actually going to watch both Peter and
each.
POLLO
So
and
they have
Shxrk
6 out of the 8 wins for both EU and
Where's
NA
M8 at? I
Central.
don't know if
and
they
it's
do
not
things
just
with
they're
EWC,
playing the
but
games,
Virgo's in
it's
M8. I
how
think it's like
they're
the
playing these
only
games.
M8 player
They're
in this.
aggressive. They're dominant. They don't leave
And it's
any
not
stone unturned. And
Is
that's
that
something
KHANADA?
that I'm really
KHANADA
interested to see,
isn't-
because typically you have Team 1, Team
playing
2,
till tomorrow.
2 different groups.
Now
No,
plays tomorrow.
today, 2 of the best teams in the entire world are here in the same group. Tomorrow, we might see Sky and Scroll, but for today, it's POLLO versus Shxrk.
Basically the finals, yeah.
And at the same time, we heard it already, Peterbot ready to make an early entrance, same case scenario
let's go.
for his duo POLLO there. But
Hey, low-key,
I also
hey, good timing on
want
the
to
start.
talk about the
3
fact
minutes
that
starting?
This is going to be one of the best
Oh my gosh,
opportunities
okay,
to
that's
see
actually
some of
kinda
these
fire. Let's get it.
international teams, some of the
Let's get it.
smaller
Game
regions
1.
really start to get a little bit more
And this
involved and
production
kind of
is
remind
nice.
the rest of the world, particularly everybody
Got
on
the
social
Falcons
media,
names. I don't know why we still got
they're here
music.
to show out, and
is
obviously
fire. Braves
already
gets a
kicked
kill.
things off pretty hot here in match
Okay, wait, is my
number
face cam in the
1.
right spot?
No surprises
Chaz, my face cam in
whatsoever.
a good
Pete
spot, yes or
and
no?
POLLO just doing their
I think we should be
thing.
good.
Yeah, and even in the feed,
His
Braves
face
just
cam is
getting
so
an early
tiny.
game elimination. Only 1, because in reload, your teammates will have about 12 seconds. So if you go down, you're really relying on
Braves is over
12
here next
seconds
to
from your
Peter.
teammate to stay
Oh my
alive.
gosh,
They can
there
shorten
is
that time
so
spent
many
with either
people over
Nox
here.
eliminations or full-on duo
Yo, good morning,
wipes.
chat.
But
Yeah,
that
if
just
anybody's
puts the
here, this is
pressure
game
on
number
them to
1.
survive. And we're just kind of
If you
seeing a
guys
lot of
just
the
got
early
here,
games. Pete,
just
POLLO,
started game
uncontested.
number 1.
Muzz and Sphinx, on the other hand,
Muzz,
the
okay.
entire
No full teams are dead yet. Chat,
Typically,
remember,
throughout the
if you
qualification
finish
spots,
bottom
you see 2
3
teams
overall
right
on the
here. Today,
leaderboard, your
Taco, we have
EWC
4.
is
And there's
over.
just way too many duos actually here. Adley, Armory, and Retro
Retro
Phoenix.
gets a
They're
kill in the
trying to get rid
cringe.
of at least one of
Wait,
them. Cringe gonna be
why
the
is West
first
low-key better
to
than
be
EU? West
removed
over
from
EU?
the battlefield here, but we'll just have to wait and
Look
see
at the
how
stage.
things actually
That's
play
kinda
out. Where
fire,
both those
actually.
managed to scurry off too,
That is
because
actually
Phoenix
kinda
and
tough, I
Retro
can't lie.
have certainly stamped their mark, but obviously
tiny.
they're not
Everybody's
the
game was
only
kinda
ones
tiny.
that are
Look at
trying
the
to
stage.
secure
You
some
guys
of
see
those
that?
free elimination points. 3 up
That is
top
fire.
can definitely make some leadway.
Yeah, I like the
they're
production
almost
of this.
looking
The
like they
production
wanted
of
to
this
get a
is
little bit more
nice.
aggressive, but he kind of picked up that shotgun. It had no extra ammo in it, kind of slowing down the progression there. But game 1, typically in a lot of the tournaments, especially our international events, it does kind of slow down just a little bit, but I'm not seeing it here in Reload. It's just constant action. Vico get elimination onto Rainy. Shxrk now trying to play for alert on Muzz and Sphinx. And this is the spot where I told you 4 teams are actually landing at.
That's the thing there. Muzz Sphinx being fully aware of just how many other duos are actually surrounding them. They're definitely trying to be a little bit smart. Obviously, Shxrk going to reveal himself.
I forgot this is a LAN setup, so everybody has every single cosmetic. I was like, oh wait, this guy actually might have the FNCS pick.
It's going to be tough for Shxrk or Khaled to really find
he might be the FNCS winner. I don't know who won
so
FNCS in Middle East.
create a little bit of distance here. Might actually cause
Oh, did you have every
Muzz and
item? Okay.
Sphinx to
Just Muzz and
focus
Sphinx?
a
Yeah,
bit
the
more of
face
their
cams are
attention
so
that way.
tiny. Why is the face cam like not above like the
Muzz
map
Sphinx, they'll
over
waste
there?
no time.
Oh my,
Now
Muzz
let's
aim.
see if they can beam Khaled out
Ooh,
of the
no
air.
kill.
Don't even give him that opportunity to properly rotate.
Oh yeah, I
the
lose
launch pad.
someone on
And
Middle East,
obviously,
so
it's just going to get more
he probably did
complicated
just choose it.
as the zones continue to pull
That's
further
true. I
and
forgot
further
an
inward.
EU team on Middle East.
But a little bit more settled over at Hostile Hold
Alabuka
for
and
Vico
Vico.
Alabuka.
I mean, when
One
you
kill for them.
literally
Okay,
have
so
a
kill
quarter
points are
of the
worth 3 in
lobby
this
landing on Elite Armory,
That's always the thing that I
it
wonder
does
is,
kind
like,
of
is
ease
it
up the
3
pressure
points per kill or
elsewhere,
4?
and
But
they
this
kind
one's
of
3.
being used by not only Vico and Malabuka, but Rainy as well. They went down early on. They got separated, so he's the one buying all the time in the world. Muzz and Sphinx on the other side trying to rotate away west of the Elite strongholds. They end up in a little bit of an altercation. One
Not the
that does seem
greatest
to be
loot from them.
stalled
Only
out, though.
4 builds for Muzz as well, but someone
PH
just
from a
died right
distance,
next to
actually
him.
going to snipe away
PHN gets the
Shxrk
kill.
for Muzz and Sphinx's clutches. And a little bit of a disappointment,
Khan?
maybe even for Muzz and Sphinx.
No.
They'll opt to drop for the loot.
No.
That does leave Paladin
Yo,
a bit of
And
off position,
Flexi with
obviously
the
waiting for his
gifted
duo to get
sub.
back into
Thank
the
you,
action, but now
Flexi. Here we
Peter's
go,
in.
bro.
He's gonna look
Appreciate
to
that.
close
W
that
gifted,
gap.
man.
Edson right
There's
behind
only 6
him.
teams. No,
Plus,
there's
Sphinx
10
fully
games
aware
today,
of the fact
bro.
they might just have to pick up
10
another
games.
fight.
one after the next, Edson.
But I mean, you know, it's reload, so.
This is one of the teams at the Elite Armory, and you see him using that grapple, just trying to bait and switch. But he just separated himself too much from PHN. This could have been a great opportunity for Muds and Sphinx to kind of peek out. But I know Muds and Sphinx, especially when it comes to reload, they like to play a calm, cool, collected gameplay. They don't go elimination heavy and toward the end of the game when they almost have to.
Also just smart forcing that disengage.
We're gonna see the slurp map. I think it's game 6 through 10. Game 1 through 5 is on this map, and the slurp map is game 6 through 10.
Opt for the launchpad escape here. Rainy and Nolly, though.
Is there a team I'm 100% sure they'll fall? I mean, probably Peter and Shxrk.
On Cringe's early
Peter and
close
Shxrk
here.
don't qualify out of this group,
like
that would be
fire,
insane.
see if he can get his duo out of dodge. For right now,
yeah,
seems
I'm
to be
pretty
a success
confident that
because
they
Nalu
do.
definitely on the ropes here.
Nalu
Cringe
and
gonna
Rainy.
start to make a revisit, but it turns back to
This might be the first full team dead.
Rainy and Nalu.
I mean, Cringe goes down.
Just
Cringe,
like
how many
that,
times
come out
has
on
Cringe
top, but at
died
the same
already?
time, Volko's still the healthiest of the bunch.
Yeah, we saw him
died like
drop to
4
5
times.
HP before he finally got saved. And you got to give Nalu and
there are
Rainy
so
a
many
good
different
credit right
perspectives
there
going
to
on
help
right
each other out when they need it most.
There's
That would have
player
been the
cams
worst
on the
possible
left, player
time
cams
for
on the bottom
Nalu
right.
to get
We're
taken
switching
down.
between
You see how many
POVs.
more
We
and
got a
more
whole
players
map
are
with the
moving over in
leaderboard on the
that
right and
direction.
everything too. Like,
kind of see where the mini map
this
is at. The
production
zone
is
is
fire,
pulling
but there's so much
everybody
going
over towards
on.
the western part of the map, towards Peerless Pier. And even though if it doesn't land over at that POI taco, we
goes
gotta
down,
watch
wait.
out for the mountainous
Dude,
edges
Cringe
that play a
dies
huge role in these end games.
All right, now one thing's for sure, David Cringe is just trying to look out to see whether or not he can actually
Well,
touch
Akron
foot
and
back
Bolton?
onto
Oh, they
the
play
ground.
tomorrow.
Pico and Malabuka
Akron and Bolton play
drawn
tomorrow.
towards
Anybody
that
that
reboot.
didn't play
It's
today
like a
plays tomorrow.
calling
So like
beacon to every single duo
KHANADA,
in the area,
Acorn,
and now Vico, Malabuka
everybody else.
choosing to just continue wrapping around,
So FNC has 6 or
following
12
where these
games.
reboots are taking
I
place.
would assume
And
it's
if they can
12.
keep securing
I think it's
elimination
12.
points like that,
There's
it
Shxrk
might
and
force
Teeny.
the hand of Shxrk and
First
Teeny
look
to get a
at
little bit
them.
more proactive on that aggressive front.
Yeah,
One of
even
our
though
potential
for today's games, it is going to be
EWC
top
winners right
7
here.
qualify to the finals. It's almost like that. I think
Decent
Barney
lead for
said like
Shxrk.
the first impressions matter so much. When everybody else goes
Was she in
back
this full
to
dead?
rewatch this, the other group that is
actually,
probably
check.
watching it live now, they're
me
going to
see
try
if
to
Fortnite
pinpoint and
checkers
expose some of those weaknesses. So
Peter
you got to
Boyo.
make sure you got to play as hard as you can the entire time.
The team that is full dead is
jump up
the
for
Middle East
Peterbot
team that
Pollo.
we're
And
talking about with
honestly,
FNCS Big
for
Guys.
both watching Shxrk and TD and
Shxrk
Peterbot Pollo here,
and
0 eliminations
5
so
all that. I
far
don't know how
in
to say
this
his name,
game.
to
It's
be
not
honest,
something I
but that's
expected to
who's full
see, but they are a team that does like to
Saves
play
their
a
school,
little bit
yeah.
more
The production
calculated
is
at
so
times.
fire for this.
Dame Power certainly playing a little bit of a
Pablo.
part here, lending towards their favor, though, because who wants to really get all that up close and personal with those duos this early on the competition? Rather just wait and see whether or not they decide to throw their names into the hat. But Chino, Pablo, crowd getting a little active for these two on your screen. Vitality's representatives, and
is there a character limit? It kind of looks like there might be.
European powerhouse team. So
because everybody's like
expecting
org
some
name
big
is all
things,
shortened to like.
especially with where they're currently
3 letters,
located. Hari and
or
Cammy
4.
just on the other end, separate hill
When does
face
Bugha play?
now.
Bugha plays today. Bugha
But
is in this lobby
so far,
right now.
Everybody's in the clear. Teams are starting to hedge up in positions to potentially lock out others, though, caught inside of the storm for just one step too many.
I don't
Pump,
know.
Epic Whale. Really trying to find themselves
really
not
know.
getting
I'm
sandwiched
not
between the two.
tapped into
Yeah, and you can kind of see on the right side of your screen, these guys this weekend are playing more than just for themselves. They're playing for a club championship. If anybody can take down Team Falcons, it is going to be AGAL, which we will see tomorrow. Vitality in this game as well. So there's still plenty of those club championship points up for grabs. So a lot of these Fortnite players, they're used to playing a little selfish, playing for themselves, but I think right now they got the big picture understood here.
No Sip just died to himself in the
Bugha. Center zone on the edge of a hill.
Really.
They got to be positioned very, very nicely here. They do have some good heals, and their loadout pretty looking stacked.
Wait and see whether or not it actually goes pretty well for them. Z-Dog, though, definitely in a bit of trouble as Epic Whale and Pump are going to cut him off.
Okay, yeah, that's the team that died right here, chat. This team up here.
Have to
that's the only team that's
remember,
dead so far.
with so many stragglers, kind of teams that just suffered some of those early issues at the beginning of the match, waiting for their duo to reboot themselves into a position where they can participate in the lobby. You're coming into the mix behind on loot,
Shxrk and Teeny.
behind on
like
just about everything. Material can also
No.
be a little bit hard-pressed even if you've been getting constantly farmed
Oh, no,
and
they are
that
in the
reboot
storm.
cycle, but knowing that there's only one duo that's actually been fully eliminated at this stage so far, Jacob.
Yeah,
and we're
reload
already
mid-games,
rapidly making our
like, at
approach
the beginning of the
towards that
tournament are
7
always
zone.
a
You
little
have to
bit
remember,
slow.
that's the point
Once we
where
get to, like,
if
game
you lose your
5
duo,
and
or
people
if you
start
both get
crashing
wiped,
out, like, the
that's
early
it. That's
mid-game
the
will
end
be
of
fun.
the run, obviously, but
Watching, like,
knowing that
Shxrk
you're
and
gonna lose that
Peter
reboot
crash out
opportunity,
on
I think
teams,
could
but
put a little bit more pressure
everybody's
on.
got to get those
it's
land
definitely
jitters
going
out
to be
right
tough
now, you know?
because if the qualifiers have taught us anything, you
Let's
don't
lower this on
start
the
to get
broadcast a little bit.
placement points until essentially the end of the game. Zone 10, Zone 11, Zone 12. That's where you get a lot of the meat and potatoes in terms of those points. So it's going to be very, very important. I like the strategy out of Shxrk and Teeny. I like the strategy out of Nosif and Izzy.
How many games today?
And you can kinda
10.
see
There's
a
10
couple of
games
these
today.
teams are kind of trying to fly under
There's
the
only
radar.
Oatley
10
plays
games
tomorrow.
is a long time, especially when
Oatley
we go
plays
from
tomorrow.
Elite Stronghold to the Slurp Rush map. You don't want to be on anybody's radar at least too soon in the tournament.
You call Shxrk down because of the pickaxe you
Be a little bit more
did.
evasive
You actually
from the
did say it was
rest
the
of lobby,
pickaxe
just
curse.
continuing to put up some strong
Epic Qualing
positional
pump.
fronts. Epic pump though.
The storm sound is
Fully
very
aware of the
loud.
fact they're gonna need
Okay,
to get
yeah,
a
I'll
move
turn it
on.
down more if I need to.
Solid hustle so far.
Messing up the player cameras?
Some of NAOS finest.
A little
but
bit, not too bad though. I can't
Gotta
lie.
watch your steps
Like, they're-
sometimes.
for how
Leo
much they're
Romero,
changing perspectives,
Shadow,
like
Virgo, so many other teams
every
also making
second,
their
basically. I
approach.
think they're doing a
Everybody
pretty good
trying
job
to
so far.
really get based up more towards that high ground position because of where the zone is pulling towards, but that's gonna force some
Oh my,
other teams
PHN has
to sort of
the
start getting
is that the
entangled with each
shockwave
other,
grenade
and
launcher, or is that
these
just a grenade
engagements
launcher?
get really awkward, especially with what PHN is
That's
holding
just a
on to.
grenade launcher, right,
This
chat? That's not
one's
the
going to be
shockwave one.
interesting to watch for PHN with that mythic shockwave launcher. We know
Wait,
what
that is the
shockwave, we know
shockwave? Oh my
overdrive
gosh.
shockwaves can do, and that mythic
Is that like the
shockwave
one from
launcher
like
is
Kids?
just that much more dangerous.
From Chapter 2? Like that type of
Nosif
shockwave
just trying
launcher?
to farm up. You see everybody in
insane.
Elite experiments.
Chapter
There's a
2
lot
Season
of
3,
places to
that's
hide, but as
insane.
Taka was saying, you can see Peterbot, POLLO, Phoenix, Retro, Izzy, Nosif, Shxrk and Teeny even on the other side. They're putting a lot of importance on maintaining a bit of elevation because we could easily go up
Shxrk
any
and
one of these
Peter.
mountains on the side.
It's also just so
Same
hectic
lobby
when you're
here.
trying to play through
Everybody's
low ground
basically in
this type
zone.
of
One team
environment,
has died still.
especially when you know that
Reboots
PHN,
expire
it's
in
unlikely going to be a
55
big
seconds, chat.
disruptance factor as long as they're holding on to that mythic shockwave. But for Pete POLLO, right now, they're really just trying to stave off everyone else. And we got about 45 seconds and dwindling
Decent loot for
until
POLLO. Not like the
reboots are
craziest
gonna
loot
cut
ever,
off,
but
and that's
decent.
also
4
going to be
shockwaves,
an
blue pump,
interesting landscape because
gold
for a lot of
suppressed
these
guards,
teams,
decent.
that next rotate could just be your last.
Yeah. You
Oh, I see what you're talking about with the player cameras now. Like, yeah, this is that is not
over.
I do see what you're saying
teams.
now.
And that's why I think elevation is
I don't know
definitely
why they don't
key. And you
just
see
change
a
the team
huge
POV,
mix
but they're gonna
of
show the team
rotation
face
coming
cam.
out from some teams, mainly being the shockwaves. But the other thing you got to notice
Are
is
they
that
wrong on
flow
everybody?
very
Oh, no,
fit
this is-
because it allows you to go higher,
Is this
further,
Nosif?
that low gravity.
I can't
And you
lie,
mix that
I don't
with
know
the
which one's Izzy and
shockwave,
which
it's
one's
almost
Nosif.
very little worry if you do end up with that max pull.
I
So
think
if you
this
don't
is-
have it, definitely got to be careful. But as Taka was alluding to, 5
Whatever.
seconds.
Who cares?
Reboots will turn off, and that means
That's
it's
Izzy, that's
essentially
Nosif.
your last
Two
chance to make
separate
any
reboots.
mistakes
Okay,
here.
that
You
is
can kinda
Nosif,
see the
okay.
different
That's
edges,
what I
the
thought.
mountain over towards the
Gotcha,
east,
gotcha,
the regular
gotcha, gotcha.
POI over towards the south, and this
All
zone
right,
is gonna
reboots
tell us a
have
lot.
expired, chat. Anybody that dies now,
While they'd initially
they're
been
dead
a
for
little
the
bit
rest
more
of the game
isolated,
here.
Sphinx and Muzz immediately going to crash
oh my,
the party,
Alex,
but
no,
is
Alex
the one who's
insta
really gotta look
dies
out.
as soon as
Shxrk Teeny,
reboots
they're
expire.
trailing them since the start.
And Teeny
Shxrk
gets the
gets a
kill
little
as
more
well.
damage in the exchange, but he's still got
Power
plenty of
Alex,
shield left to work with,
8-time
and Teeny
OCE
right next to him.
FNCS
The
champion.
damage has already been
Dead
done.
early game
Reckless,
number 1.
Best of luck out there, buddy, because you're going to need it with so many
Wow,
other
and
teams
Shxrk and Teeny are
already starting to
stacked.
swarm onto his
They are
position.
actually
Shxrk
stacked.
Teeny, they're going to be so difficult to actually avoid their line of sight, and they're already fixated on the next move. They want to immediately send
Looks
it
like
towards
everybody's getting
high
in. There's
ground, and
Bugha
they're
down
going
there.
to have the
Where's
advantage
Bugha's
of
teammate?
getting
Where's
ahead
Braids?
of Wolf and Tama in the process.
Yeah,
Braid's
I'm a little
dead.
surprised about their lack
Where's
of aggression
Braids?
in the early game. They're a team that
Shadow
knows
and
how
Virgo
to
still
flip
alive
that
as a duo.
switch, just like this one here. Shadow and Virgo progressively getting better each and every tournament throughout this year.
Oh, he is
And now
life. He's up on the mountain. Okay, got you.
For this event, they made
My
sure
Bugha
to
Malibu
kind of
kinda
take
being
down
held
some
back
top
here,
teams
though.
all along that path, and now they're elevated just like
You know, POLLO so live as a
else.
duo.
They see
Just
that the
every
zone has
oh my
pushed
Volko
everyone
goes
on the
down.
board. Pablo
It's been a rough
and
game
Chino
for
even
Cringe and
getting the
Volko.
knock on the Volko, just showing how
Oh, they're
chaotic
hyped
this
for
endgame is beginning to turn
Volko
into.
dying right
It's
there
just been
too.
an uphill battle, quite literally, for Cringe and Bugha from the start. Pablo and Chino just
Looks like there's a lot of what
head
were
on
you
to
seeing
their
on Pablo in
problems,
chat?
but that could be
Hitchers?
the
Is that what
setup
it
that
is,
they
or is that
needed.
something
They've
else?
got a a little bit of an opening, but they are
There's a lot of
making
whatever
sure
their
the
fan
lobby's
base is here
focus
and there.
is headed elsewhere. Reckless, though, just still so separated from everybody else. Sure, he might have been ahead of the pack, but when you're a solo, you only have so many options.
Shxrk
and
and Teeny
now, as the congestion starts
taking
to build
height
on
early
top of them,
here. Oh,
Shxrk,
Vitality,
Teeny
yeah,
headed
yeah,
straight for height. They're looking to
Havoc
really be the
and Vitality.
primary
Okay.
controllers for where everyone else is going to send it next. And it's going to be tough because if you're trying to funnel through some of those lower layers,
Shxrk and
not
Teeny
only are
on
you
height.
trying to work through some of those
First moving
pre-existing
zone
builds,
coming
but
in.
now Shxrk, Teeny beating
I mean, this
you
could just be a
all
game one
teams.
win for Shxrk and Teeny. I
already
can't
feeling
lie.
some of that pain.
They are
Loses pretty much
looking
all of his shield. He's going to have to take a moment now to stop
pretty
and heal.
stacked. They still have 100 mats. Where's Peter at, though?
For the zone to pull in
Where is Psycho Height play Peter?
Or at least relatively so, has to rotate
Peter versus
in
Shxrk
this
on height. Watch
direction,
it. We
and
might
they are
actually
just
get a Shxrk versus
lighting
Peter height
things up,
game
and
one.
because they're elevated so high up, all it's going to take is
Shxrk
one
takes it early.
of
Who else
those
is even height
shockwaves to
teams
get
in
to
this
the front
lobby?
side of zone and
That's
maintain
what, like
their
Shxrk,
position,
Peter.
and out it goes. They're going to
Who
go
else
ahead and try
plays
to
height
hold
in
on
this
to it
stuff?
while
I don't know.
continuously looking for more and more opportunities at damage.
Is he
and
no
get
safe?
these
Do they play
players
height
out
too?
of the lobby.
I like the
See
fact that
Epic
they
Will
actually
back zone
cut
over
that
there.
frontside rotation a little bit short just so they could do, as you said, elevate. That is the priority for these two. No Sip Izzy currently stuck, but it's temporary
Oh my,
because they
Vico
find a big
gets a
knock
kill in the
onto
pump.
Paul.
3 kills
Some
for
damage has
Vico
been done
here now.
for Vico and
41 bills
Malabuga
left for him
as
still.
they're gonna now
34
look
players left
to
alive.
try and
18
see whether or
duos.
not they can break in.
Barely
Where
anybody has
Cringe
died
is
still
at,
here.
But no, instead realizing
Haven't seen
positioning
Peter in a
is
while.
going
Where
to
is
be
Peter and
the
Pollo
clear
at?
intentions.
Peter, I see Peter and Pollo.
Shxrk
They're
and
on low
Teeny
ground.
doing such an
Yeah,
excellent
Peter Pollo
job
are
still of
actually full low
maintaining
ground.
height.
We
They're
have
not
Peter
really
low
allowing
ground,
anybody
Shxrk on
else the
high ground.
opportunity to even try and challenge them.
And all it takes is one person to look up and a
Shxrk.
whole nother team to
He's gonna be
shockwave.
spraying. Wait,
Anything
Peter!
is still
Peter goes
possible, but
down!
Peterbot's gonna go
Peter
down.
dies!
Pollo faced with a little bit of trouble,
And Pollo's
he
dead
falls
too!
as well.
Oh my gosh, an
this
early
lobby
death
already.
for Peter and Pollo. Wow.
Benefiting so heavily
That is
right
a
now. Two
really early death from them.
eliminations.
Did they
Izzy
even
right
get a
next
kill
to
that?
him, relatively healthy, but at the same
Was that a
time,
0-point
they gotta
game
be
for
so
Peter and Pollo right
careful.
there?
Straight to his front side.
Oh, no.
They're gonna opt to drop here. They know
That-
that they've got
that
company,
is-
but they've
that
done a
is
good
bad.
job of cutting off where the other frontside duos were initially headed. Shxrk Teeny
Wow, a
still
0-point
applying so
game is
much
rough.
pressure. And
Malabuga
Muzz
goes
will
down,
take out
Muzz goes
Malabuga, but
down.
Spinks
So many big
loses
names
his duo
dying.
in turn.
Spinks
He'll
is a
have
solo.
to
Cammy
try
and
to
Hari
his
get
way
kills
forward,
onto
but
them.
with only one build remaining, he's going to be forced into
I mean,
a
Shxrk
fight.
and
It's an
Teeny are
all-out
just chilling on height
scramble
right now,
currently, and Spinks,
probably.
he'll even opt to maybe try and
Vico
play
is
the
not
for
chilling though.
some
One
additional
build
points because
needs a siphon, needs a
isn't
mat
really a
refresh. He
factor
needs a
yet,
lot of
Jacob.
things
Yeah, I was
here.
thinking he's one of 4 solos.
Damn, look at Shxrk and Teeny just in the sky up there.
6 different solos being stuck in this.
It's 10 games, yeah, that is
It's
true. It is 10
complete
games.
Madness, and down below you got Bugha and Braids trying
Wait,
to control
Bugha, the line's
as
still
much
alive.
of the
Needs a
ground as
refresh
possible,
though.
but these
There's
teams
still
do empty items
16
off, digging
teams
into their
alive.
heels. Relatively low to
Nobody is dying.
material.
Everybody's
They're
dying
gonna
now
need a
though.
miracle
14
if they're
teams
gonna make a
alive.
run for first in this
Top
game.
23
Right now,
situation.
it's all
Bugha
about
no
trying to
builds.
see if
Bugha's
they
just trying to
can
jump in on
break
somebody.
through some of these
Cammy and Hari still going. 3 kills total for them.
A little bit of separation for some of that low ground
Is
congestion
anyone gonna
at,
look
but
up?
Izzy
I
knows
don't
that
think
disaster
so.
has struck.
Nobody has the
Izzy's
mats
now.
to be able
Izzy's
to look
scrambling
up.
every which way, but he won't be able
Oh,
to
we're getting
avoid
a replay
the
right
bulk
now.
of this
A
lobby
mid-end
pressure.
game replay.
Shadow,
Okay.
Virgo,
Wow,
in
Shxrk
that
takes down
lower hand
Chino.
section, they've been getting pretty
I mean,
active
Virgo
here.
has
He's
mats
great
and
to
Virgo has a
play.
shockwave launcher. If a team's
Virgo
gonna look up, it's gonna be Shadow and Virgo.
Shockwave launcher for himself. Could pose
If a
big
team's
threat
gonna go up,
for
it's gonna be
Shxrk
them.
if they're
Top
still
7
going down the
situation
high
here
ground.
now.
Right now,
Oh my
Shadow
gosh,
with
Virgo
that
with the
and a
1 pump on
surprise
low
banger
ground.
onto
They're getting
Xenon. That's gonna give
RPG'd?
them their opener takeover front side load.
Shadow and Virgo, or not Shadow and Virgo, Shxrk and Teeny. I just saw an RPG fly up to high ground.
And this is what I was talking about, the progression of Virgo and Shadow.
Yo, and Nizzy with the
This
prime.
past
Thank
year
you, bro.
has
W
been
sub. Thank you,
insane.
Nizzy.
Now they find
Dude, Shadow and Virgo are fragging low ground, but as soon as I say that, Shadow goes down. Virgo just instantly hits the res mid-end game. The res is only 5 seconds here, and he is going to be able to get the res. He can actually just res so fast in this. Oh my. What is happening on low ground? This is actually chaos. Cammy goes down. Hari has no mats. Hari's going to shockwave in. Shadow's 1 HP. Goofy's still going. Goofy and Z-Dog OCE representation. This is just a Shxrk and Teeny win. Yeah, this is just a Shxrk and Teeny win, man. This is
trying to see whether or not he'll even be able to make it
a very easy Shxrk and Teeny win, yeah. Only 3 kills from them, but they're the only duo left alive. 2v1v1 situation. Shxrk's gonna drop down. Shxrk is gonna kill Sphinx. And this is looking like an easy game 1 win for Shxrk and Teeny, man. Wow. Okay, that was easy. They just held hype the entire end game.
I'm just watching.
They made that look easy. I can't
all
lie.
year long, Jacob.
They made that look
putting
really
on
easy.
the masterclass
Yep,
inside
EU
of
wins
Reload.
game
These
one.
guys just understand the game more like the back of their
That
hand.
is a Shxrk
I was giving Virgo credit for the start of his year, how he's been playing, but I think Shxrk has to be the player in Fortnite
I mean, there's
right
10
now
games,
when it comes to
so.
progression, when it comes to building
Yeah,
a
long
legacy.
tournament left to go.
3 out of 4 victories in the qualifiers, and they are looking unstoppable
game
here
one
today.
window for Shxrk.
Definitely a pretty vicious zone, though, for so many of these teams. We saw half the time if it wasn't Shxrk being the problem, it was just trying to make it up that mountain face in the first
chat, let's
place.
do
Anytime you've got zones,
let's do a
we're
little
going over
region
elevation
battle
with that,
here.
especially when everyone is already so
Let's do a little
stuffed
region
on
battle here.
material.
Who places
It just adds
highest
so many different types
in the
of
next game, chat?
complications, and
NA,
obviously that can
EU,
really difficult
or
to
other?
overcome. I mean, how many
Who
times
places
did we see
highest in the
players
next game?
overdriving? They
Oh, yeah, I
find
gotta
the
pull
mount,
up
they
the
find
leaderboard too, huh?
elimination, but they couldn't even celebrate because immediately after they
I'll
still
do it
don't
after
have
this. I don't
time
know
to
how much
actually pick
time
up
is gonna be
any
in
of the
between the
material
games
off
here.
of the bodies, so they're just left out in the open.
Shxrk and
Yeah,
TD
you
win.
kind of see big number of eliminations is what they usually have. They took a
that was
different
only like a
approach to
4-kill
this
win for
game,
them,
but I
huh?
think if they continue to feel comfortable, if they continue to put up these victory royales or consistently in the top 3 with
and they know I
eliminations,
am in
we
it.
could see a whole different
everything
piece
on
come the end of the
EU.
day.
It's wild to think about, too, knowing that there's still
Okay, are they, like,
9
getting into
other
the next game? I
matches
don't know
to
what's
work
going on
with.
here.
Obviously, it's hard
Where's
not
their
to
monitor?
get
Okay, no,
excited
they're in
when
the
you
lobby.
see Shxrk and TD doing their thing, but
I'm just gonna wait and
today's
see
competition,
how long
it's
this
not about how you
break
start,
is
it's how
here.
you finish when there are so many lobbies to actually slug it through.
All right, Cam, you look locked
a
in.
lot of teams getting off to a hot start could be the difference
All right, should I
maker
just check
between
leaderboard right
avoiding
now?
that bottom 3 ultimately, or
I guess I just check
finding
leaderboard right
yourself
now.
just inside of that top 7.
All right, let's do a quick leaderboard check
Ari
here.
a little bit of credit as well.
Shxrk and
for how
TD
they
are in
played.
first,
Even when
Kami
they
and Ari
got
in second,
separated,
Muzz
they
in
still
third, Shadow and
managed
Virgo
a
in
way
fourth,
to end
Z-Dog
up
and
with
Goofy
a
in
top
fifth,
2, but
Rue
that's going to
and
be it for us
Muda
on
in
game
fifth,
number 1.
Edson
We're going
in
to go ahead and
seventh,
throw
and
it
remember,
to
chat.
a quick, short moment here
Okay, wait,
from
they are
everybody
gonna
here
take
at
a
EWC.
Are they taking a break? I think they are. Yeah, they are. Okay. We can check the leaderboard now. Let me see. Here, there we go. So what? Top 7 is Qual right now. There's still 9 games left to go, Chad. We still got a long ways to go. 9 games left to go, but top 7 is Qual right now. So currently, Bugha's just outside of that. Qual right now is only 33 points, though. Vico's in 14th, Chino Pablo in 15th, Peterbot in 18th place. That was a 0-point game for Peterbot and POLLO in game number 1. Dang. 0-point game for Peter. That is rough. That is rough. Dude, this Fortnite broadcast is actually so delayed. Hold on, let me take off the Fortnite broadcast. Something like that. All right, there we go. Wait, a Clicks interview? A Clicks and Savage interview? Why do I have no audio?
Streamers here at the Esports World Cup. Boys, how does it feel to be here at the Esports World Cup?
Looking forward to watching this event for a long time, and yeah, it's great to be here.
And we just watched that intro. Lots of players walking out, Clicks. Who had the most aura? Who was looking the most confident?
Warm-up game?
Man,
let's get a warm-up game.
I have all my bread on Bugha winning it all. His aura,
Bugha winning it all.
His shape, his energy.
It's crazy.
It's flowing, I'll tell you that.
He hasn't performed on LAN in a while, though. We haven't seen that Bugha LAN performance in a good while. What makes you confident?
Prediction on who feels Qual's going really good? I
I
mean,
mean,
we
you
got
haven't
9
seen it
games
in a
left to
while,
go.
but you've seen it once. That's the difference that y'all have
There's
to understand
9 games
is
left.
she was once
We're
a
not
winner.
even, we're 10%
So he's winning
through the
this,
tournament.
He's winning this weekend.
I like that, fighting words. Now, Savage,
But yeah, good game from Muzz, good game
You're
from
the
Cam,
EU
for
rep
sure.
here. Who you got winning?
Well, I think Shxrk and TD, like, you know, I don't know where Clicks is getting Bugha from. Yeah, I think he knows something that we don't, but I think it's gonna be
Bugha's a bit of a
Shxrk and
crazy
TD for
prediction
sure.
for the
I
win
think
here.
those are the favorites alongside P and POLLO as well. So
NA's winning, Clicks is saying.
I will put anything I love on NA winning. You know that, Savage. You know NA's winning.
I mean, that has to mean that Clicks
When was
believes
the
in
last
Peter
time
then, no?
NA won
Chat,
the
make sure you guys
last
vote on the prediction. Chat, vote on the prediction.
3 lands ago.
2024.
3 years ago. 2 years ago. 2024. Been a while, bro.
Let's get Zeku. Let's go, bro.
So we're saying NA. You're back in NA. Why are you not back in Peterbot and POLLO? They were the last LAN winners.
Because listen, Peterbot and POLLO, I do think they're going to win, but I'm not going to be like everybody else and say Peterbot and POLLO is going to win. They're going to have a great placement and they could win, but I'm telling you, something about Bugha, something about his energy and how he just doesn't care. It's been making me feel some type of way.
Chat, what place do you guys think
If you're
Bugha
playing
could get in
on
finals
NA,
if he makes finals?
How well do you think you place?
What place do you think Bugha's getting in
season
finals?
on an A, but you know, it didn't end well. But I think if I would run it back, have a solid teammate.
Top
I think it would be
15's great.
I'll outpace this guy.
And Clicks, you'd win on EU, you reckon? If you played on EU, you'd win.
If I played on EU, we'd win with ease. And it's a harder region, you know that. Top NA players are better players than top EU players.
Legends on the stage, legends in the booth as well. Thank you guys so much for the interview. Let's get back to the games.
All right, next game starting soon here, man. Let's go.
Shxrk is
Game
one
two.
of half of Europe's deadliest duos heading into the Reload Championship.
Peter's playing down. Yeah, Peter, after you died early there, he definitely did load up
Alongside
Valorant.
teammate Teeny, Shxrk won 3 of the 4 Reload Elite Series qualifiers, the best performance of any duo across all 7 regions.
Dude, this background music's kind of fire.
It was actually Shxrk and Teeny taking shots from above.
Broadcast got the Shxrk edit. Yeah, they got the Shxrk edit ready after game 1.
It wasn't that difficult, but that's okay. I think I play great in every final so far.
Shxrk is arguably
I wonder how many
2026's
player
biggest
interviews
new
they
star.
got.
After a
'Cause if they're about to
2025
show
that
like
saw him
these
rise
like
to the
edits
ranks in
after
competitive
every
Fortnite in
win.
Europe. In the lead up to
There's
the
gotta be a
Reload
lot.
Championship, the 15-year-old placed 2nd at FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals and 3rd at the
He's
offline
better than
FNCS Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf.
I think you can make an
Germany.
argument that Teeny's performed better than Shxrk in like the
Shxrk's
majors,
success is no fluke, and the
which like he
soft-spoken
probably
Romanian
has,
is coming in
but
hot to the
like
Reload
individual
Championship.
skill-wise, I think
In
Shxrk is a better
2026, Shxrk arrived,
individual
but this
skill-wise
event
player
will
than
decide if he is here to stay.
There are some good teams, but there are like smaller regions.
Bro, Zimmy,
like,
how
the
is me
smaller
running
regions
an
are
ad before the
10 times
game
easier
starts
than
max
Europe.
ads?
Generally the best reload.
Running an ad before the game is like
You're just doing everything
the
for me. I
most
just have
normal
to
thing to do.
eliminate the people and that's it.
So that we don't get ads during the game. Time between the games longer than the actual game. Was this a listen-in? It is a listen-in. Bro, they actually had 0 reaction to winning that game.
Viv, I can't believe it.
Are they not even at their setups? I know they are.
EU gets a VR. Shxrk and TD, game number 1. I want to say I'm not surprised, but I'm kind of surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason to be surprised. We were coming into this competition. Shxrk and
Halftime
TD
break
are
after each
without
game
a
would be
doubt
insane.
considered one of those strongest teams. I think it was me and you. We were watching the game back there
I wonder if
together.
there is
We
going to
looked
be a
up,
halftime break
We saw them on the higher
between the
ground,
switch
and Zeke,
maps.
quote unquote, went, "Oh, so
I think
Shxrk
there
and
could
TD,
low-key
they just
be a
win
halftime
this
break
game."
then, yeah.
I mean, it's just so incredible how these guys can kind of show up to these in-person events and perform so consistent. I mean, they're new to stages, like not completely new,
Let me
but
edit
they
the
just
game. We're
recently
going
have
into
kind
game
of
2.
entered these sort of
Hold on.
stages, and they just perform every single time. Of course, this is just the group stage so far, but a first game win from Shxrk and TD, that's got to be huge for not only their confidence, but also the momentum.
That's the word, right? Momentum. Being able to carry them through. Remember, we just saw them on Summit. And they performed pretty well, right? But
Yeah, thank you,
every
Akuma. Thank
time
you, bro. I
players
appreciate
get
that.
on land,
Our
some of
prediction,
them
there is
have
a
that
prediction running
experience,
right now.
some
Vote on the
don't.
prediction.
And
2 minutes
dude,
left
I'm
to
not
vote on the
even gonna lie,
prediction.
some for me has been doing
Who
this for a
places
long time.
highest, NA,
I'm getting a little
EU,
nervous,
or
right? You
other?
get to see the fans. They're
If you guys on the
super
YouTube stream and you want to vote on the
think about
prediction,
these
come
players are
over
coming
to
into
the
this
Twitch stream.
environment. It's like, hey, there's a lot of expectations. There's a lot
Is there
of prize
players
money on the
walking
line.
out? What is
So to
happening?
see them kind of get that VR now, momentum is going to be
Did something go
huge
wrong?
for them. What about this game? Was there things you felt like you didn't expect in this last game?
Yeah, I mean, usually in Reload, we see a lot of teams regionally when they are so dominant on their
Peter
regions,
Wash.
respectively. They like to go ahead
One
and
game
send
in,
one of
already
their
saying that?
players
That's
off
crazy.
to kind of find some of those early eliminations, but I don't think we saw much of that.
We didn't. We didn't. I think what I didn't expect
All
was to
right, can
see
we,
Peterbot and POLLO go down as early
into
as
this
they
game
did.
here
It
or
kind
no?
of felt like a quieter game for them.
When is the
But
next
you know,
game?
we talk
I
about this a
don't
lot
know,
on the
bro.
broadcast in
I
general.
don't
It's like
know.
this is game 1, right? This kind of early game jitters, kind of feeling out the lobby, the other competition. I'm kind of curious to see maybe the adjustments some of these players will make.
Yeah, Faith and Shxrk. Yeah,
going
Shxrk
into
is
the next
Shxrk and
game.
Teeny are
Yeah, I mean,
either the best
obviously,
or the
over the
second best
course of
reload team
so
here.
many games, it's going to be all about those adjustments. But obviously, me and Zeke were up here on the stage, and the crazy thing for me
What happened
was
game
that
1?
some of our
Shxrk and
players
Teeny
actually had the
took height
opportunity
first
to go ahead
moving
and take a
zone.
break already. We're only one
Nobody
game
took
in,
it from them.
and to me, it was a little bit
Peter died
surprising to
early,
see some of our
and then
players
Shxrk and
already
Teeny won.
leave their setups to
Yeah,
go
that's
take
kind
a
of
break
about
for
it.
whatever they kind of needed to do. I mean, listen, already getting through one single game, and some of these players already needed to take that break might mean they were feeling just a little bit nervous. I mean, obviously, we were walking past some of the players, and I feel like the nerves are
He's
just
not much
that.
of a
Even when
talker.
we were kind of taking a look
Neither
at the
of them are.
walkouts,
Oh. Some of the players aren't even at their
players here, right? You feel like it's just the nerves, man. Some of those jitters.
It just has to be,
Do
right? It's so uncharacteristic. So many big names, like we see right over here, Vico. You know, when he comes out, he's always going to beat Vico. But for some of these players, we do expect these kind of big performances. These big, like, yeah, it's me, I'm here. There is that. Like, you can just kind of feel it in the air. There's a bit of a nervousness, but we only have so many games left to go. I feel like for some of the duos are thinking that game one, I didn't have the performance I needed, especially here in front of this
8 hours now. This is actually about to be like a 10-hour stream.
In game number 2. They need to kind of pick up the pace.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's scary. When a team like Shxrk and Teeny do get that first win, not only does it help them out so much, but it feels scary being any of the other teams in a lot, because you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. These guys are very, very good, and they've kind of already figured out the formula here on lane in the first single game. Like, are they just going to run away with it?
20 seconds left
it is
the prediction
stage, right? A little bit convenient that you do just need to get top 7. That's pretty much all we're fighting for here today. And of course, not being in the bottom 3 as well. You don't want to get relegated here today.
It's going to end in about 5 hours.
Kind of seeing Shxrk and Teeny perform well, man. And what might kind of like hurt the confidence of some of our other players.
It's probably going to light a fire in some. I'm thinking about Peterbot and POLLO, right? There's some duos on this stage that will see that win, and they'll think not even just Shxrk and Teeny. They'll think EU getting a win. Hold on a minute. We need to kind of slow things down and pull things away from that. I'm kind of curious. Maybe someone look to drop on Shxrk and Teeny, change things up, maybe game to game. You did mention something though. The bottom 3 will fall out. That's also got to be the back of the minds of some of these duos thinking, maybe that game 1 didn't go my way. I'm one step closer to being in that bottom 3, and now I might waver or not. Some players might take this opportunity to really bounce back.
Yeah, we do enter the competition. We're like, whoa,
I just answer it from where it pops up on my YouTube Studio. Like on YouTube Studio, it just shows like random comments,
we're used to 6,
and then I just respond to them
Reloaded
from
League Series specifically, we only played 8. But
now
here today, 10 games, and you know these games, once every single one starts to go away, it's like, oh my gosh, we're almost done with the day.
We're getting into the next game
here. You cannot let these get away from you, right?
Players
we really do have to make sure we're making every opportunity possible.
Are we ready to start this?
I'm getting word. It is time to get back up to the casters and see what they're up to.
Let's go.
See, these guys from NA, and Jacob, yourself included, you're all acting so surprised. Me, this is just another day at the office when I really think about it. For Shxrk and Teeny, whether or not they can continue performing to that level, we'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't consider it much of a surprise to see those two continue to pop off, but it could be tough just racking up victory after victory royale.
That wasn't too bad of a break. Did anybody time how long that break was?
Adaptations.
Yeah, and I noticed,
like 10 minutes?
throughout the course
10-minute break in between every game?
The moment Shxrk and Teeny really took high ground,
are they so far apart? I don't know. It's just how the stage is set up.
Nobody had a chance to look up. Nobody even thought about, hey, maybe contest this high ground, which is wildly different than what we've seen so far. But
here's the leaderboard, chat.
The leaderboard with that victory royale. Shxrk and Teeny are in first place, and they have a 10-point lead.
Shxrk in first, Hamihari second, Muzz, Shadow,
continue to grow as a
Z-Dog,
gap
my brother,
between some of these teams in the top
Edson,
3
Rainy,
is where
Bugha,
I'm drawing the most attention
There's a lot of
towards,
small
because
region
45 to
teams in the
60,
top
you
10.
can make up for that with 5 eliminations.
Chat, how many
but
small region
you still
teams
have
do you
to
think
be
are qualifying
rather
out of this group
proactive.
today?
That could cause you to
I still feel like
unnecessarily
it's just gonna be
expose
like
yourself to
one.
getting cleaned up in the process, because we know just
many
how
different
often
teams do I
teams
think
like to
is gonna
sit
get a
inside
win?
of the storm. They like to wait it through until the partial
Probably
zones really
like-
start coming into the fold, and then
Low-key,
that's where we'll
I
see
think
teams kind of get a
wins
little
could
bit
be
more
dominated
of their
by a
rhythm
couple of
rolling,
teams
but
in this. Like
I do
Shxrk
think
could
that
probably
it's
win.
crucial what Vivid
Like
and
chat,
Jacob
how
have
many
discussing
games do you think
in
Shxrk
terms
is
of
winning today?
player nerves. We are
Like,
seeing
I could
some
see Shxrk and Teeny winning
first-timers
like 3
at
games.
when your initial land
You know?
event, I think a big part of the process
I
is
could
also
definitely see
just
them
trying
winning
to
like 3 to
simulate
4,
that
yeah.
at-home environment.
Yeah, and I honestly think
And
it's
then, like, I
not
could
just the
definitely
newer
see
players
Peter
that
winning
have
2
a little bit
games.
of those nerves. You know, I'm not
So, I mean,
saying
there might only
that's
be, like,
the one and
5
only
teams
reason
that
why
can
they
win.
went down, but you look at Peterbot and POLLO falling very, very early.
Is finals going to be today? No, finals is until Saturday.
For them, but
Group 1 is today, Group 2 is tomorrow. The survival stage, which is basically last chance, is
but it just goes to show that I feel
Friday,
like
and then
whether
finals
if
is
it's
on Saturday.
1% or just maxed
Alright,
out,
game number 2.
everybody here has some level of nerves, but it's not necessarily always a bad thing.
Those are
It just shows
walkouts?
your
Yeah, there was
passion. It
walkouts.
shows your drive, your
Wait,
dedication,
Peter's
and
solo
willingness to win.
landing.
And hey, to be fair to
Peter's
Pete and
solo
POLLO,
landing.
we could see them sneaking
Shino
up for
solo landing
3-4
too?
lobbies
Hold on, let's see if Peter gets a
today.
point.
But
Peter
they're not
does get a
looking to
point
do it,
onto
at least
Izzy.
for this
First
kickoff
points
here
of the
against
tournament
Izzy. That is a fast
for Peterbot and
elimination
POLLO.
for Pete to claim. Fearless
Peter's in a
Peter,
1v2 versus
not
Chino and Pablo here. I can't lie, he's dead.
lonely because Chino
I mean,
and
Chino
Pablo
only has an
also
AR.
kind of stamped their
Oh,
mark.
Pablo's stacked though. Yeah, Peter's
POI is
dead.
now Pete.
Oh my gosh!
Disruptor
Pablo just.
too clean
Oh
with
my.
the shot. He's feeling feisty.
Oh,
And you know what,
nah.
Jacob, the only thing I was going to say about Pete
Holy.
is that it doesn't matter if
Okay,
they get
Peter's
eliminated
dead,
super early
but,
on. They're
you
a
know,
duo
it is
I would
reload so it
never
doesn't
be
matter.
pressed about because they can have their huge
Lots
swing
of
of
people
events
at
in
Moses
just
POI.
one lobby.
Yeah, and
Just died right there.
honestly,
Is that no sif? Yeah, no
just
sif
a
dies.
crazy shot there, but Peterbot kind of feeling a little bit more like himself, straying away from landing with POLLO. That way they can get these early game eliminations, but over on to Elite
Zen.
Armory, where last
Wait,
game I
Zen
was
doesn't
talking
play
about
with,
4 teams there. We
Kings
actually had
for
5
Reload?
teams at one point or another over at the Elite Armory. This
Nico
time around,
Malley.
we have a few less teams, only 3 of them looking to actually contest that drop
Prison
map.
Volko
Just
finally
going to
not
show
dying.
that, hey, after game 1, we're already seeing a bunch of changes to the overall strategy.
Still landing on first
starting with
POI is
some
not his.
drop
Yeah, I
bombs.
know.
Things are getting a little bit rocky here right now,
Is that
though,
what I
for
said?
Rainy and Nalu as Cringe Volko continue trying to encroach on their position.
Are you
They've
talking about
already
Peter or who are you
gotten
talking
Nalu
about?
one time, and they're looking to try and see just how many repeat elims they
How
can
long did I
truly
sleep
rack
for?
up here. Unfortunately, they won't even get the chances. Now elsewhere on the map, Phoenix
For like
and Retro.
6
We saw them getting
hours?
fraggy very early
First elimination,
on, and
Retro.
we can repeat that here in match 2. Taking out Vico, that's a
where
pretty big
Peter
contender.
got a kill
It's
before
also
him,
going to
no?
force Malabuka's hand to play a little bit more passive early. They don't want to unnecessarily expose
He got in
themselves to
leaderboard
finding a
before
too early of a departure.
And honestly, what I've noticed, though, is when looking at the
Volko's
leaderboard
dead.
between games and even kind of seeing it here, is
Cringe
out
and
of our
Volko
top
have died
10
so many
after that
times.
first game, we had 5. We had 5
How many points to
teams
kill?
from the
3.
quote-unquote smaller
3
regions,
points
and
per
that's
kill.
why almost all weekend long, leading
Yeah,
up
we're
to
getting
this,
a
I
lot
was like,
more
this is
early
the
game
best
fights this
chance.
game.
NA West, OCE, Middle East, Asia, Brazil. This is the best chance they have to perform well in these in-person
Game
events.
is
You
crazy.
can't let
What
that
game is it? It
opportunity
says
go
right
to
here. It's
waste.
game 2.
And let's keep it honest here, Jacob. We both
Game,
saw what was
2 out
taking
of 10.
place on socials. Everyone was pretty much ruling out the international competition. NA West, they're like, no shot. These guys are going to find themselves inside of a top 7. Sure, you'd see the occasional.
Has really been pretty good.
Yeah, maybe
I
Oshi
basically
squeezes
woke up,
in, or
took a
maybe
shower, instantly
one
started
of the
stream.
two
So
teams can try to
haven't
fight their way
haven't
through,
done
but
too much today, but
imagine if there's way more
I've
than
been enjoying
that.
the reload
It would
so far.
certainly make day number 3 pretty interesting. But at least for right here, right now, Muzz, Sphinx,
5-0 then Mashari
sticking
full
to
dead again.
their
First
original
team
game
dead,
plan that we saw
back-to-back
them
teams.
in the first match. Really not trying to stray too
That is
far
tough.
from the other. When there are just so many other teams very prone to jumping at your throats at a moment's
Middle
notice,
East team
they'd
dead
rather
first
not
again.
risk it. They'd rather make sure that they can
What's the
stay
prize pool of the
together,
group
see things
stage?
through.
I don't think there's any prizes.
Seeing all the
in
action
group
go
stage.
down. Shxrk.
Shxrk and Teeny
honestly
kill,
didn't
first
have
kill for
very
Shxrk.
many eliminations at this point
I didn't
in
check the
game
player
1, and
stats after
already
game 1. We have to
starting
check the
add on
player
to that
stats after this game right here.
75-point total that they got in that last
Reload
one.
is giving a
The
favorite
winners
first
of
margin
the
with no
game
surge and
gotta
nothing
prove to have
balance.
a little bit of confidence, and you
Yeah,
can
no
kinda
surge
see
definitely probably does help the
Edson,
small
PHC,
regions a
Muzz,
bit.
Sphinx all staggering back over
But, I
towards
mean,
the
we'll see if they
armory.
can keep
And
that
the main
consistency
reason
up
for
for
that
10
is
matches.
because there's a launch pad, and it's not just a regular launch pad, it's a long launch
Peterbot's
pad.
pretty
You
stacked
combine
already.
that with a
That
fizz,
is
it
not
doesn't
Peter
matter
at the
where the
bottom
zone
right.
goes. That's what they're going to use to reach it in
Is
no
there a
time
kill
at all.
cap? I don't think there's a
That's
kill
why-
cap, no.
Almost want to see whether or not Shxrk and Teeny, if they go for another aggressive
Rank
early
all
height take,
regions.
that's probably going to be something that's
EU,
keeping their heads on a swivel.
NA,
Very
Brazil.
likely that they're going to try and avoid letting anybody see them up top.
And after that,
Pete
I don't really know.
rocking a very strong loadout right now.
I don't really know how
Yeah,
it
just
goes
a
after that.
gold pump already. He
Yeah,
has
the
the
finals will be
combat
done, yeah,
SMG,
that
and
was
typically I would say that has a lot of recoil. It's kind of hard to use in certain situations,
But it's
it's P10, exactly. No worries there.
First game in Real is always passive and he gets aggressive,
Figure out
yeah.
how they're going to continue to kind of play this one out. Cammy Hari, second place
All right,
after
good-
that last
good
game.
zone
Quick
here
to
for
start
Peter
to
POLLO.
rotate on over, and you're seeing kind of as
Is
the
the
map
leaderboard, like,
shows
actually
right now,
updating
there's
now?
still
Oh,
a
okay,
bunch
so this
of
is like
teams in
leaderboard
and around the zone, but there's
after
even
game
more
1.
so
It's not live
outside.
updated.
It's usually around zone 4, zone 5, and zone 6, where they
Rank
typically
every player
start
that
to
plays
move towards
Fortnite
the
in the world.
actual
Yeah, I got
zone,
you.
because that way they can make it safe for reboots turning off.
But I'm just looking at
killed
that
Quincy,
dynamic
by the way, that
between
is
first
true.
place currently and the top 10
is the map that Jinxie
overall.
killed
Toma and Mofi
a top
currently
2 player in
sitting at
Fortnite
just
history,
around
best lane
21
player in
points
Fortnite history.
versus Shxrk and Teeny with a
That is
whopping
true.
78. It can be
India,
very
Central
difficult
Brazil, Asia,
when
West,
you're just
OC, Middle East. I
trying
think
to
OC is probably
commit towards
worse
playing
than Middle East.
catch-up because we
I
know
think OC is
top
probably the
7,
worst region.
that's going to be the priority, but it's hard not to sort of have it subconsciously sit on your mind. Hey, what if they just keep building up crazy leads like this? Who's going to be the ones to try and shut them out, shut them down? Because you give Shxrk and Teeny an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, and they're going to put themselves, if they continue in that trajectory, in a position to where they can kind of do what they want. They can play with the lobby. before the 10th
Shadow
game
and
is
Virgo.
over. If they kind
Great
of give
game
themselves
one for Shadow and Virgo. 50-point game
gap
one.
to see Shadow, Virgo.
That's good.
Not necessarily in the best spot. Kind of in a ravine in between two
How many points to
different
qual?
mountain ranges. So even though you can be
what is
relatively
top
good,
7
1 second, things can change
right
if teams
now?
notice you down
So
there.
top
especially
7
since
after
they are
one
building
game is
some of those weaker
33
materials.
points.
So it takes 1 second.
So if we times that by
1 lap to
10,
judge
what is that,
for mistake
330?
to happen. You're kind of seeing everybody around the map. There's little different
So, I
strategies.
mean,
Some
maybe
teams
like
prioritize making it to
350
zone
qual,
quick.
maybe
Other teams
330,
prioritize
something like
these
that.
launch pads in the flowberry.
Is there 10 games?
I just
Yes,
love the
there's 10
fact that
games.
anytime we get the hanover of what Chino and Pablo are up to, it doesn't matter if they're box fighting or if they're just waiting for their super pad opportunity. You know Vitality
had a great
fans
AR
are
stop
going
it.
to
Hey,
get
W killed, bro.
rambunctious for these
W,
two, and that's just
Queasy
got to be
alt
such a
account.
great feeling as a player because I'm sure they can feel that rumble on the stage, the vibrations of
Bugha and
hearing
braids.
everybody just
The
supporting
lion.
them so
How many
heavily.
points they got for game one?
And
27?
that could also
2
play a
launch
big
pads
part
for
into
Bugha, though.
what sort of
Saves.
momentum they're able to build on the day.
Gotta see.
Nope.
Here,
Let's get up here.
grades, the loadout in the inventory, and that's where I was talking about the difference with a lot of mobilities in
they're looking
game
pretty
one.
good mobility
They're
wise.
already positioned near a launch pad, and Bugha has 2 more in his inventory, so that's going to be their primary mode of rotation, using that with the Flowberry Fizz. It's a
What do
little
the
less
players going home
riskier
today get?
than those shockwaves, but you have a lot less
They
of those
get-
launch pads, so shockwaves
I think it's
are
2
usually
grand
go-to.
each.
Hey,
I
sometimes it
think
helps
you
you
at
actually
minimum
late,
get
though,
2 grand.
especially when we think about the way that the last couple of zones were
Pretty
breaking
sure.
down from Shxrk and Teeny's sort of
One
dictatorship
game one?
on
Shxrk and
height,
Teeny.
but Malabuka,
Pre-trip to Paris?
Nico,
Yeah, that too.
also
You
just
gonna go
seeing things through.
enjoy
Malabuka, though, maybe
the rest
sniffed
of your
out the
week in
fact
Paris.
Cammy and Hardy were trying to get a little bit of an ambush
basically
here,
an
but
OCE.
that sneak attempt will not
Low-key.
actually yield anything. of
Malabuka
benefit.
has an RPG.
Malabuka just doing enough to sort of stave them off, discourage them from
Okay.
starting to try and
Pretty good loadout for him.
regress. But for where Cammy and Hardy are headed next, Rainy Nalu, they
What's
could
good,
be
Rare?
following
What's good,
a
bro?
similar pattern here, just sort of staking things
This
out.
line means
waiting
more
to
than
see,
all in FNCS
will
means less
any
than the globals?
unsuspecting victims just
Yeah, I talked about it
pull right up to where we need them to be
earlier
to
in
get the
stream, but I
perfect
said
shots lined up.
the way I would rank it is like globals,
kind of lurk around.
summit,
I think
this,
Nalu kind of moved at the
online
last second,
FNCS, and
gave
like
up
Death Cup, you know?
the audio visuals, so Cammy Hart knew he was there. And they kind of made the right decision. Rotate away, get to a better spot, just keep
Here's
things
Peter and
moving.
POLLO.
Just don't stay stagnant any one
Rough
of these
game one
positions
from
if
them.
you jump on board. The
POLLO
southern
does have
portions
Mythic
of the
Pistol,
map
though.
towards top tier training, where Pete and POLLO still have to figure out a way to rotate around. There's one team directly next to them that you
Still
do
not
see in the
POLLO.
mini-map, but in their path
I don't know why we can't just, if we're going to show Peter's face cam, we should at
The
least
other
show
problem
Peter's
that
game.
starts to sort of break out for these two is that you get one team taking shots at you, all of a sudden you might have 2, 3, 4 in the immediate area that decide that
face
they
cam
just want
switch?
to
I don't know.
divert
It's been
all
like
of their
that
attention
for a couple
towards
different
you.
teams. Like, that is
and that
not
was kind of
epic.
what led to their demise, even in that first lobby. We saw them with an uncharacteristic early game exit, but
Oh,
even if it's
that is
Pete
an
and
accidental launch pad
making
from
up
them,
for
or
lost time, it's
doing
just
some
so
scouting?
early on in this competition
Oh, we're
that
solo launch
you
pad,
just
okay.
you can't be too pressed or stressed out. But for Epic Whale and Pump, one elimination so far, taken to the skies.
Shxrk
It's all
and
about the
Teeny.
rotations.
Man, you're seeing a bunch of teams start to utilize those shockwaves.
Dude, I feel like Shxrk and Teeny, like...
Shxrk, Teeny,
Chad, what do you think the max
smooth
amount of
sailing
games one of the
yet
teams
again.
can win
That's
in
gonna allow
this?
them to save some resources.
Like, if Shxrk and
outside of
Teeny
a
are just
med
gonna
kit,
be able
of
to
course,
psycho
it's gonna
height
allow
every
them
single
to save
game,
those materials
like,
and
they
kind of
could
get
win,
the
like-
bird's eye view, figure out where teams
Is there a
are
chance that
positioned,
Shxrk and
where
Teeny could win
others are
5
rotating to,
games?
and give them
That
the
might
best
be a
shot
bit
to
much.
rotate in, and that's
5
exactly
might
what
be a
they do
lot.
again, game after game so far. Taco, they're one of the teams consistently elevating themselves off the low ground.
8
And
is
with
crazy.
Teeny holding
There's
on
no
to
way
those 3
someone
med
can win.
kits, they won't be
If
pressed
someone
anytime
wins
soon
8 out of
to
10 games in this, just
actually
give them the
restore their
championship
light
already.
HP. Pablo, Chino, Epic, Well, Pump, though, kind of staring down the barrel of each other. But
Chino,
it's going to
Pablo,
be
pretty good
Pablo
loot.
and Chino that
Only a Fizz for
are going to
shield,
opt
though.
for a slightly earlier rotate. Already trying to make sure that they're set up for it. All that it comes through and
Saturday's gonna be
start
so
to get
bad.
their
You mean
move on.
timing-wise or
Well,
what?
Pump.
Yeah, if you're
Also similar
NA
fashion,
on Saturday, that is gonna be an early tournament.
These end games are just going to
That's gonna be an
continue to
early
be as stacked as ever.
Peter goes 4 out of 10
And only
on your
one
life.
duo
Why don't we always
that's
gotta
been
put things
eliminated
on
so
my?
Yeah, and another
Why
one of the
can't
zones
it
that
ever
has
be
me
on
kinda
your
thinking,
guys?
if you're not
How
prepared
about
for
on
this to go
Chad's life, Peter
southwest,
goes 4 out of
I'm
10?
not sure you're preparing preparing
How about that
enough, because that's where the zone could potentially go. You see
Duo
the
can
teams that
win
are
the 8
already
games
there.
Shxrk.
They're positioned up on that
Yeah,
high
between
ground. They
Shxrk
don't
and Peter.
necessarily
I mean,
have
Peter's
to
a good height
drop
team
off
also
just
when
yet,
they take
but
it.
that time
Dude,
will
Chad, the thing
come
with
if
Peter
it goes over towards the east or
and
towards the
Pollo
north. And I
also
think that's where the majority
is
of a lot of
every
people
single
love
reload,
for
their
it to
first like
pull,
2
but
or 3
Shxrk
games are
right now,
terrible,
they're using their
and then they just
position
win like 3 games
as
in a
a
row.
moment and a chance to kind of look back. Is he a no-sip? They're not too far away from the
Alex said
zone, but they
no.
still have to rotate towards it.
think the main thing that's going to play a pretty big factor here, though, is like that drone out shot had already shown. It's the elevation pivots, but it's also just the fact that this zone is pulling over rather open river area, and so you're going to have teams that are going to burn through a lot of materials very quickly, especially if those teams on height decide to sort of fixate more onto their locations. That's definitely something that Chino, Pablo, you can see they're trying to sort of
I forget how to play reload. Yeah, that's literally how
they are incredibly healthy, which they are currently, but it could change at a moment's notice. They're not trying to get lobby just yet. Malabuka Vico also, though, not willing to commit entirely to high ground, but still very content to be in this sort of middle ground territory where they could go up or they could go down.
This is definitely a tournament that they should minimum top 2.
Hear that sound there?
Reboots
again
expired.
are going to be turned up. We are reaching that 7th zone, which is why you've seen for the past 2 so far a more passive approach to the game plan, but it goes all the way towards the south. Not too much west lean on it, so we're going to have a huge opening towards the middle, but Pollo once again gets caught out.
Pollo dies as soon as... Malabuka just RPG'd himself. Pollo dies. Malabuka RPGs himself. Peter has to play as a solo. Oh, man. Pollo's
else was beating him at the exact same time. If it was a healthy Pete and Pollo, we might have seen something different take place entirely.
Yo, Poppy, there's still 8 games left to go after
shield,
this.
But maybe a little careful there on the
not even 20% through the tournament.
Launcher, man, because that could be the end of
Peter
a
has to solo clutch this.
if we were a little bit further into the end game.
Yeah, and you can see
that is a rough death from Pollo there. Chat, it's been a while since we've seen like a crazy Peter solo clutch.
And put themselves
we need to see a crazy Peter solo
rotating
clutch
on over again. They realize both sides of this actual zone. There's little crevices, little sides, more so on the east, that you can build up on that elevation.
And I think Pablo, Peter and Pollo have been competing for years. They're not going to let
to whatever high ground they can
ruin their whole vibes for the tournament.
Shadow is starting to set up for Bugha Braids. On the other end of the spectrum, though, have managed to find slightly more isolated position, but just how long will it remain?
Yeah, this is just the Peter and Pollo reload classic.
From the rest of the lobby, because I already tell Bugha sort of.
Why are we showing people in the crowd on the camera at the bottom?
Trying to ensure that they are going to be able to just utilize this next launch pad without taking too many focal
Peter needs to have a good solo
in the
clutch
process,
here.
But it's tough, Jacob, because there are teams on high like Chino and Pablo
75
that
builds.
probably pretty eager to get some
Why are they
freezes
still
in.
showing the Pollo camera?
Peterbot still up, lurking around.
We just got Pollo looking depressed while Peter's trying to solo
the right play. We go from that ravine down in towards the middle. You see where the zone is going towards the northwest. There's a whole mountain
and
edge,
look who's on high ground
again.
It's Shxrk and Teeny again.
Shxrk and Teeny on high. 93 builds for Shxrk as well.
Trying to use that launch pad to try to get away from the low ground, get away from the chaos.
Oh
but they just run into
Muzz 1 HP. Muzz is dead. Muzz dies to Teeny. And they're gonna aggro this too. Oh, this is bad for Sphinx right here. They're actually just full jumping in. Sphinx get out. How did Sphinx get out of that?
The crash pad. They can still take those shots a much more feasible rate, and now
still solo clutching? I
it
think
right
he
back
is.
Towards height.
Pump dies to Vico.
Fortunately,
Chino and Pablo still going to win. A lot of match for Chino and Pablo.
Chino just biding their time. Also going to opt to drop back towards that low ground position. They will layer up just one more tier above where some of that.
I mean, dude, they're actually about to just run high ground. Like any game that Peter and Pollo or one of them dies early, Shxrk and Teeny are just gonna own height. Oh, Peter only has 7 builds.
But luckily for him, he was able to get up, dust himself
needs
up,
a refresh here, it's over.
But Shxrk does it again. He's able
no
to take
extra
down
whites,
Luffy
no
on the
mats.
right side of this zone.
Probably gonna pop the rest of his space here.
To make a heroic
to 144
happen, but his back is truly up against the wall.
Amy and Hari go down.
Builds left. He's going to need a full elimination
He
here.
needs to kill. Bugha dies as well.
To stay alive. Shockwaving again, staying to the front side of his zone. He's just trying to be very calculated and precise. He knows he has one shot to make this one happen.
Just playing fully
Virgo goes down too. Shadow and Virgo had a good game 1, and Virgo's dead here. A lot of solos in this game right now.
Here currently in the lower layers. Pete still lurking about, hoping that he can catch somebody off guard. Other teams already getting caught up in their own exchanges.
Needs a refresh desperately here. What can Peter find?
Might not get that opportunity. Chino, Pablo.
They're looking pretty good still.
teams to
29
actually
builds
cut
here for
that
Chino
run
still.
short. And
Peter, this is the
really
kill,
hold
but he
down
doesn't
He's gonna
get
an even
it.
trade with Hari.
He
Just
trades
solo for
with
solo
Hari.
action.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but we
And
have
that is
10
back
games
to back,
today, so
very
they got
low
8
point
more
games
opportunities to try to
for
rise up
Peter
the
and
ranks.
POLLO.
PHN down towards the
Yikes.
side. Edson trying to keep their run going.
Dude, chat,
Vico
could you
and
imagine
Malabuka as
if
well.
Peter and
3
POLLO finish
eliminations
bottom
in this
3 on
game.
the
They're
leaderboard and they
definitely
just
trying
get
to pick up the pace,
eliminated?
especially for
Like,
how
I still don't think
that
there's any
last
way
one
that
definitely
happens,
went.
but
Cringe able to get 2 onto
that-
Alex and Sphinx,
that would
but
be
it's
insane.
still
Muzz and
Shxrk
Sphinx full
Teeny
duo
on the
dead.
high ground. And just like last game, nobody is looking up.
But
Yeah,
when
only
Vico and
3 points
Malabuka
from
having the
crazy.
RPGs, that could change in a heartbeat. All it
Shxrk and
takes
Teeny,
is
Shxrk's down to
one
only
good
wood
shot
here.
towards
40
Shxrk
builds for
and
him,
Teeny,
though.
force them sort of get a little bit more
Malabuka,
entangled
44
with
builds for
where
him.
the
Braids
rest of
goes
the
down.
chaos is
Bugha and
actually
Braids, pretty
unfolding.
low
But
point game from them
Malabuka and
also.
Vico first, they have to
So
prioritize making sure that they are in a
placements you have
healthy
to
enough
get
position to
for,
fight.
placement
Mally going
points
to use
start
up his
coming in?
last shield potion here, turn his attention towards his fragger.
Is
Vico, who's
top
able to claim
15,
Moda.
okay.
Just no
So if you're
opportunities
still alive
for
right now, then
anyone to
anybody-
squeeze their way
everybody got
into
points.
this front side
Top 15,
position.
gotcha.
Where they're at on the low ground, they're
Shadow
just
gets a
cutting
kill.
teams
Shadow
off
goes down, though.
every
Top
which way.
11 for
and
Shadow.
Virgo gonna find
Top
themselves
11 for all
also
these
being
teams now.
cleaned up
Vico and
by
Mally,
Lobby.
good game
Yeah,
from them.
Retro is going to be the one to take down Shadow
Lulu
and
gets a
end
kill.
the run of him and Virgo, keeping himself
Izzy
long.
goes
Just put
down.
NA
Cringe
West
and
here
Volko full
on the
dead as a
back.
duo.
Cringe goes down. Ramiro's getting elimination, but Vico and Malabuka are
Dude, this is
holding
just another
top
Shxrk
of
and Teeny
that
win.
position. Shots coming in from all
I mean,
angles.
Pablo has no
Now
match. You know
slowed
Pablo
down.
could win.
Neither
Nope, they
Pablo
can't.
up
Pablo's
until
dead.
now.
Wow.
He's gonna
No match
fall,
for
but
Chino.
all
This
of
is
those
just,
materials
dude,
quickly
high
going on
ground
over to
is
Tito.
just
He knows
dominating
this
so
is the
far.
last hope that he has in
This is just
game.
another
He's
Shxrk
one
and
of
Teeny
few
win.
solos left alive in a world full of duos.
And it doesn't help that it's Vico and Malabuka.
Vico, Mally, have no mats. Like, what does Shxrk's mats look like? Wait. Oh my, chop play. It's possible. Hold on. Oh, Mally hits no shots, and he's on low ground, and that chop didn't do too much. T-Dog and Gook can go down. Malibu gets hit for a lot. Malibuka's going for it, but Malibuka goes down to Shxrk. Shxrk kills Mally. Shxrk has no mats, though. No mats for Shxrk? Hold on. Wow. Malibuka and Vico die going up for it. Shxrk and Teeny, 4 kills from them. Still not like the highest kill games, but 127 points in 2 matches. They might be quad, like, in a couple more games. They might be quad by like game 6 here. Oh my, Shxrk drops down. Teeny dies. Shxrk is 1 HP. This is not going to be the Shxrk and Teeny win. Retro in Phoenix. NA West. Are we about to see an NA West win on land in game 2? Oh my, Retro, 7 kills. All 7 kills on Retro. Is it a 2v1? It's a 2v1. Who are they going against? It's Lua, and that is an NA West win for Retro in Phoenix.
This is
Wow.
a team I have been talking about all year
That is
long,
a
saying they have to be one of the best
region
teams on West.
win.
Week after week, I'm trying to put them in the moment that they deserve, and they prove it here again. They qualified to EWC.
Dang.
They
Good for
qualified
them.
to the Global Championship, and now they win a game
Good
in
for
their
them.
first LAN ever.
Always awesome to see some of these other regions get their flowers in the moment. It was definitely a hard-fought battle.
Counts as NA?
But also want to give a big kudos there
I
to
think West is
Goku and
basically a small
Tomat,
region.
some of the youngest competitors in the day's competition. They are 14 each, okay? And then you think about the fact that we've got
You
players
said
like
NA,
Epic
not
Will
NA
with a
Central. Okay,
10-year
bro,
gap
if I'm saying
distance. And so
NA,
you're
you
kinda
gotta
getting the best
just
of both
assume I'm
worlds here
talking
in
about
today's
NA
competition.
Central.
But as far as
NA West is a small region.
Considered
It,
for
small region
stepping
teams are barely
themselves
going to
and
get
opening
wins here. We
things
got to
up
give
big
the
time.
wins where
That's all Phoenix
they
and
can
Retro.
take them.
And it definitely has to be feeling
Like, the
good,
NA West is
especially
definitely
the
a
way
small
they did it.
region.
No builds on the low ground. Phoenix with a sliver.
I'll
of
clarify it
HP,
next time.
and
I'll
look
put
at these
NA
moves. When
Central
they realized it was a
in the next
2v1,
one. I
they
got
just
you.
went absolutely hammered, making sure to just break him down off of his pedestal, and eventually lead to them getting the
Wow.
elimination and the victory royale.
Is this
And
the
it had me
last time we
thinking,
see
like,
West
what
win a
does
game?
that
I think
do to the
KHANADA can
leaderboard
win a
after
game
2
tomorrow.
games?
Exactly, because we saw a pretty big shift there too.
Here, look,
Leo
here.
Romero from
I
the
got you guys. I'll
Brazilian
put
squadron.
NA
and then
Central
solidifying that second place
There,
position.
there, I got
That's
you guys. You
going
guys
to
can
be
vote
a
on the
pretty
next
big
prediction now, too,
catapult.
if you guys
and
want.
it's also going to be something that
Run a 16
it
prediction. We'll
keeps
do it for
them in
next game.
contention,
I'll run who
especially
places
for
highest
that
prediction
top
next
7
game.
territory. But
We'll
when you
run
see Shxrk
one
and
more
Teeny
region prediction,
maintaining these
and then
strong
we'll go back to
endgame
that.
positions, it starts to get a
Yeah.
little bit more
What was that,
worrisome
7
because it is
kills
going
for
to be
Retro
very
alone?
tough for other teams to essentially
that
shut
was
them
insane.
out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those situations to where once you start to gain a little bit of a hot streak, and yes, it is 10 games today,
round and
but
it's
once
not
you start
going
to
to be as
feel a
long
little
as
bit
the
more
break.
comfortable with the cushion that you've built, whether you're in first, second, third, or fourth, when you look down to that
we
seventh
do got a
place
little
finish,
break now, but
it
it's
will
all right,
allow you to play a little bit more
Little break's not too bad.
confident. You know, a
It's
lot of
almost
these
8 a.m.
guys, when
already.
it comes to online, Shxrk,
Only 2
Phoenix,
games through.
Retro, you even got Peterbot and POLLO, Vico, Malibu. They
This
are some
updated
of the
leaderboard,
most
or is this- oh, this is
aggressive
just after that
teams
game?
that we do have in Fortnite history. But we're
Lou
not
and Romero,
necessarily
my
seeing
small
that
region
here
land
yet
team
today,
prediction
but I
right
think
there.
that's just because it's
Good game
day
from
one,
them.
it's groups, it's top 7 qualifies you to finals. You're not winning any money here today.
Terrible
Right, you
game
don't
for
want
Peter.
to play every single card in your deck just because you got
21
them in
point
your
game for
hand.
Peter
You
right there.
want to try and
Yikes.
conceal as much as possible for when you make it towards that finals competition. But look, guys,
Yikes,
2
yikes,
games
yikes.
down already and plenty more to go. So make sure
Every
to grab
region in
yourself
the
a
top 8.
refresher,
Actually,
and
let
we'll
me
be back
check.
shortly.
All right, let's check leaderboard here. Let's check leaderboard. Shxrk and Cini in first place as expected. Hold on, turn on my camera so you guys can see all the things. Shxrk and Cini in first on 127. Oh my gosh, how much are they up by? That's let's see, 97, 07, 17, 40-point lead for Shxrk and Cini. Only 9 kills from them so far, but a 2.5 average placement. Oh, our West is in second. Dang, I mean, that was their only good game. We're like, there's still a lot of tournament left to go. Rue and Moda in third, Lou and Romero in fourth, Tomat in fifth. Wow. So many small regions in the top 7. Hari and Cammy in sixth, Shadow and Virgo in 7th, Z-Dog in 8th, Muzz in 9th, Vico in 10th, Chino and Pablo in 13th place, Peterbot and POLLO 19th. Bugha falls down to 16th after that game. Wow. And yeah, Peter and POLLO. But that thing that they just showed wasn't even accurate. They only have 3 points. Peter only has 3 points through 2 games right now. That was no, I turned off the face cam so you guys can see the full leaderboard. Oh, and player stats don't work on this. Nice. I wonder if they work on a Siren.
We see him here showing up. They seem to be in good spirits, and
Let me
them
see.
popping off, I think that's the confidence they were looking for.
On a Siren.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We saw it back at the summit, you know, this is kind of also what we see from them on the FNCS, right? Another competition. They do have that slow start, but then suddenly something kind of just shifts, and then it's them all the way through to the end. Obviously, they have several more games.
Your boy need to wake up. Yeah, they need to lock in here,
but I mean, to
I'm
be
not too
top
worried yet
7
because
for
this is what we see in like
duo
every single
Vico
reload
and
tournament.
Malibu, I
from them.
have to have confidence, right?
Yeah,
If we get
for
to like
sure. And then, of
game
course, we're talking about
4
completely different format.
and they still haven't done
this entire
anything, then
reload
yeah,
series.
I'll start to get a little
this
worried.
is exciting stuff, and we're just getting started. Folks are just starting to warm up. Vico, Malibuca already are going to be a favorite for me, but also if I'm talking about stories, teams really in the running right now, I gotta give a shout to my good boys, Shadow and
brother's doing
Berger.
good, yeah.
Of course, shout out to them too. There's a photo out
Dang,
there
player
from
stats don't work
12
on
years
any
old
website.
from when I met him to now being
That's
18, competing on these in-person type
Hopefully-
stages, international competition. They're holding down the fort, and they're the next
they
up.
work later.
Dude, think again, harkening back
doesn't
to the
matter
summit,
now.
right? They called their shot. They were like, "Hey,
Peter
this
and
next
POLLO
game we're
20
gonna win."
bomb
Like Shadow and
income.
Virgo are capable of these high
Start
caliber
putting
or
Uncon high
high-end
every game in the
performances.
finals?
This is actually something we talked about with Vivid not too
I
long
mean,
ago.
Close is really
The
a hype
atmosphere is a little
team,
bit
though,
different,
like-
right? There is
I mean,
definitely
Peter's a
some
high team.
nerves at play. This
Shxrk,
is something some of these players are not used
kind
to.
of a high team.
Literally, like, our fans are right here. They can hear
Acorn
every
and
single
Bolts are kind
time
of a
they
high team.
roar or they go, whoa, like, this
Like,
is
there's just
so
not a crazy
different.
amount of high
like,
teams, to
that
be
has to be
honest.
playing some pretty big factors, right?
Yeah, definitely. But you know what? Every single tournament, especially
plays
ones
tomorrow?
like
Yeah,
this,
Oli plays
they're
tomorrow.
getting more reps in. Players here are continuing to earn experience, especially this new guard that we keep focusing on. There's a reason the stories, the light is on them.
Just good,
Even
Austin. Just
Shxrk
good,
and
bro.
TD, obviously, and all these
What
other players.
does players
and
need
they're
to place to
performing very
qualify
well.
top
Yeah,
7?
absolutely. Don't
And
forget
anybody
as well,
who
the bottom
finishes
3
bottom
will be
3 on the
eliminated
leaderboard today,
So a lot of the
they're
lives
out.
of these players,
Like,
but for now,
completely out.
want to go on back on over to the casters.
All right. Are we getting to the next game soon here? So, they said let's get back to the casters, but looks like we're just... Are we going into the game? Dance break. And this is definitely looking like a shorter break than we had last time.
We are here. 2 games done, Taco. We have 10 games today, 10 tomorrow, 10 the next day, and then who knows when it comes to match point final. But this is already heating up and so entertaining. But I think the story of the day has to be Shxrk and Teeny and how well they've been playing. You know it. You casted it on EU, but they deserve all the credit in the world so far.
Shxrk and Teeny have been good, man.
It says
really
a lot when the 3 Reload Elite Series finals that they make it to, they win every single one of them.
Stats right here are just wrong.
Issue, you know, things went a little bit around.
Wait, how many points
ultimately,
is it? How many kills
are
are they at?
very clearly
Okay, I guess it's going based off of how many points it's at. So it's not their elim number. It's how many points they have off of elim.
The charge on the high ground, and Shxrk just getting to go buck wild in his fragging capabilities, and I just think it makes so much sense.
At least players top 3, yes. A lot of small regions
inside
the top 10 right now.
Problematic for a lot of other teams to kind of even navigate.
We'll see if they can keep that momentum up though. 10 games left to go. There's a lot of big names that are struggling right now that we assume will lock in.
You never know.
When a Slurp Rush, game 6 through 10.
Into that top 7, or who's looking to try and hold onto it. But one thing's for sure, everyone is looking to try and avoid getting relegated here in day 1. So bottom 3 is the only spot that you don't want to be.
Yeah, I think you can make it work off of low ground and high. High is definitely more of that win potential, but if you're trying to frag, then like low ground is still is pretty good.
At the end of the entire thing, Peterbot and POLLO, we have to talk about it because we just haven't seen
going into game 3. That was actually not that bad of a break.
Dominated an entire region for years.
That was a shorter break than we had last time.
Show up here yet today. Peterbot had a moment there as a solo, but as you know, Reload.
Wait, Chino's dead. Malibuca's dead. Shxrk, did Shxrk just get a double kill right there?
Huge pick-me-up game from them.
Okay, look,
how many kills did Shxrk just get?
But what we just witnessed out of Shxrk,
oh my gosh, wait, Shxrk actually does already have 2 kills, and he's teaming Bugha and Braids as well. Shxrk as a solo. Oh, Shxrk's gonna go down to Braids. That's a big kill there from Braids.
Run of fun is going to be cut a little bit short-lived here, and Braids,
thank you, Oz. Thank you, bro.
Every
point is gonna matter in this chat. Top 7 qual, like it's gonna be close for the qual.
As is in the 3rd lobby.
So every kill matters. Every single point is gonna matter.
Things up.
Yeah, right there from Shxrk. I told you, once you start to build yourself
Peter and
a little bit of a cushion,
looks
you
like
start
Peter might
to
be
build yourself, you start to
somebody.
build that confidence. And honestly, if I'm Teeny, I just say go ahead, do what you want. Do what you want the entire game here in this one.
Good shot there
how
from
we
Cringe
continue
on
to rise up the rankings. Phoenix Retro across from Cringe and Voco here. They were the winners of that fast game.
Peter takes down Braids, so Peter is solo team, takes down Braids.
Again,
where's
Reload,
Bugha? Is Bugha close over here?
Constant action all day long.
Peterbot's gonna be on the hunt though.
I can't lie, I think Peter's just about to start crashing out on
people. Off of that, more fight. In fact, I'm gonna change it out entirely, kind of recognizing the fact that one shot just
I think Muzz and
isn't really
Shxrk
going
try to storm the Slurp Rush map.
You might be able to find
Okay,
something
honestly,
a little bit better even later on.
if Shxrk and Teeny are qualified by the time
Edson,
Slurp Rush starts, there's a chance.
There's a little bit of a lurk opportunity here potentially.
Because I mean, like Shxrk and Teeny,
not gonna be able to connect the dots
with
just
3
yet.
games left,
they
could very easily be at like 350 points by then.
Slightly more.
So I mean, maybe.
Short spot, but teams are definitely still lingering, trying to see whether or not they can actually find.
You think skill-wise,
nice
Prime Peter is better than current Peter,
all
or is
you
it
need
just
is the
that
one
everybody in
elimination, then you
got
can
better
keep
and
trying
Peter's
to
the same skills he was in his
recycle
prime?
farming those.
I don't think Peter's the same
opportunities,
skills he
and
was in his prime.
exactly
I think
what Malibuca is trying to avoid here, but
like, skill-wise is definitely better now. Yeah, I think everybody though is just. The thing with Prime Peter is Prime Peter was so far ahead of everybody else that. Like, he looked like he was playing a different game than everyone, you know? And he had the best loot, best medallions, everything like that, so. Now that he doesn't have all of that, and he's not, like, skill-wise far and away better than everybody else, like.
Starting off here, Vico not too far away, and
why
honestly,
he's,
watch the feed last game.
Not
did go down early on, but they were able to kind of bring it back.
He's still a great player.
Show
like,
that they're
probably
not going
top
to
5
get pushed
player in the
over
world,
easy, but Vico hiding literally not too far away. Malibuca's going to spawn right above him.
Oh yeah, I do got to chance the prediction.
But Nalu, Rainy,
dude, I can't lie. I thought that the break was going to be longer, so I left so much time for that.
Thank you, Vico is somewhere nearby because of where he actually rebooted it from.
A little bit of a break though for Malibuca. See whether or not he's
not meant to be an IGL.
Get his feet underneath him, since he was able to touch back onto the ground at least, but Pablo, Chino,
yeah, I don't think Peter should be an IGL anymore. I think going into trios next year will be like this year might be the last year we see Peter IGL.
Next edge of zone. Bound to stay on the lookout though for reboot farm opportunities.
There's a break between game 5 and 6. Okay, yeah, I figured there would be a halftime break.
for a lot of these teams here, just kind of understanding the fact that they don't need to overexpose themselves.
Can you carry me in reload ranks? I wish, bro. I'm a little washed up right now.
Sound in the distance of teams.
How many games left?
8,
including this
how you
game.
assess the situation.
So basically like a normal reload finals is
Not
left
too
still.
much movement after the first 2 eliminations.
Shxrk and Teeny already on 133 points after
making
2
sure to
games.
farm up, getting the Flowberry Fizz. A lot of the tools that they need to have a successful game here. We've already seen 2, even though they didn't win that last
Peter
one.
is still the
They got
best
relatively
skill-wise
close.
on
They were
NA.
taking high ground, and again, game after
I mean,
game,
Vino's on NA
nobody
right now. I
has
would say
been
Vino's
looking
better
up
than Peter
to
right now.
contest that high ground team.
Based
I
on what
want to
we've
call
seen.
for that moment.
I think Vino's a
Hopefully
smarter
somebody
player.
finds it in him, because it's what we
I think
did see in
Vino
the
right
qualifiers.
now has the same like
becomes so
fragging
difficult though,
capability as
because
Peter.
whether it's using those launch pads plus the fizz,
Yeah.
whether it's using the crash pads plus the fizz, it's just really hard to try and lock Shxrk and Teeny
What time is it for me right now? It is now 8 a.m. for me.
They got
So not too bad now.
problems.
Already been
Trying
live
to
for
work
2
through
hours
as
though.
Epic, Will, and Pump find
Gonna be a long
themselves
stream today.
caught in a little bit of action here with Z-Dog and Goofy, but this one is going to seemingly fizzle out a bit.
Well, and Pump only 3 points for them so
will
far.
be able to take the supply drop, but not exactly an
This is the
abundance
Slurp Rush map.
of loot
Yeah, a lot of people
there.
seem like they're excited for the
Z-Dog,
Slurp Rush
they're
map.
actually going to
Chat,
be
which
the
map do you guys like better,
main
Slurp
ones
Rush
to
or
sort of walk
Stronghold?
away from that exchange pretty healthy, but also looking to see whether or not they can even
Slurp,
find other
slurp.
opportunities to
Slurp,
get the points
slurp by a
stacked up a
mile.
little bit more.
Dang,
Yeah,
not a
it's
single
not
person
easy,
saying
but you can
Stronghold.
see that they're able to find
Yeah,
exotics.
I think
In
the Slurp Rush
Reload,
map
if you
is
guys
also just
don't
more
know, we have
iconic, too.
exotics, we have mythics, we have everything.
Low-key, yeah, low-key just like
that you
the
could
Slurp
possibly
Rush map
ask for
more, also
and
because of
more
the
in this one,
pro
so
am
you're
that
going to
got
be able
played
to
on it.
utilize that one. Does come with a little bit of effect.
I don't
to help
hate the
them
Stronghold
boost their
map,
game
though.
plan just a little bit better.
But the Simpsons
See
map?
Bugha rotate
Dude,
around.
I wouldn't
Early
hate if the
game for
Simpsons
Braves
map
has
was
been
there for like
successful. You can
3
find
games
at
or
least one
something, you know?
elimination here again. There's no storm
It'd be a little
surge
goofy,
in
but
reload, but
I
to me,
wouldn't hate
getting
it.
those early game eliminations kind of starts to build the confidence.
Oh, for sure. And not only that, but it
Nah,
can be
Devin,
a
nah.
great way to sort of make up for misplacement points, because with elims being 3 points
I'd rather
apiece,
put fingernails
look,
into my eyes
it's
than
not
play Elite
exactly
Stronghold.
an
Yeah, playing
overabundance,
this
but
map,
if you have just
I don't
one
like playing this map.
pop-off
When I play
game,
Reload,
say,
I literally
7 or 8
wait until this
eliminations
map is
total,
out of the
which is
rotation.
rather feasible if you're able
But
to just
watching
down
it, I
and
don't hate
hop
watching
over
it.
a player that's trying to just get back into the action off of the reboot cycle. You never know. That might just be the actual game changer here. Shadow and Virgo,
Dude, I really
though,
wonder how many small region teams will
definitely
qualify.
waiting for a chance,
Dude,
but
Vico is stacked. Vico has...
nice little replay
Wait, what is that AR
package.
called? Is that the Spire rifle?
Where's some things?
No, that's not the
went
Spire rifle. What is
very
that gun
heavily in
called?
his
Is
favor
that
up
the
against
Spire?
Rainey. Probably not the highlight
What was that
reel
mythic? It is the
they
Spire?
wanted
Okay,
to
gotcha.
see, but at the same time, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
He has the Mythic Spire,
Just kinda
Mythic
waited
Eagle.
for them to separate too far.
We post on Keto Reacts. I'll be
Went
back
ahead and
grinding
struck.
all the channels when new
Pollo
season
not too
starts.
far away of
Gameplay
Khaled
channel's
and
coming
Chari.
back.
Trying to be very,
React
very
channel's still
careful.
gonna
The
post
zone
every
is
day on the
there.
main
There's no
channel.
reason to take the big
New
risk
season
just
will be
yet.
grinding.
Still only with that one
We will be
elimination, so a slow start to the overall tournament from Peterbot and Pollo. And
When's the
remember,
Venture map
it's
in the real
top
tournament again?
7 make it directly
When
to
is the last time we
finals.
even
The
saw
final
that
3
OG
will
map
get
in it?
eliminated
I don't think we've
from
seen
this
one in
group.
this.
And then the middle 10,
Oh no,
they go to the
it's the dead
final
last
survival
team.
stage, which is
Okay,
day
Peter
3.
Pollo's not keen.
And we're a little interested in what Shxrk and Khaled had going on, and
Is tomorrow the new season?
Overdrive's also going
yeah,
to alert
it actually
Shxrk that
is.
there was
Tomorrow is
somebody
the new
potentially
season.
lurking on them. Still, they won't have the chance to actually fight it out just yet. Pete Pollo instead directed a little
Still
bit
got
more
the
of their
Pollo
attention
cam on
towards
Peter
PA's
somehow.
in, and it's
Like,
in.
why do they not just
Nice
show
opening
Pollo
shot
if
now
they want to
means
show
that
the
Pete
Pollo?
They can keep the
Like-
rotation moving because they got the damage they were after, which is going to force PH
Have we
into
even
a
seen
spot
the
where he's
Peterbot
got to
cam a single
prioritize
time?
healing his shield, restoring that. So now Pete and Pollo
I swear
can
the whole
just
time it's just been
leapfrog
on
their
Pollo.
position, but
And the whole time it's just been
Shxrk and
on
Teeny
Teeny also.
are actually going to be the choke point.
Hey, Pete and Pollo are known for going after the team in first place or atop of the leaderboard.
Oh,
That could have
wow.
been a good
Wait.
shot to try
Peter
to close
Pollo
the gap.
versus Shxrk and
Teeny
Teeny
just
right
as
next to each other?
aggressive,
Hold on.
Just as dangerous.
Hold on.
Not too far away.
I don't know if this is gonna
See
lead
on the
to
minimap,
anything.
there's
I don't
not
think
too
it
many
will,
teams
but-
nearby, but that's okay for them. They
Unless
just
someone
like
hits a
continuously
headshot,
rotate
mammoth
it.
shot right
As
here.
long as they have the extra med kits and the white HP heals, they can
hit.
spend an extended amount of time into the storm, and you can see why they're playing relatively safe as opposed to full-on aggressive. We're already in the 5th
8
zone.
games are getting placed in that,
you
right?
can't
10 games
reboot,
total,
but
so
Taco,
8
where
games
are you
left,
gonna go? What are you gonna get if you end up going down here?
Wait,
You're
Braid's
going
dead?
straight into the
Oh, he's dead
elimination
right now.
tally
He was
for
so inspired,
another
yeah.
duo nearby. there is just very little wiggle
His
room to actually
points
try and
are
escape
just
some of
straight
that
up
pressure. But
not right.
think it back to what P and Pollo
Phoenix and
were
Retro
trying
do
to
not
do,
have
getting a little bit more active against the
171
likes of
total
Shxrk and Teeny. You got to be careful what you wish for sometimes, because Shxrk and Teeny, not exactly the sort.
Yeah, the points are bugged.
Sort of shy away from any kind of fight. There's no Sif and Izzy.
Point bug for
really trying
Peter?
to get the
Question
ball
mark.
rolling here in game
I don't know how many
3.
points it said Peter was
A
on,
little bit
but
of a doozy in the
if it
first
said
couple of lobbies.
less than 10,
But for
no.
the most part, they are
No point
still
bug there.
in a position where they can have a very solid run that jumps them up quite a few places on that leaderboard.
Vico Mally.
We've seen a lot of teams on the outskirts. Oh, what is this loadout? This is what I'm talking about. We got mythics, we got exotics, and while Vico is like, you know what? Let me grab a mythic spire rifle.
Oh my
Let
gosh,
me
Vico
grab a
is
mythic
stacked.
hand cannon.
Hello?
And this is something where he can spray. There's over 50 medium bullets in that clip, and he can just spray and spray and spray. And then if they do peek, he has the mythic hand cannon. And that's not mentioning anything that might be in Malibuca's loadout either. So if there's any game I would love to see them on high ground, this is the one.
There's not the decoy with the scope too. It looks like
Attempting
it.
to try
Yeah.
and take it again from
I think it was
Shxrk
actually kind of
and
nasty.
Teeny. Might have gone south one time already, but you might be able to get your lick back. You never know. Still, Izzy, no
40
Sif,
teams left
revisiting.
alive.
Jack
Nobody
left
has
off.
died yet.
Frenchies is there.
And Reboots expire in a minute. We might see our first game where no singular
But
team
there's
is
no
dead
rush.
before Reboots
Gotta have a
expire.
little bit of patience when you're trying to orient yourself, especially when you know that the way that the zone is pooling, a lot of buildings
Yeah, you're
that
right,
teams
Ray.
could already
Yeah.
be kind of huddling around corners, making it very difficult to actually feel super safe in your next step.
Oh yeah, I would go to a LAN if I ever got a
Red zone
booth, but
forcing
I don't
everybody
see
yet
me getting a
again,
booth
and
anytime
this
in the
is
near future.
with the
you know,
Elite
so
Strongholds map, there's just
I wouldn't be
so
able to make
many
any
different
content.
mountain
There wouldn't really be
edges,
much point
elevation
of me going to a
changes,
LAN.
and it almost happens in every single one of the end games, no matter what side of the map we go on. This might be one of these first ones,
One
but
day,
I'm
man,
crossing
one
my
day.
fingers. I don't end up cursing the rest of the lobby. We go towards the northeast yet again, where we still have one
Shxrk
team
and Teeny.
yet to start to rotate in. But
Chad,
for
do you guys
Shxrk and
wish there was
Teeny, you can
surge
see
and
them
reload,
starting to
yes or
climb
no?
up that ladder. We've seen him on high ground in game 1. We've seen it again in
'Cause,
game
like,
2, and
dude, I
it's
feel like
looking like
sometimes
we
the
might see it
mid-teams
again
are
here in
kinda
game
like-
3.
A big part of the reason why it's so hard to take hype from these guys is
nobody
that
really
they're
has to
just
do anything
super
in this game,
aware.
you know?
They are constantly checking every single one of their
Like,
angles.
we don't even gotta keep
and
track if
always
people, like,
looking up.
need surge
in a
or
meta where we know
they
that
gotta
it is
get
quite
aggro,
prevalent
like-
to utilize the crash
think
pads and the fizzes or the
People fight
fizz
already? I
into
mean,
the
not a
launch pad,
single
Jacob.
team is dead,
When
and
you've
Reboots are about to be
got players
expired
that
here.
are as hyper fixated on clearing out the skies and
Maybe
with the
mid-game Island or
aim
Cashes
to
would be
do
good?
it too. That's what
Maybe,
makes
but I swear
Shxrk
people still
and
just,
Teeny
like,
just
I don't
a
really
whole
feel like
different
people
type
are
of piece to contend
needing
with.
loot, you know?
It's currently
most
Shxrk
people are
still
pretty
holding on to those
stacked.
early 2 eliminations, but the damage may have already been done. Given that they are in one of the best
You're just
positions
too
currently
shy.
on this
Maybe
lobby,
ask
it's
for
all going to
one for
depend on
globals.
whether or
That's-
not
that's
they
not
continue
really
to clear these
how
paths
that
forward.
works.
As long as they get these little pot shots in, weaken some of the other teams ahead of them, they'll be
Hell
able
yeah,
to
that
hold
works.
on to their high ground position.
Yeah, and then this
Why
next
don't you
zone
ask
here,
for a booth? Bro,
most
they
of it
give
is
booths
low
to, like,
ground. There's not too
there's
many
already,
mountains. There's a
like,
little bit of a
3
crevice. You
separate
can see
English
it there in the
streamers
minimap. Literally
that
at
are
the
bigger than me
middle
that get a
of the
booth.
entire thing, there's a little bit of a mountain you
it's
can
Aussie
start
back to
to
be a
attach
booth.
to. And now with the zone pulling
they're-
in that
they're not gonna
direction,
give
Teeny and
another
Shxrk,
one
they're
of
in the
their
front
booths to
side of the
another
zone. They're
English
not going to
streamer, you
only
know?
be able to get damage
And,
on
like,
a
I'm
lot
not
of the teams,
taking
just like
any
we
of
saw
those
last game.
guys'
We could
booths.
see a late shockwave for them to try to take it, but in their path, Bugha and Braids as well. Muzz and Sphinx trying to rotate on over, so it's not going to be easy as it sounds.
You got
That-
Malibuca,
that
though,
might be
getting
the
a little
method
dicey
there.
there with Shxrk and Teeny. They were nestled just underneath, and for Shadow Virgo, sort of waiting to see what their catalyst moment's going to be, but for Cammy and Hari, it's going to be an opening. Trying to see
Cammy and
if
Hari
they
looking
can
pretty
get
stacked here,
credit,
140
like it
builds
is
for them.
Edson going down to the likes of Khaled, so no luck for Hari and Cammy.
Yeah, 8 through 17 go to the
Find
survival
3 points
group, which
off
is
of
taking place in 2
elimination just
days.
yet.
Bottom
Still,
3
they
eliminated,
are
top
in a
7
rather
qual.
solid spot, because since they're just a little bit further ahead where Khaled is at, they'll have the opportunity to essentially force that engagement should he try to cut by.
Yep, this time around, though.
Appreciate
we see
you,
no
Check. Thank
Sips
you,
are
bro.
trying to block it off. That's the little crevice of the mountain I was talking about, but instantly the zone moves, so do they. They're trying to follow along with it. No Sips going first. Izzy staying
Shadow
back.
Virgo have to
Locks
get
their
in here.
back. Everybody else is trying to take whatever
still not a
positioning they
full
can
team
get.
dead
Including
yet. Like, there's
Shadow
2
and Virgo.
solos, but
They
there's no
finally
full team
reunite
dead.
in the same box. But you can see Lewa, Romero, and so many other teams waiting for them to make a mistake.
And
Who's on high?
Rainey's
Izzy
just
high
not
ground.
having
First
a
time
good
we haven't
right
seen
now.
Shxrk
Izzy
and Teeny on height.
heads up play.
First moving zone.
Doing exactly
New
what
high ground
a team
team
on
here.
height needs to be very proactive about shutting down those rotate
They need to
opportunities
watch
from
out though,
teams
because
trying
there's
to
definitely going to be
leverage
some people that are going for it. Like Peter is definitely going to start going for height soon. Shxrk, I wouldn't be surprised if he has the match to go for it. He's going to.
They're about one layer up currently, and the main thing
right
is that they're just shredding
Is
through
he a no
so
sip
many
still on
Delta
height?
players, kind of hovering towards
First full
that
team is
middle
dead.
section
Not sure who
of
it
the
is though.
zone, so not really giving a great clearing process for
Where's
teams
Peter
to
even at?
try
There's
and
Bugha.
avoid their line of sight
gotta
here.
see
It doesn't
Bugha too
help
much
that
this
Izzy
game.
Nosif also trying to be very adamant
Pablo low
about
ground.
holding that
Here's
high ground
Peter.
position, but Pete,
Only 62
Pollo
bills for
starting to
Peter
scale
Pollo.
up. Have to remember Shxrk
That
Teeny,
is not
they're
enough to
still
go for
lurking,
height. They
and
need a
now
mat
Vico
refreshing.
Malabuka,
Oh my.
another duo
Look
that
who
is
is in
certainly
the
going to
sky.
try and get some leeway.
Shxrk
heading
and
towards that
Teeny, are
high
they landing
ground,
on
but
this? Dude,
just
they're
how far
5-5-5.
can
They're
you
so
really
stacked.
look? Shxrk and Teeny
I don't know if they
are
need to
just
psycho
so
height though.
far
Like they have
above
so
the
many
rest of the
mats.
lobby. They are preserving
Peter
so
Pollo in
much
an
of their build
interesting
material.
spot here. It doesn't look like an ideal situation for them. Only 52 bills for Peter, basically all wood. Shadows right there. Peter decides not to take the shot. Peter's getting shot. I don't know what Pollo's mats look like, but Peter is running out here. Shxrk and Teeny will not land on high ground. They'll land second height though. Probably going to look for it relatively soon
the
here.
high ground, but they're staying in front of the zone. That's going to be the most important thing.
Thought for a moment Phoenix Retro would maybe start to get a
Peter's
little
just trying to jump in on anybody. They've been trying to force a refresh this entire end game, and just haven't been able to find anything yet.
They have really
It's only
been
one kill
going
total
through
from
it
them.
here, Jacob. Pete not being able
Wait,
to
this might be the kills they can get. Nope, just gonna send a shockwave away.
This rotate
They just
towards the
can't
front
find
side of the zone,
anything.
and
There's
they are
still
quickly
35
dwindling all their
players left
materials
alive.
Also, but Izzy, Nosif, they
Nosif
managed
has
to
so
head
many
right
mats on
back
height
up
here.
to the
109
skies,
builds
and
for
they are
him.
currently bearing down on the rest
Nobody's
of the
really
lobby.
cycling height.
Ari
Oh,
can't
there's
even
as soon as I say that though,
themselves
Shxrk
down,
and
but
Teeny.
obviously Shxrk
Launch
Teeny,
pad up,
they
but
are
they don't
not
land on them.
content with seeing anyone else
Wow.
holding the position.
Him
That's
Shxrk.
been doing so many dividends
Dead
for them
first
in these first
3
couple
games in a
lobbies.
row.
And I think they've even noticed Bofu and Tomat up at the top, forcing them down below. They have a sliver of HP left. Right decision for them to make, but it was just a little bit too late. Nosif is able to clean up that elimination. Zedar cleans
How the
up the
small
other.
region
That's
teams die in the
another
feed.
team out of this game.
33
And they
bills
still
for
have
Izzy
2
on
more
height.
to go
Shadow
before
goes
you
down,
start
and
to get
Shxrk and
things going for the
Teeny.
battle for high
Here
ground
they
to begin.
are.
Shxrk
Shxrk
and
has
Teeny
so
will take
many
what's
mats
theirs
as
for
well.
the
Peter
third
gets a kill. He
straight
finally
game.
finds the
All
refresh
Shxrk
that he
needs
needs.
is a little bit to work with, and
But
then
Shxrk and
forcing
Teeny.
Izzy and Nosif
Oh,
to
never mind. He
drop
doesn't
is
find the
such
refresh he needs. He
a
only has
big
2 builds, and
damage
Peter is
spend
dead.
for the rest of this lobby.
I mean, he's not dead yet, but
Pollo
he's
on their
like
last
basically
legs,
dead.
barely
It's
having
only
an
top
opportunity to
15
try
for
and
him. They only
force
have
their shield, but
15
without any
points.
builds
Are we
to
about to
their
see
name,
Peter and
they are
Pollo
going to depend
potentially
entirely
get
on how
eliminated
well-placed
in
these
this
next couple
round?
shots can be, and can they
Like,
avoid
they have nothing.
the exchange from somebody else
Pollo
on
has
the
nothing.
other end of barrel,
Peter goes
but
down.
It's a no-go for Peterbot. He's going to get brought
Wow.
down inside
Oh my
the underbelly
gosh.
of this lobby. Is now
Bugha and Braids are still
Braids
alive. I
also
think it's a
on just
Pollo solo
one
clutch. Top
build,
12 situation for
hoping
Peter and
that's not gonna be
Pollo.
their last.
Yeah, just everybody
Oh my-
kind of
what?
feeling how chaotic the end game
The
has
replay's
been.
mid
They're
end
just
game. Like
burning
this
through
is
the
doing a little too
materials.
much.
Even
Like
after
that
they
kill
get
right there was
eliminations,
not
pick
worth
up
the
the
replay.
siphon, they're almost immediately down to 0.
Top 9
Bugha picks up
situation.
that one
Vico
on
is
the
dead
head
now.
well. Vico goes down,
I
but it
think
might be a
Pollo
sacrifice
is dead
to
as
draw
well, I'd
attention
have to
away
assume.
From Malabuka, allow him to start that heal off with 9 teams left. Taco
Yeah,
make
Pollo
it
goes
8.
down top
There's
9.
two
Not a
solos
terrible
running
game from
around
them.
that are the wild cards.
Izzy
not
and
a
Nosif
terrible
might have been
game.
forced to drop from high ground, but at the same time,
Shxrk
they are
and
still
Teeny
making
just
their presence
on
known
high ground,
inside those
dominating
lower
this lobby
layers,
right here.
doing a
Ethical and
great
Pump
job
go
at
down.
staging everyone else in the lobby, preventing anyone from actually cutting through.
Yeah, they are
their
just too
builds,
stacked on
and
height. They're
Nosif
just too
finding
good, man.
Another one onto
Nosif has no
Goofy.
mass.
The
Nosif though
material
finds a
that
double
they
kill on
so
low ground. It
heavily
seems.
for him.
Cringe and Volko go down.
Goofy, D-Dog,
Who's is even alive in this lobby? Malabuka goes down.
Like that, Izzy and Nosif with 9 eliminations
Bugha's still
already.
alive.
Yeah, the
This
French
is the game that
fighters
Bugha
are
needed.
doing
Hari
it
goes
and
down.
doing it
Tammy's still
well.
alive
They're
though.
trying to go into
Top
double
5
digits.
situation
That's
here. 9
30
players left
points
alive.
off
Pablo
of
gets a kill.
eliminations alone. If
You know
they can
Pablo
make that
needed a good game here. Looks like they're gonna get it.
into the top 5, make it top 4. Braids and Bugha on
Shxrk
the other
less
side,
bored. Yeah,
and
Shxrk
they
just
get cut short.
bored on high ground. And oh my gosh, Izzy and Nosif. 11 kills for them on low ground. And this is EU versus EU. Shxrk and Teeny versus Izzy and Nosif. Shxrk and Teeny have the health advantage. Probably have the mat advantage. I mean, yeah, 0 bills for Izzy. No keep is weak too as well. They're going to try to just forward jump in. Nosif is 1 HP. Izzy is 1 HP. Oh my gosh, how did they just win that? How did Shxrk and Teeny just sell that?
You can tell that Shxrk
where they had every single advantage. How did they lose?
Actually ended up,
And Izzy and Nosif.
For Izzy and Nosif.
With the win. Wow. I don't know how they just won that game.
The moment that we saw them with
But
those
that is
initial
a
3-4 eliminations, and then the timing just didn't stop. But what a well-played endgame out of these two. They were really firing off on all cylinders, and the way that they synergized their shots together on the low ground, that's what really brought everything together.
Yeah, they showed the wrong winning reaction too. I think they thought Shxrk and TD were going to win that game. So they showed their reaction, but it did not happen.
My heart. And I was even talking to you. I was like, there's
Izzy and
something
Nosif.
about Izzy and Nosif. They've been playing well recently.
Well.
They've been flying under the radar, squeaking in. I don't think people give these guys the respect that they deserve with how well they've been playing in some of these big moments.
It's just crazy to think about the favorable formats. You would almost think for Izzy and Nosif, ever since we saw them make their debut at the Summit LAN, it seems like these guys just knew that they had so much more left.
Next prediction up as well. We're doing a player prediction for this next one. Vote on the next prediction here.
3, because these early breakout points, that's what's
that was a good game for Shino Pablo. We'll check leaderboard in a second.
Maintaining position inside of the top 7 by the end of today.
Just big moments there. Shxrk and
Can't they be more happy? I mean, this is just qualifiers at the end of the day, you know? I think they'll maybe show some more emotion in the finals, but...
Let's listen to Izzy and Nosif.
Am I listening?
0-0. Ok, je monte. Pareil. Je marche pas. Oui. Passe. Ok, nice. J'attends le deuxième, je suis sur le top. Ok, rentre. L'enculé, non. Nice. Nice.
How did they win that? I actually don't know how they won that.
I love also the way that they read it like a book. Shxrk and TD were trying to stagger
Peter's landing on
the way
Shxrk?
that they actually made their approach, but Izzy and Nosif just did such a great job, one after the other, not allowing any weaknesses in their defenses there.
Yeah, honestly, just the way they've been playing. They have the crowd on their side. Almost anytime you're talking about Pablo and Chino, anytime they're on screen, anytime they're picking up eliminations, they have the entire crowd erupting.
Going into the tournaments, Peter and POLLO were like the best.
At one point, we saw 11
eliminations.
I'm not sure if they got a couple more on Shxrk Teeny or if I just saw the total at the end. But either way, Taco, that is a minimum of 33 points on straight eliminations alone. When we get to see the leaderboard, I expect to see this team.
I predict them to get second at Summit. They got second at Summit.
They've definitely boomed the leaderboard. That is a given. And not only that, but I think that they've kind of proven as well to other teams in this lobby, because when you look at what their score was at the start of this game, they were right around that 30-point section. It wasn't really necessarily what they were hoping for, but obviously we've also got a direct interview with these guys on the scene, so let's hear it.
All right, Izzy Nosif interview.
Thank y'all so much. Fun little fact here. We've got Phoenix, we've got Retro. This is actually their first LAN ever. Guys, how does it feel to be your first LAN in this kind of context with this crowd? Let me know.
This is the team that won game 2.
The pressure's definitely high, but it's nice to be doing well when we're conned and it's going rough off spawn, but we're still able to make it an end game and make the games that we have count.
What about you?
I'm just trying to not psych myself out and, play how we normally play and just perform the best we can.
How do you guys do that? How do you make sure that in these high pressure situations, because anytime something happens, you're hearing the crowd, they're right there. So how do you stay locked in those moments?
I just try to tune out the noise and I just pretend like I'm playing at home in my own environment, and it works.
Obviously,
hey, I mean, for their first LAN, they seem pretty locked in.
And a VR,
they're playing good so far for their first LAN.
Momentum.
Wait, which one is Retro, Chad? Is Retro the shorter one or the taller one?
What would you guys say to those fans?
Retro was frag.
I just want to thank everyone for supporting me, and I would like to, I don't know, just kind of appreciate
Retro's the shorter one? Okay, gotcha.
supported me this, so far.
You?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone that supported me and believed in me from the start, and yeah,
You can hear them. They're already going crazy for y'all. Talk to me about, you guys talked about being conned though, okay? So what's the plan? How are we looking to address that? Are we looking to maybe change things up? You don't have to give away too much, but what are we thinking?
I mean, it's been working it's been working
the
fine
map
so
switch
far,
is
so,
game 6.
We're just gonna keep
game 6
playing
is the map switch.
They aren't 50ing us, so it's a little difficult to bring the fight to them. But going into Slurp Rush in the next couple games, we're unconned, so it's looking pretty good for us.
Unconned.
Good for them.
That's gotta be a big shift, right? Is that what you're hoping and looking forward to?
Yeah, we went into the tourney hoping that we were unconned, and we were conned. But, sometimes things don't go your way, and we're just playing our game and seeing how things go.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. Best of luck in Slurp Rush and being uncontested for now. We'll go to a short break. We'll see you in just a minute.
All right, let's check leaderboard here. Leaderboard after 3 matches. Shxrk and Teeny 186 points after a first, fourth, and second place. Not the highest skill games from them, but the consistency is just unmatched for them. Izzy and Nosif in second, Hardy and Cammy in third, Phoenix and Retro in fourth, Lua and Romero in fifth, Z-Dog in sixth, and then Vico and Malabuka, 7th place. So, after what, 30% of the tournament, this is our top 7 right here. 95 points currently to qualify. Chino and POLLO just outside, Bugha just outside, Shadow Virgo just outside, Muzz just outside, Peterbot just outside. I mean, what's a 60-point gap? 60-point gap for Peter. Like, how many points is a 13-kill win in this? 99 points? Dang. Yeah, Peter Pollo, they need a good game soon here. They need a good game soon. 8 games now, there's 10 games. Valid, but like Clicks and Higgs were the second best div cut team before FNCS and LAN, and everyone didn't predict them to win or something. I mean, there's a difference between Peter and Pollo, the best duo of all time, and Clicks and Higgs, you know? And I think it kind of showed in grands. Just outside? I mean, Peter and Pollo definitely are just outside. Like, there's still 7 games left. Like, 66 points is not that much in 7 matches. K-Dog in 6th, yep. W Z-Dog, man. I'm pretty sure I talked to Z-Dog after he qualified for LAN. He's a pretty nice guy. Alex and Reckless struggling. Epic Will struggling. Dang. Lot of tournament left, though.
Reload Elite Series is probably feeling pretty good.
A
lot of people were looking to this duo, and now all eyes are on them right now. We talk about how it seems like there's this new echelon of players that are kind of coming up and taking over a lot of our dominant veterans. And I think this might be another duo that does that.
No, absolutely. I think especially within EU, there's been a resurgence of French Fortnite this year. And I think when you're looking at
maybe Peter wants to play the next round and not qual in this one for the practice. You know, that's
honestly,
man.
The fans here getting behind them. These guys aren't on any of the French clubs, but every single person in this crowd who has a French, jersey on, the second these guys were on height, the second these guys were doing anything good, they were jumping, cheering, shouting. You just love to see the support they're getting right now.
You definitely love to see it, especially when players can get behind that as well, start feeling that energy and start putting that towards the game series with that bounce back that we saw. But now we're gonna talk about one team that really hasn't had to bounce back because they've just been so consistent at the top, and that is none other than Shxrk and Teeny being able to just do their thing this first 3 matches.
Peter Pollo doing the comebacks like a summit.
I feel like game 3 was the one.
Okay, I can't lie. Going into this game, if Peter and Pollo struggle, that's when we'll start to get worried.
When we kind of looked up towards the high ground and they were on higher ground once more,
it normally does take them like 2 or 3 games to get used to reload 5.
Consistently doing it.
So if they struggle this game, then I'll start to get worried.
They were in Storm all the way until Zone 5, Zone 6. I was like, clearly they
like
lost half of their health. All these people are going to be watching them come into Zone. There's no way they're. Oh, nope, they made it and they almost won the game. Cool. They do this time and time again. Are they that much better than everyone else? And I think the comparison is even stronger right now because of how poorly a certain duo is doing.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about it, you want to go there, because I'm ready to go there. If you want to talk about, the teams who I think we expected to do a bit better on, sure, we're going to probably have to take a look at the next page of the leaderboard to get to some of those teams, but Shxrk and Teeny, it's been, I think if you're an EU fan, it's been exactly what you expected, right? It's what they've done all year.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to talk about that duo that you guys are
I'm back on every single
alluding to, but some of the other surprises, I mean, we just got a chance to hear from Phoenix and Retro 2 being their first LAN 11. And Kelly, this is one of those things that sometimes it lets them get onto the pressure just gets to these players. It's not looking like that so far.
I think the reality is, these
that
guys
is true.
Come in, I think with that much pressure, right? I don't think they had all of NA sort of looking at them going, you guys need to represent.
You didn't have Hardy and Cammy in finals, by the way.
It's allowed them to come into
still 7
today, play their game. They've gone under the radar.
People also said the same thing after game 1 when Muzz was doing it.
Right? So you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, but this is encouraging signs.
Thank you, Levin, for kind of bringing up the conversation of NA, because unfortunately for NAC specifically, I mean, Phoenix and Retro are actually carrying that conversation right now. The only team from NAC in that top 10 was actually Bugha and Braid sitting there in 9th place. So let's go ahead and take a look at the second page here, right?
Wow,
where are these teams actually standing? I mean, Shadow and Virgo, these guys got to pick it up. I mean,
Just
12 plays, Muzz and Sphinx, these guys got to pick it up.
Outside of the elimination
And then Kelly,
zone.
the duo that I'm sure you are begging to
Comparing
talk
Muzz
about.
and
I mean,
Cammy, bro,
Peterbot and POLLO down there
Cammy
in
and Reload
17th
is so
place,
different than
33
Cammy
points.
and
How
VR.
could we not talk about this duo? This is the duo that's been on everyone's name, not just in the Reload Elite Series, but in the FNCS.
all right,
They
Berg.
won
We'll,
3 of the
we'll
finals,
see
and they got
after
second
game
place.
10 what
And to
happens,
see
you know?
them not just doing poorly, but at the
There's
bottom
no
of
reason
the
to
barrel.
victory lap
I'm
a
not
take
trying to
right
like talk
now,
trash.
or
I think this is shocking, and
say
there's
a take
something
was
going
bad.
wrong.
It is
You know,
shocking, but I
there's a lot
think,
to
you know, I can sit here and dunk on Pete and POLLO all day long, right? I know people think I want to do that. The reality is, these guys are 2 of the best players in the world. When you look at a lot of their year so far,
What are they at?
they've
2
had a lot
games
of
so far?
performances like this where it's very slow to start. I think the days of
What have they
Peterbot
gotten
and
so
POLLO just
far?
sort of running at everybody
They're on
and
4th and
completely
8th.
rolling them over,
Yeah, pretty
it's
solid
probably
so far.
past those days. However, they are still a team that you would pick to beat anyone when it comes to a fight. And so I think they need to just sort of take some time to reset. I don't think they're over. I don't think they're
People
finished. I don't
aren't
think
at
they're
their setups
washed.
right now.
I just think this is a reality check that will be very good for them moving forward.
All right, Levin, I see what you're cooking there. You don't want to trash them too much. It could be too early to wave that red flag for some of
the
the
best team
squads. There's
tomorrow?
only been 3 matches. We still got 7 more matches to go. But they are
Between
fairly close to the
Sky,
bottom 3. And
Cold,
what happens to the bottom 3 at the
Josh
end of
and
the day?
Yamzo.
Those keys get crushed. So I want you, Levin, to
those are
look
probably
back
the
at the
top
camera. I
3.
want you to get
Swizzy
into your
Pixie.
best mindset as a coach. If you are currently
Probably
coaching those
between
2
them.
players from Falcons, what are you going to be telling them after 3 matches?
You guys have done it time after time. Whenever the
Panzer.
pressure's been on, whenever people have
I think
doubted
Panzer
you,
Qualls, but I wouldn't
you've
say
made
Panzer
it
and Yap are one
happen.
of the best teams
Make it
tomorrow.
happen today. You guys aren't finished. You guys aren't done. You guys are the best in your region. Show that here today. The Falcons are supporting you. All the
Already got
different
11
games have come
motivational
together. They put in
segments
so
for
much
Peter.
work for you to deliver in the final lap of the race. You have to make it happen.
Oh
my God.
Baby, I don't know about you. Kelly, I don't know about you. I mean, put me in there, coach, because I want to play.
Yeah, I know. This is getting me motivated. Maybe I have to throw the old headset back on, Lev. Thank you very much for that. Listen, actually, I want to bring up a conversation that me and Levin had just not too long ago, talking about this comeback from Peterbot and POLLO. We kind of gave them a number of games that they could kind of clutch up, right? And Levin called it. He was like, listen, they could probably throw away like 6 games and they could still pull it off because we know what Peterbot and POLLO are capable of. So
I don't
confident in Peterbot and
Peter
POLLO's
can
capability
qualify
that me and
4
Levin kind of
games.
both agree that they could get into the top 7 with just 4 good games.
What has to do? I have the
It seems
Astro
like everyone is stepping
8
up right now. There are so many teams surprising us, stepping up, coming in here with a game plan. And I wonder if maybe this is a bit of the hubris of Peterbot and POLLO coming into this thinking that they were going to run
Peter
away
can
with it.
qual in
However,
4 games?
they love to build a story. They love to go to day
I
2.
mean,
I
Shxrk
don't
and
think we're
King
going to
at
see them in the bottom 3. So if we
186
do
and 3.
see them in that elimination round
And
in
we're
2
assuming
days,
it's probably
that
gonna
might
be
just
like
be the story they
350
want to
to
build.
qual.
That will be crazy.
And,
Like,
like, Shxrk
nobody's going to be
continuing to have an
expecting
average
that from
placement of
talking to you guys
2.3.
every single
I don't
time
know
I
about
keep
that.
hearing Falcons is going to be going straight to finals.
I
Right
don't know.
now, it's not looking likely, but one team that is looking likely to make it to the finals is Leviathan with Lava and Romero. They've been performing good so far.
I'm a big fan of the Brazilian region. These guys are 2 Argentines who they've been making waves, man. They've done so well in the qualifiers over there. And I think when you just look at
Peter
the
will get
way they've
150
actually
when they
played,
play a
especially when I
vibes
look
off
at Romero, I mean, he has had some qualifier
Yeah,
finals
I mean,
where
I think they're
he's
due
just
for a
tearing
win
it up.
eventually, or
And
due for
genuinely,
at least
we
a
spoke
good
about it
game,
before the
you know?
tournament, Kenny. I was like, if there's one
Tournament
team I'm
winner
looking at
predictions,
how
scan the
they perform, I
QR
think
code
these
to cast
guys
your vote.
have, you know, the ability
How
to
many
really
people
go
are
all the
doing
way
this
in this
right? I want to see
competition.
what people
We always like to
are,
talk about smaller regions and how they're underrepresented in
just
these
for
land
this right
settings.
here,
But
or is this for the
Brazil,
overall
time and time
finals?
again, always steps up, always proves themselves to being able to compete
What does
with
this
the
even
best of the
take
best
me
in NAC and EU. So to see them do that again is absolutely wonderful.
I feel like there's a little bit of theme though in that top 5, right? We're obviously kind of
have to
highlighting
make
some of
an
these
account
teams, and
for
it's going to be the
this?
similar thing for Lua and
I'm not
Romero
gonna-
here is that fortunately for them,
Let's
we've
get
only
Izzy, let's
gone
get,
through
bro.
3 games so far. So a lot of
Who
these
would
top
Shxrk
5
play
teams
with if
right
he
now,
becomes NA?
all of
I
their
don't think
points are
Shxrk's coming
actually
in.
off
He's
of
too
just
young.
one singular good game. Like if we
Let's
take a
go,
look at their
TK,
match
let's go, bro.
history, it's a 14th, a second,
That's game 4
and a
started
11.
yet?
So
No.
pretty much all of their points are kind of just coming from that second place with 7 eliminations.
This is a lot
and that's kind of
longer
the
break
theme with a
than we
lot
had
of these
after the
teams in
last
that top 5. So even though these teams are
Chat,
towards the
follow
top
the
of the
stream if you guys
leaderboard
are
right
new.
now,
We are
outside of like
200
Shxrk
followers
and
away
Teeny,
from
nobody has
22K.
actually really found their footing
Sub up if
to
you're on
be
the YouTube stream as
consistent
well. How many
in
subs are we
multiple
on the
matches
YouTube
so
stream?
far. So even though the
We
leaderboard is kind of shaken up and we're not seeing a lot of things that we are used to seeing, I feel like it's
Drop a
going
like
to start
on the
to switch
YouTube
up
stream
very,
also.
very
How
soon.
many likes
I'm
are we on
glad you
the
brought
YouTube
that up
stream?
because it is going to be all about that consistency, especially once we get to the finals with match point. And right now, with what we're seeing, our Shxrk and Teeny is outstanding. Now, if
we're at 200 likes on the YouTube
any
stream.
team that has actually surprised you, whether it's
300
good
likes
or
on the
bad
YouTube
so
stream.
far
Drop a
after
like
3
on the
matches.
YouTube stream.
All right, listen, at the start, game number 1, Muzz and Sphinx came out there. We saw the solo clutch coming out as well, and I thought that was going to be the start of it. It has not been the best 2 games after that, but I want Muzz and Sphinx to come back up, man. Muzz is a fan favorite for so many people, and Sphinx has to be one of the funniest players in the world. I want to get an interview out of them at least just one time.
Maybe we'll get a chance to get an interview. I know, in talking about interviews, one person that's currently
what's top 10? What's up, top 10
I'm surprised.
This
He's
is
even
top
here
7.
too.
Top
Pierre
7 is what
Gasly
really
from
matters,
Formula
because top
1.
7 is
Barney,
cool.
take it away, because I really
that's
want to hear
top
what he's
7,
got to say.
Pierre Gasly, we saw you hanging out at the Gadir City Grid where all the Fortnite action is taking place. What did you think of it?
Yeah, it's insane, I must say. It's such a joy. I love gaming again myself, and it's the first time that I get the chance to attend such an event. So no, it's incredible to see the player, to see the. I appreciate the game. I appreciate, you know, the sort of level that you see, and no, it's very impressive, very joyful. It's quite a packed day for me. I wish I could just like sit around and just watch all the gameplay, but very cool event.
As someone who's used to performing under pressure, like any words of advice that you could have for
F1
these
driver?
pros
I
that
can't
are
lie, I don't
performing
know
on
who
stage
this
right
is.
now as you speak?
They know what they're doing. I mean, you can see it. It was quite impressive, like just how chill and how relaxed. You can see the focus. You can see the concentration. Like very quick moves, etc. I was trying like to look at all these little
Peter
details.
and Poyo do bad enough here in globals
but then I really like the strategy and like the sort of like teamwork, and yeah, just appreciate the prestige. I game myself more like Call of Duty. I do a bit of Fortnite as well, but more Call of Duty, and I know the thrill, the excitement, and just to see it to that professional level is very cool.
As people say, ball knows ball. Thanks so much, Pierre Gasly. I really appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of EWC.
All right, thanks. All right, thanks, sir. Oh, I thought we crashed. We're good though.
Shxrk and Teeny, Phoenix and Retro, Izzy and Nosif, 3 games and 3 game winners, and almost all of them are inside of that top 7 as well.
And it's exciting to think about because we could be looking at the beginning of the end potentially for teams that are outside of that threshold, but at the same time, everyone still has to make sure that they don't hit that autopilot feature.
Time to see who colluded in the last 10 minutes.
From that little segment that we just witnessed, Jacob,
yeah,
I might need Levin to start just being like my hype man before I go do anything in life, because, dude, what a speech, right? Like, if I'm Raspberry right now, that's got to be the number. Like, just press record,
coach here? I thought their coach could like stand behind them.
No, I got to agree with you, Levin. I feel like can just hype up anybody to do anything in the world. And honestly, I think that should be enough to kind of spark a little bit from some of these players. You know, Khaled and Mshari, Epic, well, Pop, Alex, Reckless, Peter, Poyo, Edson, BHN. We all know these guys have an immense amount of skill. We just need to use the last 6 games of the day to put it to the test. Malabuka starts firing off early with the first elimination of the game.
A little bit of a tough break there for
Peter's here as well.
Romero,
There's
given
so
the
many
game
people
that they've
here.
been
Everyone's
having
dead
so far,
armor.
but Malabuka
Wait,
not
Poyo's
looking to slow
dead.
down anytime soon. That is until
Wait, if Peter dies, they're full dead.
On the receiving end of some
Oh my gosh.
damage. Pete, though, a little bit of a
Oh my
scramble
gosh.
right now. He needs to get Poyo back up and running.
How much time is left?
Gonna head straight
That's a
into
huge
his
shot there
clutches.
from Peter.
Poyo has
Okay,
managed to
Poyo's
touch
back.
ground,
Wow.
But Pete will be
But that
quickly
really messes up their
eliminated,
early game.
and it's Malabuka fully profiting off of this crazy mix-up at Elite Armory.
That was close. That was close. From Pete and Poyo being eliminated first out of game 4. And honestly,
I said is,
this is like
are the players allowed to go on their phones in between the games or
I had a chance
no?
to talk to them for a few seconds. I was telling them, like, passing these games are absolutely
That was
crazy.
really
And I said, no one's really going up for height. And you know what Malabuka said? You better expect to see ups.
What is Peter doing there? A lot of times, like, solos will just land armory and try to get as many kills as possible.
Change up when it comes to the confidence.
Like, I think Malabuka's
Always
here by
easier
himself.
said than done, right? Especially when you've got teams like Shxrk and Teeny that have just been so consistent at holding it down. But Muzz, this is a rare sight, losing the Bloom battle, and Malabuka just immediately closing in. Only needs one more well-placed shot to be the end of the line here for Muzz, and that's going to do it.
3 early kills for Malabuka.
With a clean finish. And poor Muzz just sent back in, back over to where Sphinx is at.
And straight, quick, 9 points for them. They started in 7th place at 95 points. They are the line to beat as of now, but already at the course of the game. They move up into 6th place.
But I think wins this, it's looking like Shxrk and Teeny right now.
They're still having
but
the same
I don't know if we're going to start to see some grief stuff happen if Shxrk and Teeny like early qual,
They get that first elimination, essentially forcing one of them to disengage and try to hide.
Will Malabuka be able to swing his way out of this one, though? PH Zen trying to make sure that he can actually shut down one of these best for Malabuka. No, shots from both ends of the spectrum, and he won't be able to escape it this time. A great sandwich there.
And that's still 3 early kills from Ali. That's a good start for them.
To shut him down. And Malabuka, though, he already had his fun at the end of it, Jacob. Getting those 3 eliminations was a very nice start to the lobby, but I like the fact that you kind of pointed out that they're feeling very confident in terms of
who's been the MVP of this tournament so far?
In the end game opportunities. Still,
I mean, it's between Shxrk and Teeny, but I don't know which one of them's been playing better.
Slightly, it's just like a dominoes effect. All it takes is that one little hiccup, and then your game plan is just sent straight out the window.
Yeah, especially if the zone kind of pulls over in the direction in which you've been fighting on, and right now it seems early on, more than half of the zone is outside of the map on the south side. So we know for the most part we could have things jumping right back up towards the center, but this goes that early game start. Romero got dropped first. Malabuka was able to get 2, and then this final one onto Muzz.
Right now,
9-point swing to move them up a whole place.
Basically last versus last.
Peterbot, we saw him go down early on with 0 eliminations, or let's just say 1. Now he's picked up 2 more, so they're just trying to go ahead and put themselves to the test. Talk about Levin said maybe
I did say if they struggle game 4, that's when they'll start to worry.
They might be able to throw away 6 games, but Peterbot and POLLO don't want to throw away 6 games.
Hey, it's always Pete POLLO. You just can't be worried about these guys until you actually see
3 points per kill.
Them in this sort of position, and we're maybe in our last 3 games of the day. Then maybe, you know, affairs start to get a little bit worried about how they're going to actually wind up in which part of the leaderboard they'll be at.
Has POLLO gotten a single kill? Not this game, but overall.
Shadow and Virgo, though, roller coaster of emotions for these two. They've seen some highlights, and then there's just been the dips back down. It's just very difficult for them to get that consistency rolling.
Yeah, and it's kind of telling it. You know, look at their journey here. In the first qualifier, they got 6. They missed out on actually qualifying. The second qualifier, they missed out on the finals lobby completely, and then they qualified in qualifier 3 inside, I think, a top 4 finish. And then the fourth qualifier, again, they missed out, which just kind of shows that they can hide, they have flows, they're a team that builds off momentum, and they need to continue that here in today's games.
And that's exactly it. Momentum being the key word.
Because you see Shadow, I remember game 1, POLLO had kills.
All of a sudden, they are racking up the count. But obviously,
a single NA team top 7.
Long
tournament still left to go, but
yeah. Being their fate in this game right now, Vico looking to apply a little bit of pressure towards Nalu, and Vico Malabuka. This is definitely confidence.
Vico Mali just kind of full aggro this whole early game. Oh my gosh.
Already, Nalu was rather injured
before
he
goes
even
down
had to apply the shot, but now Rainy on the ropes here, not trying to get fully wiped this early on. They still want a fighting chance, and Vico knows it, and he's looking to shut that down immediately.
Yeah, he had to go back for the build. He had no material left, but he realized he's on a clock if he wants to get this team fully out of the lobby.
Just 1v2
goes down instead of getting eliminated, so
Vico is enough
to at least get back in the game. And if you guys don't know, since they're fighting so far outside of the zone, instead of the teammate rebooting and above you, that only happens when you're in the safe zone. So he rebooted somewhere inside of the map.
Dude, Vico just showed more reaction right there than we've seen teams that won games today.
Doesn't really seem too pressed by it. Will be able to pick up nice little make it off the vending machine, and Mofu and Domad don't really seem to notice that he's actually rather close by. They're a little bit more
and this team has 78 points right
making
here.
Their own rotations. Again, just another one of those teams, international representation. They've managed to secure a top 3 already in today's competition. Just 1 or 2 more of those, and that could be what sets them up for that top 7 finish.
Yeah, they're not too far away from where the bubble actually is, so
Oh, Tini has the
continue to keep at it, and we talked.
What's that shotgun called? The pistol shotgun?
Might be
What's
playing
that
a
thing
little bit
called?
of a factor from some of these teams.
Oh, is that like the wrecked revolver, right?
It's happening to everybody little by little, especially the ones that might be running out of time. You saw the loadout. The mythic Wrecker revolver, which packs a punch from far away. So when this team does eventually try to play for that high ground, it is going to hurt from a bit of a distance.
He can double pump? Yeah, that gun is crazy.
Pablo Chino, though, just operating at their own pace.
Pablo Chino, just outside of the top 7 right now, I'm pretty sure. I think they're in like exactly 8th place.
They've got the whites to work with, but Vico, another little run
back.
On
the 2 Vico kills.
Very aggressive instance.
Wow. How did neither of those guys like barely hit him?
Knowing that Malibuca also has full confidence in his
season,
record,
that was
going to close that fight out 9 times out of 10.
Season 4 was pretty
and that's a daunting fact when you are one of those teams like Rainy and Aldo and realizing, dang, we just got shut down by one guy.
Yeah. It's just one of those tough things that start to play on you
mentally. When was the last US LAN?
Candy and Hari. I know they were talking about a lot of teams in today's games. I know it's only been 3, rather kind of inconsistent.
But if you're talking about like official Fortnite tournament,
Hari are another one of those teams you got to give a little credit to. 2nd place in the first game, 3rd place in the last one, 18th in the middle, and then a total of 8 eliminations. So they're making sure that they stay above and ahead of the curve, or at least as far as right now goes. Bugha and Braids not too far away from the zone, just trying to grab that med kit before they use that launch pad to go in. Since they are so high up, they're going to have that bird's eye view. They can assess the situation and try to bring in all that information so they know exactly where they actually want to drop. For Bugha and Braids, not too far off where the launch pad actually is.
Makes sense, though, for Bugha to immediately cut it short. He recognized the fact that Pablo Chino were very quickly closing in on their position. Not only that, but that little scuffle taking place with Shxrk, Kami Hari. They didn't want to risk finding themselves stuck in the air and just getting tagged up along the way.
Because we had Summit, we had Globals last year in
the 2024. Touch base onto the ground yet again. We're ready to see the Lion Roar. We're also ready to see whether or not Izzy and Nosif are able to replicate that last game success here, and it could start by finding these eliminations onto Khaled and Shxrk, but the way that Shxrk, it's a
Shxrk points on the board for them. Wait, this could be Izzy and Nosif dead here.
Izzy now trying to gauge
Izzy has to survive.
Even buying enough time for his
I can't lie, this team has got to start crashing out. Like, these guys are literally playing to not get eliminated.
Wasn't able to make it to the body to actually secure anything, so left the fallback and wait for Khaled to instead help him out. But Izzy, that was all the time he needed.
Yeah, but this is still essentially a 2v1, even with Nosif back in the game. Remember, I said you don't reboot over your teammate when they're in the zone. They're safe right now for Nosif, so you see him
2v1?
Trying to do what he can.
Might be able to.
Just try to get some loot. That way, if the worst does happen, and Nosif
Dude, Izzy and Nosif, like I know I said it earlier, but the fact that they were like legit nobody's last year to what they are now is crazy.
There's a huge strength in numbers,
Bugha, chill.
and they want to continue to
Bugha,
use it to their
you do not want to
Bugha and Braids are being so cautious with every single one of their rotations, though. Anytime that you start to see them, maybe step a little bit further forward. No, they scout out another team, immediately block off the line of sight. They are not
obviously
trying
wasn't
to take
as good
any
as
unnecessary damage, but they are having to burn through a lot more material.
Chat, you guys gonna watch the Brazil Pro Am? Yes or no?
Them later on in this lobby, Jacob, because
pretty sure it's taking place in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Reboot shutting off just yet, and for Bugha and Braids, they're going to need a refresh of material if they want to be left standing by the end game.
Yeah, but they're not just too far away from that 7th place spot. They started the game in 9th. They were down about 7 points to Vico and Malibuca, but we saw how their early game went. So Bugha, Braids, just trying to play the long game, it seems like. Maybe like a few others. Retro and Phoenix, same thing could be said for them. They were able to get that victory royale in game number 2, but it's just a lack of being able to kind of do it again, or at least get close. They have a 17th and a 10th in their 2 other games, but they did have the eliminations with that victory royale, which kind of boosted them up the leaderboard. So you got to make sure to close out maybe inside of the top 10, top 5.
Reboots expire in 36 seconds
here. Within contention of that top 7.
Hey, fair play though to Vico and Malibuca. Nice little rotate in, glide through, cut the cord, play it safe, take over front side, and
well, also like the Brazil Pro Am, it's probably not going to be much English, you know. So I don't even know how much I'll be able to like understand.
And just knowing that they've prevented Peterbot and POLLO from having that freedom to just sort of immediately send it straight ahead. They are going to have to be very cognizant of where Vico and Malibuca are at, or at least get some good damage application in to prevent them from looking back and spraying.
All 40 duos are still alive.
see where the zone actually forces a lot of teams, but most of them spread out. Except for the Muzz and Shxrk, Izzy, Nosif, Cringe, Voko, Rainy even there, not too far away from Nalu, so you got to be careful not to get caught out of solo. You see Nosif going through that pain, just trying to shockwave to safety.
I mean, they do seem to run out of mats pretty fast,
in the
but
7th zone. Nobody.
I mean, maybe. I think Peter also is just so used to trios where he was able to force refreshes so easily that he could like over tarp a lot. So I mean, maybe.
Direction of what they just invested towards. So now they've got a whole lot of traffic local to the area that they are going to have to try and avoid.
Obviously, you want to preserve I said it in one of my videos, but a lot of me thinking Peter and Pollo sticking together is going to be how they do in globals. Like if they dub globals, I don't really see them staying
Bugha and Braids, though, actually going to
we'll see, you know. It's still a while away.
Into the storm, take up a little bit of damage there. They got Whites to work.
Is this going to be the game that Peter plays high?
Still,
oh my gosh, Teeny just fries Shadow right there and takes him out.
Already letting it be known to Shadow.
That's rough for Shadow and Virgo.
Yeah, that's
Virgo has solo clutch. Shadows are Teeny's 5-5-5. Looks like the game that Peter wants to play high ground finally here. Peter has a good amount of mats. Pump is 1 HP. Oh, are they going to get the kill on the pump? Who got it? Pablo got it. No kill for Peter there.
Pablo Ingu is able to get the knock on the pump. Epicwell is going for a revive, but a chop comes in on Pete and Pollo, distracting them just long enough for that revive to be an actual possibility.
I don't know. They need to pull zone here. If they don't pull zone here,
able to pull that one
they pull zone.
Sometimes it's indirect help from the lobby, but all the better still. And it was still kicking here. Izzy, Nosif. Great job concealing themselves. Didn't get the damage application they wanted against T-Dog and Goofy, but the pressure point could definitely be applied. All depends on who actually moves first. Is Pablo Chino just getting shredded on their builds right now, doing everything in their power to keep these walls closed off.
They have to pop the rest of their fizz almost here.
Literally just melted through all of that brick. Still
Yeah,
have a decent amount left, especially one elimination could definitely change things. For Pablo and Chino, they started this game in 8th place with the 89 points, and then slowly.
We haven't seen any Peter Pollo versus Shxrk and Teeny fights yet, have we? Oh my gosh, Peter and Pollo just insta-wipe Izzy and Nosif. Shadow and Virgo are full dead as a duo. 5 kills for Peter on height now. Is this finally the game that we see Peter and Pollo lock in? I mean, I can't lie. I'm scared for them, but because of Shxrk and Teeny. Shxrk and Teeny are like 5-5-5. Yeah, look how many mats Teeny has. They're so sad.
That's for sure. But for Vico and Bugha, they just continue to find success after success. And for Pete and Pollo,
wow, it's quick
it's one thing
oh
to overthrow team on height.
I swear Shxrk and Teeny look for height here, no?
Actually see it
he has so many mats.
Especially when Shxrk and Teeny are still on the line.
Pollo need to go up a little more here.
Also going to look to try and stake their claim towards
this
position.
62 bills, though. They don't really have mats like that.
Already having those 5 eliminations, though, it is
right under them.
that they are going to hunt out as many as they can find. Thought they were going to be able to take out Cammy there for a moment.
Z-Dog goes down. Oh no.
Just narrowly
my brother dead. Full dead. Z-Dog and Goofy.
Pablo Chino still choosing kind of operate
Pablo running out of mats.
Front side positions, but eventually they are going to have to look back. Pablo even taking so much space here.
He's making the comeback for the content.
Yeah, worked well. Sacrifice to the HP.
They need another kill
A
here.
little bit more space to work.
They like really need another kill.
Still have their eyes
Peter's probably going to go up a little bit more. Wait, Shxrk and Teeny in the storm.
This
has to be a high play from Shxrk and Teeny, right?
But they're busy with Epicwell pump. Shxrk and Teeny being forced.
Okay, not a high play from Shxrk and Teeny. Oh, Teeny gets hit for a lot. Teeny goes down. Teeny dies to Epicwell, but Shxrk kills Epicwell. I think Shxrk will be able to get the res here too on the Teeny.
Save him for now. And hoping that he
maybe not. Maybe 5-second res. We're really prioritizing fizzing over resing Teeny? I swear we could have res Teeny here. Oh man, I swear he could have. Oh, we're playing this not the greatest here from Shxrk, I can't lie. Cancels his med kit. Peter's gonna drop down. Peter gets a kill on the Nalu. 6 kills for Peter.
No issues whatsoever. Reconnecting where Pollo is at. It's just knowing that Shxrk and Teeny didn't get the chance to actually fizz crash pad up, and that's going to be a big swing now.
Top 12 situation, 20 players up alive.
Are going to have to make this attempt all on their lonesome, and with very little material to work with.
Yeah, Shxrk just said he'll do it himself, I guess. Wait, Bugha and Braid still alive. we don't really see Bugha Braids. Like, they don't show them very much in the end game, but they are still alive here. Chino, really weak over here. Phoenix and Retro still alive as a duo, game 2 winners. Chino needs a refresh, though. Ari goes down to Pollo. Pollo gets his first kill of the game. Sphinx goes down. I think Muzz and Sphinx just went down. They did. Chino's in a box here, and Chino's finally going to end up going down. Vico Mally go for height. Vico Mally have height. Vico Mally do have height, and Vico kills Pollo. Pollo goes down. Is Peter still alive? No, Peter's dead. Peter and Pollo full dead, top 6. I mean, that's still a good game, though. That'll take them out of the eliminated zone at least. I doubt they'll be top 7. Bugha goes for height. Bugha goes down. Braids goes down. Retro goes down. Who is even still alive? It's Vico Mally versus who? Hammy's still alive. Malabuka just died to fall damage. Malabuka just died to fall damage. Wait, Vico 1v2. Vico kills Win. Vico kills PHN. 1v1 for Vico. It's Vico versus who's PHN's teammate? Edson. Brazil versus EU. Who's better? Only 9 builds for Vico. Oh my, look at the little dual cameras here perspective. No mats for Edson, 3 builds for Vico. Oh my gosh, Vico wins this. This is a Vico win. I've never seen Vico lose this, and that is going to be the Vico in Malabuka 12 elimination win, and we finally get a hype win reaction as well. Oh yeah, Vico's hype, man. I knew if someone was going to give us a hype win reaction, it would be Vico. That is the Vico in Malabuka win.
Certainly catapulting themselves very comfortably inside that top 7 threshold.
I was scared for them in a moment.
Give us a Vico interview right now. I need the Vico interview right now.
Maybe he had the shockwave, but then he's
overreacting. I guess people aren't allowed to be passionate.
To kind of just brush that off very, very quickly and immediately go to work to not only get that elimination, but then clutch the 1v2. That was absolutely insane. And these are why they are a reigning, defending FNCS Major 1 Summit Land champions.
And look, don't get me wrong, Vico had 17 builds more to work with than Edson in those final moments, but the fighting IQ was clearly there. He doesn't waste any time. He doesn't go for an overly aggressive, all-out, just open, clear edit. He really takes over height. He wanted to have that leverage of having the option to work down, make sure that he could secure those right-hand positions even, and that just made it so complicated for Edson. He was already working into a deficit, being so limited on materials.
Summit Land.
Great job.
Oh yeah, they won Summit Land, huh? They didn't even win Major 1.
Cool in that moment, but he's not new to this. He's been here before, and obviously we got to hear from them directly.
3 builds. You can pop a big. No, not. Let's go!
Wow.
All while playing that, just kind of calm, cool, collected. Even while he's shockwave up, Malabuka say, you can pop a big, you're good. He has nothing down below. And then he hits him with a flying elbow drop off the top rope.
Yeah, no, Vico just solo clutch win on land.
Really?
Of course he's going to be hyped.
There from Vico. And I know he's definitely had his instances even leading up to this series, Jacob, where Vico's kind of had those dips. And I don't want to say that they were, you know, shattering to his confidence.
Yeah, they had a rough
he was very
grand
open
finals.
about the fact, you know, man, after Summit, definitely
leaderboard. All right, let's check leaderboard here.
Maybe what I should
have. Are they doing anything else? I'm gonna make sure I don't miss like an interview.
Into this tournament,
here's the match rankings. Okay, so
hustling non-stop.
Oh my gosh, is that actually okay? This can't be right.
Very strong contention.
There's no way Vico and Mally got 60 more points than anybody else.
Because right now it is all about the Esports World Cup.
Yeah,
this can't be right.
A huge game for them. That's got to start to boost the confidence, and that's going to be the biggest things because we know Shxrk, Peterbot, and Pollo, Vico,
they were so weird. Yeah, I'll check like official leaderboard.
Can win this entire
I'm just gonna check it right now. I'm just gonna have their audio on in the background just in case. But I'll turn it down a little bit.
Given moment, the vibes, the confidence, and that is
so Shxrk and Tini in first on 201, Vico in second, Hari and Cammy in third, Phoenix and Retro in fourth, Izzy and Nosif in fifth, Bugha in sixth, Z-Dog in seventh. So that is okay. They're gonna break down. They are all right. That is the top 7 with 6 games left to go. We're almost halfway through the tournament. Last game that we will be playing on the Stronghold map as well. Chino Pablo just outside of it. Edson, Lua, Muzz, Rue, Peter Pollo. I mean, best game of the day for them. How many points is that? 54-point game for Peter and Pollo. They are now, what is that, like 40 points off of qual pace? Something like that. Not too bad. Cringe and Volko, Shadow Virgo, 16th place. Yikes. They had such a good game 1, and now they're like fighting for potentially getting eliminated. Yeah, I can't lie. It's probably over for these guys right here, unfortunately. Alex and Reckless still have 0 kills throughout 4 matches. And Epic Whale. Rough tournament from them also, dang. Peter's about a 5 out of 5 Slurp Rush. I guess Slurp Rush is the map for Peter and Pollo. But we'll see. We will see. Pollo is doing the Mbappe special. Dude, I wish I could see player stats so bad right now. Like, I need to see the kill difference between them. Wait, can I see on... Hold on. If I go to Asarian and then I go to leaderboard and then I go... let me see.
That's what we're used to with this guy. He does it on the big stage, the Summit Champions. Another thing as well, Peterbot and Pollo, you're the sort of NA expert, the resident NA expert here. Is this sort of what we can expect from Peterbot and Pollo? Are they starting to grow into
the dono on YouTube? I don't know what currency that is, but thank you, bro. What are your thoughts on the possible trio of Acorn, Cold, Pollo?
No,
it's me, Flexi. I was good. Flexi was good, bro. Thank you for the dono.
Like, oh my gosh, they're up on the high ground.
Acorn, Cold, Pollo.
For them. Like, they're on 33 points going into this game.
I think that's a really good trio right there.
Up there, but good to see that they're taking control of some of the end game.
I feel like Acorn and Cold, though, would probably choose
NAC representation, though, man. Bugha and Braids.
But I do think that's
these guys in there.
Thank you for the dono, bro. Thank you.
I think Bugha and Braids getting some love directly around us right there. You actually talked to Clicks, and you called it out. Bugha's going to be winning. Shout out to Clicks. He has something. Okay. You know something. I think a lot of the people want to say Peterbot and Pollo are going to be the teams to look out for, right? So,
all right, let's just do a
Izzy and Nosif as well. What a performance from our French guys here on that. The vibes, honestly, are ecstatic. When those guys managed to get the win, it was like nothing else at all. Now, of course, you played on the biggest stages, right?
All right, who places higher in this next game? Peter Pollo, Shxrk Team, Eco, or non-EU/NA Central? Vote on the prediction.
I've always been a super big fan of just sticking to what you know.
Yo, Trevs, where you at, bro?
Where you at here? Would be detrimental, right? You know exactly what you have prepared for, so you got to go ahead and stick to it.
Yo, Lucky with the tier 1. Thank you, bro.
You guys around me ready for the next game? Are we ready, guys?
Luki, thank you, bro.
Just subscribe.
19 subs away from 100 subs. Thank you, guys.
What is going to take place?
Remember, we're going to be live
this
every
is
single
essentially
day.
the halfway point for Group A's competition. And right
now,
Jacob, we are starting to see just the tiniest gaps really starting to improve, particularly within that top 3 threshold. So right now, places 4 through 7, those are going to be the ones that are ultimately up for grabs.
I'm down for an Alex win here, you know? Alex got to start locking in, though.
Early departures from duos that are already within the safety net of falling through to finals. But how do you shut them down? Do you risk it and go for an early fight off spawn and try to disorient your competition? Or do you just stick to your original strategy, see if you can come out strong, just playing with what you know?
I mean, I've always been one, if I'm going to win or lose a game, it's going to be something I did or didn't do. And already, Shxrk gets an elimination on the run and immediately gets shut down after. What I was kind of prefacing there is I would like teams to play aggressive.
Chat, vote on the prediction fast. Vote on the prediction fast. Vote. I did not expect the next game to be starting this soon. Oh my gosh, wait.
Hasn't necessarily
now Apollo's
so Gino finally goes down.
Gino and he thought he was maybe dealing with one. Not the double pairing there from Ari and Gabby. That's a tough break.
Lucky. Thank you,
Shxrk, Teeny, they're also on the move. Alex, unfortunately, going to be taken out. He'll be forced into the viciousness of the reboot cycle.
Shxrk just respawned that fast and then killed 2 people? I was even paying attention.
All of the loot
Vico
that's
goes down in the
nearby.
feed.
Alex and Reckless are going to have to get the job done somewhere else, but for Shxrk and
goes down to Hari.
Vico Malabuka, these are two teams that I think we could pretty confidently say have stamped
Map, are they playing the finals? Oh, they're playing both
inside of
maps.
that
It's the exact same
top
thing.
7
It's going to be
threshold,
game 1 through
and
5 on
obviously
this
they're
map,
gonna be trying to keep
and then
the
game
ball
6 through 10
rolling,
on
but
Slurp.
Also, the world's kind of their oyster.
Yeah, and I feel like the only way for these two teams that you're talking about to fall
Also,
out
we
of
are
that top
100
7
followers
is
away from
literally for them
22K. If you guys
to
are
just
new to the
not
stream,
care anymore and
drop
maybe
a
not even
follow.
really kind of put it to the test like they have been. So Shxrk, Teeny, they've just been one of them teams that you look at and just gotta be so impressed as we continue to look around, seeing where some
Braids
of these
gets
teams
a
are
kill.
at. Fringe Voca started this game
Good
in
for the Bugha and
14th
Braids squad.
place. They have 81 points, but you can see they have an elimination, so
I don't
they
think that
themselves
team's
are
eliminated.
starting
Alex
to
dies
close the
again.
gap. But as of now, the halfway
Yikes.
point or
Wait,
so
POLLO
is about
versus Shxrk. Give me this fight right here.
124 points. So even
This is the fight I want to see. Oh,
barely safe, and I don't know how long it's going to remain so, especially
Shxrk
since
just
Shxrk gets it
slams
And the worst
POLLO.
part about Shxrk and
Was that
Teeny
with the
and
dragon
these
breath
types of
right there? What did he
competition,
hit him
Jacob,
with?
that all of EU is all too familiar with.
Shxrk
Once
actually
they
just
feel
slammed it.
like they don't have any kind of pressure, that there's no stakes involved, they just start going all out with the aggressiveness. And so expect to see a lot more of Shxrk and Teeny just rolling through the map, and I almost feel bad for anybody that they might come
They should do
across,
one round
because
swap
they
in
are just
finals.
going to be dishing out.
I feel like that would make the
whatever
breaks in
kinds of
between
fights that
games
they can
so long.
muster
If they had
up.
to
It just
switch the
doesn't
map
matter.
every single
These guys
time,
are just playing with all
I
the
feel like that would
freedom
make
in the
the breaks in between the games just take so
one thing I
long.
was really scared
But
at.
that would
and
be
they're one of
cool.
the teams
I can't
that
lie.
could potentially
Oh my gosh,
take
Shxrk,
it off.
how many-
Look over toward
Dude,
the side. Shxrk does
Shxrk
it
is just
again,
taking down everybody
Goofy.
right now.
And this is where Fortnite in general
He's
is
king
such
again.
an important game for the overall ecosystem for
Shxrk
EWC.
is
More
literally
particularly the club
just walking
championship.
down
You
this
look on
lobby.
your side, you got Team Falcons in first place. You're
Oh my gosh, he has
defending
another
club
kill.
champions, and then
Z-Dog is 1 HP.
AGAL in second.
Run,
you also
Z-Dog.
have teams from Team Vitality
run.
in this that picked up some points.
There's nowhere to
So it's
run.
still
5
anybody's
kills for
tournament
Shxrk
in terms
now.
of the club championship.
They are just
Shxrk is
increasing their
actually
lead even
disgusting
more right now.
Granted, that was some awesome cutoffs by Teeny, just really preventing C-Dog and
Who's the
Goofy
first right
any
now?
sort of room
Shxrk
to
and Teeny are
breathe, but
first.
Jacob, Shxrk is
Wait,
very
Luna Romero dead?
obviously
No.
feeling the
That's my small
confidence
region
right
team I had
now,
predicted.
and
Please tell me that's
just the
glitched.
way that he is carrying himself.
Okay, it is glitched.
He
That's one
wants
before.
every single
That's one before.
elimination point he can find. He is not happy right now with seeing Vico Malabuka overthrown.
Dude, they're... Oh my gosh, wait. Who's fighting back right now? Z-Dog's actually fighting back.
In this game,
Good try,
Shxrk
Z-Dog.
has 6
Sorry.
eliminations
That was close.
by himself.
Yeah,
Falco, I
Shxrk
think you said it
is
best. This
fragile.
is just a whole nother team when they have nothing to lose.
What place
and
is
it's
Peter?
gonna be even
Peter
more
is
so
just
that
outside of
scenario
Qual.
because of this
Or
game
not just outside of
alone.
Qual. Peter's like
24
13.
points on straight
So he's just
eliminations.
outside the top
18
10?
points on straight eliminations here from Shxrk by himself. Again, that gap that we're talking about is only increasing.
Wow.
This guy's not even farming. He's getting all of
He's
this
just
material
farming
just
players.
off of body loot. I feel
What's
bad
good, Mac? What's good,
because
bro? How you doing,
players
bro?
are
You know,
basically
early tournament.
just gathering
Appreciate
up
you
all
being
the
here.
resources Shxrk and Teeny would need and
Peter's
depositing
best
them
POI on
at their
both maps.
feet. But the way that Shxrk and
That's why he's
Teeny are
landing a
just so
split drop in this
casually
match.
strolling through this lobby right now. Definitely looking forward
the
to
other
checking
map, he
back
does
in
have
and
best
seeing whether
POI,
or
yeah,
not
but
that
he's also kinda
elimination
splitting
count
out
just
with Shxrk.
continues to rack up. But
How many
for
times
Z-Dog
has Shxrk
and
killed
Goofy,
Goofy?
They probably just
How many times has
wish
Shxrk killed an
that they
EU
could
player this game?
find
And how does
any
Teeny have no
sort of a
kills yet
silver
still?
lining here. Shxrk
Teeny has
and
been with
Teeny,
them for
though,
like
just
half of these
refuse to
fights.
let go. They
He's killed
are
him 3
knocking
times.
these guys down, chasing them to the corners of the map every single time.
You're giving me Hari prediction for 17.
Also for Vico and
17.
Malabuka, they're probably watching
I did
this
not predict them to
elimination
finish in
be
17.
lighting up right now.
I predicted them
and
not finish
understanding
top
the fact
7,
that
but
Shxrk and Teeny,
not
they're trying to put the ball back into
17.
their court. They want that first place position.
Yeah, and I will say the lucky thing though for Vico Malabuka and everybody else,
Thank you
Shxrk
for
and
the 5
Teeny are
bits, though, bro.
lighting
Thank you.
up the leaderboard, building that gap. But it only matters in terms of top 7 for today, or just not getting
Makes him
down
Retro
into the
versus
top
Shadow and
3.
Virgo.
NA
Oh,
on
wait.
NA
It's like a
action.
full
Central
2v2 fight.
versus West, Retro and
Both
Phoenix.
of these teams kind of, I mean,
They
Retro and
won
Phoenix,
one of the
163 points. They don't really need this fight as much as Shadow and
qualifiers
Virgo.
on NA West, Shadow and Virgo. They qualified with
I
a
just said in
top
the video you got
4
from not
finish. And
qualifying?
it's going to be Shadow Shadow and
yeah, I got the I have them not qualifying to out of this group right
and
here.
rightfully so, because like I talk about,
I said like the big names that I had not qualifying in this group was Cammy,
are the best NA team in terms of the leaderboard.
That was also a really crucial instance there for Phoenix and Retro, because they didn't just get steamrolled by Shadow and Virgo, despite the fact that Shadow and Bugha were trying to apply some steady pressure there. Phoenix and Retro holding their own.
Alex,
they are proving exactly why they are currently in contention for that top 7 positioning. And they're looking to keep going all the way.
You're lucky with the 10 bits, thank you.
Sure, they might have a lot of steps to
you're
take
good, Nico.
before they can really break into that top 2 position, but top 3, that's just around the corner.
For Peterbot and POLLO, 40 points, give or take, their way from the top 7 bubble.
Peter trash
even though we have this game here and 5 more to close out the day, plenty of time for them to close the gap. The Sphinx just gets tagged up on his way towards the outside of the armory. Luckily for him, Muzz is there, not only to fire back shots, but alleviate some of the pressure, scoping through, gathering information, and even with the zone kind of pulling forward, they do have access to the launch pad, so it's interesting the way they're playing it towards the left side of Shxrk and Teeny. Teeny's finally going to go down, but Shxrk is still up, and honestly, he has been the difference maker in terms of aggression, in terms of picking up the eliminations. Even with Teeny going down, he's still moving forward.
Yeah, this might be finally Shxrk's time to win a tournament, man. Shxrk has looked like the best reload players today, I can't lie.
Not trying to completely toss this 5th lobby out the window just yet. Smart to
no, the map changes after this game.
Sight, but
first 5 games is on this map. Second 5 games is on the other
trying
map.
to force certain
so
engagements
map will change after
when
this
things
game.
have just already worked against you.
Isn't this over Peter right now?
Yeah,
he is.
Because Shxrk Teeny, the bigger issue is that since they didn't give chase to Shxrk, and for good reason, they're trying to just play out their own game. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks.
Dude, they're still showing Teeny every time they show Shxrk. Wait, Eco versus Pablo.
Up a whole new slew of problems.
This is a big
here,
EU 2v2 right here.
Spotted out Pablo and Chino, but Pablo and Chino don't really seem that interested in the fight.
Yeah, this is seemingly like the stage in the game where you don't want to go down. Yes, you will get rebooted, but we're in the 5th zone. They're not going to have
10 games. Yeah,
much
10 games every single.
You're not going to have a lot of time to
I can't lie, 10 games is a bit
much.
I think 10 games for the finals would have been good. And then like 8 games for this.
It's relatively nothing, and then the fact you add on that you're so far away from your teammate. You
still got like at least 3 hours.
And I think that's why you're seeing a kind of disengage after disengage.
You know, I'm down, man. It's been fun so far. Last couple of games will be intense for who's going to qualify.
Worth the risk, at least
this is on 6 games now. 6 games is too low for reload.
Pretty happy
Reload
every
means at
single
least
time they've been seeing Goofy and Z-Dog light up in that elimination feed, because that's their most immediate competition in terms of leaderboard standing. So knowing that the team directly behind them in positioning is
finals
just
is match
constantly
point,
suffering for being chased across the map,
could be shorter.
It gives them a lot more of operating space because they can just take their time. They don't have to necessarily force any type of engagements. They can just look to see things through. Slow and steady can win things out.
We've seen a bit of exotics.
We're going to break after this? Yeah, there's definitely going to be a break after this game.
We saw the Fury Assault Rifle in Shxrk's hand. That gives you a little bit of a low grab effect. We saw the Sentinel Pump, I believe, in Braid's hand, which kind of ices your opponent on shot as well. So definitely have some tricks underneath their sleeve. Not sure how to really utilize that, but I know they're definitely going to figure it out to kind of see where a lot of the teams are positioned at. Again, gameplay.
Dude, this eliminated duo thing hasn't been correct
will tend to slow down. It's just not
every time they show this in the early game, it's just not right.
And I think that's why you see not only so many teams inside of the zone, outside of the zone, and also using those launch pads with the fids to just dodge a lot of what's going on.
Okay, I think it actually might be right this time. There is finally a duo dead.
They've already tasted victory.
It's a skin that he has.
Earlier lobby here today. But obviously, the real prize is ensuring that they are inside of that top 7. They know that they've still got their work cut out for them. Job's not finished, so no time to celebrate too heavily just yet.
I feel like Shxrk and Teeny have been going pretty crazy today, and they're like
to reality for a
still
moment in that last
150 points shy of it,
and just steadily reminded of the
I mean, I think like minimum, it could be 1 in 6 games. That's like the minimum amount I think it could be 1.
Kind of just get tossed and turned, flipped upside down, shockwaves, crash pads, launch pads.
Oh my gosh, RPGs, what's going on?
They get an elimination on Tomas. Ari's actually going to get the credit for the points. Izzy and Nosif are going to steal away the loot. Rocket coming from up above. Luckily for him, though, he does have all the siphon mats down below, so he's easily able to kind of rebuild his situation. That's Chino and Pablo that he needs to watch out for. But it's also Peterbot and POLLO that have just made their way in.
Things can definitely get a little bit dicey here, though.
Over here. R555 though.
Too much unfriendly company just nearby.
This AR is so good in Shxrk's hands. They're just going to jump into.
Khaled
Reboots expire in 40 seconds. Oh no, this is the team in last place.
Just trying to see if he can
These guys need to survive.
He's trying to help with the supportive measures, but Shxrk, he is just relentless with the pressure, just constantly bearing down.
This is a risky fight to take for Shxrk and Teeny, because if one of them die here,
even have the slightest operating space to actually get a little bit of
their game is kind of cooked.
Gonna have to take up that offensive front.
I don't know if this fight is worth to take.
Simultaneously letting
but I mean, they're just psychos.
Alex does barely manage to get some shield up and running, but Shxrk is still just forcing so many problems for these guys.
And they realize reboots are finally turning off. You see them not necessarily concede, but taking a little bit of a slower approach, see where the zone goes so they can quickly react to it. Phoenix and Retro trying to do the same thing along with Muds and Sphinx towards the outside. And most of the teams on this edge towards the east are going to get
because everybody has dev accounts here,
like
developer accounts, so they have every single cosmetic.
It's about assessing the situation of when and where to try to make that.
What's going on with Peter and Pollo?
That's a lot of fizz though for Vico.
Haven't had the greatest game so far. It's kind of the Peter and Pollo reload classic, you know. They have a bad first couple of games and then walk in after that.
Leaving their area to
so we'll see how they do this game.
Uncontested, and well, doesn't look like anybody nearby is going to be able to prevent them. But
5-5-5 for
look to
Vico.
start cutting through with the rest of the lobby.
These guys still have a chance to win this tournament. I mean, I guess Shxrk and Teeny aren't that crazy ahead of Vico Mally.
Just setting up.
Yeah, they did a pretty good game 4.
They'll take their sweet time though. Rest of the lobby not really going to have a chance just yet to even look their way.
Vico Mally are only 20 points behind Shxrk and Teeny. Shxrk's down on 49 builds here now.
Struggles here. Shxrk's
kind of been frying through his match.
Both of them getting scratched up just a
Shxrk's
little bit.
Gonna die. Shxrk does die. Shxrk goes down and Teeny's 1 HP.
Now leaves Teeny by himself. Does have a med kit.
Teeny has a solo clutch here.
But that's going to keep him relatively low. Still 1 shot away from going down.
Pablo
but
at
least he's keeping him and Shxrk in
Peter's
it
right
to
under
collect
them.
a couple more placement points or elimination points for that matter.
Yeah, Peter is alive.
Teeny make it happen before, but this might be too
tall
of an ask given how
Vico Mally could overtake first place here.
We are just directly over water right now. Material is running
this
so
zone
thin
is like
for
fully
a lot of
over
these
water.
players. And anytime you're forced to drop the low ground, it can just make for such awkward fights if
still
you are
alive.
stuck inside
Teeny
of the water.
has no
Now
extra
for
heals
Teeny,
at all,
he's just
only
wishing
9
that
shotgun
he could find
bullets.
any sort of
Shxrk was so stacked compared to Teeny. He has
more in
nothing.
his favor, but with only 28 builds remaining, he's going to have a tough time actually breaking his way through. And this sea of
77
duos,
builds for Pablo.
Pablo and Chino.
Pablo has no AR. Why are they playing height with no AR, a shotgun, and an RPG?
The beach day
Peter and
is
Pollo.
over, but
Wait.
lurking up on the side.
Peterbot lurk.
Peterbot and Pollo, the
Peterbot lurk.
that they usually fighting up towards the top.
Oh my, big shot there from Peter and Pollo. Is gonna launch pad up, or what's the play here?
Oh,
somebody else is going up.
I thought I even saw Muzz and
Pablo has
Sphinx
nothing
into
to
the
even hold
atmosphere.
height.
So
They
no
gotta
more
distract down.
free opportunities on high ground. I think people got the memo after games 1 and games 2 with nobody looking up, and now starting to put a little bit more focus in that direction.
But if everyone's got the same intentions, who's actually going to be the one left to remain and take it over? Muzz, Sphinx are just so far up
Alex is in the sky, Peter's in the sky.
Now going to join the fray.
Peter has a good amount of mats here.
Alongside Cammy,
No spray gun for Peter either, though.
We have so many
Is
teams
anybody on the
just
ground?
lining
Hello?
overhead, but the biggest advantage is given to Peterbot and Pollo right now. They're at that max
Amy
render
Ari in the
distance.
sky. Goofy goes down to Malabuka.
Gotta be
There's
sure you don't forget
still
about
going.
Teeny.
It's a player, 1 HP right next to him. Oh.
That was a good shot, but not good enough. He's able to take down Teeny, and they have
Goofy's on low ground with
stopped the
Z-Dog.
momentum, or at least
Who's on
slowed
height?
it down.
Wow,
as
Peter's
of
still in
now,
the sky.
right
Okay,
before
this
the
is
half.
like the Peter and
This is the
Pollo
last
classic
time for today.
that
We're
we
gonna
see from them in
elite
reload.
strongholds before
Just
we go
fizz
on over
launch
to Swift
padding
Rush.
late game,
So you
and
gotta
then landing
really
height
make
with
these
max
moments
max.
count. It's a whole different map, whole different contestation.
Vico gets a kill into Retro. Retro and Phoenix full dead this game. 29
15,
players left alive,
outside of
15 duos.
And Vico, Malabuka just doing a great job at tarping overhead of ultimate
Is
low.
No Sif still going.
Going to make things rather
Virgo
difficult
gets a kill,
for
Braids
teams to
gets a
actually
kill.
get any sort
Peter and
of
Pollo
leeway
don't
over
land
that
on
front side
height.
position, but Peterbot
Is it
Pollo,
still
very
Chino
similar
on height
intentions.
here?
They'll even take a moment to pause and heal. No Sif has been eliminated though,
Vico
and
and
now
Mally are
Vico
fragging.
and
5
Malabuka
kills
just
for them.
continuing to claim space.
Muzz getting
but
kills
it's
on low
Muzz
ground.
and Sphinx who are actually leading the charge here in the ultimate low ground.
Did Alex
Is he
finally get a
doing
kill?
what he can
First
to
kill of the
try
tournament
his
for
own
Alex
wall,
and
but Muzz
Reckless, or
Sphinx,
what?
They are just refusing
Pablo's not even on height. Who is on height right now?
Pablo, they might actually be the ones
oh, it is Peter.
to make a resurgence back
Peter and POLLO
take
high ground. Still 0 kills for them here, though.
But nothing is ever safe.
So not even still necessarily a very high point game, but Peter and POLLO on height. Chino and Pablo slowly running out of builds here. Braze goes down. Ari goes down.
They get noticed from up above. Peterbot and POLLO, they were the ones who
Bugha solo clutch? We got a Bugha solo clutch potentially here?
Being persistent to try to get him out of this.
I think we do got a Bugha solo clutch. Peter gets a kill. Peter's doing some big damage with this mammoth pistol.
Pablo tries to backtrack to get the
Dang, Chino Pablo did 11th place. That is not the greatest. Sphinx goes down.
Still just so many solos
is this
left
finally going to be the Peterbot and POLLO win? Shadow and Virgo still going. They need this game.
To make their entry point, but Pete's already scattered them out. That's a huge chunk out of Shadow's HP. They're going to be so weak.
41 builds for Peter. He just has nothing to spray with. Like, he needs a spray gun.
Peter are currently at, and Pete still just trying to line up the shots.
Oh my gosh! There's the headshot that they were looking for, and Malibuca's just going to play fully to grief on them. But they're not going to get fully chopped. I mean, they are going to get chopped, but they have the fizz popped. Vico's going to die. Look at Vico's reaction.
To stop them from trying to take the high ground, even though they got chopped, they're still holding on.
That was a crazy shot from Peter. Oh my god. Top 6 situation, a lot of solos left alive. Lots of solos. Only 2 kills for them. POLLO still with 0 kills this game. Romero gets a kill in the Volco.
Interaction down below, and Romero is going to be the one that reaps a little bit of reward, taking down Volco.
Muzz still going. Shadow Virgo still going. I think it's Muzz solo, Romero solo, and then Shadow Virgo duo, Peter POLLO duo. Peter misses the pump shot. This is for the win right here potentially for Peter if they can take down one of these players in the duo. And Muzz is actually going to kill Shadow. I think this is Peter and POLLO versus 3 solos. This has got to be the Peter and POLLO win, right? Romero's almost dead. Somehow still. Oh my gosh! Romero kills Virgo when he was on literally 1 HP. Muzz versus Romero on low ground. 2v1v1. And Peter and POLLO. Peter's going to kill Muzz. And it's now a 2v1 for Peter and POLLO versus Romero. And this should be a Peter and POLLO win. POLLO's going to shockwave up. They want the kill. I don't know if Romero's going to give it to them, though. Doesn't look like Romero's going to give them the kill, but that will finally be the Peterbot and POLLO win. Finally. Hey, we were waiting for it, man. What did I say, chat? Give them 3 to 4. Give them like 3 games to warm up, and then after that, we'll see what they do. And now they're going to the Slurp Rush map as well. That is true. That is true. They win the last game before the break. That's good for the momentum.
But still an excellent effort for them to get these second place finishes, because that's still going to get them a lot of placement.
Yeah, and we really got to talk about too, because we're talking about halfway point. 10 games here today. We just played 5 games on Elite Stronghold. So no matter what the leaderboard says, the next 5 we're going over to Slurp Rush. Different drops, different teams around each other, different ways to play the end game. So congratulations again, Pete and POLLO winning that game. I don't know what the leaderboard says, but I have to imagine they're at least going to be on page 1 after this.
It's also a bit dangerous to think about Pete and POLLO picking now to really start taking things up a notch.
The shot Peter hit on Vico is nasty. Yeah, it was.
Arguably one of their
that was like a straight 170 from Pete, or 170 pistol from Peter.
I mean, we saw just how dominant they were.
Oh yeah, let me play out that as well.
NAC,
that is a prediction win for Peter and POLLO.
Pete and POLLO, if they can just continue replicating a lot of these
they didn't get this kill, right? I don't think they did.
The way that they were able to also just
good game for Romero, though. My small region predicted team is looking good.
So as they rise up, we saw Shxrk and Teeny go down relatively early. We knew at one point Bugha and Braves were rising up on the leaderboard. We know that Chino and Pablo were almost inside of the top 7. And these are all teams I'm mentioning because they had relatively very,
how long's the break? I don't know.
And so if we have
I don't know. Chat, drop a like on the YouTube stream if you guys haven't. I'll try to get 300 likes on the YouTube stream. Sub up to you guys are new. We're 100 followers away on Twitch from 22,000. 5 games left to go today, man.
How high do they rise?
5 games left to go. Caesar, thank you for the follow. Fall, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys,
could be all it takes to immediately send you into a position where you are immediately within that contention point.
Leaderboard, I'll check leaderboard in a second, man. We got
and still always knowing that as long as you avoid that bottom 3 in today's competition.
Let me see. So, leaderboard now is Vico Mally in first, Shxrk and Teeny. Wow, Vico Mally take first place. 7th first, 7th fifth for them. Shxrk and Teeny in 2nd, Hari and Cammy in 3rd, Lua and Romero in 4th, Phoenix and Retro in 5th, Bugha in 6th, and Peterbot in 7th place. So Peter is now on pace to be able to qualify. And let's see. So halfway through the tournament, 159. What's 159 times 2 here? 318 points is current qual projection if it goes the exact same. Muzz is just outside of it. Izzy Nokief just outside. Chino just outside. Z-Dog, Shadow, Alex. Dang. 5 games left.
Hey, Jacob, we've got so many wonderful players actually participating in today's
competition. What I missed? The first 5 games.
What they've got to say.
Wait, who's the interview?
That's right. Nosith and Izzy joining us here from Team Orchid.
I watched the
hometown heroes, let's call you. Indeed. Nosif, let's start with you.
Slurp finally,
slow-ish start to
finally
the day
going
for the first
to
2 maps,
Slurp
and then your 3rd map, dropping 13 eliminations, absolutely popping off and shooting up that leaderboard. When you managed to secure that victory royale,
so how exactly does format work? Top 7 make finals.
Vous avez eu un départ un petit peu lent, mais la 3e game, vous avez pop-off de vous avez réussi à faire 13 éliminations, à prendre une victoire. Est-ce que ça vous a débloqué, ça a enlevé de la pression? Est-ce que c'est un moment
have to play survival round and then.
Ouais, franchement, ça nous a bien relancé dans la partie.
18 through 20th is eliminated.
On a fait une très grosse game, donc un top 1 très skill et franchement, on compte en refaire un deuxième, donc confiant pour la suite.
So we want to do a second one, but of course it was the game who launched us on the tournament right now. We need these confidence moments, and so we were really happy to have the victoire royale and to have 13 eliminations. But you will see, we're gonna do another one.
Oh, I like that. We've got some work to do, of course. We've got plenty of maps on
Dude, that's the thing with Peter and POLLO is every single tournament now it's like people come in the chat and they're like, yo, Peter's so washed, Peter sucks now, all that sort of stuff. And then Peter wins the game. They're like, oh my gosh, Peter's back.
De réussir à faire ce top 1 devant le public français qui vous a
clairement fortement
encouragé et tout simplement qui ont applaudi à la fin de cette game.
Bah, franchement, ça fait plaisir. Et vous êtes les boss.
It's gonna be a long tournament. Yeah, they're still probably.
It felt amazing, and they are just the boss.
They are the best, aren't they? Nosef, before I let you guys go, have you got a message for any of the fans out there? All of the French fans that are here to support you?
Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire à tous les fans français qui te suivent, que ce soit en stream ou qui te regardent ici dans la salle?
Franchement, merci d'être là, merci de nous soutenir comme vous le faites, et franchement, vous êtes incroyables, les gars, merci.
I really thank you very much for being there. Thank you very much to cheer for us as you do now. And we're gonna do our best.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is one more time for Team Orchid.
You still think Cammy? Bro, there is no way I said I think Cammy bottom 3s. I said I don't think Cammy qualifies to finals out of this round. There is no way I said I don't think Cammy.
The stage, couch, whatever you want to call this
here. I
did
not say I think Cammy
guys,
bottom
it's
3s.
A couch, right? Yes. How are you guys feeling? Obviously, we had a big victory royale from you. We got the classic Vico pop-off. Vico, how does it feel?
I did. If I said that, I did not mean that. I meant I didn't think they qualified.
20th in Grants, it feels great to actually
not that they
be able to do something here for my IGL here. You know, not disappoint them. I don't know if y'all saw that clean 200. I don't know who that was in the last 2v2, but I was kind of moving there, I'd say, you know?
Oh my gosh, the next game is in
24
minutes.
Just do kind of crazy stuff.
Holy.
I mean, if you're the IGL, you're kind of the big brain, we know that, but
I did wait. Send me the clip if I did.
That's kind of expected, like,
send me the clip of me saying that he bottom 3.
And then Vico is alive, and he has at least like 150 HP. I just know he's gonna win. So, like, I didn't even try to.
I think they're gonna do some.
I just died to let him want me to.
Some interviews though.
Now, talk to me about this. So, obviously, you called out, didn't do too well recently. But I don't know what it is, but when you guys
doing interviews right now, I'll just say on this
different animals. And even in like the first 2 games we saw, it was like, maybe they're not doing like the way we expected, but then immediately like, oh, sorry, you're questioning me, Victor Royale. What leads into that? What makes you guys so good on land?
I think it's just because like on land, everyone's a tier 1 pro, right? Everyone's the best on their region for a reason. And nothing stupid can really happen. You know what everyone's gonna do. Like, you know, nothing stupid can really happen. Like, for example, in the grand finals, right? There can be like, I don't know, like a handful of teams, maybe 2 handful of teams, right? That just don't know how to play the game. They just do some weird shit, give some people kills, whatever, and then, you know, some stuff can happen, even if you're not prepped, like us.
Do you feel the same way, Mally? Do you feel like the same?
I feel like it's just like
I'll change this
we
to
don't
game
have
5.
enough passion at home. Like, it just feels different on land.
Okay.
Like, on land, we just like see all the pros, we see around, we see each other, and then like we're playing more serious. Like, that's kind of like this.
So you play better When there's more pressure or less pressure?
Yeah, when there's more pressure, we play better because like we don't get uncomfortable with pressure. We just like, I don't know, we get more serious and we play seriously.
How do you guys?
There's a quote saying that, you know what, like, what are diamonds made out of again?
Oh, we can't. Yeah.
Why is Vico and Mally just horrifying?
Gotta give him a shout out.
Pressure makes diamonds, you know.
That's right. That's right. So what do you guys feel like you've improved on since that 20th place coming in now? Of course, being here on the EWC stage. What did you guys improve? What were the little things you're like, hey, and it doesn't have to be like a ton of things, obviously, you guys are the best, but what are like one or two
Fortnite competitive we did.
Like,
is it even a Fortnite land if Peterbot and POLLO don't win at least
we kind
one
of got a
game?
wake-up call that we still need to like VOD review, we still need to play scrims, we actually need to take the game serious and actually look at our mistakes and not just say like, oh yeah, bad zones, or yeah, just like we didn't know what to do.
Chad, do you think Peterbot and POLLO can still win, yes or no?
We actually took matters into our own hands again, just like we did at Summit. And yeah, I mean, it's working out.
Top 7 after 5 games, 3 EU, 2 NA, 1 West, 1 Brazil.
To be honest, nothing really changed.
Pretty even split so far.
It's just reload. It's just reload. We need to think less.
Bro, like, come on. He doesn't ruin my whole thing.
I don't know.
There goes my calling you guys humble comment just right out the window. Love to see that. Obviously, with the level of competition you guys are feeling, you know, is there another duo you have eyes on that you're like, man, I'd love to take it to like one final 2v2 and get a VR over you guys?
Player stats were working, man.
Ooh, actually, you know, like
player stats were working.
Peter and POLLO, you know, or like Shxrk and Teeny, you know, like the good teams, you know, like just the tier 1 teams, you know, would be nice to get a like, especially Peter, you know. What?
They're decent.
Which one, Peterbot or POLLO or Shxrk or Teeny?
Both of them.
Okay.
Coming from him, didn't say anything. Don't come for me again, Peterbot fans, all right?
I'm saying this like for him as well.
No. Just to clarify, I didn't say any of this. Bugha said that. Don't come for me, come for him.
He whispered it to me in the ear right before the interview.
Yeah, I think that was when I walked up and said hello. I think that's exactly what he said. Exactly. Yeah.
No, guys, you're setting me up for failure again on Twitter.
I don't know what you're talking about, Vico.
Oh my God,
obviously, being in front of this amazing crowd and kind of hearing them roar, can you guys maybe give us like a taste of what that feels like? Obviously, we're on one side. You guys are professional players playing in front of the crowd. When they're roaring, and if you go back and watch, your hand's like actually shaking when they like cut to you. What are you feeling in that moment, man?
My hand was shaking. Your hand was shaking. Damn, I didn't even realize that.
They didn't
I guess I'm just too good. No, I mean, you know, it's fun. It's just like
they just didn't have any
It's
maps
just a feeling of like being on a LAN.
Like in the first couple of games, they just had no maps.
Like, you know, like online, like you can say like, oh yeah, I have 500,000 followers on like this platform, you know. But like seeing it IRL, how many people actually show up to support you is so much more different. It gives you like, it pushes you forward, you know. I don't know if you saw Spider-Man, like that one like animation of him like being pushed up like by all the ghosts, that's like, or like, you know, like that. It just gives you more faith, you know, in yourself. So I know, it's just a great feeling, honestly.
How's doing?
They're
in 7th place
way better
right
than
now.
I always do.
So they are just barely.
Dude, it's good. We're in the moment. You're feeling it good. What do you feel about it? Like, is it the same for you? Do you feel something different?
I mean, we could describe it perfectly. It just like, it just helps you. It just, it's always nice to see all the pros, all the stuff, everyone like on every LAN.
Yeah, that is true, Sin, but like Shxrk and Teeny also were just like 5-5-5 on height.
Now, obviously, this is Group A. Tomorrow we bring in Group B.
Even if they played second height.
Is there any duo maybe tomorrow you're hoping maybe doesn't make it through, or maybe you hope they make it through so you can fight them in the finals?
Honestly, I just want Sky and Scroll to make it through, you know. They're really good friends of mine, especially Scroll. You know, I talk to him a lot, especially after that 20 Grands, we talked a lot. We got the same mental coach, always Russian, as well,
I'm pretty sure,
but yeah, I think I want them to go through, you know, like, I don't know, they're just fun to play against.
I just feel like I want to do bad, they're not gonna do bad because it's reload and it's 10 games, so it's really hard to not qualify. So I'm not gonna name any names.
He's got a point there, he's got a point.
Okay, one final question. I'd love to hear from you guys for the fans. Obviously the crowds out there, they're loving seeing you guys. They went crazy when you guys got the VR. What would you say to the fans that are watching you guys compete?
Well, thank you all for supporting us. You know, it's always great getting supported by you guys. I hope I can, you know, we just keep doing better and better. You know, I'm hyped for Belgium as well. But first of all, like, we gotta focus on this year. You know, gotta show that we're still the best. You know, for a reason, obviously.
I mean, if I'm a Peter POLLO one.
There's no smicky in that, you know. But yeah, thank you all for supporting us. You know, it keeps us, even at home, you know, keeps us motivated, keeps us faithful.
Yeah, I agree, Ali.
You got something to say, Mavi?
Thank you for support, guys. We're gonna try to do better in the finals as well.
See, that's why I love this guy, bro.
Yeah.
He's just a go.
The benefit for you, Mally, is you just have Vico to just do all the talking, or you're just like, hey, what he said, same here, same here. Well, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate y'all taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you for having us, bro.
Of course, it's great. Let's go play some more games, watch some more
Good.
stuff.
Aspartame
We'll do all
bro.
that. For that being said, that was Vico. That's Bugha. We'll send it back into the studio.
Thank you,
even the break on EWC, like there's like
interview with the
interviews and
players
stuff going
from
on,
Big
you
as
know?
well. I mean, we saw Vico being able to clutch up earlier as well in game number 4, I believe it was. But right now, Levin, I gotta give you the gas, brother, because after that coach talk that you had for Falcons, actually, let's rewind it a little bit. Let me slow it down a tiny bit. Before you gave him the
Roar
talk,
tweet now. Link me
Falcons'
the Roar
performances,
tweet.
it
What
was
did they
none
tweet?
other than 18th, 19th, and 9th place. After your talk, it was 6th in first place. Falcons, if you want to sign a coach, I mean, you got him right there on the screen.
Yeah, man, send the contract, man. You know where to find me, man. They know where I'm at. Look, I'm not going to take all the credit. It's Peterbot and Qualing we're talking about here, man. I mean, they were always going to have that game. They were always going to have that big performance.
Yeah, appreciate you, Ali. Thank you, bro.
It'd be foolish to write them off.
As we always say, as we always end up doing every single major, we always like, maybe this is it for Peterbot and Point, and then they always make a comeback. And to do it at the halfway point, where they still have 5 more games with it to even climb up the leaderboard more, they've just gotten started.
So a conversation that I kind of had when we saw Shxrk and Teeny dominating after like the first 2-3 games was that everybody else had to be worried about the momentum that they were picking up. You want to talk about a team that you have to be worried about when they start to pick up momentum? I feel like Peterbot and POLLO are at the top of that list. I mean, we know exactly what they can do. And yeah, they were on like 33 points going into, I believe it was game number 4. They were up to 159 now.
Like winning today
and
doesn't
top
really matter,
7.
you know?
I mean, listen, they of course want to be first place at the end of the day, right? Because that's just a confidence. That portrays a statement. But really, you only need top 7 today to make it out of the groups.
Yeah, they went from being 17th place all the way up to 7. Nice. I like that number a lot more than 17th. But then you have some of the other teams there towards the top. Earlier, you were actually talking about consistency, Vivid. Yeah. And one team that has been consistent so far throughout the day is ROC, which is currently sitting in 3rd place with 161 points.
I'm happy that you kind of brought them up because there are certain teams,
whenever
whenever we do
matches,
watch Fortnite competitions, and we take a look at the leaderboard, we're like, wait a minute, how are they so far? We really haven't seen anything crazy from them today. We haven't really been talking about them. I feel like that's Hari and Cammy here. I mean, I feel like we really haven't just seen anything too crazy, just leading right into that play style that Cammy loves to play. I mean, take a look at top 3 specifically. Take a look at the eliminations. How much more first and second place have than Hari and Cammy, but they are still up there with them.
Yeah, Hari and Cammy were a team that are predicting to get out of the heat comfortably. And just because when you look at the way they've been playing in recent months, they've really been ramping in, going under the radar. You have to give big props to Cammy and Hari. It feels like for quite some time in EU, people almost trying to write him off a bit, sort of talk about Cammy in a way that was like, yeah, Demon Shadam are the new best Polish duo in the region, right? They're going to be the new face of Polish Fortnite. Cammy and Hari have said, no, we're still here, and they're showcasing that through excellent consistency today.
And we can't ignore the history of Cammy either. He does have that LAN experience. He is the 2022 Invitational.
And I feel like
everything
has
many years ago,
FNCS in
being
the
able
title
to
of the
have that
tournament.
LAN understanding, know what the meta is with inside the tournament is what can turn things around for you. And that's why they're doing so well.
I think it just comes down to them having a great coach, great consistency, that always have an excellent mid-game plan that they know exactly what they're going to do, and it's paying off so far.
It is paying off for them. It's not paying off for some of those teams currently in that second page that we need to see a lot more out of, because we have now hit the halfway mark here for Group A. It's now or never for some of these squads, because if you are, especially for these duos, if you're in the bottom 3, those keys are going to be getting crushed. You're not going to get a chance to go to survival.
That being said, I mean, the halfway point.
Chat, you guys excited for the new
opportunity
season?
That a lot of these teams
New
might
season
need
tomorrow.
to actually turn around, because of course.
Are you guys excited for it? I feel like we haven't seen like a crazy
so
amount of
maybe
leaks yet.
just how the all spawn will be
got
playing
the trailer,
out just a little
but
bit differently for all of our teams.
I think
maybe that's enough.
Good.
I mean, we do see the likes of like
Hopefully.
Alex and
I wonder
Reckless
what
down
the
there. I mean,
was gonna be like.
Alex just consistently kind of makes it to these types of events. But also, you know, sometimes finding his way towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. But we really do need to see him in finals.
And I mean, Slurp Rush, a lot of these teams do prefer Slurp Rush over Elite Stronghold. I do think that that's going to be making a lot of changes. There's probably some strategies that these teams go into with a specific map in mind. So I would love to see if we're going to be seeing some different kind of strategies of aggression or maybe even passivity that we didn't see in the earlier map.
Yeah, I don't want to make everything about the Falcons duo, but when you look at Pete and Boyo,
when's map switch?
Map
switch is right now.
I think they're a much better Slurp Rush team. I think when you
whenever
look at
the next
games
game starts, we're going
just
into
the amount
the
of
map
shield available, the amount of loot available to them when they're playing Slurp Rush just means they're able to just recover games a lot better. And so, again, scary prospect for the rest
How
of
long is the break?
Especially with the way that they've been performing
like
on those last 2 matches. One team that has
15 minutes
definitely
left?
slowed down here, Kelly, has been Team Orchid. We saw them being able to get that win, but the duo has slowed down massively.
I don't think that's necessarily too much to speak on the other players. I think that that's based off of what everyone else is doing around them. I think that they have 5 more games to go going into this, and that there's not going to be too much of an issue for what they have in mind, but just everyone else seems to be kind of stepping up. We also saw specifically in that last game, almost every single one of our top teams go down early, and that's why we saw the leaderboard shift a little bit from 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. I actually want to kind of bring up that point since we are going to be talking about Team Oregon. They did drop down to 9th place, but here's the thing. I mean, they're actually only 7 points behind 5th place. So how close that qualification spot is, just simply between 5th and 9th place. I mean, the leaderboard is starting to kind of develop a theme here, where I feel like a lot of the teams around 7th place in that qualifying spot, it's going to get a little crazy.
I agree. I think it's exactly what we expected out of the competition. This group had so much talent, and I think we've seen from some of the smaller region teams, they're not just here to participate.
What did you miss? You missed the first half of the tournament, but still 5 games left to go here.
Again.
Yes.
At the end, I don't think we have the replay of it, but the shot Romero hits at the end where he's bobbling in the water. I forgot what player it was, but they open up their edit thinking, yeah, this is easy pickings. And he just hits like a left-hand peak bobbling in the water shot. I'm like, oh my goodness, I've not seen people like play at this level from, you know, Brazil in quite some time. These guys, again, the talent is just so clearly there.
Romero just being a shark. That's what it came down to. Waiting for the right moment.
The only one in the lobby.
Waiting for the right moment to strike, and boy, was he able to, especially for that squad. You were hyping them up earlier. They're still being able to perform really well here. But as we're going to be heading into the second half of Group A, right? Now it's your turn.
Who do you think will win solo at
It's your turn to be a coach. It can either be really good, as we see it from
on NA between Peter and
POLLO. I might not have you do a speech just yet based on your reaction, okay? I'm going to give you a little bit of slack there, but I do want you to pick a team that is towards the bottom that you want to see them being able to step up in a big way.
Very easy for me to pick a team here. Don't even have to think about it. Epic, Whale, and Hum. We have constantly talked about how much experience means on a stage like this. Epic Whale, you are that guy. You have been playing forever. You consistently make it to these types of events. You have to go ahead and prove to everybody that is watching at home that not only do you deserve it, but also your counterparts from NA West. They are currently towards the top of the leaderboard.
Thank you, Void.
You gotta join them in the ranks, man. You are so good. I need you to prove it.
Yeah, Dayspo.
Brother, what were you talking about that you don't want to do motivational? All right.
It wasn't just his reaction that concerned you. All of us had the same reaction when you said that. I think we all doubted it, but I'm not going to doubt you anymore, Vivid. That was amazing.
Okay, now it's time for the team to end up performing. They've
got
a chance to, I mean, just back off a little bit, 30-minute breaks, and before we actually jump into match number 6.
In so long. I don't know. Like, I don't remember if Vino did good during the solo series either. Did he? I don't remember Vino in the solo series, I can't lie. But I don't remember a lot of the EU people in the solo series. POLLO has 2 kills right now? Dang. That is rough. All right. Here's leaderboard again. Okay, well, actually, let's look at this is the Slurp Rush map right here, chat. This is the drop map for that. He played EU, and I don't think he played a set lobby. That's what I was saying. Like, Vino, I know Vino obviously, like, historically is a good solo player, but I don't know if he still is. Yeah, but it's NA. That is true. That is true. If he's going to play NA solos, then yeah, that's fair. All right, so Shxrk and Teeny versus Muslin Sphinx potentially over here. Probably going to split, but wouldn't be surprised if we saw them fight a couple games. Romero is now being conned. Peter Pollo conned by Shadow and Virgo. Vico's right above him. Bugha's uncon. Chino Pablo uncon. I mean, a lot of the good names are uncon. Reckless splitting with Z-Dog. Interesting. They're definitely fighting. How many points are they above? They're at what? 222 and Qual is 159? Dude, Qual is actually going to be so close. Like, Qual is actually so close, I can't lie.
Been competing since the game's inception. He's watched some of the best players come and go, but remains atop the NA West region.
Mino just got back-to-back wins in last solo victory cup. Are you talking about the reload cup that like nobody was playing?
I think you can just maintain that like skill at the least, but I don't think there's really an age where you just can't be good at Fortnite anymore. You know, they think you can't be like older than 17 and good at Fortnite, but like that's not true. That's not how it is at all. My experience be an advantage, my confidence going into it. I mean, a lot of kids, this might even be their first win. They're going to be scared, you know. They have like so much to play for. This is their chance to prove themselves. But like, since I've already done that, I mean, there's really no like nerves going into it. The key to my longevity is like you can't let one season go to waste, because once you start declining in this game and your rep goes downhill, it's really hard to push back up that hill. So every season you just got to take it super serious and lock in. I enjoy it still. It's super fun. Like I enjoy competing, and for me, like doing bad in a tournament is enough to motivate me to like lock in again. If I don't know what you see in him.
Fresh off his record
POLLO isn't the best he's ever been right now.
2 victory, Epicwell heads into the 2026 Esports World Cup with the very duo partner he just won alongside, Pump. No stranger to glory, Epic knows the sacrifice required to succeed in competitive Fortnite. With the skill ceiling now higher than ever, there's no easy road to victory.
The last solo series.
Yeah, I think during the first 2 qualifiers, it definitely
Peter not even qualify for it either, because that was when he like wasn't playing the game, right?
For reload.
Yeah, he didn't even play it. Yeah, I actually remember that.
I mean, we should have qualified in the 3rd one, but we kind of got griefed. But we still got our qual in through the last one, so. I mean, I knew we're the best
people are
team,
just the most recency biased ever.
The last spot, but at the end of the day, you never know who's gonna like come out on top in a tournament, especially with 1 land spot left. It's always tough, but I knew we were the best team and that we deserved it.
At 24, Epic is the oldest player competing in Paris, equipping him with invaluable experience versus the army of young hopefuls. Epicwell's persistence saw him secure his EWC spot in the final qualifier, a trait that defined his career.
Is top 3 players on NA, in your opinion?
He is ready to prove on land that age is just a number.
What?
I mean, winning this EWC, it would mean a lot just to like prove that longevity, you know, on a global scale. To other teams, you know, good luck out there.
Why are we having a whole documentary on Epicwell? Hey, respect Epicwell,
guys, Monster Face here, and we get the pleasure to actually check things out behind the scenes because it's media day going on right now. And actually, I might want to keep the next game winner for 20 gifted, because over here you have live commentary, footage, photography, everything happening right here. And also, as the players are starting to warm up, normally they just come in here early, and you know we get to chat with someone. And it looks like we have my boy Leo here as well.
Didn't we just see this?
I'm fine. What about you?
Dude, I'm doing good. How was your flight? How's the travel?
I swear we already saw
this.
We saw this earlier.
Paris. I'm hyped for this. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, the last time we saw each other was at the last
I don't know why,
event.
but I'm feeling a little Chino and Pablo with.
I mean, what are your expectations coming in?
I think I'm happy with what French doing right now. I'm trying to think about the top 5 maybe.
Solo FNCS, yeah.
I think they can do it.
I think Scroll.
Well, guys, listen,
on EU,
this is behind the scenes.
Nico,
obviously, again,
Malibu,
we are lucky enough. And Leo, thank you so much, man, for your time, bro. Well, have a good luck and enjoy the show. Yeah, we are in the time
of
the century here for the Fortnite fans. Obviously, again, you can even see here on the players wall. Take a look at this. People are getting to sign their names. Folks are having fun, drawing little fun pictures, and that's really all there is to it. And in case you also want to see the behind the scenes of a set, I got something covered for y'all. Take a look at this. Now, I don't know what goes into building this stuff, but trust me, it looks pretty incredible. You're going to see tons of awesome shots of your favorite pros, players kind of hanging out.
I kind of hope that we get new
types of
movement next
videos
season,
here, and trust me, it's so freaking cool. All right, now we're getting to my least favorite place, the quiet zone, but I'm still going to give you guys a quick look. Let's go ahead. All right, so here in the quiet zone, well, this is where that high-level B-roll
we're recycling interviews now.
Now, I'm not going to venture too far in, but do know we're going to take a peek at one of the Fortnite sets.
Yeah, I am a little bit tired of shockwaves also. We had shockwaves like this entire year.
All right, and here's the Fortnite set. This one looks pretty cool. Might even
I want to next game, probably like 5-10 minutes, something like that.
Now check this out. Bunch of cameras set up here. Players usually sit down, get mic'd up, and then you kind of go.
All right, I'm keeping that off. I already watched that. Let's see. What else does there go over here? I mean, someone said that Alex is winning a game on this map. Chat, do you think Alex is winning a game on this map? Someone said that this is Alex's map right here. If we see a Alex win, man, I don't even know what I'll do. Bugha's actually gonna qual. Bugha's he's close. But dude, like I was saying, like look how close the points are. Like Peter is literally up on a tiebreaker right now for qual. And then Izzy's just outside of it. Like Lou and Romero, I'm kind of scared for them because now they're being contested while being on qual pace. Vico, is Vico uncon? Vico is uncon. Shxrk is uncon. Cammy is uncon. Or no, Shxrk isn't uncon. Shxrk is con by Muzz. We just talked about them. Where's Phoenix and Retro landing on this map? Phoenix, Retro, uncon. Bugha's uncon. Peter is like splitting. And then Muzz is conning Shxrk. Dang. Shxrk is definitely splitting. I think if Shxrk hits like 330 points, then he'll start fighting, but like I think they could fight them off spawn, but I don't know if they're gonna be like fighting to the death, you know? Like I think one of them could key the other.
Yo, we need those points. But Taco, since you join us, we're actually gonna have a special little segment here. It's called Build Your Perfect Fortnite Pro Player. Now we're
build
gonna have
the perfect Fortnite
player for them.
Can I join this too?
Oh,
Clutch, awareness,
right,
mechanics,
so
build,
you can only select 4
communication,
out of
aim,
the
and
8.
style.
All right, so I want you to really think about this.
Is this all timer right now?
Glitter.
Who is the best clutch player in the game right now,
If I'm just going off of gut reaction here, I'm going with comms, communication. I'm going with general mechanics, and I'm going with strong mentality. Okay.
Strong mentality. Actually, that's one that a lot of people tend to overlook. So,
what did she say?
Respect. I like those 4 picks. How about you, Taco?
I think for me, the big one I'm taking away is clutch. I think a huge element of Fortnite, especially in endgame moments, is watching players come up big in the clutch.
What is the most important one here, chat? Is it clutch?
Mechs are flashy, mechs are nice, but sometimes it's the aim that can really carry things through.
Strong mentality might be a top 3 most important thing.
Turn of events. After that, awareness is going to be my third in line, and I think
I think Peter's like the best solo clutch. Yeah, they're not even saying names; they're just saying.
You can pick a four.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm sticking with my 3.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't think that people on like these 2 people on the left really know Fortnite.
Taco took the ones that I think are the key.
So I don't think they
want a great aim. You want the clutch. You need the awareness at the highest level of Fortnite.
Aim is not that important for this list.
And I'm gonna go strong mentality. You know, I like myself like a mentality monster. I need someone who just no matter what you put in front of them.
And listen, you have to be able to bounce back,
especially
right?
with
especially in a game like Fortnite, you're not going to do well every single game. You need to be able to recover from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you get taken down or spawn and you're sat on the stage for 30 minutes just watching.
Thank you.
That affects people. You know, you need to be able to just go right back in, lock back into the zone.
Vico on mentality.
You gotta go
Vico.
Then you have to
Vico be crashing out
to finish off the game. I hate
especially like in grands. Like Vico or Mally just like gave up.
I was saying, what about you? If we're gonna do it, you need to jump in here too. Give us your.
Chat, who is the best mentality?
Wait, Levin. You only pick one, right?
What are the other 3? I'm feeling like a little.
I'm going clutch, aim, awareness.
Like a little like Acorn. Yeah, I was actually about to say Acorn too. I was going to say
Acorn real quick if we can. I want to see
Shxrk.
this again.
Shxrk does not have a good
I definitely need the aim. Hear me out. My aim is so bad. It's not even funny. So I'm gonna go
awareness.
with
Yeah, awareness is pretty important.
I'm gonna go with clutch because of what Taco was saying too. I feel like those 2 so far are good. And let me think about the other 2 really quick. Strong mentality as well.
I think I agree.
And you gotta rock with builds.
I guess I just assumed a base level of aiming.
Dude, I wish they were like
actually
saying who they think is the best for each of these.
I feel like at the highest
what is even this conversation? This is not what I thought this was gonna be.
They have like a certain standard of mechanics, right? So like a lot of the mechanical stuff is like, you know, you're gonna get that from whoever. I think the elite aimers though, the people who just reliably in the big moments, that's why I think aim paired with strong mentality, because you could be a sick aimer.
First time chatter.
You get to the end game, you start wobbling a little bit, you think, oh, okay. game 10, I'm a bit nervous.
Shxrk
No, like
clutch.
you have strong mentality, you have perfect aim, you're good.
But see, that's where I lean towards the comms direction, though, because you can have a strong mentality, but ultimately, if you're not able to convey anything towards your duo,
I'm not gonna lie, Berg, I don't even know what
you're... I think it just adds unnecessary complications, and even there's times where if you are eliminated, you can still have really solid comms. We even saw an instance in those 5 matches with Bugha giving very solid comms to Nico, and he's coming up in the clutch to win out in a game.
You started a debate, Seven. This is your fault. This is now going to be a very long ongoing debate.
I'm all for it. For everybody watching, please build your perfect Fortnite pro player and share it on social media. Make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, and also let us know your predictions. Go into the EWC Play app and put in your pick'ems, because my pick'ems, boy, at the start they were not that good, but then they started bouncing back. I'm not gonna say which duo it was, but I think you're gonna get an idea of which one I'm talking about. 11, Taco, Glitter Explosion, the 7WG. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this segment, but let's see what Barney's currently up to.
Awareness, you're taking Sky?
Okie dokie.
I don't know if I'm taking Sky after what I saw from them at Summerland. I can't
7 weeks now.
Yeah, 7 weeks now. Cette semaine,
ça fait beaucoup.
I feel like I haven't interacted with the French audience nearly enough, so I need you to teach me some stuff.
Oh, okay. Il veut que je lui apprenne des trucs en français. Okay, we're gonna go slowly and easy, okay?
Nice.
So basically, you know one is like faites du bruit.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Are you ready? We're gonna try it together. So,
wait, the players are back on the stage.
1, faites du bruit. That works. Je veux voir que sur les côtés ça a pas crié. Je vous retiens les gars, je vous retiens. Okay, the second one. Do you want another one?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So this one is a little bit tougher, but you're gonna nail it. So it's gonna be something like Est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
Show, I know that word.
Yeah, like it's been Are you warm?
Alright, hold on, John. I'm gonna run the ad because I think the game should be starting soon. So I'm gonna run the ad before the game starts, so we don't get any ads during the game, and we should be good.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Okay,
anything was starting the game. Yeah, I can't tell when the game starts.
Okay, one more.
I'm gonna run it now, and then hopefully by the time it's over.
Okay,
yeah,
what does that mean?
Oh, it's you will see. Okay, j'ai plus de balles.
Okay, cool.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. J'ai plus de balles.
What did I just say?
Casters, back to you
what
for
did
the exit.
I just say?
It's okay. Casters, back to you.
What was? It's cool. What was that?
I don't know what they're talking about.
All right, enough for that, Barney. We don't need you angering up the crowd here. It's your boys, Monster D-Face and Mini Miner. We get to call
we're getting
the
into
action.
the game,
We've been
man.
watching from the back, but finally, it's our time.
Oh, it's good. I'm feeling good. I'm ready for this. We've got a brand new map here for the last 5 games. We've got Slurp Rush, completely different way that that's being played. Of course, the guys right there were speaking about mentality. So many of our teams,
wasn't too bad of a break.
Their mentality is going to be tested right now, Monster. Longer break than usual, an opportunity to think back at those games, and then a completely fresh slate.
If Trios come back, would I be worried for Teeny?
New mechanics on how the map works as well. So many things to keep in mind here.
Yeah, one thing
a little
to think
bit, but
about
like I still think at first Teeny would get good teammate options.
Moment to kind of really sit down,
but
analyze the
if he
situation,
starts
and then
performing
see
bad,
where are
then
they in the tournament. What do they
little
now
bit,
have to do as far as adjustments?
It also just depends if Shxrk's gonna dip on him or
battle
not.
that's ahead.
Well, they need to do a lot. You know, they need to try and think about what's going well, what's going wrong, how can we adjust, and then of course everything that you just learned from those first 5 games. We're now can almost throw all that out the window, bar a lot of those sort of mentality things, because things are going to be so different, particularly when you're thinking about different maps. You're also thinking about different drop spots, different contestations, different third parties around
like
as well.
the most random vibe trio of all time.
We find our duos in here,
like the
maybe they're fighting a different team than they're used to in these first 5 games.
People,
so many different questions to be answered here, and what's really incredible to sort of witness here is that we've already had first 5 games. We already have this sort of LAN environment. Now things are going to be completely different.
I don't think
Shxrk
wants to
begin with.
move.
Those are surely out the window at this point. They've
Continents
had
at
enough
15
time
years
to
old.
kind of get the jitters out the way. Now we get to get into the action here.
All right, let's
Switching up the map, getting right into what comes next here, Mini Miner. It's game number 6.
There's some big on-spawn fights as well. The big one at Dirty Doc, Shxrk and Teeny, Sphinx, Muzz. You see Izzy there as well in the distance.
Like,
plenty of
children
teams
just
that are
want to move
surrounding
to
this
America
sort of
by
barrier, and already Muzz is finding his first knock. Chino's here as well, and he takes down Muzz. That's the first elimination for them.
Chino and Pablo
as well. So many teams in and around
this is not their drop spot, right?
It's so interesting. It's like you can't even shake them. Muzz not catching a break here. You're coming into this game in 6th place, and then you don't get that first elimination. That's a slow way to kind of start things off, but Chino and Pablo are fighting like they have something to win here, and I like what I'm watching.
You appreciate the bits, Flexi.
Chino gets a shot. Sphinx puts up a good
Sphinx
defense,
dies as well.
Quite enough.
Slide kick really nice actually from Chino. One of the
most game finally started.
We can see on EU.
Shxrk versus Chino. Shxrk has a lot of advantages. Chino's literally when it's being Shxrk's gonna take down Chino.
Of course, as well as the full elimination.
Chino goes down so many fights early in Dirty Docks.
We've seen them have a little bit of a wobble here. They've lost that top spot. Vico Malabuka slowly starting to come back into the competition. So Shxrk and Teeny really have a lot to answer for here.
If you really think about it, and this is a worst case scenario for them, dropping a game out of the first.
What's good, Carlo? What's good, bro?
Coming
no prediction.
Oh,
actually,
Dirty
forgot to run the
triple
prediction.
Contested. It kind of does.
Here, you know what? We'll run a quick one here. We'll run the EU, NA, or other prediction.
They had an easy first half if you think about it.
All right, chat. Both the predictions we guys want to. Both on the prediction. Who places highest in this game? NA. Or NA Central, EU, or other.
How everything goes down. I think Shxrk and Teeny really can be really happy with how they sort of played that Dirty Docks. They were the team that were healthy. They're the team that are alive.
I think this is Peter right here in the Shadow and Virgo, so it does look like they're splitting. Oh my gosh, there's so many people.
Definitely something to keep an eye out for as well as we take a look at Peterbot. All the way over at Slurpy Swamp. These guys looking like they were going to take this for themselves. Plenty of people nearby. And what a shot from Peter.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot from Peter.
Indeed, from downrange there. You love to see it. Now we got a
top 10 qual, a top 7 quals, Carlo. Top 7.
Forge Khaled. See what they're going to do.
And then 8 through 17th place plays Last Chance in 2 days.
Right now.
And then 18th through 20th is fully eliminated from WC.
Here's a team, though, they have to really step it up now.
Yeah, they do, yeah. It's lots of answers needed for
this
duo. Currently sitting right at the bottom end of the leaderboard. So this fresh map change might play into their favor. A fresh slate, clean new start for these final 5 games. Because for some of the teams that are further down, the teams that are popping off right now, why can't they do that in this latter half of competition? That's what they'll be asking themselves. If they can do it, why can't we? And it's a lot of those sort of smaller region teams that
Izzy's in a fight versus Chino and Pablo here.
Comeback here.
This looks like a full fight here.
Fighting off spawn a lot over at Dirty Docks. And Pablo's trying to get an angle here onto Izzy and Nosif, the fan favorites here in Paris. Pablo looking for
those predictions fast now. We don't need to close predictions
not able to actually find one as Chino's providing pressure from other areas. Nice piece control from Pablo.
Oh my gosh, Pablo.
We'll find the first knock onto Nosif, and Pablo's there as well.
That's a skill difference right there.
Right now, the consistency
the
really
full piece into the edit reset one pump.
Chino, 3 eliminations now and on the hunt. We might. I was gonna say we might be seeing our first team fully eliminated.
That's point definitely gonna happen on
no. Things settle down now.
Yeah, I agree.
Chino and Pablo.
I don't think we'll see match point until like
game
7.
Take a look at Romero though. Just look
Romero
at them
actually
go
using
right here,
his pistols.
really taking flight. Meanwhile, Cringe and Voco in a tough position.
The fact that Cringe and Voco have 117 points is crazy.
Distance, debating
That's
whether
these guys are always fighting early.
Again, they have a really difficult time ahead of them. If you get eliminated here now, you're going to be so far behind, and you can get sent fully out of this entire tournament bracket. You cannot be at the bottom 3.
Yeah, it'd be a disastrous start to the second half of competition.
No, game 5 or game 6 just started. You're good.
In order just to, even just with the mentality side of things as well, you know, ensuring that you can bounce back after a tricky start. So much expectation, of course, particularly for Epic. Well, had so much experience for sort of speaking about that previously on the desk. You know, lots of expectation, but also that calmness about his.
Someone have the Steve Bow? I wasn't even looking at the
when he plays on these sort of lands. He's been there, he's done that. He should be confident. He should be calm. So excited to see what those guys do as well.
Oh, Zone's on top of the Z-Dog. And of course, Goofy here, they're just kind of vibing out right now. Shxrk and Teeny back on the hunt here. They're listening and watching.
Shxrk and Teeny lurk on the Z-Dog.
Right now, but
actually on the
Bray's the first to get caught off. Another team puts their opinion on the batter here. And now this is going to be a really filthy fight right now. You have Bugha and Bray. You have Goofy kind of off in the distance, possibly thinking
Bugha, this is not the team we want to fight. Bugha has no mats, too.
Have their work cut out for them.
Bugha is just outside of qual pace right now. We do not want to take this fight.
EU and now doing it here on the global stage. Bugha and Braze were bruised, but not fully knocked. So I think it looks as though Shxrk and Teeny will sort of try and dip on out. There's another team sort of rotating on through as well. Going to give Bugha and
be able to get out. Wait,
his
Teeny dies.
The opportunity to disengage.
Teeny dies to
Teeny
Muzz.
Down to Muzz here.
Shxrk in a 1v2 versus Muzz Sphinx.
You know, they took the battle from Dirty Dots.
Doesn't look like Muzz Sphinx are going to be playing this too aggro on Shxrk here, but...
on the gas pedal here.
Wow.
One thing I've noticed from Shxrk so far today, he is not afraid to fight with TD down. He will.
Yeah, chat. If you guys are wondering, like, if it says this thing, like the eliminated duo thing, that thing is bugged
this is
half
one of
the
the worst
time.
times to fall.
Yeah.
Zone 4, right? We're about to go into that point in the time where things are going to cut
But
down.
they actually might be dead. I think Phoenix and Retro are actually dead.
Here, so it really is.
It's kind of hard to actually tell when someone's dead or
little
not.
space to work with. If there's anyone that you want as a solo clutch situation, it's Shxrk. He's almost like the extra overshield in the game. You have overshield here in Reload. Shxrk is like overshield plus. He's just that fighting demon that not only can eliminate players but also hold them off inside of these fights as well. And that's what makes this team just so good, because it's so hard to take them down. Even when one of them is down, like we just saw there, they're so good at getting back together and keeping their momentum going.
Come on, God.
In terms of momentum, Vico Malabuka, they're a team that's on fire right now. They're surging up the leaderboard, expecting big things from them. And Peterbot and POLLO, they're starting to come alive here.
Yeah, here they are doing very well
4
right now.
kills for Peter and POLLO. 2 kills this game for POLLO. That might honestly be matching POLLO's skills already for this tournament.
So far for Peterbot and POLLO, so already off to a really strong start. Pablo and Chino, though, back to them. So we just got to keep tabs on what's happening here. Meanwhile, Peterbot just continuing to put in work with that pistol.
Is there any M8 team in EWC? Yeah, Virgo's in M8, but Shadow's
That's
not.
the benefit of this slurp rush map.
I don't think there's
you
any
can actually heal a lot in the
M8
storm. There's a lot of
now.
those sort of slurp barrels. There's so much of it. So that's why I'm seeing so many of our teams right now inside of that storm. Some teams really
Are people
far back,
repping
almost
M8
up
and there's
towards
no M8 team
steamy
because it's in
stacks some of our
France?
teams. So really
Wait, Bugha killed
happy
Shxrk
to stay inside of that storm. I just saw Shxrk there go down. Yeah, Shxrk now
Shxrk
out.
dead
So
to Bugha.
Teeny on his own. Another test here for this duo early on. We spoke about how this team had a little bit of a wobble going into the second half. They need to bounce back here as well.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, they have been just kind of like
WQ
crashing out over the past couple of games.
Them dip back into the storm. They seem to be
And like
very
Shxrk and Teeny
much
are not
interested in
guaranteed
getting into
quality,
this action. Little do they know, there is a team rotating on the outskirts here. Can they actually find them?
That'll be the question here, as Bugha and Brage are sort of scrap looting. It's actually
I mean, they're still getting all the kill
player
points
outside
though,
of them, so they might not want anything to do with it. They want to get. Don't want to get caught too much inside of that storm, and that's what I was talking about. Look at all these players inside of the storm.
So
it's
many
possible
people in the storm.
in this map, particularly when you're rotating through Slurpy Swamp. There's so much of those heals there, of course, as well. What is it, like 2 or 3 teams inside of the zone right here, Monster? Everyone's playing outside.
Yo, Quexy takes the bit. Shxrk does. The next game is Xerxes. He doesn't qual.
Peterbot and POLLO, they've started strongly here.
Like
Peterbot's been hitting shots.
They
seem like they're
there's
the
still a
sort of
chance
team
that
that just gain that
anybody
momentum. We've
has a
seen it
qual,
before.
you know?
We've seen
Nobody
them
is
have slow
guaranteed
starts,
qual
but
yet,
when they get going, it's like a runaway train.
From in the zone to
every
in
single
the
point
bubble,
matters in
Peterbot
this.
came into this game in 7th place. He's now sitting in 5th on overall placement points, so he is slowly working his way up. Meanwhile, Shxrk and Teeny fighting their way out the pit that they were being thrown into here. Teeny and Shxrk get a little bit of material from that fight. Braids and Bugha might have stood around for a little too long. Can Teeny get the full
Teeny
finish?
with the double SMGs almost kills Braids out the sky.
Another situation where Teeny's trying to lurk, they're trying to find that knock, and they don't find it initially right there. So really difficult situation. That's how Shxrk went down. You can see right there. Braids was the one doing
on the Shxrk to take him
right
out.
there. Teeny, of course, doing a fantastic job as well. That's his role when Shxrk does go down, and they're just capable individually.
Do I think he's gonna win? I don't know
as
of now,
right now. They're just kind of fighting their way back.
I still think this is
was going to be a very
tournament.
rough situation. Now they're possibly looking to set up the farm onto
Shxrk
Rue here inside the zone. Already though,
the entire game.
Ready to get to work here. Burst rifle, of course, allowing him to have that pressure and accuracy, but either way, this is a pretty tough place to fight. Very close quarters engagement happening here. The zone will start to add up, but first they need to secure these elims and that get moving. Let's see it. Teeny finally starting to break loose here.
4
Gets
kills
a
for
couple
Shxrk
extra
and Teeny now.
and you can just see the wear and tear on the loadout here. It's not looking too great for them, but hey, they're still in the running.
That's the thing. These guys can turn their game around on a dime. Any situation they find themselves in, you have to back them.
Sickness
and you can see
reload?
they have overtaken first place spot with all those eliminations. Look at that though. Second place right now, fighting another top dog in the lobby. Peterbot and POLLO against Vico and Malabuka. Land winners against land winners right now. 2 teams.
I swear
that are
most
no
like mid-game fights that we see, it just never ends up being
head to head.
the
This is what land competition's about. For now, it's peaceful. It's
There
calm,
is? Okay.
Things could boil over.
I don't know if I've ever seen somebody with sickness in
reload.
reload.
We all know is worth paying for.
Vico and Malabuka just kind of back off, ease up
When was
here
last time
now.
Peter won a major
And, you know,
tournament?
we naturally expected the zone to finally stay in awesome land because the water has taken so much real estate. This is going to be the most congested game of the evening. And go figure, it's a little bit of chaos here from after that 30 minutes of downtime here. But take a look at what Malabuka's next big play is. It's likely to find an elimination. They need a refresher. And just from what I'm seeing in the loadout in general, it's telling us that Malabuka has already gone down this game, and it's a pretty scrappy one at the moment.
Yeah, it can be, but again, another team that are more than capable. Looking at the way the zone's pulling here as well, back up towards that north. So as I was saying, lots of those teams sort of honing in on that Slurpy Swamp area, going to make that usual dead side of zone going to be a little bit more congested than usual. So teams that are playing inside of Slurpy Swamp, you can see them just starting to rotate their way in right now. Lots of fights are going to start going down in this area. Go Vico, go. In the bottom left of the screen.
Yeah,
he's always here supporting
these next 3
Vico
days are actually going to be the longest.
Performance from them so far. But
Next
it's
4
start
days
to get
actually.
Congested on that sort of west side of zone.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot to kind of put yourself in. You see a lot of teams trying to put themselves sort of towards that river in case they end up in a difficult spot where you need to kind of get some cheeky extra HP.
Just woke up, how was Peter doing so bad?
Now, though, the clock is
he's not doing as bad as he was earlier. Earlier,
he
was in like 17th place. Him being top 7 right now is
officially not allow players to refresh their way back into this lobby here.
It was just the early Peter and Pollo classic, you know.
So that storm fight really started
and there is Peter and Pollo, speaking of them.
Really looking to put up the position.
Early high ground claim. Izzy goes down.
That is the worst spot to
Izzy
be in.
dead.
Nosif loses duo as well.
Nosif is 1 HP, only 24 builds for him.
The French fans right now, they're on the edge.
I mean, this is the point of time where we don't really got time to be wasting games like that.
Particular game, having to solo
Peter gets the kill in the
pump. I was talking about. Lots of these teams that are rotating from Slurpy Swamp are going to get in all sorts of trouble. And look who's there, playing spoiler for them, playing guards in the front of the castle. It's
Peterbot,
it's Pollo, it's Peterbot.
Peter and Pollo, they need to look up at Shxrk over there. Shadow and Virgo across from them.
Situation, but they're dangerous. They're on fire. They're on form. And they have the momentum right now. They're looking to win this game here,
Monster. Done a really good job keeping that Mammoth pistol
You are
NA.
Down, eliminated
right there in the feed. You see Virgo and Shadow unfortunately
Peter kills Shadow.
To the hands of actually
Reckless goes down as well. OCE on OCE.
Pressure here as they tried to make that rotate, but it just goes completely sour for them. Meanwhile,
Virgo has a solo clutch.
Still is in the game.
Chini dies to Chino.
Yeah, a few solos.
It's starting to look a little bit sketchy for Shxrk and Tini.
Look at this though, Shxrk now down to a solo as well.
Shxrk
Another situation where he has the solo
points.
clutch. Look at this. Yeah, it's not great at all. Tini dropping him some mats
right
now.
Tini just gave him 5/5 though.
This is the situation. This is the player that you want in a solo clutch situation. He pulls zone here as well and finds that extra body inside of the storm. This could be enough. If these medkits can hold here, Monster, he might be able to just stay inside the storm and just play it out.
Peter Pollo on height, 7 kills for them as well.
Defining moment of the evening. They're pulling the zone when the storm is looking like it's working against you there. Everything all of a sudden now is in his favor. Meanwhile, just looking at how Peterbot is playing here, they are firing up, and this is why you can't count them out.
Good.
My God.
Gold Mammoth.
This is a highlight, really. He's making his own highlight. Every single time we go back to a replay, you know it's going to be an absolute banger. And that's what Peterbot does. Another huge couple of connections
Shxrk still going in the solo. Let's see a little Shxrk solo clutch here.
To find those
Virgo needs a solo clutch. Is Bugha Brace still
alive? They will have
alive?
to look for another one as another team looks
Chino
to try
Pablo.
and play up in the sky as well.
Peterbot
and Pollo do have to keep their eyes on that as everyone down below has to try and traverse their way through all of this water. The team that's in the sky, it's Muzz and Sphinx. They're looking on down at the rest of the lobby,
165 points for them.
These moving zones to hold
Bugha
on to a
on low
lot of their
ground, needs a mat
materials.
refresh.
Meanwhile, on the low ground, Bugha, not a bad performance so far. Still need more. Looking for an opportunity to make their way into the zone. Lots of pressure though from another angle. They
not the mat refresh that they needed. They're kind of just going through all their mats here.
Holding on for now, and Peterbot's in the air as well.
Peter's gonna
this is
launch
smart
pad
from
up.
them. You see them continue to
Does that mean
set
that there's
up
nobody on height right now?
With the mega launch pad plays here just to continue to buy their way.
Yeah, nobody on height at all.
That's the learning that they took out of those first several games. For them, it's a story of being nearly knocked out
Bugha on low ground,
all
still
the way
18
down
builds.
to fighting for the
Still needs a mat refresh. Malabuka's right next to him. Virgo goes down 16th place.
Score for them, a top 15.
Very rough last couple games for Shadow Virgo.
Shxrk somehow is still
going into solo. Still a decent amount of mats for Shxrk as well.
This is what he does, but he's being
that is a big shot that he's taking right there. He has Romero on his wall.
Side of zone and needing to take
Alex and Reckless die.
The moment to heal, only down to the wood now as well for Shxrk. Meanwhile, Bugha on the other side of things needs a bit of a refresh of his own with Braze looking for that right now. Goofy and
Already dies as well.
Try and hold them as well, but they're safe and sound in
and
another
solo clutch here. Top 14 situation. Placement points
side.
Just started to roll in here now.
Refresh here, Monster, just to get their game reignited, to reignite the lion within.
Yeah, you know, getting reignited is one thing.
Malabuka, rare 0-kill game from them as of now, but
are doing just that as they stay alive
also another team that needs a refresh here. That's where Peter and Pollo got to be like far and away the most stacked team in the slot.
Back into the tournament.
Shxrk.
Meanwhile, Shxrk really holding on. That's
1 HP for Shxrk. Bugha's down there. There's a body down there. He's not going to be able to get it though. Shxrk with only 7 total builds. I don't know how he survived this long, but he is going to end up going down.
He gets hunted down. It was, of course, to the hands of Malabuka as they turn around, but look at this. We got Vico and Mally.
Peterbot gets a kill in the Volko. Oh my, big shot there. Yeah, Peter. 7 kills on height, 53 total builds for him. And oh my, did he just hit that shot right there? Braze goes down top 9, and he goes down top 8.
Looking a little bit low on the materials right now, so trying to
Shxrk
find their way towards that front side as well. Vico, Malabuka hip to hip, like we've seen them in the past. They're so good in these end game situations, squeezing out all of those
win
plays.
Their second game of the day.
A decent amount of builds to work with
situation, 7 players up alive. Peterbot and Pollo going for the back-to-back still. Chino and Pablo alive. Pollo! Pollo just got a full damage.
And then you have teams that are nearly fully knocked out of the event, just holding on, trying to make a story.
Okay, Peter gets the res on the Pollo. I don't know what Pollo was doing, but Vico and Mally are now on height.
The story's unfolding here,
but he can't chop out height. They've got second. Pollo is the one with the spray weapon, which they do.
They're going to chop him out. Vico has Malabuka has 24 builds.
Malabuka retaining it. Vico's all the way down there.
Peter has no spray gun either, so it's kind of hard for him to chop it out. Someone just shockwaved onto his head up there. I don't know if that was Peter, if that was somebody else. It was Peter. Peter killed one. Pollo kills Vico.
Pollo takes down Vico. Peterbot finds the finish.
Peter finds, I don't know who killed him, but 9 kills for Peter and Pollo here. 8 kills left for Peter. Who's the duos left alive? Pablo's still alive. Malabuka's the solo. Muzz and Sphinx is the duo. 2v2. 1v1. Oh my gosh. Huge shot there from Peter. This is 2v1? I think it's a 2v1. And Peter and Pollo look like they will be winning back-to-back games, and all smiles from Peter and Pollo now.
They know they're back.
They know they're back. They were never gone.
There they go.
They were always feeling it. And it just
That's
takes
what we were waiting for at Peter and Pollo.
Maybe to get themselves settled. So much pressure, Monster, on their
back-to-back
shoulders.
wins.
I mean, it's one of those situations where we can just see them coming alive in real time.
And the duality right now, Sphinx. Ooh, you can just see and sense the emotion there on the other side. Pollo eases up, loosens up his shoulder. He's happy. The fans are feeling good. The emotions are starting to turn around here.
I mean, even though they've done it all right, when you have a start like that they did really low down, what were they, like 19th after a couple of games?
Yeah.
It's got to put that pressure on you. No matter who you are, no matter what you've done, no matter where you've been, it's got to put that pressure on you. You could see a lot of that pressure just being released off of their shoulders right now. Not only have they won their back-to-back, they've also won across different maps. So potentially this is the sign of things to come here on Slurp Rush, because we did have questions. We were like, yeah, what a nice end to them there on Elite Stronghold. Are they going to be able to continue that momentum and maintain that mentality throughout here in Slurp Rush? We've got our answer so far.
And it's really nice to watch this happen all in person, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not very often we get to really kind of dive deep into what would happen if you put the best players in a situation like this. But that map change, I think, really was the boon that they were looking for. Even now, look, Peterbot posing for the cameras there. Yeah, it must feel nice.
Yeah, you can see it from there. Pollo, as you take a look at some of the highlights there from that end game. And you can never really count them out here.
Yeah, you gotta just listen in on this, you know. When you start thinking about how this all plays out here, I mean, from their perspective, there's always chaos involved. You have to expect it, but it's a team that stays strong.
I heard them say Peter was posing for the camera. Are we gonna listen in? Hold on.
Just play.
Peter on Slurpee Mask is unfair. Yeah, he's so good.
That's good. What is the?
Or they're so good on this map.
You're horrible, bro.
Well, Mini,
wait, did they show how POLLO died to fall damage? I didn't even see.
Right? Just
why was POLLO laughing
that's
there?
what the best teams do. You could sort of maybe, you think you're going to listen into some crazy comms here. You know, they just won the game. They're going to be hyped. They're going to be sort of loud. They're going to be in each other's ear. But a lot of the best teams here within Fortnite, they're the teams that are calm.
Chat, remember, if you guys are new to the stream, drop a follow. We are less than 100 followers away from 22K.
Relevant in each moment and keeping their
drop a like on the YouTube stream as well. We're 30 likes away from 300 likes on the YouTube stream. Trying to hit 300 likes
when it's online. You don't get to hear from the players like we do when we're on LAN. So it's an element, it's a skill gap. It's something that these guys have mastered.
Yo, can you have a
they're
maintaining
their calmness, but also they're prioritizing what they say in each individual moment.
I'm waking up at like 2 a.m. on Saturday.
Looking at the bigger picture, this is just the
never doubted my goat POLLO. I doubted him myself.
We haven't even got to what that final lobby is going to look like, but we're getting a small sample of how difficult it could be.
So leaderboard,
it's going to be really exciting to see how.
Let's see. Leaderboard after 6 games. Peterbot and POLLO are ahead of Shxrk and Teeny now, but Vico and Malibuca stay in first place. 6.3 average placement, 31 total elims for them. Peter and POLLO also become the first duo to win multiple matches. We were talking all this about can Shxrk and Teeny win like 4 games today, but 3 straight dud games from them. And Qual right now is 2-10. So Bugha's just outside of it. Z-Dog outside, Izzy Nosif, Phoenix and Retro. Shadow Virgo really needs some good games. But a lot of our big names are starting to perform now. Vico, Peter, Shxrk, Muzz, Hari, Lewin, Romero, Chino, Pablo, Bugha, Braids. Only one small region team is in the top 7 right now. Dang. Looks like Hari came proving you wrong. Yeah, so far they are. But hey, I said that Lewin Romero would be the only small region team to make it out of this. And so far, they're looking good. So you know what? We'll say that the takes even out there, you know? We'll say that the takes even out if they qualify. Prediction? Okay, let's see. That was NA Central places higher that game. And then let's run a who places higher, Peter, POLLO, Shxrk, Teeny, Vigo, Mali, or non-EU/NA Central team. Let's get it. Vote on the prediction chat. Vote on the prediction.
Peterbot and POLLO-esque games.
4 games left to go.
I do want to go ahead and mention it, right? Levin, we kind of talked about it. They only needed a couple of games to actually make something like this happen. They have
no one is safe qual. It's 210 and no one is 300 yet. Yeah, nobody's qualified yet.
It's Peterbot and POLLO.
So,
what are you gonna say? I mean, they have dominated in Reload all year long. We said, I think at least they're a better Slurp Rush team.
Yep.
I think we saw in that game exactly why Slurp Rush plays into their hands. A lot of the meta in Reload has been about sort of playing the storm and trying to skip zones. I don't really think that's their bag. But in games like
just,
that one,
land comeback players now, I guess.
They keep pulling zones and they can just farm the rest of the lobby. They go into that end game just more stacked than anybody else in the best positions, and they just deliver.
I mean, you speak of that best position. That best position is early height, and every single time I see it, I doubt it. I go, there's no way they're going to be able to hold height all the way from zone 7, zone 8, and then they do it. They do it in such a good job splitting, making sure that POLLO's watching the front, Peterbot watches the back to make sure that no one's able to steal from them, and they just are able to control high ground for that entire time. Look at POLLO, even getting chopped. He is still making sure that he is spraying on players. Honestly, Seven, when you said that we were scared of the momentum of Peterbot and POLLO, I was actually more scared at the start, like something was wrong in the universe, and now things feel like they're falling into place.
The scariest bit, even beyond that, on top of everything we've already said to pick these guys up, they both entered that mode, they both enter where they're not missing shots. Like, they are hitting all the important shots. And like, how do you take height off these guys when they just?
The game before you left wrapping, Peter won back-to-back games. Now they're in second place.
First games.
Yeah.
They were playing a bait and switch for us. They were like, let's see what they got to say. Let's see what they're going to be coming back with. But one team that you've actually been keeping an eye on that has been bouncing back is Muzz and Finks, because my goodness, this squad has bounced back, especially in the last 2 games.
And it's really interesting to see because they're not playing together in the FNCS, so there was a little bit of question marks on how would their synergy be in the competition. But man, they're finally showing up, had a good start, and then a few little rough middle games, but finally picking things up. I mean, I'm a Muzz fangirl. I'm just going to be biased no matter what. And I mean, for all of NA and OCE and NA East, all the regions that he's represented, he's like the champion for all of us.
Listen, for anybody that frequents the FNCS over on NAC, you guys
I think a lot more of the casual
Fortnite
audience is
Zeke himself has an
either
absolute
Peterbot clicks or
Kelly has, you know, kind of brought that here to the stage for us here today, talking about anytime she sees Muzz up there on the big screen, she's getting very, very excited. But yeah, Kelly, I love the fact you kind of bring up where they're currently at on the leaderboard. Currently sitting in 4th place. I mean, again, we like to have that conversation, Levin, about sometimes some of these teams, they just sneak up into the top of the leaderboard, and it's super impressive.
Here is the leaderboard, we're here talking about where the NA team. We got to switch to the second page of the leaderboard to spot out any NA. Yeah. And they have quickly risen up. You know, all it takes.
Yeah, how many NA people are qual right now?
You start to see all these guys up.
2 out of the 7.
Me, though, I got to look to Bugha and Braids right now. This
Bugha's
is a
just
duo
outside
that
of it,
everyone
barely.
was so excited for. They got the last
So
spot
3 out of the top 10 is
It was so hype
NA.
when he won. You could hear the hype coming out of Bugha.
EU,
And to see them, they actually
is
were doing better in the
5?
previous game.
Yes.
So they dropped down just a little bit. But even then, to see them in the top 10, just so close, Vivid, to make it into that 7th spot. That's what I love to see for Bugha and Braids.
This is where the competition starts to get a little bit scary, though, because I remember talking to 7 about how we just had a 7-point difference between positions 5 and 9 on the leaderboard. Take a look at how big of a gap we now have established. I mean, heck, we can just simply talk about the gap between 9th and 7th place. Remember, 7, all of these teams need to get into the top 7, but if that gap continues to grow, your chances of even clutching up in some of these big games starts to fade away.
And what's scary too is not just Peterbot and POLLO, it's all those teams towards the top, as Aurora, as big as well. They're just being so consistent. They're going to be continuing to take points away from those squads that are wanting to push up to the top 7.
I don't really know too much about like
that. When we end up flipping the page and we end up seeing those teams towards the bottom,
I can't lie, I'm just focused on the
points are just not going to be available for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's
retro in 11.
No, it's not. It's not.
Shadow Virgo,
It's not good. The one thing I will say, unfortunately, the second page is starting to fill up with a lot of the.
Hey, the Shxrk guy has gone from last to 17.
Lewa and Romero still.
Remember, chat, the bottom 3, 18 through 20th, they are fully eliminated. So right now, we have no Tomat, no Alex, and no Epic Whale.
Grouping teams together based off of some of the numbers from the different reload finals. All of the numbers were just pointing to these guys being respected as an elite level team, where I think naturally a lot of people watching might not have predicted them. So
Jay, who's the MVP of this tournament so far?
Hopefully some of the players on this
in your guys' opinion,
at least show us something in these next couple games.
Well, yeah, there's 2 conversations that we need to be having. We're looking for the top 7, but we also need to be looking for the top 17. Those, and it's pretty close to the bottom 5 right now. Any one of those can easily just have a top 5 game, top 10 game, and jump themselves up from that spot.
I was looking at Shxrk and Teeny actually from Aurora because they started off insanely hot, right? To the point that some of us were saying, okay, just wrap it up. I think they're going to be taking it. But they have decided to slow down a little bit here, Vivid. And it's not something that we're going to be panicking about because of what we saw.
Yeah, I'm probably between Vico and
maybe just taking some games off.
Yeah, I mean, they actually could have went further down the leaderboard. I mean, they did drop down to 3rd right now, so they're still doing fine. But it was actually just simply on the back foot of a Shxrk clutch. Like, Teeny went down. It looked like they weren't going to be able to get any surmountable amount of points out of that game at all. But Shxrk, doing Shxrk things, went ahead and solo clutched their way up there to make sure that they do withstand a spot towards the top of the leaderboard. But if we're talking about the top of the leaderboard, guys, how have we completely avoided the team that we should be talking about? Vico and Malabuka sitting in 1st place right now.
I'll be honest, I'm in shock. I think these guys, what they have shown us this year is when they get on stages like this, when they can feel the crowd, when they can be with each other and have that chemistry in person and get to experience the journey of a tournament like this, they just activate.
I don't even know what that's from. Is that from like their Twitch chat or what?
And the FNCS Major too. That was kind of a little bit from them too, right? You would have never expected this type of performance if you were basing it just off of what they've been doing since the summit. Different story today.
When you speak on that energy, I think back to when we were running rehearsals for the player walkouts, and we could see that there was a lot of players that just weren't really that interested in having these kind of conversations. But then as soon as it's Vico and Malabuka, they don't care. They're so excited. They're energetic. A lot of people, you can tell that they're stressed when they're here. They're only thinking about the game. But Vico and Malabuka, to me, this just kind of seems like a Wednesday for them.
Talking about that stress, actually, from some players, and we got a chance to see them shine early on, and I'm gonna be talking about Phoenix in retro. It is their first land, right?
It's literally having a land Vico
they just keep dropping off on that
Peter come back to 2nd, Shxrk in 3rd. I know. It's literally the exact same thing, but there's no like sky and
because we do like to go ahead and talk about experience. I mean, yeah, the experience needs to be here for these types of environments. Usually just to strictly perform in any regard. So getting the win was good for them, but the consistency, right? Maybe the pressure is starting to build a little bit after getting the win. It was like, wait a minute, we can actually do this. Then they start to feel the nerves. They start to feel the pressure from that. then maybe they look at the leaderboard like, whoa, how did we get down to 11th?
Listen, when Phoenix is burned the brightest,
right
that is when they pass away. And from
when it
their
opens, doesn't
ashes,
really
they
matter too
rise up to the
much.
top. I think if there is any moment we can see a player make a comeback, how could it not be a player named Phoenix?
You might as well just keep spitting, man. That was some bars right there. Oh my goodness. No, I'm
no chance. Predict the game winners for 15 gifted. You know what? I'm going.
Rise from the ashes.
Screw it. Give me Peter and Pollo to win 3 games in a row here.
It's not going to be easy because I think you look
I'm
around the rest
predicting
of the
Peter and Pollo
competition
this game.
and it is truly fierce. We're seeing big pop-off games from a bunch of different people, but finding that consistency is
good. Cries was good, bro.
Forward formula.
And for some of their squads, I mean, we're going to be heading into Game 7 here of Group A, Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. They need to step up. They need to make sure they rise up from the ashes. Let's see who's going to be rising up in this next game.
What game are we at? 7? Game 7 starting soon here.
Number 7. Number 6, first match on Slurp Rush did not disappoint whatsoever here, Monster. 2 main storylines here. Storyline about qualification, about glory, getting inside of that top 7, but also about survival now as we get towards the latter stage of competition.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to do is, one, get yourself sent to Friday, but worse yet, end up in the bottom 3 and get completely crushed out of the tournament. One thing I'm noticing when I'm looking at the standings here is that it's really a lot closer than you may think.
Yeah.
60 points is the win, 210 is the cutoff. You drop the ball one time, someone will literally take second place from you.
Yeah, absolutely. And all it can take is one game just to reignite that momentum for some of these teams down further below.
Game number
20th place
7
right now. It's really now is the time because you don't want to leave it too much later. You don't want to let it drag out.
Oh my gosh.
You need to do it now.
Moon Romero's dropped his hot drop. Wait,
Chino
Chino's winning speed.
Pablo Wingu had a strong start.
Dead. Chino does end up dying to Muzz.
Not going quite their way.
Muzz kills Chino. There are so many people here.
In fact, other teams didn't even go there. This is what
happens.
happens.
Oh no, this is bad for Lou and Romero.
Hot drop
this is literally you guys' drop spot.
The thing is staying alive, right?
It's
hot
hot drop this game.
Have these fights, try and claim this drop spot, even if one of your teammates or your teammate goes down.
Shxrk is here as a solo. Shxrk's on 1v2 Lou and Romero. Good damage though from Romero. Shxrk does have the shotgun. Shxrk only has 2 bills left though.
Give the shield here from Shxrk. Muzz finding one onto
Malabuka. 2 kills for Muzz.
Of our top teams right now.
I think Muzz has played this tournament really well. Shxrk goes down to Lua. Lua goes down too.
For them to try and build some
momentum as well.
Romero looking for some angles as well. It's all up to Teeny and Romero now as Solus.
Yeah,
no.
Romero's gonna be really
Romero's gonna be chased by Muzz. Muzz, chill.
And his teammate was down for quite some time, but Muzz now has a little bit of that
he survived long enough.
Coming in from Retro.
That was just barely long enough, and Muzz got caught.
Muzz is gonna be the one that definitely comes out ahead. He secures 3 quick Iliums. Starts dancing. He's like, hey, Retro, send me to my teammate. I'm going home, brother.
He's fine. He's fine with that. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Getting those points, getting an early start, hit the emo. It's what we like to see here, isn't it? We've got the RPG in hand as well for Retro. Looking to rise from the ashes, to quote Kelly right here. This is an important game for them. Sitting just outside, I think, of that sort of top 7, 11th place overall right now. So, yes, they probably could do it in the 2 games. Maybe they could do it in 1 game, but you have to make it count now as we get to see how those fights were going down here. Osborne Muzz, one of the finest fighters in the lobby, doing just that against Malabuka.
Z-Dog fight.
One of our Australian teams whipping the shots, and Moda can find the first or his 2nd elimination of the game so far. This is a big moment for these guys as well.
Why was he emoting?
Yeah, it surely is.
I mean,
you know, they finally get a little chance to start
I think he just realized that he was cooked there.
Give them that confidence to get back in the game.
Everybody is just crashing out now. We're finally seeing like the full crash outs where people realize it's all or nothing now.
Underwhelming performance.
How's we doing? Peter's 2nd.
Epic Whale. This is a tough spot to be in. And
Peter's 2nd behind Vico Mally.
Is the
leaderboard's right here on the right.
Sitting on Pump's shoulders.
Vico, Peter, Shxrk, Muzz,
and the content with Epic Whale there. We know surely he's got nothing to prove, but is it Pump maybe that needs to just step up a little bit?
It can be hard, can't it? If you're playing with someone that has so much experience, is so calm and speaks about your team as, yeah, we're a calm team, we're going to be fine, we're going to perform. And then you might be thinking, actually, I'm a little bit nervous. I am a little bit feeling the pressure a little bit. So maybe that could be the case for them right now. Sneaky beaky, though, for Chino and Pablo looking to find an opportunity to get to see that.
Oh, wait, the Chino lurks at the bottom left.
See, of course, how Pump took down Goofy. Pretty standard stuff for him. And Chino, bottom left, looking to find that moment. Phoenix, completely unawares, you have to imagine. And now he is.
Top 7
qual. For a big shot. Not quite able to crack his shield. Gets inside of the box, hits a big shot. But Phoenix there does go down. Of course, it's only Phoenix in this area.
And
Pablo and
Chino, finals
very,
or what?
Load out there. Exotics in hand. Vico Malabuka just
I think
next
Bugha
door.
today is just worried about qualifying. You know?
We expect big things
I
from
don't
them.
think I would
they do
predict
deliver
Bugha to
on
top
the
3
big stage,
finals.
but I feel like we can expect more. They're that good.
I think the competition is just that close, to be honest. You know, they're really in that mix. They're in the competition race here at the moment. But Vico's going to take some punishing damage. Malabuka just on the run here. These are your point leaders at the moment. That's the worst case scenario for both of your individual players to be in
there's 3 games after this
important fights right now. This is how you get sent back to the lobby here and earn no points.
Big shot there from Virgo. Shadow and Virgo meet. Wait, that's first place dead. Vico Mali full dead.
Down and out. The
oh,
door
that's really good
open
for Peter.
For teams like POLLO,
Peter has
for teams like Shxrk, Teeny to
yeah,
start rising up
for Peter.
to the occasion right now.
Huge for Peter,
that
huge
have been
for
looking
Shxrk.
so consistent, quite reminiscent actually
Vico
of their
Mali,
summit win.
290, that's still not guaranteed qual either. They only need like 15, 20 more points probably.
That's how quickly the story can change. Now any team inside the top 7 realistically has a chance to snipe the first base seat and really give us
Peter's what, like 35 points behind him?
Group.
Shxrk's like 38.
Always wide open. Going over to the rest of the map. So many teams still inside of that storm, of course, as well. One team that isn't, Pablo and Chino. We've seen these guys trying to sneak around, getting a little bit of that damage. As I mentioned, they've got that exotic as well. Really good for close range shots. The Outlaw there, so it's going to be interesting to see how Pablo can do that. Both of these guys, really, really good solo clutches, and I think we saw that in the last game. Shxrk doing a really good job at that, just to keep them afloat at the top end of the leaderboard, even though Teeny did go down early. When you have players like Shxrk, when you have players like Teeny, Pablo, Chino, these individual talents on your team, it can really help carry you through the tournament.
Because even right now is down, 2-13.
The hope is not gone.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference, you know, especially when you're really
Here's in a fight-off spawn here.
Just yet. Peterbot's really the story of you see a team that can be at the bottom in just a couple of games. Everything turns around. Meanwhile,
dude, Peter with this mammoth pistol is actually
pretty quickly there by Peterbot and POLLO now. Just cleaning up house here at the Slurpee Swamp. Jumping to the other side, we have OC's Reckless and Alex here. A little bit of pressure on Braids and Bugha. Fights breaking out now for Shadow and Virgo. Chino and Pablo
they got third place major 1 online.
Eliminating that team, it looks like.
I'd say all that.
Yeah, this is a nice position here as well for Pablo
and
Chino.
They can sort of had one bad grands and people thought they were trash.
Zine and Edson inside of the area too, so they've got to be careful that they don't clash heads.
Most dead games so far? Oh my, yeah, I didn't even realize. There's 3 full teams already dead. I think that's how the rest of this tournament's going to be. We're going to see just so many fights. Every single early.
Seen good performances, Brazilian
teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, they have to make sure that they don't get fully eliminated.
When it comes to land, so I was really intrigued to see what they could do. They are just outside that top 7, a decent ways down, but what they can do is they can have these big games. They can have these big moments, these big individual
especially if someone's already qualled and they need to grief somebody.
Turn the game around, and we've seen that
we could see some interesting stuff happen.
Teams aggressive, looking for fights at different areas. But also smart.
Pump gets a kill.
Yeah, they've had good vibes all day.
They're
in a down moments. He sits back, reclines that chair, puts his feet up, and really is
very
just
many Shxrk and Teeny crash outs this game so far.
Wonderful thing to watch.
Besides Shxrk landing somewhere else.
You are very serious.
That's the only kill they've gotten all game.
Shxrk and Teeny, 252 points right now, playing the
I think they're playing more to secure the qual.
Patch up their mistakes from the previous round, but they do have to be careful. You have Alex there, like I said. This is the scariest part of the game to be in. You're far in the zone, and if your teammate goes down, you guys would be pretty much split up, and things can start going awry.
Yeah, Shxrk and Teeny.
That's the thing about this map as well, though. If you do go down, you can go back into the storm. You can heal your way up. You can scrap loot a lot of that as well. As Tomat goes down inside of that storm. So going to be an interesting opportunity right now for Mofu to try and find a clutch. Of course, Retro and Phoenix, they're quite happy to find that elimination. Couple of points right there as we get to see the overall rankings, how things are shaping up. Remember, Vico, Malabuka are top dogs right now, down and out, completely eliminated from this game. So all those teams down below, like you mentioned, Monster, they're definitely within reach.
Listen, my question for you is, what are these zones? These are tough zones right now, as they are going to continue to steal away that real estate. So we're going to have another congested tournament here at the end at the Stevie Stacks with those silos that can be in play.
Oh, they always make things interesting. It's almost a throwback.
Yeah, the silos in this tournament is actually
up in the sky. Nobody quite knows what's
they're
happening.
So dumb in this. It's just half the lobby's going to be in the sky.
Remainder of this match, it really does come down to a lot of those different sort of mechanics that you don't necessarily see too often in Fortnite. How can you manage
there's
those
a lot of teams
situations
that
where
the main
you
ones are
don't
Vico Maui,
usually
though.
find yourself in? Where do you
First
land?
place
Which
is dead
teams
so
do you
far.
fight? It's all going to come into play very shortly for Bugha and Braids. Just sat outside of that top 7 right now. Expectations, as always, so high.
We need a good Bugha game here.
Notice a different play style from them as
We need
well.
like a
While
top
other
5
teams
out of
are
Bugha
looking
and
to
Braids
get
here.
extremely active, they're just hanging out in zone 5, actually slowing things down, recognizing how close they are to the qualification spot, right? Kind of staying in the conversation. They recognize that, hey, for us, we don't have to do anything fancy. Let's get to end game.
Well, especially since Vico Malabuka are out. You know, that opens up a door for them. That opens up an opportunity. They're
First
quite
half,
happy with their
dominate
loot
second
right now.
always
They're quite
happens.
happy
It
with their
literally always
positioning.
happens.
So there's no reason.
It's
There's no
like-
reason to take that risk, and they
It's
are
literally
a
like
good enough team to
scripted
find
at this
those
point. Like,
refreshes
they're
mid-game. Here we go, though. Pablo
obligated
and
to do bad their
Chino,
first 3 games.
Not
Reload
for them.
Germany.
Gets the full elimination as well, all the way down towards Logjam, of course, as well. They find
And then they just
themselves
win,
there
like, 3 matches in a
still,
row.
so looking to make their way towards that north side. Zone pulls back towards the southwest, so we will have one of those stacks inside of the zone. Potentially an opportunity for teams to rotate. Really like this positioning, though, from Shxrk and Teeny. Probably not as active
West
as
champions
we've
in last
seen them in
place.
previous games at this particular time of the game. They're quite understanding, I suppose, of the fact that Vico Malabuka are down, the fact that they're now 3rd on the leaderboard. They need another one of those big games, and could that be now?
I think reality's setting in like, wait a second, that big lead we had, it's kind of gone at this point. And no one is safe. Muzz and Sphinx also just having a really great story here starting to develop for them. 3 eliminations this game, all off the back of Muzz. Now they have the momentum coming in here to these final moving zones. Soon the Storm's going to be looking to shut off, so you can see all the teams now starting to
Is that the same gun that Cold had during that? It was, wasn't it? Like 2-shot shotgun?
Look at that east side of the zone, though, of course, as well. You get to see it in the minimap when we go to a POV that is inside of the zone. Pablo, Wingu, and Chino get another elim. But what's great for them is, of course, that zone does pull towards that south, so they're going to be able to get
shotgun
that dead side
RPG in the combat.
zone with these eliminations, with this damage that they've got here as well. It is a 2-tick.
Izzy has this shotgun as well. Why does everybody just have this shotgun?
You have to be careful, but that's what I'm saying. Look at that east side. It's going to be really interesting to see where this next zone ends up pulling, because if it does pull towards that west side, it's going to be really difficult for so many of those teams. And even if it pulls towards the east, those 1 or 2 teams that are on the west, it's going to be so difficult for them. It's not going to be easy at all.
Saw the little handoff there of the Shockwaves, only 2 for Izzy and Noken. So we'll just have to keep eyes on how they end up performing here in the end. It's going to be more and more closer. Shxrk and Teeny, as we continue to update with our teams that are in the race
20 seconds till
right now,
reboots expire.
Good, but this
Who's
is
built up on the stack right there? Who is that?
Starts to begin. The zone's
I
going
can't
to
see.
close.
There's so many names.
And
Oh, is it Ruin Muda?
chaos
I
is
think that's
going to
who it
break
is.
loose.
I think probability-wise, it is more likely to pull east, of course. There's more land to play with. The zones favor not pulling over water. There needs to be a certain percentage.
I think Peter and Poyo will win.
So
I think they have a high chance to right now, yeah, especially because Vico's
I
dead.
think a lot of these players will think
I do think they have a high chance
yeah,
to
it's
win.
a sort of northeast zone, so straight
reboots
on one
are
of those stacks,
expired.
so it's going to be absolute chaos here at the end of this game, and it almost makes it quite difficult for a lot of these teams towards the south of this zone, particularly the teams towards the southeast. Pump and Epic Well of one of them. Bugha's ahead of everyone else, so he shouldn't have too much of an issue, but you've got
good Matt still for
push
Bugha,
through all of
100
these
builds.
teams in order to make your way in, and
What about an
that's
awkward
the situation
position
that
here,
some of
though,
these
for
players
them?
find themselves in.
Yeah, this fight's going to be
sprayed underneath
pretty
by
nasty.
Alex.
That's going to happen right now. Remember, those stacks are completely indestructible. We're going to start running out of real estate already, and then start taking things to the air. Where teams are going to have to block you off. So this is going to get very congested here shortly.
Wait,
Peterbot
Peter's
Poyo
lurking on
starting to set
Shxrk
up the
almost
lurk,
here.
though. You have Shxrk and Teeny to their
Peter and Poyo got a lot of
right-hand
space
side,
down here.
and it feels like we're in an end game.
We finally got
there's
the
no
right pace cam
rotations
for
around
Peter
that.
also.
There's no points yet.
Wait.
This is not where you want to go down.
That was
Definitely
close.
not.
That
Remember,
was really
Peterbot
close for
Poyo,
Shxrk.
they've been setting up for height a lot earlier on.
Shxrk has
so
a lot
many
of
other
mats,
teams
too.
in this lobby, so interested to see now how they play now that first place is up for grabs. Will they still take that risk? Will they still go for it?
Kills
Leeway and Romero
Retro.
find a knock right here onto
Good
Retro.
kill for them.
They needed a big comeback, so that's going to taint their chances potentially here as Retro does get fully eliminated.
Wow,
there.
Phoenix and
Phoenix
Retro
down
full
as
dead.
well, so Pablo and
That's
Chino
rough.
deal the final blow to that team.
There's not that
Maybe
many
on the
games left, man. Like, these teams, they can't keep having bad games if they want to
Rocket
ball
launcher
here.
in hand, mind you, and then you saw that exotic shotgun as well. So much firepower in their
They
hands.
just want to kill or what
Let's
happened?
take a look here from Pablo's perspective. They find a very weak Phoenix, and that's the full elimination. They were trying to hype them up, but that pressure's starting to kick in now. Meanwhile, can Shxrk and Teeny overtake first place with this kind of opportunity
first
they've been
full
gifted?
rotating zone. Is Shxrk going to hit the silo here, or we're just going to run this?
No interest in actually going for
we're not-
high ground. They
we're not
don't
going
want to
through
be a
that?
part of that mess here. They see that the new storm is
Peter
actually
Poyo just get a
pushing
kill?
far west.
Peter Poyo's
They are
kills
getting put
bugged.
to the test.
Lovely.
Why does it keep saying they got kills in the feed in those like loop, but
they don't need to take that
I'm not
risk.
going
They don't need
up
to
on
go
kills.
up into the sky. And the team
Hey,
that are
Shxrk on high ground
style,
here.
these guys are very happy to be up here, trying to maintain a lot of that position
Goofy
as well.
Z-Dog.
Goofy Z-Dog also trying to do the same. Shxrk looking towards that front side.
Peter Pollo
of
deciding
that
to glide
moving
through it
zone
as well.
So they're looking to try and take height early on here. Peterbot, Pollo understand that maybe the
Good
time
rotate from
is
them.
not
Ooh,
now.
Peter cutting a sip for a lot there at the end
Down
though.
from height as well. Pablo and Chino settling for these mid-ground layers. Looking pretty healthy, looking like they're in a good situation to take this sort of front side mid-ground layer.
31 players left alive.
Haven't really come alive yet.
16 duos still.
But it's brewing.
That means there's what? There's only one solo alive here. Lots of duos.
The only team
Sphinx
playing the
gets a kill.
ultimate low ground at this point. As
Looks
the
like
others
Shxrk's
come
gonna be able
down,
to
it's
get the
out
body
of
from that kill as
desperation,
well.
and that's going to be a
That
great
is a
delivery
lot of
here.
mat refresh there for Shxrk.
Shxrk.
Puts him to 130 builds after that. Peter Pollo. Oh my! What the pre-fire? That was a crazy pre-fire there from Peter.
Love to have, but they do not need.
Takes down Alex, not able to get the full kill though right now, it doesn't look like.
Zone pulls back towards Steamy Stacks. They need to maintain that elevation. They can't go down for that
Bugha's still
refresh.
going.
Bugha being in prime
He's playing
position this
his mats
entire
out.
end game, really using all of that experience. I wouldn't be
Hey,
surprised
Peter
if
does
he
now
goes
get
back
the full
into
kill
that
onto
building right
Alex.
now as well. Tries to refarm, use a
Here's
lot
Lou
of
and
that
Romero, one
natural
of the
cover. You
teams
see
on pace to
Romero
qualify.
trying to do that right now, and it's the
Shxrk
Middle
on
East
height.
team all the way up on height, still maintaining it.
Khaled and Shxrk, just no pressure. This has been the
Bugha has so
story
many
of
maps on
Stage
low
8.
ground.
It's like whoever takes it has gotten a free ride. Meanwhile, Lou and Romero, though, what a story for them. This
Paulo gets a kill into Reckless, so
duo
Alex and
here,
Reckless full dead now.
stepping up and continue to stay consistent. But again, there's so much more to be desired
These
in
guys
this
are looking
game.
good
There's
right
still
here.
14
I see
duos
Bugha still alive. I
remaining,
see
and we're
Cammy
nearing
still
the
alive.
final zones.
Surprised Peter or Shxrk haven't gone for height yet. Like Middle East has been holding height this entire end.
There's always that danger though. There's another team coming up. It's Peterbot.
Oh, and as soon as I say that, here is Peter and Pollo, and oh my god. There goes the Middle East team. Here is Peterbot and Pollo. They are on high ground, and they are in a very good potential position to win 3 games in a row here.
Are we going to see a three-peat? Could this be a sample for the finals? Do remember that match point format.
Romero find the kill.
Break threshold, secure wins, and we're seeing early glimpses.
Yeah, man, I was about to say, like, there's no way we let Middle East hold height for this long when both Peter and Shxrk are alive in this lobby.
All these teams down below need to try and tumble
The Falcons have landed. Look how high they are, too. Oh my god.
They ain't tumbling down.
Izzy finds a kill on the Muda. Muda goes down. We found another kill. Cammy. Cammy getting created. Ari goes down. Cammy has a solo clutch. 16 goes for him. Lou and Romero almost running out of maps. Bugha goes down.
Nice tops
Oh
on the
no,
way through
Bugha
as well.
dead.
They do get sprayed on down.
Muzz
Muzz
still
getting the
going.
same treatment as well. This is difficult for them, but it's the team on height that are running the show.
Great finds a kill into
finding
Lua
a
though.
knock onto Liwa, now having to solo
He's
clutch,
gonna
but
go
goes
down.
Teams are falling faster than we can even
Well,
track
we got
at this
Shxrk
point.
on low ground,
Only 10
Peter
duos
on height.
remaining.
Is this about to be a
Make that
2v2?
Shxrk and Teeny are
Are you about to give me a
The
Shxrk
low
and
ground
Teeny
is
versus
there,
Peterbot
and
Pollo
they are the
2v2?
kings of what's
We
happening
all
here.
need it,
Love
and
the
Shxrk is
desperation
fragging
attempt
on
to
low
grab a
ground.
couple mats there for Shxrk. Let's
4
lose.
kills for Shxrk,
Teeny
6 for them
goes
total.
up as he
Cammy
starts
goes down.
secure for
Give us the
positioning
2v2.
here. They're looking to make this a very
Peter on ulti
interesting
high,
endgame.
Shxrk on
Now they
ulti
look to
low.
the high
Shxrk's
ground.
gonna
They
shockwave
see,
up a little
wait
bit, but
second,
Peter and Pollo.
someone's the king of the
Wait,
top.
Peter just
Peterbot
died.
comes down. It's all
Teeny
up
just
to
killed
Pollo.
Peter.
First place is there. Who wants it?
Oh my
Shxrk
gosh,
and
it's
Teeny
gonna be a
looking the more
Pollo
likely
solo
right now.
clutch.
Pollo retains
Does
that
Pollo
high
have
ground
a
as well,
vintage solo
retains
clutch moment
that
in him?
positioning, but Shxrk says no, no, no. We want that
One of the
positioning.
best
Let's try
solo
and
clutch
chop it
players
out.
in the entire
Pollo
game
using
right
that
now.
overdrive grenade
Is he
to
gonna die
avoid
off the
full
sky right
damage,
here?
but
There's a
that
chance
is
that he dies off the
low. He's
sky.
gonna have to be so careful as
He's
to
using
how he
these
comes down
pistols.
right now. Shxrk and Teeny
none of them are really
looking
hitting
up,
too many
trying
shots
to
on them.
find
Peter's
that
gonna be able to
position.
land.
They have high right now if they want it. Do
Pump
they
on low
want the
ground
win?
takes down
Of
Muzz.
course they want the
Epical
win.
and
They
Pump,
want
best game of the day for them.
Pump's still
Sphinx will
alive.
kill him
Well
though.
played for him at top 5, but
Pollo goes to
Pollo
low
here
ground, and this
by
is
himself
looking like
has to concede to giving up the high ground. He
a
was forced
potential
on
Shxrk
down,
and Teeny winner.
and
They're
now
the
still
only duo
holding
left
on,
alive. No, Chino Paulo's still alive as a duo.
Here this weekend,
Tino Paulo's still alive.
Peterbot
Muzz and
said,
Sphinx go down.
I'm looking out
I
for
think
Shxrk
Pollo.
and Teeny for
No,
good
Pollo's in the
reason.
box. Wait.
Meanwhile,
Okay,
they are
Pollo
looking to
finally ends
turn
up going
this
down.
entire story
And now
around
it
and
is
secure this W.
a 2v1 Game 1 in Shxrk and Teeny. They saw Peter and POLLO win back-to-back games. They had to win their second game of the day as well. 9-kill win for Shxrk and Teeny, and they are ecstatic about winning that game.
Just like that, and then they are stone cold. That face expression does not change. They just keep that
leaderboard pretty much going as we would expect them to.
Never in doubt. They found their form again here on Slurp Rush.
Yeah, they are very happy about winning that game right there.
Taking height really confidently. When Peterbot and POLLO took it,
you had to imagine that they were going to go ahead and win that game with how history's been going these last couple of games here, Monster. But the way that they played that there, Shxrk and Teeny,
they're a little too happy.
They didn't try and take height too early. And I think it played in their favor right there.
For Shxrk and Khaled, who had that win in the bag, the last thing you expect is to then get contested by Peterbot and POLLO. Keep in mind, for Khaled and Shxrk, that is the game that's going to get them out of that dangerous,
when it's finals, they'll show some more
blow that would have kicked them
emotion,
out of the tournament completely. So for them, they get a lifeline. For Peterbot and POLLO, Shxrk and Teeny, they take advantage of Vico and Malabuka's downfall.
That was a big moment in this game. That sort of set the precedent for the rest of the top teams. They delivered as well. Shxrk and
so that
Team,
probably
what
means
a performance. They're a team that we know
Peter,
can take
Shxrk,
they're a team that they know how to play it, so let's see how they played it from their perspective.
Wow. Let's hear the reaction. Fail prediction too.
Good finish.
We're about to be extremely excited. Wow. They are too happy that they just won. Yeah, Shxrk is low-key overreacting, bro. I need Shxrk to calm down a little bit.
I don't think so.
All right, let's run back the prediction of this game, chat. Who plays as high as Peter, POLLO, Shxrk, Teeny, Vico, Mally, or a non-EU or NA Central
what we're
team?
seeing from them is a level of focus that I don't think we see very often.
Yeah, they're locked in, man.
They just do this. This is what they do. It's like, you know, if you're a bus driver, you pull up at the stop, you don't celebrate. Because it's what you do. It's your job. They're happy with it.
Yeah, most definitely. Well,
just another day at the office for
we're
them.
just going to have to ease down here and power down the brakes.
Didn't even say dead at the end. Yeah, they literally said nothing. All right. Let's check leaderboard here. Leaderboard after 7 matches. Shxrk and Teeny in first. Peter and POLLO in second. Vico in third. Chino and Pablo in fourth. Muzz in fifth. Lou and Romero in sixth. And then Hari and Cammy in 7th place. So, with 3 games left to go, Bugha and Braids are just outside. Izzy's just outside. Z-Dog, Phoenix, Cringe, Shadow Virgo. It's probably over for a couple people, isn't it? I think Alex and Reckless might be one of the teams we can say is probably getting eliminated, unfortunately, today. Only 1 top 10 placement all day. Shadow Virgo probably aren't qualifying out of this. Got to get top 7 here. Yeah, nah. 8x dead last. 30-hour flight for what? All right, bro. Really? You didn't need to say all that. Who has most? Wait, can we see team stats at least? We can see team stats. Okay. So what? Shxrk and Teeny most kills. Peter second. Chino. Kills are pretty close though between all the top teams over here. Damage ratio: Peter, POLLO 1.13. Damage dealt: Vico, Mally with a lot. Or with the most, I mean 10,800. Dang. OCE dead last as usual. Okay, let's see. How many EU teams are top 7? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's 1, 2 NA teams, and then 1 small region. Dang. We got Bugha just outside right now, 216. Izzy No Kif just outside as well. Still 3 games left to go, you know? So 3 games left is a lot.
Everybody's obviously going to be trying to hit the overdrive in these last few matches because nobody wants to find themselves in contention for the actual elimination day a couple days down the line. You'd rather just see it through.
We're counting the EWC win over an online FNCS Grand win.
Is there
EWC finals? Probably yes.
One duo? Muzz and Sphinx.
Probably.
Of course. You know, Vivid just called out not that long ago. You know, look, I love Muzz. All right, listen, he's a legend. I'm a big fan. I'm his #1 fan. And Sphinx is a legend too. Why would I not be excited to see them compete? Obviously, they are popping off big time, right? They are showing up here.
Brazil always performing at LAN. Brazil's just the best small region.
Favorite things about being on LAN
Brazil
is when
like
players show up, and
the best
regardless of whatever performance they put up and other things, being on LAN and performing well under this pressure, under these lights, awesome.
Yeah, but it's like they've also been here how many times before? Both of them are very familiarized to that kind of pressure. And
so Global's Ewc Grand
environment. Honestly, I'm really hoping that we can get an interview at some point today, because that's the one thing that I feel like has really been missing.
Summit,
Sphinx on the comms.
Ewc
Let's
Grand.
be so for real, guys. That is probably one of like top tier for entertainment moments. Sphinx is always going to be one to have some fun on the mic.
He's always the first guy when you're like talking to him. You're like, hey, Sphinx, you know, we want you to do, I don't know, just like point at the camera. He's like, dude, I'm going to shoot a bow and arrow at the camera. We're like, okay, man, all in. I'm
today's only Group A.
Down, but obviously we do have just a
Group A today, Group B tomorrow, survival stage is the next day, and then grand finals is the next day.
3 keys will be crushed at the end of this. So
those are the most FNCS wins in this lobby, Alex.
Is going for some of these players with that pressure.
Most like
It hurts
main
a lot to
region
see,
FNCS
I think,
wins,
especially
though,
when you're
is
looking at the teams that
Peter?
have been kind of maintained towards that bottom 3 period. But at the same time, you never know when you might be able to jump out of it. Think about Epic Well and Pump in that last match specifically. We see Pump 4 eliminations, a crazy solo clutch at the end for those placement points too. That might have been just enough to help secure them outside of that bottom 3 bubble. But of course, you know, you can have
First
a game
place has
plan.
0
Sometimes
and
you
he
just
has
gotta throw it
8
out the
and last
window,
has
though,
8.
and that's kind of what I'm expecting to see in these last few matches.
I love to hear it. It's time for us to throw back on over to the casters because the next game's ready.
Of course, of course, of course. Thank you there, Zeke. You know, I'm starting to look at the standings here.
3 games left to go
the
here.
The gap is widening here pretty widely, I will say. Shxrk and Tini are at 330, Peterbot and Boyo 312, Vico Malabuka, again, frozen at 290 after that early elimination. But here's the thing. Then you jump down to what's remaining, right? The available spots. And Bugha and Braids are on the heels of top 7.
That's where they want to be. That's where they've got to be. Realistically, they are just about outside of that top 7. All it takes is one game, as we've seen. All it takes is one game for our top team to go down. Vico Malabuka, they're a team that you just expect unparalleled consistency from, and then when they go down right there, I saw Malabuka go down, you think, yeah, it's all right, they got Vico, but no, that was a full elimination.
Right.
So
3 games left to go. It looks like we are getting into this next game right now as well.
You do not want
Where is Hot Drop?
From this entire event.
They're showing us Steamy, so
you want to be playing on Friday.
Have to assume maybe this is Hot Drop.
They are creeping their way up, and now other teams
yeah, Vico's over here. Yeah, this is definitely Hot Drop. Oh my goodness, there's so many people here.
Well, game number 7 is here. We're
Shxrk
jumping
gets a kill
right
in the
back
Phoenix.
into things.
Shxrk has gotten at least like 1 kill off spawn every single game.
The quick elimination here again. Once it flies
gets
over,
a kill.
Take that quick
Braids
drop.
is over here.
Try to secure points. That's the mission.
It's got to be the mission, yeah. These guys just
I don't know why Braids is over here.
Show how good they really are. Show that they can win games. They take risks. Shot right now with the combat shotgun. Takes down Phoenix. That's a nice shot early on right now. And
easy kills there from
this
Shxrk.
Is the strategy,
Peter
isn't
gets
it?
the kill
Just
on
fighting
Bugha.
a lot, trying to find a lot of those early elims.
Braids dies to Muzz.
When you got Shxrk on the team, you just let him run off, do the elimination, do all that job.
2 games after this, yes, but including this game is 3.
I'll keep the house safe.
I'd love to play with Shxrk.
Wouldn't we all? We'll take a look at this.
Oh my gosh.
Shxrk. RPG to himself. That wasn't exactly
Did you guys see Shxrk's
face? The writing on the wall. Just put the cone down. Look at this play.
Yeah, can I switch him to Tini now? Can I play with Tini instead? Retro.
Wow, wait, Phoenix and Retro are full dead right there. That's huge.
Retro and Phoenix. We were here bantering, having fun, and now
he didn't even need to do that. He could have killed that guy without the RPG.
On the other side, in a
Goes
crazy
down to
fight,
POLLO.
somehow ends up being on the losing end of that battle when he had full advantage.
Well, yeah, Pablo and Chino, they're getting a bit of momentum right now. Of course, they were in that final 2v2 already. It was a 2v1 against Shxrk and Tini there at the end of that last game. So they're one of those sort of teams that you don't see loads of throughout tournaments. I feel like
Alex
you kind of forget
Reckless.
sometimes that Chino and Pablo are in
Alex
the game.
and Reckless
like,
just need to drop
they
like...
remind themselves as to why they're here. They're 2 incredible players.
I was going to say, Alex and Reckless just need to drop like a
that consistency
10+ kill win.
especially when it comes down to FNCS majors. Here seems like very similar though.
Shxrk showed more emotion than dying to himself. He actually did. Peter kills Bugha. Oh no. How many kills does Peter have? Like 2 this game?
Yeah, but it is close.
Yeah, you know what? They've actually had a better back half of the tournament so far. They were much, much farther down as far as points were concerned, but now they're looking like they might actually fight their way into at least being safe for the survival round coming on Friday. Take a look at what Pump's doing here. Another elimination here. He's just farming
Peter
Alex.
gets killed on Izzy. Third kill of the game for Peter now.
And no sip. I thought he was going to emo
Peter's
for a second.
pretty
I was like,
stacked
really
already,
have time
too.
For that? I don't think so. But it's all good. Peterbot's heating up. He's at 3 elims.
That's what he does. Patrols this area. Very similar to when
There's so many
Peterbot
people
running
here.
the region.
Biko's over here. Biko takes down Epic Whale. Z-Dog kills Shxrk in the
looking
feed.
for Pump as well. This could be an absolute
Pump's trying to run away.
For Pump
Yeah, Pump
and
needs
Epic
to
Whale.
survive
Remember,
here.
these
Braids
guys
is over
really
here
need
too, though.
a solid last couple of games here in order to get themselves out of that bottom 3. Vico Malabuka looking to reclaim that top spot as well. That's why they're so aggressive.
Not gonna lie, for a second that was very spooky for Pump. He had Braids on his heels as well, thinking about whether or not he wanted to key him. But ultimately, he has a little bit of time to go to get back. We'll catch back up with Vico in his second first. We can see what's happening here. Shxrk gets fully eliminated. It's Goofy, it's Z-Dog. They're actually finding their footing here. You know, they're not
Goofy,
too
187
far
points for them.
TD just forced
Just
to
outside of
hide here at the
Qual
Dirty Docks. Again, this is their drop, right? This is the spot.
What team is that? Phoenix and Retro. NA West.
That's what they're going to have known. They're going to have practiced. But of course, I suppose in Reload, it matters a lot less than in typical Battle Royale. Z-Dog looking to try and find another few shots on the Shxrk. Goofy trying to get involved as well. Remember, Shxrk only has a basic loadout at this stage of the game. It's going to be something, though, and he still don't want to fight him as Goofy gets straight inside the box.
Goofy and Z-Dog kind of farming Shxrk right now.
Well, Shxrk will reboot. Teeny off in the distance. Goofy and Z-Dog are more than happy with these eliminations.
OATLEY play tomorrow? Yeah, OATLEY plays tomorrow.
And they're a team that are sort of in the
tomorrow's
middle
OATLEY, KHANADA, Acorn,
really
Sky
struggling
Scroll.
in terms of how a lot of our
and
teams
everybody else that
half
didn't
are
play
doing,
today
but
that
of course,
qualified.
They've got to be pushing for that top 7.
Yeah, it's a different type of pressure, you know, when you are, you know, coming into match 8 and then you're at the absolute
OATLEY's done it. Chat, what place do you guys think OATLEY is getting tomorrow?
Yeah. And that's where
what place do you guys think OATLEY's getting tomorrow?
Contending and fighting for. Meanwhile, Pump and Epic Whale are slowly marching their way up and out of that desperate situation. I'm seeing folks like
12,
Virgo
14,
and Shadow,
21st. 21st isn't even possible.
Now. What's going on with that?
It's only 20 teams play.
Isn't it? This is very dangerous.
That's
you can see 2
again.
lower down teams fighting right
Virgo
now.
just trying to crash out here, knows that they need kill points if they want to be able to qualify. Does get the kill in the Pump here.
His first of the game, and of course that team's as well. It's all up to Epic Whale right now. Remember, Epic Whale's the one that went down earlier, so now they've had to get another situation. Look at Epic Whale's HP.
Wow.
That's it. They're out.
Epic Whale and Pump.
Match 8 right now. They've only got 2 more to break out of that
eliminated
top,
from this tournament soon.
And listen, if you're Virgo and Shadow, you are absolutely happy about that because that's a team that you want to just stay down there as you are teetering on that line, right? So you're
what do you mean,
actually
Dave?
taking out the right team in this instance.
I haven't seen any rumors of
these. Be able to extend your tournament life.
It's almost like doubles the value of those eliminations, right? You know, it's super valuable for those guys. Chino looking to try and line up a mammoth pistol shot as well. We know how good his aim is. Not actually going to take the shot though, but we can see these guys often operating in the storm right here by Logjam. They're quite happy in this position. They made it far in that last game as well. I suppose the zone was favoring them.
I think Trio's coming back next year.
Yeah. Massive rotation for them as Malibu.
I'm like 90% convinced that Trio's is coming back next year.
Early on in this game, remember taking down Epic Whale early on. Z-Dog and Goofy also.
More of a question I keep hearing about a Globals announcement. The Globals announcement is probably that Trio's is coming back.
Malabuka hits the shot. Finding him inside of the box as well. Can he find the full knock onto Goofy or onto Z-Dog? Goofy's further back. Back inside of their own box, back inside of their own home, cocooned in there, and Malabuka says,
oh my gosh, they are actually just owning these guys in the box fight right
coming
now.
from another angle as well.
Vico's winning speed though, as I say that, Z-Dog put some big pressure back on him.
But he's stuck, he's trying to
Z-Dog needs to stay alive here.
But Malabuka and Vico, they smell this
Z-Dog is a
elimination,
team
they
that's just
find
on
this
ball face
opportunity,
right now
they
too, like
need as
they
many
need
as they
this.
can right now, because they're the ones chasing first. Goofy and Z-Dog, they're a team that are also in that sort of position to maybe take that top 7 spot.
Here, probably I would have to
Z-Dog's
assume.
just about done enough here to keep his teammate back into the game. Yeah, Malabuka's going to get the knock onto Z-Dog, but of course Goofy is still in it. That was good play from Z-Dog.
Tremendous job by Z-Dog, and I'm just thinking to myself, Mally, what are you really an IGL?
I mean, Virgo
like, what are we
and Shadow haven't
right
really
now?
had a good performance
He was
since
leading the charge there, but
Summit,
Z-Dog,
unfortunately.
chef's kiss. Keeps himself alive for 10 seconds there while getting chased by 2 of the best players in the world.
And honestly, that's a skill gap within Reload itself, right? You know, you of course staying alive as long as possible in
Another
Battle
dead
Royale
game,
is
yeah.
important, but you don't get the reward of
these
having your
last
teammate
3 games
in Reload. If you can keep
are all
yourself
gonna
alive,
be
which is
kinda
definitely
dead.
a skill gap, you can definitely go far in this mode. And I think that's why we're seeing them do really well. I think a lot of people would look at an OCE team and think, yeah, maybe not too much expectation on their shoulders, looking at a team like Alex and Reckless, who unfortunately are at the bottom of the leaderboard. You don't have high expectations of them typically, but they are exceeding those expectations.
We're doing so well. Well, PHN's got to exceed him as well for the Brazilian region if he wants to stay in this one, because Peterbot is on his tail. Nice fifth elimination now for Peterbot and POLLO. I think they've recognized seven. Top seven for them is in the bag. They put the fries in the bag. They're minor. They got it.
This is the Peterbot boy you don't want to be fighting. You never want to fight them, really, but when they've already got things...
Dude, I know. I wish I could see the player stats. Like, I wish I knew which player had the most kills in this tournament.
They're conditioning
which player do you think has the most kills in this? It's got to be between...
I'm really looking forward to see how that
Peter, and Shxrk, right?
You know, Elite Stronghold
one of those three
clearly is a weakness or a weak point in their tournament strategy.
No, I know this game, but I mean overall. I don't know who has the most kills overall.
It's neither situation, I suppose, is going to be easy for them. You have so many other great teams in the lobby.
There are 8 kills in the game. Yeah, Shxrk had like 7 kills in the game.
A team like Shxrk continue to do really well is they can convert those end games into wins,
which is going to be really important
come Saturday's finals, because you need to win in order to actually take home the title here. So that match point's really going to shake things up as well. And the teams that are capable, the teams that will take those risks, that will go for hype plays, it's going to be absolute cinema. But of course, they've got to get there
Bugha
first.
Braids, man.
And from
need a good game
based on
here.
Today's performance, we've got an absolute spectacle coming up as well.
Well, if we were in a simulation,
we just need like consistent top 5s from
where
Bugha.
it was the match point and we were looking to close things out, Shxrk and Teeny are in contention for that, as are Peterbot and POLLO. In theory, this could be one of those game-defining, tournament-defining moments, just really showing you and highlighting what it takes and what it will take there on Saturday. But getting back to Shxrk and Teeny, he's almost repaying the favor
Shxrk has 4 kills this game by
because
himself.
The other teams had the best of him early on, but now it's Shxrk who's fighting back.
Goes down.
They always get themselves back into the game. Remember, we saw Shxrk going down earlier on in the game. We saw them in difficult situations in the past. They just always seem to be able to find those.
Does anybody know what Alex's best land placement is?
The makeup of this team. So good.
Has Alex ever like top
being able to get themselves
20 to land
into situations to win the game every single game? It's all well and good playing for those end games, playing for those placements, but they can always find themselves in a position to win. Peterbot and POLLO likewise finding the limb onto Shadow right there. Virgo, of course, trying to escape as quickly as possible, trying to stay alive, of course, as well. Peterbot trying to hunt him out. Virgo's right there. Huge shot from the Mammoth
pistol. It's a big fight for Shadow and Virgo here.
Trying to just find an angle. Actually, inadvertently hits the launch pad. Didn't mean to do that. Might have given Virgo a little bit of extra time there to get Shadow back into the game. I think Peterbot's understanding that and thinking, yeah, this limb's not for me. Let's go back into zone.
Yeah, you know, as the zone started to close as well, the last thing you want to do right now is
just going to go heal, sit in the water.
That was a sign of respect there. Yeah. They did take down Shadow. They knew that for certain.
He's guaranteed a top 20 today. That is true, actually. You are right.
He does seem to be pretty nasty with it when it comes down to
technically
not a fight you want to take in the storm there, but hey, look, for
overall,
Virgo,
this is like him getting like
against them. They're gonna have to figure it out. Meanwhile, Lua and Romero seem to be heating up.
Game for them, really big game. Remember, this is a team that do find themselves inside of that top 7, not by a huge amount, but by an amount that they could get the job done potentially in this next game. This game setting themselves up
like
for
in
that
finals,
is going to be absolutely
not
huge.
Just like
put the Brazil region truly on the map, and of course into those finals. Currently the only smaller region team that finds themselves inside of that top 7. That's one of those teams that we expect big things from in these sort of level lobbies as well. And as that clock ticks down,
Vico,
the multiple times too. Impossible.
All right, reboots expire.
It's music to my ears right there. This is where things start getting really exciting now. And also for the players, reality sets in. There's no more messing around.
No more messing
this
around.
Is Dark Moon ones. I didn't really watch any of
the game. No reboots,
I watched some
no
clips.
Second chances. And as the time goes on in today's competition,
like OATLEY or something, I think it was, but that was about it.
Games keep going down as well. So each and every one of these moments is of utmost importance and increasing importance, of course, as well.
we got a replay on Muzz emote.
Box. Are we going to get an elim here, or are we going to get an emote? We're going to get an emote.
We're going to get an emote. We're going to get an emote. We're going to get a dance. Balls and Sphinx. They must have heard the comms earlier, like, hey, you want an interview? Can't give you that, but we'll give you this little dance.
Peter's
for
stacked,
the
120 builds.
Meanwhile, Peter
pulls zone as well. It's a slurpy zone
right now,
for him.
For height, back with that, into that like exuberating confidence here.
Let's see, does Peter hit a headshot?
A potential
There's a miss.
other win.
0 for 1.
Up to 4 at this point. I'm like losing track.
Let's see.
0
for 2.
Maybe, yeah,
I don't know,
3.
dude. It's getting crazy.
Did he hit that? I think he missed. 0 for 3.
You just lose count of all their numbers.
Oh, there's a headshot.
Astronomical shot
1 for 5. 1 for 6. Does hit a headshot though, does get a kill.
Find those shots, and what I'm noticing here as well, he does have that spray
weapon. Misses here from Peter with the man
he
this
hasn't
game.
held that in a lot of those previous games, which gives
I swear he missed that other one.
to think about. Whoever does
I
end
that
up
other
on it,
one
if
was
it's
someone
not
else
them,
hitting that guy
they're
for
going to
like
have that double spray down potential, which they haven't been having previously.
Notice what they're doing, Pablo and Chino eyeing up high ground. They haven't had a chance to really stamp themselves in this tournament with a win just yet. They're looking at it and they're
going to be another high ground game for Peter and
This
POLLO.
might just be it. This is a really far pull here. It's a tough spot.
No, Bugha.
That's a terrible
No.
spot to be in. This could be the moment that cracks things open and
That's
gives
one of the
away
Brazil
their
teams that are on pace to qualify right now.
It's all about Romero
Guys
right
to
now.
Peter. Romero has the solo clutch.
To the rest of the lobby, Romero has to keep his cool. Just about getting into these placement points very shortly, of course, as well. So absolutely vital that they stay inside of this game because they need it.
Okay, now Peter's starting to hit shots with that gun.
Peterbot doing damage to everyone else. They've
POLLO
already
gets his first
qualified
kill
through.
of the
They
tournament.
don't care about how everyone else does. They just want this win. They want to prove that they're the best team here, and they're doing that with all of these incredible shots and holding on to height.
If you're Romero, you cannot.
That's good for Bugha. That is good for Bugha. That is true.
Hawks.
But I wanted them to qualify for my prediction, man.
Meanwhile, Pablo and Guccino, an excellent rotate here, using that grappler, just splitting up from one another, really playing for themselves now.
Who is Pablo getting full piece by? Pablo gets out. Chino gets out. Romero still going to solo. Romero has a lot of mats still. Romero seems to play out all of his mats here.
He does have good mats. Good mats there. He's got that med kit. He can play that as well. Really good mats. So he can play this game out. He can hold on to it, and you do need that in these LAN environments. These solo clutches become so important. Malabuka, Vico, a time to have a sip of water there inside of that top 3 right now. They're trying to resurge up the top of the standings.
Peter know that they're above them. They have to know, right?
No stiff down there in the feed.
Peterbot
still maintaining this high ground, using that overdrive effect as well. They're using that pad as well. We've seen this happen so many times here, Monster. They're skipping all of these late game zones.
8 kills for Peter and POLLO.
This is how they're winning. They're maintaining all of those materials. They don't need to go down to those
refreshes. They're able to hold on to height easily.
What's really nice about it is they figure that out after those 2 very
no placement points that came in yet. Reckless dies. Placement points don't start coming in until top 15. Romero trying to stay alive long enough for at least any points this game that he can. Has no extra shield though.
Unless he goes down into the river, there's no other way for him to recover it other than getting an elimination
CR dies.
But even that's very dangerous. You have players fighting all around.
They say so many mats this way?
He
Yeah.
just wants to keep
Launch
a low
pads are so
profile
good
and stay
in
front side of zone. Meanwhile,
Izzy has the solo clutch as well.
Situation. Remember, he
this is really good for Bugha. A lot of the teams that are around him are struggling this game.
For Izzy, if any
Shxrk on high ground now all of a sudden. Fries Vico out of the sky.
Huge beam right there on
Shxrk take high. Who else is in the sky still?
Right there. We saw
I couldn't tell who else was in the sky still.
Down on below, but looking very
5 kills for Shxrk. There's POLLO.
I think
POLLO Peter got together.
Are the team that are wanting to hold on to that high ground position.
Wait, Peter died. Peter just died to himself.
Those heals, but look at their material count when they go.
Peter dies to himself in the feed.
So much material.
No, Romero kills Bugha. Bugha goes down. Amy's gonna get the refresh on the Peter and Romero.
Instead, he gets targeted there. Off to the side, he is just clutching.
Lots of solos alive now. POLLO is a solo. Romero is a solo. Braids as a solo.
Standing there. Romero doing a really good job. MCal behind the wall here. Romero doesn't quite land a shot.
Virgo goes down. Cammy goes down to POLLO. So POLLO goes down though. Bugha goes down as well. Chino goes down. All of the big names dying in this game. Vico and Malady have a chance to overtake first place, but Shxrk and Teeny are still alive here.
They are looking to take this low ground and take the game for themselves.
It's really good.
How did Peter just die, by the way?
We're on the ultimate end zones now. Just 2 zones left here.
He said he died to himself. I don't know how he ended up dying.
the dominant
hopefully we get a replay on that
so far. It's been going back and forth. The conversation, the focus has shifted from team to team. And
Muzz and Sphinx on low ground. Muzz and Sphinx have just been playing low ground so good all tournament.
From the depths themselves as well. We might just get that interview that we were looking for.
Mally right next to the Muzz.
Fight his way through
Only 2 builds though. Ari goes down top 5.
As Shxrk and Teeny are putting that extra pressure.
They saw
like all the teams that are in top 7 right now had a pretty decent game.
Shxrk doing exactly what he does best, spraying on down, holding the rest of the lobby down. Of course, that bridge is going to play spoiler for everyone down below, of course, as well. So going to be really difficult.
Top 3 situation now. Duo versus duo versus duo. It's now E versus E, right? This is Vico versus Shxrk. Vico Mally versus Shxrk and Teeny 2v2. Shxrk only has 9 builds. I think Bugha has mana advantage. Shxrk though, with the aggressive drop down, hits a decent pump on the Vico. And Shxrk's just trying to almost get in here. Good movement here from Shxrk. Trying to almost just get on Bugha, not able to find anything. Vico down to only 1 build as well. They gotta fight right now. I don't know what the match looks like for Bugha, but they are gonna fight. Shxrk's gonna take one out. It's gonna be a 1v1. Shxrk's gonna get his full kill. Bugha's 1 HP, and Shxrk is gonna smartly play this. And Shxrk beautifully played from there, and he is so excited after solo clutching the win to get them back-to-back wins here. And that is their 3rd win of the day.
It went from, wait a second, this is looking scary, to give me a second here, Teeny, I got this.
That's what makes this team
so good. That was perfectly played by Shxrk.
That's what we've got to look out for.
Actually perfectly played.
Look at the fans.
They're in disbelief, as am I. I don't know how they keep doing this. And Shxrk in particular, remember, he was going down a lot in those games. They recovered their game there as well. The ability in those end games to make those quick fire decisions. That's what separates some of our best teams from some of the teams that are fighting for that top 7.
Just reading the lips of some of the players we've seen on camera now. Muzz and Sphinx truly animated for a second there, but we continue to keep the focus on the top of the standings. Well, take a look, guys. Feel it for yourselves. Here's that play I was talking about. Boom, there it is. He's in the game. There's no pressure at this point now as he's got the huge lead.
Bring up. Behind them.
Dead.
Dead. Yes, sir, nice.
Dang.
We got a nice.
This is Peter versus Vico versus Shxrk at this point.
Improvements.
I mean,
they're excited.
Yeah,
they're
I feel like a lot of people expected that though.
These finals, I think realistically now that really secures their spot here into Saturday's finals, and they're definitely going to be a team to be a force to
they should be guaranteed qual
take
now.
A look out for, because even those final few moments you highlighted it, the ability, the understanding, that forward thinking from Shxrk to not go for the second player, to find that knock body first, to keep himself alive inside that storm by that siphon. That's what separates these best teams from the rest. And I want to talk about Romero there as well. What a solo clutch. Didn't make it into the later stages of that end game. But when you're a team from a smaller region, Brazil, you don't typically see them performing at the very top. So much of that pressure would have been on his shoulders right there. When Lewa goes down, you think, oh, is this the downfall? Is this the time they crumble? But they stepped up.
All right, let's check leaderboard here. Leaderboard after 8 games is Shxrk and Teeny in first, only team on 400 points. They are qualified for the grand finals, as we could have expected. Vico and Bugha in second on 364. They're also probably qualified for grands. Peter and POLLO in third, also probably qualified for grands. And then Muzz might be qualled, maybe. Actually, qual might honestly get to like 350. There's still 2 games left. What is Carl right now? 290? Yeah, qual's going to get up there. Maybe, I don't think Peter's qualled yet. I don't think Peter's top 5 qualled. I don't know. You think qual only goes up 30 points in the next 2 matches? No way. Yeah, I don't think Peter's qualled yet. I think definitely Shxrk and Vico are qualled. But then everybody else, I don't think I would say it's guaranteed yet. Yeah, Peter just needs like 1 more good game. Muzz needs 1 more good game. And then, I mean, these teams both probably need like 2 good games. Bugha 234. I mean, there's a pretty big gap though between 7th and 8th. Honestly, qual might not be that high. I didn't even realize that there was like a 60-point gap. That's like an entire game difference between 7th and 8th. Bugha kind of needs to grief one of these teams over here. Bugha needs to grief one of those teams. Unfortunately, Shadow and Virgo will not be qualifying out of this round. And then these are the 3 teams that are fighting not to get eliminated right now. 18th through 20th place. Qual was 159 times 2, so 318. You think 318 does it? I mean, maybe. Maybe 318 does it with 2 games left. Yeah, I mean, there's such a huge gap between them. We'll see, though. 2 games left to go. All right, we'll run one more who places higher, and then the last game we'll do who wins overall. Or we'll do who quals, whichever one is more entertaining.
Moments against Shxrk. Well, how does it feel to go against one of those other teams that in your mind is, hey, this is the top 3, to fight them? Is there nerves? Is there kind of a moment where you like, you know, like, well, talk to me about like the mental thing, like what's going up here?
I didn't even realize it was them. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was just some, like, I don't know, decent team. I mean, we had no mats, like really no mats on low ground, so I don't know. If we had mats, I think we win that. They didn't play that too well, but yeah, I'm not. Didn't know that was them until the end.
Does that shift your perception then, or your, I guess, reality? If you did know that was them, would you play any differently?
Honestly, I did not hear what Vico said. Because
he basically said he didn't know it was them. He didn't know that it was them. If you knew that it was Shxrk, does that change how you play?
Nah, it was kind of unwinnable because we had nothing on low ground.
Okay, well, guys, of course, best of luck. A few more games here. Stay in the top 10, or top 7, rather. We want to make sure we see you guys.
We already qual, bro. Come on.
Classic, classic. With that being said, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Stay tuned, though. More EWC action after this.
All right. Okay, now there's 2 games left. There is 2 games left. So what? Shxrk have 3. Hey, Shxrk could still win 4 games. That's what we said after game 1, and definitely possible. How many teams have won games? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 teams have won games with 2 games left. Interesting leaderboard so far, though. Pretty kind of expected leaderboard, though. Only team that's really dudding is like Shadow Virgo. But besides that, like, it's really close for a lot of the teams that people expected to do well. It is very close. Dang. Let's see, which team has most kills now? Shxrk, Peter Pollo, Vico, Mali, Chino Pablo. Highest damage ratio is still Peter Pollo. Dang. Muzz Loki going crazy? Yeah, Muzz has been playing good. Who has most kills? I don't know individual player kills. On Asarian, it's updated to 6 matches. So, I mean, most kills after 6 games was Peter with 21. I mean, he was tied with Shxrk, but, I mean, this is 2 games delayed, unfortunately, so. This will probably be updated when the tournament ends, and then we can check it. But I don't know. You didn't expect Muzz to be doing this well? Yeah, me neither. I had Muzz just outside of my qual, but, like, they're looking good, man. They are looking good. Did Shxrk win? No. There's still 2 games left. Bro, Cubic, I already answered your question, bro. What are you talking about? I already answered your exact question, like, the second you asked it. And you've asked it 3 times now. Literally the second you asked it.
Regardless, because that team has been performing well. Another team that's been performing well, Aurora. Remember, Aurora is in that club championship.
Yeah,
just performing. And don't forget that if you are a content creator, go sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. You can live stream, just share this awesome stuff with your community, and you might be able to win surprises. Some of them being a PlayStation, will be a spot trip for 2. I kind of want the trip for 2, especially since we're currently doing duos. Scan that QR code right there. Make sure you guys go join the Esports Foundation program and see what you can do as a content creator. But let's talk about this last match.
How many people didn't realize that winning today doesn't actually matter to qualifiers? Yeah, I know.
Just continuing on the momentum. Is anybody going to be able to slow them down? And Shxrk is like, we'll go back to back.
Like, as long as you top 7 in this, that's literally all that matters.
Sometimes we let Vico talk a bit too much and start yapping away. But I think he was very right in that today we have seen the 3 best teams in the lobby completely roll through. And we're really just starting to get to the point now where...
How many games? 10 games today, Matt. 10 games today, 10 games tomorrow, 10 games the next day, and then
who's going home?
I will
max
say, though,
of
that
15
out of these three
games
top
in the
teams,
finals
they've
of the
all
match
kind
point
of come up
format.
to the top of the leaderboard.
Wait, how many people are above 350
Really
points?
started off strong, then kind of had a slower middle,
match
and then
point. So what, match
picking things
point?
up in the latter half. Where Peterbot and
I mean,
POLLO, they didn't really have that strong of a
it
start.
took for
and then
someone to
as
get over
things have gone,
350?
they have steamrolled. And then, of course, there's Vico and Bugha, who, for some reason, we didn't really pay attention
So
to.
yeah, in the finals chat, how it would work is
the whole thing.
if Shxrk and Teeny or Vico and Bugha win a game, then they win the tournament.
Baby, you've been keeping track
and they could win in like
of
9
that
games
7
technically.
to 8 spot right now, and that gap just keeps getting longer and longer. I'm pretty sure when we get a chance to see the overall, you'll be able to see exactly what I'm about to mention. But it's getting so big that right now 7th to 8th place is just separated by 54 points.
Yeah, it's super scary because it's funny that you kind of bring that up. Right now, we do have in 7th place. We're taking a look at Lua and
Qual is going to be
and
so
I was like,
close,
oh man, these guys have been doing so well. Like, how are they
Qual
kind of
is
on that
actually gonna be
threshold?
so close.
And then after I saw that they were in 7th place,
Time
and
for me. It is now 11.
Then I went ahead and took a look at the points that are actually separating them, and that's where that point kind of comes in. Because in 8th place, Izzy and Nosif are 237 points. That's how many points they are on.
I mean, there's
like
the
you
3
mentioned,
best
about
teams
50
too,
points
though.
behind. So yes, that gap is starting to grow now between our qualified teams and our non-qualified
Dude,
teams.
I feel like the
I
top
gotta talk about
4 out
I'm
of
looking
5
at Izzy and
teams
Nosif
in
there
Reload
in
might all be in this lobby right here.
9th place. Somebody else has been in that qualification
like
spot
Peter,
consistently
obviously,
throughout the
Shxrk,
day,
obviously.
but unfortunately has recently
Nico's
fell
making
out.
an argument for
It's
it.
Bugha and Braids and
I think Chino and Pablo are really
oh
good
my
too.
gosh.
Listen, the shadows might be cast right now, but we always know that the lion will come and awake and will roar to everyone. Let him know that he is here to play. And still, Bugha and Braids, let's say that they don't make it into the top 7. I think without a doubt during our game in 2 days that they'll be able to make it into the top 3 right there. But Bugha, Braids, I think that they're going to be fine as far as it goes into the qualification in the next 2 days. But if we're talking about these teams, Izzy and Nosif, I'm just shocked to see that they would go from a win to struggling where they are right now.
Globals, I don't know yet. I have to
Is
see
it everyone else that's just
map.
making the changes that's kind of affecting
Globals is so drop map
I mean,
dependent.
look, I think they'll be disappointed if they're not able to, come back and get into the top 7. But ultimately, the expectations for these guys weren't necessarily to be an outright top 7 team. I think when we start to look at that second page of leaderboard, that's when I'm really starting to look at people like, hey, how have you allowed this to happen today? Look, I don't want to call out too many people. I think the biggest one for me on a personal note, Shadow and Burger. I wanted to see so much more
I don't
from
know
these
yet.
two. Of course,
I don't know yet.
Repping the M8.
Because I mean, I'm gonna have to wake up early for this. Make a video for this.
5 more in the chaos today.
Yeah, I think Bugha kind of mentioned it
I guess I
best
could.
when we were kind of talking to him prior to today, right prior to the start of the competition.
Like going to Belgium? No, I have no reason to go to Belgium.
He feels like Reload is just all about who plays the end games the best. Shadow and Virgo right now are just not really making it there. I mean, I'm taking a look at some of their placements throughout the matches today. Only 3 times over the course of the competition, over the course of these 8 games, have they actually gotten into the top 10. Like what is going wrong preventing them from actually getting into these end games?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, they didn't perform that good in the last PWC finals.
Potentially scariest.
And then they just haven't been a duo in a while. So I'll
Alex
see how they do tomorrow. So tomorrow will determine a lot on how good I think they are.
Look, Alex,
I think a lot of people are overreacting when they say they don't think Golden Rapid can
global championships,
top
right?
5 or whatever, but
of course we were sort of looking at him in this mode as okay, if OC is going to
show up, could Loki run this lobby? I agree with you. I agree. Hey, maybe tomorrow's lobby. Today there's a lot of good teams in this. Maybe tomorrow's lobby though.
Kelly, sorry, as I'm looking at those bottom 3 teams, I'm looking at Rejects, and that's important because Rejects is currently one of the teams that is in the club championship. They could end up getting eliminated on this first day and not being able to actually get even more championship points.
I mean, for Tomat and Mofu right now, there really isn't that too much of a difference between 18th and 17th place. I think out of those bottom 3, obviously it would be the one that's in 18th place that has the likelier chance.
Only 8 games? I know, there's 2 games left.
I do think that there is still within contention, like the bottom 6, the bottom 7, it could easily fall in and out. It's not just the bottom 3 that are done right now. We do have 2 more games to go. Players can earn 100 points in a single game if they do have a crazy game. But you were talking about those end games, man, and we saw again from our top 3 teams just how locked in they are. Where you had it was Vico and Bugha that launched first. We had Peterbot and POLLO that was controlling height, and then they launched, and then Shxrk and Teeny didn't launch at all. They just stole height. So what can you do? Everyone's controlling everything.
The thing I'm most keen on.
I'm surprised they don't do interviews with the winning team every match. They've been doing interviews like delayed. It's like the winners from 2 games ago get interviewed. We haven't seen a single Shxrk and Teeny interview yet.
Point at 350 points.
Shxrk and Teeny have won 3 games. I don't know if we've seen
you know, you've proved you're very good today.
Shxrk and
Maybe
Teeny
you're
get
almost
interviewed
like
a single time.
How would we play if we activated match point right now and we had to make sure we won the competition over some of those guys? I think that'd be a good opportunity to practice that here.
I just want to say I was wrong, okay? I ended up saying, in my pick'ems earlier on, I ended up saying, I think that we're going to get match point on Game 7. We've just barely hit Game 7, and now these teams are finally starting to hit that threshold for 350 points. I also want to switch the focus a little bit more. We've been talking about those top 3 teams, but there's also a team that has been quite consistent.
I did not do
especially
fantasy
before
for
this
PWC
last
now.
match, and it's none other than
I might do it for the finals.
Before
maybe.
this last match, they ended up being in
But
4th place and 2nd place too.
groups.
They're starting to be consistent as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't think there's really any surprise there, right? We were kind of talking about Vitality earlier on. I think they made it to 3 of the qualifiers for the Reloaded League Series, and they placed phenomenally. I think it was a top 5 every single time there for Chino and Pablo. So no surprise to kind of see them in that top 7. And you know, Vico's kind of talking about some of the teams that feel like they are already kind of guaranteed to qualify.
What do you think, Trebs? What do you
and Pablo
think?
are kind of approaching that threshold as well.
You know, I'm talking about the 3 top teams that are kind of
Who's
controlling the high
with?
ground right now. But what Chino's doing really well is running that low and mid ground and getting a lot of eliminations, where a lot of these other teams are kind of falling a little short. So that is another angle that they're able to kind of pull out on top and show why that's also a viable option.
Yeah.
All right, put us in Game 9, man.
I don't
I'm ready.
mean this in a bad way, guys, but I think they've probably been like the most boring team today. You know, like it's kind of just been like not bad. They've been pretty good. They're consistently making it to end games. You sort of see them there. They'll pick up a couple points in awkward situations, and they're probably going to qualify through, make it to the final day, and you're going to be like, well done, boys. Good job on the day.
He's
Actually,
a good
Levin, you want to talk about boring teams, and you know, boring has got to be in great quotation marks, because obviously if you're in the top 7, you've just been playing super well. But I'm taking a look at the top 7 now, and all of these teams that are in top 7, except for one, has at least a 3.75 average eliminations. And then there's Hari, and there's Cammy. They're in 6th place. They got 293 points, and their average elims is 2.25.
Another chance to predict winner for 10 gifted.
Eliminations of the top teams. I mean,
between Peter and Shxrk, Shxrk just won. Peter and Shxrk kind of going back and forth right now. I'll say Peter again.
This has been Cammy for years in Fortnite, and I guess it's good to see that again. You can still find success playing that way.
I'll go with
Let's see
Peter
what they're
again.
going to be able to do here in the upcoming next 2 matches. Who's going to stay in the top 7 right now? That gap to 8th place is starting to get even wider and wider. And for the bottom 3, let's see them react here in this next match.
No. Rapid and Click play
Mini, at this point, I'm looking at the way this is all starting to take form, and it's
match
going
that, lock it in. I'm locked.
Devastating.
I'm locked for a Peter and POLLO win this game.
You are in 5th, 6th, or 7th in order to give up your lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're there for a reason. You know, the teams that are at the top of the table here are in there for a reason.
Whoa, man.
They're teams that have been able to show that even when things aren't going
their
their way,
and
looking at Liwa Romero, they are able to rise up to the occasion, which you need to do at this level. You need to be able to maintain as much as it is about rising up the standings.
Ritual didn't
qual. Lots of teams just outside of that as well. And of course, on the other end of the leaderboard, Alex Reckless, Epic Wave comes on that note for the teams that are in that bottom 3 currently. Things are so close down there. One big game from any of the sort of 4 or 5 teams down at the bottom end of the leaderboard.
Reload player in the world.
Then you have Rainy.
I don't think I can call someone the best reload player in the world when it took them until the last qualifier to be able to qualify.
So it's going to be pretty
oh my gosh, did Shxrk just get a double kill? How does Shxrk just
as we jump in,
kill
takes down Epic Whale
2 people instantly every single early?
With another one onto Chino, then follows up with shots onto Cammy, where Braids finishes things up. Talk about a hot starter, just really secure things here. Well played for him. He's not going to be too upset about that.
Yeah, they can still win the game.
Shxrk is only mad when he dies. He like doesn't care when he wins. He only shows emotion when he dies.
Finding more eliminations and more things to play for.
Too much
when I think about it, Retro, this is such a hot start for them,
low key, that's probably actually true.
Didn't earn any points last
Peter's
time,
over here.
and now they're clearing out their drop.
Peter dies.
Shxrk down, Peterbot down, Cammy
Retro,
down.
3 kills. Kills both Shxrk and Peter this game.
Top 7, get out of here. They're making room for
themselves. Retro have 70 builds because he has 3 kills.
Goats, all the players are able to take out right here. Retro all on his own, more than happy in that position. You can see how much that's going to mean to them, of course, on the standings. They do need to have these sort of maintaining good games in the rest of this competition. Liwa Romero, big performance, big show from Romero in that last game. Just going to breed a lot of confidence for these guys.
I don't even know if I would say both
just
of the top
reminder as to
5
why you're playing with your teammate, why these guys are at the top of the standings. Big performances so far from them. Just need to get into a bit of a rhythm inside of these end games as a duo. On the other side of things, of course, Izzy, Bugha, Braids, the teams that are just outside of that position inside the top 7. Izzy all alone as well, having to fend off Peterbot, which is not an easy task whatsoever. Peterbot spraying inside of that wall, able to get the knock right there
just barely long enough right there.
Nosif is able to get back into the game. Peterbot and POLLO, they are on the hunt.
Yeah, Bolts and Acorn
they see is that Nosif in the air next to them.
I think every team that won a Reload Finals on NA or EU is better
pushing through and keep on being aggressive.
He's just lining up Shadow there as well, but keep in mind, take a look at this for
this guy is pickaxing people
because you blinked. That's how all those eliminations came tumbling down.
Wait, who's Peter fighting?
Peterbot is still in the fight.
It's gotta be someone decent, right? Looks like someone decent.
Stay active.
Can't tell. What's doing the Peter thing? Who's he fighting?
Go for that free shield here. See how quickly.
Oh, it's Virgo.
Meanwhile,
Vico kills Braids. Virgo kills Peter.
Peterbot falls to Virgo.
Oh, Virgo's clean Peter early
here, and now the action really picking up.
Let's go, Marley. Appreciate you T1 for 17 months. Thank you,
we don't tend to hear necessarily
appreciate
that. From their perspective, of course, getting second in that last one, but it does seem like they're going to need to rely on a lot of those teams.
Well, the Peter POLLO lose one in
so much throughout the
yeah. The lose one EU was Shxrk and
right there onto Shadow.
That's
going to be interesting.
I guess you can make an argument that
Bolts
and Acorn are better than
Dark middle of the standings. They're not quite low enough to drop out of the competition, not quite high enough to break into that top 7 from this game, but
yeah, honestly, a lot of the times that is
here
true.
After here in game 9, Malabukha and Vico, one land champion fighting another.
Bugha are fixed? Yeah, I know.
Malabukha finds it. Not enough damage really to do too much harm to Bugha, who launches his way out of the zone. Malabukha looks for a shot, lining it up, misses the first, second one
Bugha
too.
needs to stay alive here.
He's not able to find it, and there we go, the third one. Third time lucky for Malabukha. Fourth time to try and close it out, doesn't find it.
Did Alex pull up global?
To use this launch pad. Are they going to give chase right here to Bugha because Braids is in a bit of a difficult situation as well? They do.
No.
They're chasing that top 7, and their hopes rely on that last game.
That might be it. Like, unless Lua and Romero fall now, they are going to be so far ahead. There's only 2 games. You just dropped this one.
Shxrk and Teeny.
Game 10, I mean, the
math might not even be
game 9. That's the worst possible outcome, right? You go, one of you goes down to one team, another one goes down to another. We've seen so many teams where they are able to stay alive, able to hold on out.
That was their lobby, though. I think Bugha easily qualifies in the survival round.
Reckless, though, another team that's
like, they look pretty good today. And the survival round is going to be a worse lobby.
I think they will. Can he find that final blow onto Reckless? Maintaining
one more game, yeah, but the gap is already so big that like, they need a good game this game.
Where is Alex? And how is Alex doing? Because Alex now needs to stay alive to keep that team in the game and keep them alive right now, because this is a very important game.
Joseph, what's good, bro?
19th to sort of 17th, 16th, they're all quite close, whereas Alex and Reckless do have a little bit of ground to make up. You can see it on the leaderboard right now. They're just that little bit further behind, so Alex has it all to do right now.
Well, Oler's focusing on that. Nosif and Izzy are also down. This is
a Dragon Breath shotgun
rough spot,
with
but
6
if
builds.
I mean, your
eyes are
Shadow. Up here. What was
Virgo's lurking. Oh, Virgo's taking a 2v1 here. This is risky for Virgo. Oh my gosh, Virgo though. Big shots. Misses the last one from Malabukha.
It's going to take a hero's effort though. You will
and Virgo needs to stay alive.
Get up towards the upper, placing points there, but
Virgo stays alive long enough.
This is a fight to not get their keys crushed at this point in time.
Virgo has good loot here.
He stays alive just long enough to get Shadow back in the game. It's really unfortunate too. They started off so hot, and it just slipped on.
He's trying to jump in on the OC
because they need to sort of shift their focus now to just staying in the
lobby,
making sure that they can play on Friday at the very least. Peterbot and POLLO don't have to worry about that whatsoever. They're continuing to power through this lobby. 4 eliminations now for them.
Shadow dies to Vico.
They are living life on easy mode.
So many fights this game so far.
They've got the job done. More than happily, you have to imagine here.
Longest reload of all time for that shotgun? Yeah, I know.
When we come into this, it's not, I suppose, done and dusted realistically, but mathematically, they could still lose it, but it's Peterbot for you.
He has gold iron pump.
Sort of in the middle.
Oh, that's a good shot there.
Themselves an opportunity to break into the top
Peter and
7.
POLLO
This
can get
game's
this
going to be the
loot on
decider
him.
of that.
Peter kills Shadow over there, though.
POLLO on the wall.
Peter and POLLO are just both taking solo fights onto whole separate teams right now.
To either the survival stage or, of course, qualifying straight through to finals.
That's right. They're the next best out behind Cringe and Volko. and by a pretty significant few eliminations. So it is going to be important for them to continue to pop off here.
It's like a free-for-all map. It kind of does.
Sphinx again, sitting very much comfortably in fourth place right now.
Fighting
have a fight of their life ahead of them. It's Shxrk and Teeny. Shxrk and Teeny have obviously and clearly been fired up, but Muzz and Sphinx are
reaping some teams' quals
very, very well themselves. So I think Shxrk and Teeny should be able to beat their match here.
Right off spawn.
We have NA
oh my,
against
that's
EU.
a crazy
Nice
shot there
for Shxrk to open up on Sphinx.
What Shxrk's so good at?
Shxrk is just going to try to skill difference these guys in this fight right
his
here.
Opponents into the same area, into
so
the
many
position that
maps
he
well.
wants to find them in. Getting that free piece,
Either
getting
Muzz
that
or Sphinx have to
positioning,
make a power play
conditioning
here.
the fights as well.
Because they are playing this aggro, and there's like no
falling
team around them in third party. Muzz gets hit for a lot. Muzz is going to try to run away. It looks like he will be able to run away. Shxrk is chasing in.
Sphinx have to now separate. They've got
Shxrk
to do
is
things
full
solo.
chasing Muzz over here. Misses the shot.
Shxrk looking for
I saw
the
Peter
shot,
die in the feed. Boy, got to kill on the guy that killed Peter though.
Fighters going head to
head
head
last
right
game
now.
There's one more game after this.
You have to fancy in this situation. So many angles being covered, so many pieces.
Like, dude, fighting Shxrk just looks so difficult.
He's just trying to escape. He's trying to scurry away, but there's only so much you can do against Shxrk.
Like, how do you fight this?
So many of those walls, but
like,
Muzz
has
can
he
escape
even
right now,
taken
and this is the
damage
danger
yet?
for Muzz. He doesn't have this piece control.
I swear he's up like 400 damage on Muzz right now. On Muzz and
would
Sphinx.
have been the fastest
and
and most
Muzz.
mechanical player in the world, but this new age and Shxrk and Teeny are just a different breed right now. Hey Muzz, we love you, we respect you. You're still in fourth place, but
this how
Shxrk and Teeny are looking different.
What's the difference? You know, we're not talking about first and last. We're not talking about first.
Shxrk is one of the most satisfying players in the whole game for me to watch.
In terms of fighting ability,
Shxrk is so fun
showing exactly how far he has come and what he means here on this global stage. Had a little bit of a wobble in the last major. We didn't see a great performance from them in day one. We didn't see the star-studded performance
Peter and Shxrk
maybe some
mid-game
people were
fight would be fun to
expecting
watch.
out of them in the major.
We'll probably see at least one of those in the finals. We haven't got to see any of those today, unfortunately.
A lot of those nerves, particularly for Shxrk, making his first LAN earlier
Hopefully
on in the
finals
year.
we
Now,
see one.
LAN number 2, expectations are so high. So for them, it's all about maintaining that calm, maintaining that positioning.
I think cold and rapid can win it all.
Everything on the line right now for Epic will pump.
I honestly,
no points.
As of now,
I
just don't see anybody winning besides like Shxrk or
there
Peter.
to the hands of Shxrk. Things haven't
like,
looked much
Cole
better since.
4,
I mean, the loadout extremely scrappy, even for
maybe Vico also. Vico Valley have looked good today.
Shambles all around the board. They're just really, really struggling here. But hey,
keeps up with Shxrk
one
controller right now.
good end game, and
Shxrk,
they will
Team
jump
almost goes
up
even on
and
kills
down
with Shxrk.
over. They can make the leap here.
While on
put
controller,
another team into a dangerous situation. Malibu and Vico, while we were kind of looking all around, they're already at 7 elims, so just creating terror on the field here.
Shxrk going for no scope mammoth shots.
Shxrk and Teeny.
He's a very underappreciated player, yeah.
Plowing through the lobby.
He's like, dude, Teeny is like legit.
What they do best is what
one of the best
to do. It's where they
of
feel
all
most
time.
comfortable. And there's Malibuka looking to try and take out his EU counterpart.
A little classic.
Yeah, that's like OG
you have to go to this. You have to go to the like their stream Momo, and then you have to click on.
Number 2, Shxrk and Teeny, as they are views for the time being here. Zone 6,
like the
where most teams are not
together.
going to be looking to do anything crazy. Shxrk and Teeny quite literally have nothing to lose.
If you're trying to do it, that's how you do it.
They will be the thorn in
I don't know
all
how
the
you do
other
it on
team
mobile
sides
though.
at this point.
Actually, no, you have a PC now.
Phoenix and Retro managed
yeah, you
to
just go to their
somehow
stream and then
kind of stand
like
things
it's just like
off
the
while all
says
that
stream
was
together.
happening though. Pablo and Chino
You stream in point. Oh yeah, because KHANADA plays tomorrow. That's
enough to actually put them in any dangerous
fair.
situation. I doubt it though. 330 points, pretty strong lead they have.
I just woke up before I went to sleep. Peter was last, and now he's third. Yeah, yeah, they've had a crazy comeback. Wait, Teeny has in the feed though.
Twice actually.
Teeny gets a kill.
Pablo and Chino had an early fall like that twice. It could be really bad. So they're the
Why was
first
switching off of them?
They're
both like 1 HP.
Top 7 duos.
There's leaderboard.
Here's a look at the map. At least we got some land in play.
There you go.
Yeah. A couple of those
Did
games
Vico survive that?
rough to kind of kick things
Vico
off.
did survive that.
I've noticed that now things have kind of gotten back to somewhat of a more standard type of zone play.
He's the most underrated player of all time.
Malibuka, 7 eliminations, but looking low on the HP realistically for both.
It's kind of hard to do underrated things because not
everybody
everybody is underrated to everyone, you know?
That confidence ready for them. Look at that.
Wait, Vico
and Z-Dog.
They are both so weak.
Them trouble now. Vico down to 9 HP. That ticking that timer.
And reboots expire now too.
Reboots now.
This is a rough situation for Vico Valley.
There it is.
They need to siphon desperately. Zumpel's max too. This is like bad for them.
Keeps things super
Shxrk
exciting.
team, somebody here who's Shxrk team. It's like Phoenix and Retro. Retro right under him. Shxrk almost just fold. Shxrk literally is just full jumping in. Teeny kills Phoenix. Vico does find a siphon though, it seems like.
Pressure coming in for the rest of lobby.
Shxrk and Teeny getting lobby sprayed though. They have a lot of mats luckily for them.
This is what happens. You get into too many fights here.
Oh my god.
Gotta be careful, but look at that. They buy themselves a little bit of time. Alex and Reckless likely steal the loot from down there.
All right, Peter Pollo.
That'll be really good for them.
Peter
Remember,
looks like
they
he needs
are
a white to refresh also.
last right now. They literally need something. They need a top 5.
It is time, for them to show up right now. We haven't seen
I think
much from
like
them
pretty universally agreed on them. Miro's the best controller player ever,
they
you know,
do and what they have been doing
I don't
on
know
their
if I'd
home region. Peterbot and POLLO.
Underrated.
We've seen them, of course, doing exactly what they do best in this game. Looking for height here again.
Yeah, Reed's a little underrated now.
Identified the fact that they
he
can
didn't
hold
do
on to
too
it.
well at Grands.
And Peterbot with the mammoth in hand,
a little bit
do so
underrated.
much damage, missing a couple of shots in quick succession, but hitting another one.
Peter's just like trigger botting with this gun. He just shot his own staircase on
accident. Banking on that zone, pulling back towards that southwest. So if that does
7 kills for Peter and Pollo total this game, 369 points.
And remember, this is a team that just have been playing.
Looks like Vico and Malibuca are back healthy again.
Well, looks like Shxrk and Teeny though. They're not allowing them to
Shockwave on
have
Peter.
this higher position.
Wait, it's Shxrk and Teeny.
Teeny wants it for
Wait, Shxrk and Teeny versus Peter and Pollo. First time today. Show us the fight. No, show us the fight. Pollo's weak. Peter dies to Shxrk. Did they both just die? Peter and Pollo both just died to Shxrk. Shxrk and Teeny just full killed Peter and Pollo. Or Shxrk did as a solo. We need a replay on that right now. How did we skip off of it as soon as we saw Shxrk next to Peter and Pollo?
Those 2 words
I need the replay on that right now.
As they start looking towards the grand finals,
yeah, Epic Will
I think they know who they need to.
This is looking like a Shxrk win though.
Because Shxrk and Teeny are running away with this group stage.
They are, and remember, it's the
Shxrk and
mental
Teeny
game as well. That's the game that they were winning when they were dominating.
Yeah, these guys are definitely
it's the game that they
favorites
keep on winning
for the finals
and
right
now. They lost that mental battle. Epic Well with the rebooted loot, the reloaded loot that you get from when you respawn on in. As we get to take a look at how that fight went down. Peterbot Pollo versus Shxrk and Teeny star-studded fight again. Shxrk having that piece control, having that ability to take them out. And
oh my gosh, he actually just quick deaded
That's what he's built for. That's what he's made for.
He literally just quick deaded them.
This is their moment to break so far ahead that they can secure their way to the finals. Can they do something big here? Meanwhile, Malibuca Vico, of course, still keeping pace. The last time we tuned in Vico, he had this low amount of HP, and it hasn't changed much since. Pumped though, the tournament is on your back, my friend. How far can you push it now? You are on and knocking on death's door, and down he goes inside a 10. It was further than any other game though, so at least he gave us a little bit of life here. Malibuca Vico though, still in the game right now, in the ultimate low ground here. Just trying to find
lock in here. Top 16 situation, 8 teams left alive. Vico, Mali, 10 kills total for them. Mali goes down though. Shxrk
Teeny still flying high up in the sky. They are looking on down to the rest of the lobby. They want to close out yet another victory royale. These guys are running the show right now. They've taken out their direct competition. They don't want just first place. They want first place by an absolute mile. Liwa, Romero, they need to take advantage of Pablo and Chino going down earlier in the game. This is a huge game for them, but crucially, Monster.
Good game for Lou and Romero, another top 5 for them.
I mean, look, at this point, they're going to be able to spring and jump their way up the standings here. Just continue to kind of have that cushion against between them and the rest of the pack. Shxrk, Teeny at 14 eliminations and counted. It got the high ground. And just with a staggering amount of dominance
they're just
here,
dominating
there's not another
height,
duo in sight.
This tournament might be over.
Muzz and Sphinx here.
Vico dies to Sphinx. Muzz and Sphinx, man. What a tournament from them as well.
Top 5. Sphinx and Muzz.
So many top 5s for them. Lou and Romero, good tournament from them too. Hey, it looks like Lou and Romero will qual. Muzz will probably qual.
Goofy as well, still in this game. They're healing inside of the storm. Romero, Lua, they are out.
Definitely probably. Maybe qual.
Looking to try and make this
Shxrk
game
and Teeny, someone's actually fighting them on height here. They both have 7 kills each.
Teeny says, no, this is our domain.
They are dominating this lobby. 507 points for Shxrk and Teeny.
Way into that top 7, remember, as well. So much of their direct competition are hip to hip with them. So Muzz
is going up though. 400 points for Muzz.
Try and take the game for their own. Muzz and Sphinx, a healthy duo, but Sphinx goes down to
Sphinx
the hands
goes down.
of
What
Teeny.
is this,
They
2v2,
are an
2v1?
unstoppable force right now.
Hey, Muzz can still do this. They
It's a
almost
2v1.
had the chop right there. Shxrk and Teeny are out of
Zero
shields
builds for
here.
Shxrk, though.
They're just healing.
But that
There's
is
one
not going
player
to
that could've
matter.
been something big, it would've
That
been
will
Muzz, but in
be
the end,
another
Shxrk
win.
and Teeny,
And so much
at this
excitement
point, have
from
just
Shxrk
really
and Teeny.
showed us what they are all about.
Wow.
The three-peat back to back to back.
Is that 3 wins in a row for them?
Peterbot just had the map on lock, and then you just got these boys playing so well.
It's just unbelievable. Every single time you just think, yeah, surely now, right? They're going to have to settle for a second or a third, but they don't. They do not settle for those positions. They want those wins. They want to show the lobby, and I think even
that is
taking
a
down Peterbot and POLLO in
game.
that game, they're a team that want to
They're
win
just too good, man.
that mental game. They're a team that want to show that they are better than Peterbot and POLLO, because yeah, they've already qualified through. They're chilling. It's not about qualifying anymore. It's about showing. It's about proving. It's about dominating, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, the crazy part about all that as well is the more experience they earn in these LAN environments, I mean, the better for them in the long run. Well, here's Muzz, here's Sphinx's perspective. Shxrk and Teeny, of course, dominated. We'll get to hear from their POV. I don't expect much, but we might get a little something here.
Get a little screenshot here.
Mana. 100. Dead. Dead.
Nice.
4 builds. 0 builds.
20, 20. Yeah, 5 builds. Take. You're healthy, you're healthy.
Wait. 1 3.
Not a good job, not a congrats, not a well played, not anything.
Radio silence.
I don't think he blinked. It's crazy.
It's a fun game to play at home. When they win the next game, what are they going to say, if anything?
Over, under, on. Just stone cold expressions at this point. I mean, the tournament might be over. They're going to be in first. They might just walk out and ignore Zeke's interview altogether. We'll just see. Well, we're just having fun here. You can see the expressions on players, the game planning. For some, I think they feel like, hey, at least we're not going to get our keys crushed here. They'll start looking towards a survival day. For others, it's like,
check
what
leaderboard.
can we do?
I got you. Leaderboard after 9 matches. It's just not even close right now. Up by almost 100 points. They've won 4 out of 9 matches. More elims than anybody else by, what, 11? 5.78 average placement. They had, obviously, crazy starts to the tournament. 3 bad games, and then they've won 3 straight matches. 17 kill win from them in the last game. Oh, yeah, they are up by over 100 points. That is crazy. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. If Peter doesn't qual, then the final will not be interesting. Peter's already qualled, bro. Peter's definitely already qualified. Dude, low-key, the whole top 7 might already be qualled. Like, I mean, it's a pretty big gap between Z-Dog and Cammy. Like, Cammy needs to die early, and then one of these teams needs to have a good game. I mean, okay. 1 game left to go here. Bugha needs a lot. Who's at the bottom 3? Rainy, Epical, and Alex. Dang. Yeah, I mean, probably a tournament win for Shxrk. And then all of these teams will have to compete. I would low-key just assume that everybody in the top 7 is probably qualified.
Have a little repeat today.
Of course, I think we were also excited to see him
never
playing
fails to
here
get
on
dead
this
last.
stage. I'll be honest though, I did walk past them. They're just
Alex got
sat to the
4th
right of us.
alive.
I looked at Braids. I said, "Are things going
last.
thumbs up, middle, down, and he looked at me and he said, "It's a thumbs down right now." So it's gonna have to be
last
better in
game
this
prediction.
Game. And of course, they're one of those teams sitting just outside of being able to qualify in that top 7, right? They need a big last game.
Do Shxrk and Teeny win last game?
I think they
can.
They
finish the ultimate victory lap?
Well, it's not going to be easy, just like outplay your opponent.
Game,
I
yes
do think they
no?
need to get a couple of eliminations throughout the course of their game while placing over their opponents by a decent margin. But
and Jacob's mic cut out.
Look, on top of them, you have to look at Izzy and Nosif, right? A team that had probably a hotter start to the day. Of course, they had all the fans in here really cheering for them, really impressed with them. I obviously am a big fan of these guys, you know, repping from EU. I know a lot of the EU fans are watching them and hoping for them to put in a good performance. Unfortunately, again, it's just sort of slowed down a bit. I think they really need a big push here in this final game.
Yeah, I think for Izzy and Nosif, you know, when they're flying under the radar and people don't necessarily realize they're in the lobby or playing as well as they do, they perform phenomenally. But in a reload tournament like this, where you almost literally have to take out your competition in order to qualify, in order to win the finals as well, it just makes them a little bit more noticeable. They kind of put a target on their back by playing so well and coincidentally. So I do think they're kind of in the same boat as Bugha and Braids. They have all the potential in the world, but they just might need to pick up eliminations to close the gap.
I think the thing that gives me a bit of confidence for Izzy and Nosif is in EU, a lot of the time they have had these late game resurgences, right? Where you get to a tournament, the back end of things, you think, oh, are they in it? Are they out? Are they in? Are they out? And they
Shxrk got to be the only Prodigy Fortnite player that has way exceeded his expectation. Guy literally flies on every single land.
Fans. I feel like the energy though from the fans, I do kind of agree. More of that energy. There's still any Izzy and Nosif fans.
Shxrk going into this year had like some of the most expectations on him.
I hear a lot of people.
And he's basically lived up to all of it.
It's been so beautiful to see,
honest,
even where they're not, you know, on one of these French orgs like a Vitality or Gentlemates. I'm seeing so many of those fans just grouping around those guys and giving them that support.
He's actually
honestly, I just want to see them play like they have nothing to lose. Because in essence, they almost do have nothing to lose because they're so high up, it's impossible for them to get into the bottom 3. So why not just put it all on the table, leave no regrets behind, and hopefully make it directly to finals so you have a break.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this last one. Look, Paris, if you're ready for this last game, make some noise!
All right, last game of the day.
Last
game of the day, man.
Are we here on the casting booth? We've got one more game here of Group A, the first day. So many storylines here to pick up on. So many teams that are fighting for their position.
Ready? I don't know if there's
break into that top 7.
Are you ready?
Maybe an OCE team like Z-Dog and Goofy looking to try and put their region
Shxrk basically already won.
As you can see in the top
everybody
10
in the top
right
7
now,
is basically already qualified.
There are opportunities on the table. We saw Chino and Pablo Wingu. We saw those guys going down early in that last game.
Yeah, chat, vote on the prediction. Do Shxrk and Teeny win the last game, yes or no? If you guys on the YouTube stream want to vote on the prediction, come over to the Twitch stream. Last game of Group 1 of
want to find
EWC.
yourself in that position at the end of the day. Reminder, the bottom 3 teams will be completely eliminated from the competition. So for the teams like Rainy and Nalu, for the teams like Epic Well Pump, Alex and Reckless, they are a team that need to break their way out of that. And for the teams that are just outside here as well, they need to survive. Everything comes down to this
season start on
this
EU.
final game.
You know what's crazy, bro?
It's all about
you could
to
Google
go
that exact same
down.
Question.
And for some of these players,
because
this could be the last game they play. They got to make sure it's
when
not
the season starts. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're holding out the ship.
I would recommend Googling that
question.
question.
The stage has been set,
I could not tell you.
And we are going into match 10 here shortly.
Just reached 3 days. Watch time. Let's go, Travis.
I gotta ask you. It definitely set up for our expectations. The teams we thought that were, you know, looking dominant.
What was match point? Match point is for finals only on Saturday.
They've just kind of taken this all away.
That's when
yeah,
finals
absolutely.
Only on
There's so much of that dominance from some of our top teams, which we expected. And then you get some of our teams that maybe we didn't expect to do as well. Z-Dog, Goofy, just on that cusp of that top 7. What a performance they've been putting in today. Now is where it really matters.
Move on top 100 players all time. If he wins lane,
final games when the pressure is on. This is where legacy
stories are born. This is where the start
Boston
of some
fans
of these players'
stories
can be forged.
I'm not even
some
gonna
of our top
read
teams, for some of our big players, this could be where it all gets real.
And there's a lot of teams that might have it, and Vico obviously enjoying the moment, trying to live in it.
Loki might have to react to the updated list again after this lane.
Championship at the summit. He's just really starting to blossom here. You'll
love to see last game of the day.
You don't have to wait much longer. We're getting into the final match of the evening here of the Fortnite Reload.
Only person this is really a little bit worrisome for is like Cam.
2026. This has been some incredible top-tier Fortnite. This is only the beginning
Vico
for
kills
what's
Retro.
to come. Vico here to kick things off from dancing straight into the action.
Who's just outside
the
of it?
last time Vico was dancing on LAN, he won it.
Like Z-Dog needs to kill Cammy.
If your teams, you got to be
or like
scared of him. Of course, it's not going to be done
Bugha.
today. The job's not done.
Well, one of those people need to kill Cam.
Saturday's finals, of course, to do that and see if
Shxrk versus Peter versus Bugha.
Two players you want on the either side of your wall.
Shxrk's going to kill Peter. Emote on him. Do it. He thought about it. Shxrk thought about emoting on Peter there, but he didn't do it.
Stopped moving, looked at him, said, I don't need an emote for you to know
he thought about
what is happening here. And now, it's really crazy how he's just kind of grabbing the competition by his own grips here. It's just, it's so insane.
Shxrk is
it's his second land.
Yeah.
You'd think it would be his 20th.
Isn't that the same guy that was pickaxing people the other time?
Peterbot is also having a good time.
I swear that's the exact same person.
Clearly. Pop Epic Whale have some problems to potentially work with. Vico and Malabuka are in a fight right now up against
Malabuka versus Peter again, potentially
the
here.
Slippery Swamp remaining.
I'm expecting to see a lot of crash outs this game. Like the entire top 7's already qualified. We're probably just going to see fights all game.
Peterbot, POLLO.
Peter has no shotgun.
Battling it. Oh no! Peterbot down to
Peter
4
just died
damage.
to 4 damage.
Well, that's not good. Malabuka gets a gift. Lovely job for him right now, POLLO. In an awkward situation.
Not the. Oh my gosh, POLLO chill.
Damage today. We've had a few 4 damage situations.
Saw that
Is POLLO about to die here? Okay, Peter's back.
Don't do it, buddy. He hasn't had a good hit record. But wait a second, Malabuka pushing in. Little pump fake on the edit there. Ooh.
Peter and POLLO are dead.
Down. Look how fast Peterbot turned around. That's the respect. And Malabuka's hunting. This is your child, son.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
And Peter and POLLO are dead. I mean, they qualified, so it doesn't really matter for much. And they probably couldn't win.
Officially your first team to fly. I think that's
but
like
there goes Peter and POLLO.
for them. Being the first
Peter and POLLO's tournament is
in a
over.
competition, probably ever. Right? That just doesn't happen very often.
Crazy. Wow. Absolutely crazy. Technically a 1v2 from Malabuka. A bit of a helping hand from the 4 damage, but a 1v2 nevertheless. Let's go Malabuka. Let's see what they can do now in the rest of this game. They'll be looking at that first place.
They always seem to die last game in tournaments. They honestly do seem to die last game in tournaments now, don't they?
And Teeny. Speaking of,
in major tournaments,
Goofy inside of the box. Lots more on the line for
Goofy
Shxrk
and Teeny.
Z-Dog.
Just give us a 24/7 Shxrk cam, man.
Teeny. So if Goofy goes down here,
let us watch
their
Shxrk
hopes
for the
of
rest
breaking
of
into that top 7 could be over. Shxrk getting absolutely beamed from another angle. That was Grades inside of that box.
Yeah, they easy qual.
From him, Shxrk and Teeny are looking at those angles and looking at anyone and everyone to go and chase. Good news for the Power Boys, though, in Goofy, as he's staying alive, and JFT Z-Dog can get
Cammy
respawn.
is like the one team that they need to kill.
Live to see another day here.
And these guys are just fighting
day.
everybody but
just playing in the cone now. This is a really desperate situation to be in as well. Really consider.
You bet
what's
Peter will not qualify.
here.
You want to bet?
He is down to just a
shot.
shot.
Bet,
You know, again, for them
bet.
at this point, the last game
he
here,
won't qual because I
the
think
lead being so far ahead, they just don't want to get sent down and out to the key crush. It's going to take place after this. I was gonna call it a ceremony, but is it even a ceremony to watch your keys get crushed?
It's a funeral.
It's bad. It can be very bad. Nalu and Reino have that to deal with as well. This is the situation they're in. These are the cards they've been dealt. They haven't been able to
dies to Shxrk. How many kills do Shxrk and Teeny
They're
have?
having to deal with just trying to survive at this point.
Kari and Hammy. A team that you expect a lot from on LAN. This is a situation that we saw Malabuka get himself into, an absolute gift. Not only a 4 damage, but it's Peterbot. Of course, takes down POLLO. Yeah, he took down POLLO
good shots
well. Definitely, it could be a 1v3. You could call that if you want.
Pumps.
Lovely work from Malabuka there. That's what
and
he
killed
does.
Bugha too. He's just taking down all the NA players.
That's what he does.
That's a highlight. That's definitely a reel in its own. Well, we put that one together
Last
for you
chance,
real quick in case you missed it. BHN, Edson, though, 170 here.
Just
Again,
give me Shxrk
teams
and
that are
man.
very much on the bubble right now that just have to outperform, outpace that remaining competition.
Yeah.
As
if
anything
I'm right,
can happen.
you have to
Clearly,
give it to me. Okay, what do I get if I'm right here?
That means bottom teams have a chance.
Dude, Teeny has mythic drum gun. Oh
so
my
anything
god.
really can happen. You got to be very careful.
Mythic drum gun for Teeny.
Dangerous though. Look at this. Teeny, mythic in hand, mythic drum gun no less. Alex down below. Alex needs to stay inside of this tournament. Remember, they are.
Yeah, Jack, I'm not gonna lie. I just don't believe that you're giving 600 at Peterbot.
That's not gonna help, as Alex does go down to try and find some white somewhere in the vicinity.
Rough day for Alex and
Reckless
Reckless,
trying to keep his team alive as well. The difficulty for Alex and Reckless, they don't just need to stay in the game, they need a good game here as well. So it's going to be difficult for them to make it happen.
But, on controller.
You know, if there's any time to do it, the time is now.
They might drop another 15 kill win.
Just rough tournament overall, but again, this map has proved to be at least marginally better for them.
Yeah.
But they needed
Shxrk and Teeny were actually good on both maps. I feel like I just have to predict Shxrk and Teeny to win lane. Like,
I need to see
after watching today, they just look too good. They just good on both maps. Most kills, most wins.
The difficult thing that I saw from
them
the last game is we saw Epic Well going down in that early stage of the end game. And Pump couldn't quite solo clutch. And I think what we've seen from some of the better teams, the teams in that top 7 today, is when they've been put in that situation, the Fragger has solo clutch. They've been able to squeeze out placement points. I'm not talking about solo clutch wins. Nobody here is capable of course doing that from right at the beginning, maybe Shxrk, but it's very difficult to do that. But just squeezing out a few extra placements,
they won't play like this in a finals,
so
though?
valuable, and they couldn't do that in that last game. Izzy and Nosif, though. Jacob and Levin were talking about it going into this game. This is an absolutely massive game for them. They need the entire of France on their side right now, but unfortunately they've only got one player on their side for the time being. Izzy all alone. Nosif going down. I think for them, realistically, their sights have to shift in order to just staying in the lobby, which I think they've got more than locked down. Can they have a big win here? Levin spoke about it going into this. They have had these big games going into last games over on EU. They've been able to clutch up. Can they do it on LAN when the pressure's on? The crowd's looking at them. The country are looking at them as well in this lobby.
Can they have enough points here?
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, anything can happen.
I honestly would have to assume that everybody in the top 7 is already qualified. Unless Cammy and Hari die, or like Lua and Romero die, like right now.
You know, all of a sudden now,
I do feel like everybody in the top 7 is qualified. The gap is just
and then you have someone like Shxrk and Teeny, who, by the way, are continuing to run through the lobby. Things are going to be ending here tonight on Fort Crumpet.
Nico Malley versus Shxrk and Teeny still, though.
As, of course, everything goes that way. Look at what's happening
here.
It's a pretty
big fight right here.
Had 12 eliminations, doing what other lobbies, other players in the lobby.
Shxrk's gonna die. Shxrk goes down.
Here's Vico.
Shxrk dies to Vico. Both of them are so stacked, too.
There in the end, Malabuka, though, still
and now
on the hunt
Teeny's in a 1v2
as
situation.
I was gonna say, for all I know, Teeny might just put his hands up and say, catch me if you can, you can't.
Shxrk and Teeny actually already have 12 kills.
As they've got this all but secured. But still, 7 elims. They're playing very well.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Teeny's really good at staying alive. We were speaking about it earlier, how important that skill is. Teeny's had this sort of reputation for a long time in the EU as being that sort of solo lurker, trying to lurk around, try and find little shots. He used to lurk on surge bases back in the day. That was sort of the Teeny strat, landing in different locations. And I think that's honestly helped him in this situation. He knows
still alive.
Where he can go
Shxrk
as a
is back
solo.
up. Teeny is just getting chased.
Malabuka,
Let me see a Teeny 1v2 right here.
Too much longer. Malabuka
let's put some praise on Teeny.
Straight into the box, but not actually doing any damage right there, just causing a bit of havoc.
Pretty sure he still has that
inside
mythic drum gun.
Thankfully for Teeny, Shxrk would have been rebooted by now. Unfortunately for Teeny, he's losing a lot of HP. Vico from one angle.
Malabuka and Vico just look like they're in flow state
to be in the middle of. But
Vico has the mythic drum gun now.
As Vico
is able has Shxrk on the leaderboard here?
Vico X Mythic X Endgame X Momentum. What can we see?
I don't have anything else to add to that one. I think you hit about every trait you can.
X dancing.
There you go. Well, with that, back on over to Izzy and Nosif. Hey, if they want it, they will have to survive, but they get taken out.
They're going to have to play in the survival stage. Shxrk and Tini have 13 kills. Wait, Shxrk's coming back. Shxrk's
right Shxrk though just walks into a haymaker from Vico. Hey, did you get enough the first time there? Did
Shxrk came back for revenge and just got insta one pump.
Tini now lurking about, just really living up to the reputation.
Vico's loving it. He's loving it.
Vico's just over there
right there. He's grooving. He's feeling good. He's moving in these lobbies as well, and that's the sort of Vico that you want to see. He's now taken down Shxrk twice in quick succession.
Yo, Jack, if you don't think Peter is qualifying top 7, bro, I don't think you understand how this format works.
Yeah, you know, he's the fragger that he wants to.
I don't know how you can think 370 points
the most recent matchup.
And I think he's doing a good job keeping himself in the conversation at this point, and then also just framing himself up for that grand finals rivalry.
Wait, Malibuca dies to
Of
Tini.
course, know that Falcons is in a very tough
Tini's
spot
dead.
right now with Peterbot and Blue.
And Shxrk is dead too.
Finally,
Oh
someone
my
takes
god.
him down after all that. It's going to be Romero who gets his get
Malibuca,
back there.
they have a chance.
Seals the deal.
Yeah, they'll be more than happy with that as well. Lots of teams playing inside of the Storm, like we talked about before. Slurpee, Swamp, able to have plenty of those heals, of course,
Romero
to make their way
looking good
into the zone. Romero knowing that very well, of course, indeed. Malibuca, Vico just next door, more than happy just to sneak on by. Oh no, what a shot from Romero.
Malibuca dies to Romero.
That was onto Malibuca.
Going for the
trying to go for the
rescue, though.
revive. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. The pressure comes on through from Romero. Malibuca has to then close on out.
And I see both,
the
like
reboot,
our
which he
entire
does.
top
Vico's
3
stuck
die
inside
this
so
game.
many different boxes that I don't
Malibuca
think
just
he owns.
respawns now.
He's got to try and find his way out
look like
of
they're
this
gonna aggro on
situation.
that,
Romero and Lewa are more than happy. Remember, this is a team
Peter's
that are
dead,
inside of
Peter's
that
dead.
top 7
Peter's dead,
team
Shxrk is dead.
from the Brazilian region, and a team that are defying expectations right
Alex
now.
is dead now, too.
Shot from Romero.
Romero's
Look
hitting
who
some
it's
crazy
on,
shots
Monster.
with
It's on
this
to
Manic
Alex.
Pistol.
Alex is definitely wishing he could go back in time, and
Hey,
that was
reboots
a
are already
little
about to
bit
expire in
great
5 seconds.
temptation. He was sitting on those keg barrels there,
Wow, let's barely
trying
get
to
in.
just
Malibuca
inch
dies
out
to
a
Bugha.
couple of more seconds, and that will cost him there. And then you hear the timer, so I don't think he's actually back in the tournament. It might not have been enough unless he squeaked out at the very end.
I think just about enough time, but the difficulty is
Ooh,
now,
that's
is he going to be able
combat.
to actually fly back in? Is he going to be able to actually
Hey, I'm happy
do it?
with my
Hopefully for him,
Bugha and
he'll be able to
Romero
find
prediction
opportunity
for
right there as Vico does get knocked there in the
qualifying
feed
this.
as well. Bugha and
I might have
Praise
got
looking to cause
a couple
havoc
things
from
wrong, but
the
you know,
front side
predicting
of
a
this
small
zone.
region
They've
team to
almost got
qualify
priority
is
here above the rest of the lobby, and that's what I've liked about their
the thing that I
gameplay
struggle
so
with
far
the most,
today.
so
They've been
I'm
really
glad that I got
proficient
one.
at getting towards that front side of zone. They've been really solid
Shxrk
in terms of
continues to
their
have too many
positioning. Vico,
points,
that's still
man.
a knock and
They
only
have
knock.
too many
Malibuca
points.
down to just his white HP, getting
Needed
pressure from
Muzz,
so
yeah,
many
no,
different
I don't know
angles.
why
Trying to use this hill as
believed in
cover,
Shadow
but
and Virgo
unfortunately he's
over
getting looked
them.
at from 3 or 4
I don't even know
different
why
teams,
Malibuca's
different angles,
bothering
doing well to
resing
keep
here.
his team in it.
Yeah,
But
this is gonna be a
unfortunately,
Shxrk and Tini
the
tournament
Bills are running
win.
low. They've fully run out. What's he gonna do?
Okay, there he goes.
Absolutely nothing. They are out.
That was crazy. And then the crowd was chanting Malibuca at that moment too.
Typical and Pump
They
trying
just love
to
him at this point,
make
as
sure they
much
don't get
as they
fully
love
eliminated
Vico,
from the tournament. I think they're bottom
Epic
3 on the
Whale
leaderboard right
still
now.
alive. Pump
I don't know exactly
still
where they're at,
alive.
though.
The hope is real.
Yeah,
Nalu and Rainy
126,
have
so what?
slipped down into
Non-eliminated
that
points is
key crushing
153
position.
right
Can
now.
they hold out? It is a dangerously
win?
close tournament for some at the bottom.
Well, so many of our
Muzz
bottom
was
teams have been going out
100
early today.
what?
Right now, every
20
single duo
points down?
inside of that bottom 10 are still
I don't
in the
think it's
game.
possible.
They are fighting. They are
Unless they
holding
have a
out.
bunch of
Teams
kills
like
already
Moda
to
right
make.
now, only down to a solo. They need to try and hold
Because
out
Hari
this
and
position
Cammy-
right there into
as long as Hari and
that,
Cammy stay alive, they should be
mid-ground
able to
sort of
qualify
section
here.
of the leaderboard. They'll be happy. Moda does eventually fall as Rue and
as soon as I
Moda
say that,
should
though,
have solidified
Cammy-
their spot here into
Hold
the
on.
survival stage.
Cammy
Hari
gets
and
hit for a
Cammy
lot.
looking
Cammy somehow
to try and
survives
find
that.
their way into that top
Cammy
7
goes
course as well,
down.
just inside of it
Wait,
as of
Cammy
right
dies
now.
to
But if
Epic
they
Whale.
go down, things are looking dangerous from that OCE team. Goofy and Z-Dog down below them.
Yeah, at this point, if you're anyone at the bottom, Toma or Mofu, you are needing to stay
There
alive
goes Alex.
here. Alex is going to
Alex's
fall, though.
EWC is
He's
probably
one of the
completely
missing
over now.
pieces that now have to
Ari has to
leave
solo clutch.
Reckless
Ari
to
needs
play
to
by
solo
himself,
clutch like
and it's
a-
Epic Whale and Pump
I don't even
who
know.
are
He needs one of the
obviously
teams
making
under
the
him
most of
not
the
to win,
situation.
and then he just needs to
159
stay
is that
alive.
cutoff point of Mofu and Toma. Can they stay alive? Focus coming
Ari
in from
on
Vogue on the other side.
332.
Hari just trying to do his best as he's, again, a dangerous threat to say the least.
Yeah, he's got to try and maintain his
Only
spot
8 bills
inside
for
of this
him,
top
top
7. It's been a
14
day of solo
situation. This is
clutches
by
from so
far and
many of
away
our top teams now. Hari,
the most
you were
dead game of the day.
introduced into this this team to
Bugha and Braid still going. 255.
We've seen the Cammy card do that. Now is your
there's
time
too big
to
of a
shine,
gap
my
for
friend. You've done
Bugha,
it so
probably.
often this season. Can you now do it again?
I think Cammy and Hari are fine. I think
on
everybody in the
ball
top
of
7
Bugha and
qualified.
Braid, but decide to disengage from that that particular engagement. Bugha and Braids, they're just trying to look to try and make their way into
Z-Dog gets a kill though. Depending on how many points Z-Dog has, Z-Dog has a chance to pass game. But
Goofy finds another one too. If they win
Hari's
this
still alive.
game
Muzz
and
dies
Hari
though.
falls early,
Epic Will goes down. It might be the end for Epic Will and Pump here.
give up their spot. On the other side, Pump is by himself. No Epic
Yeah,
Will.
Muzz is dead. It's up to only Sphinx as a solo. Pump is dead too. He has no shockwaves. He's dead.
Will do the rest.
Oh, Z-Dog, hold on.
They go.
Z-Dog takes height.
Crushed.
There is a chance
Z-Dog and Goofy.
that Cammy misses here. Hari, is Hari still alive?
To potentially qual.
I think Hari's still alive. Hari is still alive. He has 0 bills. 341. Hari dies on 341.
That is their main competition. Goofy
and
Z-Dog up on height.
I swear that's enough,
They take
though.
this final game right here. Can they break into that
I
top
swear
7?
341 has to be enough. How many points does Z-Dog have again? 286 for Crimson Volcom. I mean, this is another team.
They're a team just
What do they need,
outside
like 60
of that
points?
top
Yeah,
7.
they're not
They're a team that need to make it happen as well.
What's wild
Chino
is do the math,
already
y'all.
qualified.
It's worth 60
365, that's pretty
points
close
for the
too,
win.
though.
It is in reach here. Anyone can jump
This is
up
actually
and
gonna
over.
be close.
Crimson Volko have a
If
chance to do it
Z-Dog
too, but
wins this game,
being solo's only gonna get
Crimson
that much
Volko,
harder
they're probably
now.
out here.
Meanwhile, Goofy
290,
and Z-Dog are in
300.
control.
So Goofy and Z-Dog pass 300.
Top 7.
Hold on, they are going to be actually so close here. They need to win. They need to win and get like a couple more kills, and they probably qualify, right? Nah, I don't know. They need more kills. Virgo goes down. 307 now for Z-Dog and Goofy. Do they have a stink bow? Who has that? They need kills. They know they need kills too. 312. Wait, they're going to get the kills. They got another kill. 320. Oh my gosh. Wait, Cammy actually might not qualify. Last game. They have no match though. No match for them. 323. Top 3 situation. All duos left alive here. No solos. 331. They're getting chopped. Z-Dog goes down. Goofy's 1 HP. Is that Bugha and Braids? It is Bugha and Braids on height. 297. Not going to be enough points, but that will be enough for Cammy. And we might be getting a Bugha land game win at least. I don't think Bugha can qual here though. 305, yeah, no, it's going to be close, but I don't think even if they win this, it'll be enough.
To make sure they don't get their keys crossed and they live to fight another
Mofu
day.
at least.
Meanwhile, Bugha and Braids are looking
Make
to
sure
put
he
a
doesn't
ribbon
finish
on
bottom
this
3
one
and
here.
give us a little
It's
Bugha land win.
2v2
Give us a
here.
Bugha game win at land. Last game of the day.
Right now, what
Give it
could
to
this
us.
mean? What
Bugha,
could this
please.
mean for the overall standings? Bugha down. Tomat and Mofu close out their game to not only win the match, but to keep them in the competition. They will be playing in the survival stage on Friday. When the times were looking so tough for the Monster, they rose to the occasion and they won the match.
You see there,
That guy's
Tomat
very
and Mofu
excited.
had to just really
Yeah, at least
soak
they're not
it in for a
eliminated, but
second.
they
The awkward
did not
handshakes,
qualify.
this celebration, they're just thinking to themselves, did we do it? We surely did there, because that win was gonna save their tournament, and what a sigh of relief.
Yeah, they needed that win
But
right
you know
there.
what? It's also a
that
newfound
win.
confidence.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for them, of course. Now, you know, the last game they're going to play now going into the survival stage is going to be that huge
All right,
win.
you know what?
It's gonna
Let's
give
check
them that
leaderboard
boost
here.
of confidence.
Let's check leaderboard. After 10 matches, Shxrk and Teeny win on 570 points. They won 4 matches, 73 total elims. Looks like the best reload team in the entire world today. Vico and Malabuka in 2nd, Muzz and Sphinx in 3rd, Peterbot and POLLO in 4th, Lua and Romero in 5th, Chino in 6th, and then Hari and Cammy. Wait, this isn't updated? I swear this is updated. Shxrk has 600? Who's the team that just won? Oh yeah, this isn't updated. All right.
They're both in the same region as well, so it's like, you know, that regional clash there. Well, they got to be proud of that performance there. Fun games, great sigh of relief here. You can see the emotes coming out, just looking to celebrate, throwing up signs to the fans.
Yo, Jack, obviously Peter called, bro. I don't know how you even thought there was a chance he wasn't going to.
We have so many more days of this ahead of us.
I was going to say, you know, the best part about this, we get to run it back tomorrow. We got
Finals
Group
gonna be
B,
similar.
we
Yeah,
got this
finals will
level
be
of
fun.
competition. again.
Finals is gonna be fun
again,
for sure.
We've seen our top tier teams, Vico, Malo, Bugha, and I want to see what happened. Wow.
Wait, it literally does say that they finished on 570.
Solo clutch, Z-Dog, and
pretty sure the leaderboard is updated.
Couldn't quite break into that top 6.
Yeah, I think the leaderboard is updated. So I think this is updated. So here are our 7 teams making it to the finals. And then 8 through 17th place playing the survival stage. So Z-Dog, Cringe, Izzy, Bugha, Phoenix, Shadow, Mashari, Rue, and Edson, and Rainy will be in the survival stage. And then Tomat, Epic Whale, and Alex and Reckless. Their EWC is over. At least at 6. I mean, they're saying that this is the official leaderboard right here. What place is there? They're 15th on that. Yeah, I think that is updated.
Even right there in that last game, I mentioned it going into it. We need more from the fraggers. Pump couldn't quite carry the team on his back to squeeze out those placement points. As it happened, it may not have mattered at all. But really heartbreaking for those guys, because I'm sure they would have came here expecting big things.
Got my small reason.
Nothing is granted and everything is earned here at the EWC stage.
It's not updated, bro. I was going off the leaderboard they're showing on the thing. This still just isn't updated or what? Now it's updated. What even changed? I don't even know what changed. I thought you guys said Shxrk finished with 600 points. I don't even know what's different there. Oh, this guy isn't now? Okay, so what, the bottom 3 changed? So Rainy, Epicwell, and Alex. They are the people that are eliminated. Okay. Interesting. And that is a no for the prediction. And that will, that'll be...
We expected to win, so...
The expectation was there. Shxrk, I have a feeling that, you know, you were vibing from Boop's energy today. Is that right? I feel like you were vibing off Boop's energy today.
Yeah, low-key.
Low-key, I like it. Okay, gentlemen, we're here to do something. Of course, you know, we're here to crush some keys. The 3 keys that you see before you, the eliminated teams, we've got Epic Whale and Pump.
Are they going to be the ones that crush the keys?
We've got Rainy and Nalu, and we've got Reckless and Alex from Power. Okay, so this is the reality of the Esports World Cup. We've got to crush the keys until only one is left intact. So, Shxrk, can you please open this by pressing it down. It's a button. There we go. We've opened up the iris.
Wait, that's kind of fire.
The teeth are going to destroy these keys. And so, Teeny, could you please pull on this and send them home? Ooh.
Wow.
And there you have it. Just like that, 3 teams have been eliminated from the Fortnite Reload Championship.
All right, chat.
It's brutal, but it's honest and it's necessary.
W stream chat. Appreciate everyone that stopped by. Live again tomorrow. I'm going to go work on the video now. I think that's it for everything. They're just going to yap now. So appreciate everyone that stopped by today. Appreciate all the follows, all the subs, the donos, the bits. Thank you guys, man. Live again tomorrow. W6 hour stream. Gonna go work on the video now. And peace out, chat. Love you boys, man. Peace out.